Chapter 1 Boom. Above the vast, desolate expanse of planet Namek, a dense mass of ominous dark clouds gathered ominously within the clouds. Flashes of lightning, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, sporadically erupted roar. In an instant, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, instilling fear in every living creature nearby immediately. 7 colossal bolts of lightning surged from the ground, spiraling upward and sparking brilliant flashes. Following this, a magnificent and fearsome dragon, its claws outstretched, hung majestically in the sky. It exuded an overwhelming aura, rendering humanity as insignificant as mere ants in its presence. The dragon of planet Namek, Polunga, had been summoned. Meanwhile, the Namekians silently gazed at the Saiyan who had summoned the Dragon Ball's human, who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Please state your wish. I can grant you any 3 wishes. Polunga proclaimed from on high. Brotherly Fan, please tell me your wish. A small Namekian turned to the towering Saiyan. Li Fan, beside him dressed in black, with a tall and muscular build, the remarkably handsome Li Fan gazed up at Polunga, momentarily lost in thought. Only when his companion Dandy spoke did he snap back to reality. Dandy, grant me immortality. Li Fan blurted out without a second thought. Upon hearing Li Fan's request, several Namekians, watching from a distance, furrowed their brows. This Saiyan's wish was somewhat. However, recalling the words of their elder, they ultimately chose to remain silent. I hope this young man can truly fulfill his promise and protect my Namekian people through this crisis. In a palace, the aged elder spoke slowly. Please grant Li Fan immortality. Dandy wished to the dragon in the Namekian language. Li Fan watched Polunga with eager anticipation, hoping that the dragon would indeed grant him the gift of immortality. In truth, Li Fan was not of this world. The so-called Dragon Ball universe was merely a comic book in the world he originally hailed from. Yet, unexpectedly, upon awakening, Li Fan found himself inexplicably transported to the Dragon Ball universe, and he had become one of the few surviving Saiyans after the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, for Li Fan, his current status was merely that of a low-ranking warrior. Thus, having knowledge of the storyline, Li Fan promptly arrived at planet Namek, hoping to use the Dragon Balls to achieve his wish for immortality. If successful, wouldn't he be able to traverse the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe with ease? Upon arriving at planet Namek, Li Fan also learned certain details, such as the fact that the timeline had not yet reached the moment when Frieza would arrive on planet Namek. Thus, Li Fan swiftly reached a consensus with the Namekians and borrowed the Dragon Balls to make a wish. However, while ideals are enchanting, reality appears to be rather harsh. After a moment of hesitation, Polunga slowly stated, I am sorry, but this wish cannot be fulfilled unless the Super Dragon Balls are found. Please articulate your next wish. Upon hearing this, Li Fan rested his chin in his hand, musing to himself, indeed, no wonder in Dragon Ball Super, Zamasu insisted on using the Super Dragon Balls to grant him the wish for immortality. Nevertheless, immortality in the Dragon Ball universe does not seem to equate to true immortality before the Omni King. One can simply turn to dust, cannot they? With this thought, Li Fan immediately turned to Dandy and said, Dandy, please grant me the infinite regeneration ability of Majin Buu. Majin Buu's infinite regeneration ability can be regarded as the closest thing to true immortality. This extraordinary power requires merely a single cell to exist for endless rebirth. It surpasses the Namekian's ability to regenerate lost limbs significantly. Furthermore, in the early stages, this ability would allow him to traverse the world with ease. As long as he does not encounter destructive energies akin to the Spirit Bomb or the God of Destruction's obliteration, he could survive. Moreover, when combined with his Saiyan bloodline, it is a match made in heaven. The Saiyan race is characterized by their ability to recover from grievous injuries or near-death experiences, resulting in a substantial increase in combat power. Thus, if he were to acquire this ability, what could he possibly fear in the Dragon Ball universe? Of course, this is contingent upon possessing sufficient combat strength. Otherwise, in his current state, even with such a physique, should he face an absolute powerhouse, he could still be reduced to nothingness. Very well, Brotherly Fan. Dandy nodded and immediately spoke in the Namekian language to the Eternal Dragon. Please grant Li Fan the infinite regeneration ability of Majin Buu. This wish shall be granted. Polunga replied, slowly. Upon finishing his words, Polunga's eyes emitted a crimson glow, which instantaneously merged into Li Fan's being. At the moment the light permeated his body, Li Fan could not help but furrow his brow. Excruciating pain surged through him. Yet amidst the agony, Li Fan sensed his physique gradually strengthening. Before long, the light enveloped his entire form. His body was undergoing a qualitative transformation. Thus, even though the pain felt as though it penetrated to the very marrow, Li Fan resolutely endured it. With a flourish, the light gradually dissipated, and outwardly, Li Fan appeared unchanged. However, he was acutely aware that just moments ago, his very being had undergone a monumental transformation. A profound sensation enveloped him, as if the very essence of his life had ascended by several magnitudes, perhaps even 100-fold. It felt as though he possessed an immortal existence. Is this the essence of infinite rebirth? Truly astonishing, Li Fan remarked, gazing at his own hands. Very well, your first wish has been granted now. Please articulate your next desire. Polunga continued. Li Fan, dear brother? Dandy gently prodded, noticing that Li Fan was lost in contemplation. Li Fan suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had been enraptured by his extraordinary abilities, momentarily forgetting that he had 2 wishes remaining. Then, I wish for the power of instantaneous teleportation. Li Fan declared with a smile. Chapter 2, please grant Li Fan the ability to teleport. Dandy implored in the language of Namek. That wish is exceedingly simple. Polunga, the dragon, proclaimed from his lofty position. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped Li Fan, and he felt a surge of knowledge regarding teleportation flood his mind. To his astonishment, the teleportation gifted by the dragon was unlike the one Goku had learned on Yardrat. Rather, it allowed him to teleport to any location within the universe, where existence was confirmed. By the heavens, this was simply marvelous. I have truly struck gold this time, Li Fan thought to himself, brimming with excitement. Your wish has been fulfilled. Please state your final desire. Polunga addressed Li Fan. The last wish, you say? Li Fan pondered, resting his chin on his hand. How should he proceed? He had already acquired an ability akin to immortality through the boundless rebirth capacity and the power of teleportation. What remained was strength. However, to ask the dragon for an increase in power, undoubtedly a misguided choice. It was also an unattainable endeavor. What wish should I make? Li Fan found himself at a loss for ideas. Wait, it seemed there was still one wish left. With that thought, Li Fan inexplicably gazed into the distance, and then turned to Dandy, saying, Dandy, please restore the elder to his youth. Once uttered, Li Fan's words astonished everyone present. Was this fellow truly so selfless, so benevolent? Moreover, their elder on Namek was on the brink of death, and granting this wish would be a beacon of hope for the Namekians. While Li Fan had previously made wishes concerning immortality and the like, the Namekians had kept their discontent hidden beneath the surface, though they were, in truth, somewhat displeased initially. One might have perceived Li Fan as a rather selfish individual. However, the present circumstances paint an entirely different picture. Remarkably, they had never contemplated this issue before. Using the Dragon Balls to restore the elder's youth. Thank you so much, brother Li Fan, Dandy exclaimed, her eyes brimming with gratitude. What are you thanking me for? I merely borrowed your Dragon Balls now. Swiftly make your wish. Li Fan replied with a smile. At this moment, his abilities could be deemed extraordinarily formidable. Unlike other transmigrators who arrived in the Dragon Ball universe with some sort of system, Li Fan believed that simply being in this world, endowed with the Dragon Balls and the Saiyan bloodline, constituted the ultimate advantage. Who needs a system? Moreover, Li Fan secretly rejoiced in not having one. Otherwise, he might have been enslaved by it, facing annihilation for failing to complete trivial tasks. His greatest aspiration was to navigate the Dragon Ball world without constraints, living freely and relishing the joy of combat. Let us restore the Elder of Namek to his youthful state, Dandy proclaimed, speaking in Namekian to the Eternal Dragon. This wish is exceedingly simple. The dragon, Polunga, responded in an instant. A crimson beam shot from Polunga's eyes, racing towards the distant elder. This wish was indeed remarkably straightforward. While the creator of the Dragon Balls cannot wish for themselves, wishes made on behalf of others yield a different outcome. From Li Fan's perspective, the elder at the peak of his powers would undoubtedly possess astonishing combat prowess. While he may not surpass Frieza, it is reasonable to assume his power level would range in the millions or even tens of millions. This also served to reciprocate the Namekians' generosity towards him, as he had already utilized 2 wishes and thus owed them 1 in return. As long as the elder remained, no threats could possibly endanger the Namekians, barring those of Frieza's caliber, such as Vegeta or the Ginyu Force. Simultaneously, the beam emitted by the dragon reached the elder, enveloping him in its radiant glow. Instantly, he transformed, his appearance revitalized, vibrant green and brimming with life. Under the profound influence of this mystical energy, the elder's aged visage underwent remarkable transformation, with wrinkles fading and his formerly dark and sallow skin Becoming lush and full of vitality, his atrophied muscles began to swell at an astonishing rate. What is happening? The elder gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. In a surprising turn of events, the elder, who had once been confined to his seat, stood up with newfound vigor. Beneath the venerable elder, a robust Namekian stood in stunned silence. He could hardly believe that the elder had undergone such a remarkable transformation. It was truly astonishing. The elder's physique had grown immensely, and at this moment, having regained his youth, an aura of unparalleled terror emanated from him. I never anticipated that the last wish of that Saiyan would be for me to reclaim my youth. He mused, this overwhelming sensation of vitality is utterly breathtaking. The elder gazed at his own hands, marveling at the change, though he had never contemplated the notion of restoring his youth. Now that he had truly experienced it, he realized how exhilarating that feeling could be. In an instant, the elder's perspective underwent a profound transformation. Neru, let us venture outside and behold the world, he said with a smile. Gulp. Neru, originally tasked with safeguarding the elder, found himself struggling to swallow at the sight before him. It was simply too astonishing. The elder's aura was nothing short of remarkable. It is the elder. In the next moment, a smile spread across Neru's face. The elder's rejuvenation signified that the calamities threatening their Namekian planet might no longer be disasters at all. Chapter 3. In the open space, the dragon Polunga announced from his lofty perch. Very well, your wishes have been granted until we meet again. With that, Polunga's colossal form transformed instantaneously into 7 beams of light, shooting off into the distance. Li Fan, witnessing this, smiled to himself. At this point, he had advanced beyond the storyline, utilizing the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desires, and the elder had regained his youth. In a certain sense, he had altered history itself. However, what of it? After all, he now possessed an almost immortal regenerative ability, marking an impeccable beginning, would it not? Even if the narrative had shifted, what did it matter? In the realm of Dragon Balls, strength ultimately dictated the outcome. The once ominous skies dissipated in an instant. Simultaneously, Li Fan sensed an extraordinarily powerful aura approaching him. Soon after, 2 figures descended nearby. As Li Fan turned to look, he discovered that the elder had indeed returned to his youthful state, and that formidable energy radiated from him. Elder! Elder! The Namekians erupted with excitement, their eyes filled with fervor, for their elder had regained his youth, and their planet was once again imbued with hope. In their eyes, the elder was an invincible presence. Ah, young Saiyan, I am grateful to you for restoring my youth in return. I invite you to approach me, so that I may unlock your potential. Moreover, with my youth restored, the enhancement of my abilities shall be even more profound. The elder gazed at Li Fan as he spoke. Unlocking potential? That sounds splendid. Upon arriving at planet Namek, Li Fan's sole purpose was to seek the Dragon Balls, and yet he had completely overlooked the elder's remarkable skill in potential enhancement. Had the elder not mentioned it, he might have forgotten this crucial detail altogether. Furthermore, it appears that the elder's capability to unlock potential has indeed advanced. It seems that all occurrences are interconnected by cause and effect. Due to his assistance with the Dragon Balls in restoring the elder's youth, Li Fan would consequently receive a greater enhancement of his own potential. Without any hesitation, Li Fan promptly approached the elder. The elder placed his hand on Li Fan's head. Immediately, a surge of energy flowed directly into Li Fan's body. In an instant, Li Fan felt as if his body was filled with power, and this power was gradually increasing. After a while, the elder finally withdrew his hand. Li Fan looked at his hands in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected that his strength could increase so much. Originally, his battle power was only 10,000. Now it seemed to have reached nearly 1 million. The elder's potential development was truly terrifying. Your potential is like a black hole, boundless, but I can only help you to this point, the elder said to Li Fan. Thank you, I already feel very satisfied. Li Fan expressed his gratitude to the elder. To be honest, a battle power of 1 million might not be enough in the Dragon Ball world. However, it should be noted that this is just the beginning. He originally only had 10,000 battle power. He came here to make a wish with the Dragon Balls, and had not undergone any training yet. Now, with just the elder unlocking some potential, he had reached 1 million battle power. Plus, he gained the ability of infinite regeneration and instant transmission. It could be said that, without a system, Li Fan still utilized what he could in the Dragon Ball world to achieve an almost perfect start. Next, it would depend on what Li Fan would do. Of course, without the constraints of a system, Li Fan now felt incredibly free, without the need to undertake any tasks. All he had to do was find ways to improve his strength. However, even though Li Fan's strength had increased, now possessing around 1 million battle power, when facing the Elder, he still felt as if he was facing the vast ocean. Indeed, the Elder lived up to his title. His battle power was definitely not as simple as a few million. Elder, I wonder if you know the approximate location of Earth? Li Fan pondered for a moment and asked the Elder. Yes, that's right. Li Fan was now thinking about going to Earth. After all, even though he was now a Saiyan, he was still an Earthling in his past life, so he felt a sense of familiarity with Earth. Moreover, since Frieza probably still had some time before reaching Namek, and with his ability to instantaneously travel, he wasn't worried about being late. Earth? I know about that. The Elder immediately informed Li Fan of the approximate location and coordinates of Earth. After all, now that Li Fan had instant transmission, he only needed to know the direction and coordinates. There was no place in the universe he couldn't reach. Li Fan then began to use instant transmission. Whoosh. Although it was his first time using it, Li Fan executed it smoothly. In an instant, Li Fan's figure vanished from his original spot like a ghost. At this moment, on Earth, the entire planet appeared very desolate. Earth was facing an unprecedented crisis. A towering tree stood majestically in one place, reaching into the clouds. The entire Earth had completely turned into a desert. Son Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and others were painfully lying on the ground. It is worth mentioning that Piccolo in this timeline seemed not to have died. However, today, they faced an unprecedented crisis. At the same time, Sun Wukong was panting as he looked at a Saiyan who bore a striking resemblance to him. The Saiyan Dales had turned their Earth into this state. Kakarot, haven't you realized yet? If that's the case, then you can die. Dale sneered. He didn't take Sun Wukong seriously at all. Chapter 4 Whoosh. A gust of wind howled by, and the entire scene was in chaos. Now, the only one who could fight Dales was Sun Wukong. A cruel smile appeared on Dale's face. He had given Kakarot face by letting him join his army, but who knew this guy wouldn't show any respect. For people like this, Dales only had one principle: annihilation. So you can die. After Dales finished speaking, he immediately extended his palm towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! A bright energy ball gathered in his hand. Whoosh! The energy ball shot towards Sun Wukong like a cannonball. Cough cough. There's no way out. I can only use that. Roar. The next moment, Sun Wukong let out a loud shout. Kaioken. A crimson aura instantly gathered around Sun Wukong. After using Kaioken, he appeared somewhat fierce, his veins bulged. And although Kaioken could amplify his strength several times in a short period, it also placed a tremendous burden on his body. The higher the multiplier, the greater the pressure on his body. But now, facing a formidable opponent like Dales, he could only use Kaioken to deal with him. Meanwhile, the energy ball had already reached Sun Wukong's front, just a short distance away. Dale squinted, as if he could already see Sun Wukong being blasted to pieces by his energy ball. However, the next moment, his cruel smile abruptly stopped and began to freeze. Because something that shocked him happened. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! His energy ball was actually batted away by Sun Wukong, exploding in the distance. What? How is this possible? Kakarot, you bastard, you really don't know when to die. Seeing this, Dales couldn't hold back any longer and let out a furious roar, charging towards Sun Wukong like a ghost. In his mind, Sun Wukong definitely couldn't have increased his strength in such a short moment. And what he just used was definitely Sun Wukong's last bit of power to bat away his energy ball. So now he had to deal with the troublesome Sun Wukong with a thunderous method. Dale's belief was, those who follow me prosper, and those who oppose me perish. Facing Dale's attack, Sun Wukong showed no hesitation. After all, the burden on his body from the Kaioken form was too great. Therefore, he couldn't hold out for long. He aimed for a quick resolution. Whoosh! Sun Wukong charged towards Dales. Bang! Bang bang bang! In an instant, the two figures collided fiercely. Then various punches and kicks were unleashed. Bang bang bang! Whoosh! Boom! The surrounding space trembled continuously, occasionally emitting bursts of sonic booms. The two fought here while Son Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo were hiding in the distance with little battle power left, watching. Everyone's attention was on the battle between Sun Wukong and the overwhelming Dales. Darius was eager to eliminate the troublesome Sun Wukong, so he didn't choose to climb up right now and eat the spirit tree fruits. Therefore, they didn't notice that a figure had already arrived at this place, and at the fastest speed, he reached the hollow of the spirit tree where the spirit tree fruits were growing. The man was Li Fan, but he didn't expect that his trip to Earth would coincide with Darius' storyline. Moreover, Darius and Sun Wukong were still in constant battle. Wasn't this a complete advantage for him? Inside the hollow, there hung over 100 crimson spirit tree fruits, their fragrance and color very enticing. Gulp. Upon seeing this, Li Fan couldn't help but swallow. Damn it, this opening is simply too enjoyable. His luck was through the roof, starting with a Dragon Ball wish, then potential development. And now he even stumbled upon the spirit tree fruits. Furthermore, these spirit tree fruits are not simple. According to King Kai of the North, this thing can only be consumed by gods. He never expected it would benefit him. Thinking of this, Li Fan gathered all the spirit tree fruits into his possession. Li Fan didn't rush to eat them all right now. After all, there was no need to hurry at this moment. Moreover, with his current battle power of 1,000,000, dealing with the situation before him was more than enough. Boom! At that moment, a roaring sound came out, and immediately after, a black figure quickly flew into the scene. It was undoubtedly Dale's. However, once Dale's arrived, his expression changed. Spirit tree fruit? Where's my spirit tree fruit? Did you do this? Dale shouted angrily. Li Fan had no intention of denying it, shrugged, and said, "Yes, it was me. What can you do about it? You bastard. Go to hell." Dales was truly furious at this moment. Damn it, I finally managed to grow the spirit tree fruit. And you just ate it? This is too hateful. Therefore, Dales, disregarding everything, fiercely shot an energy ball at Li Fan. He wanted Li Fan to know that his spirit tree fruit was not so easy to eat. Whoosh! The energy ball moved extremely fast and was filled with heat, as if it would explode upon contact. However, to Li Fan, Dales's fierce energy ball was almost like air. "Hmph, is that all?" Li Fan sneered, and then swung his fist to face the energy ball head-on. Chapter 5. Boom. What happened next left Dales dumbfounded. His incredibly fierce energy ball was actually shattered by Li Fan's fist. However, Dales was currently in a rage and couldn't care less about that. Moreover, he didn't believe that Li Fan could eat all the spirit fruits in such a short time. He must have hidden them. "Damn it, I won't let you go. Quickly hand over the spirit tree fruit." Dale shouted loudly. "Get it back to you?" "Sorry, there's no such thing as that here." Li Fan shrugged and said. At the same time, Sun Wukong had already flown up. He had just been ambushed by Dales during their battle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he directly came into the tree hole. However, upon entering the tree hole, Sun Wukong discovered that Li Fan and Dales were in a standoff. Who is this guy? Sun Wukong scratched his head, realizing he had never known such a character. Moreover, importantly, he saw the tail coiled around Li Fan's waist. This guy is a Saiyan. Sun Wukong thought. Immediately, Sun Wukong felt a hint of wariness towards this Li Fan. After all, aside from himself, there wasn't a single good Saiyan that came to Earth. For example, there were Vegeta and Nappa before, and now there's Dallas. So Sun Wukong instinctively regarded Li Fan as an invader of Earth in an instant. Just dealing with Dallas was already giving Sun Wukong a headache. And now there's another Saiyan, Li Fan. Instantly, Sun Wukong's heart began to grow increasingly wary. If he had to deal with both at the same time, he had no chance of winning. However, at this moment, Dallas was already glaring in anger. Not expecting that Li Fan would actually refuse to hand over the spirit tree's fruit, he was immediately furious. Well then, since he refused to give it up, he could only die. After Dallas finished speaking, a flash of light shone in his eyes, and then, like lightning, he charged fiercely towards Li Fan. Facing Dallas's attack, Li Fan felt no pressure at all, although he had just arrived in the Dragon Ball world and possessed a combat power of over 1,000,000. What he lacked was combat experience, so he didn't have the thought of instantly killing Dallas right from start. Of course, with a combat power of 1,000,000, Li Fan could easily achieve that. Li Fan also charged fiercely towards Dallas. Bang! In an instant, the two figures collided violently in the tree hole. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, the sound of collisions began to echo, and streams of energy spread out in all directions. Both of them utilized speed-based techniques, their speed increasing rapidly, and their punches growing heavier with each strike. Dallas's current thought was to kill this annoying guy, Li Fan, but he didn't expect that in this exchange. Li Fan's strength was so formidable. Watching the intense battle between the two, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows from a distance. He realized that Li Fan's combat power was actually not inferior to Dallas's, although it seemed that Li Fan was slightly lacking in combat experience. It was undeniable that Li Fan's strength seemed to be on par with Dallas's, or even surpassing it. Fortunately, Li Fan and Dallas were currently in a hostile state. Otherwise, if the two teamed up, Earth would be in great danger today. Bang, bang, bang. As time passed, the battle between Li Fan and Dallas escalated. Their clash moved from the tree hole to outside, continuously colliding in midair. Swish, swish, swish. Waves of energy spread out from the two as the surrounding air trembled due to their battle, creating an unapproachable atmosphere. During the fight with Dallas, Li Fan gradually felt more and more at ease. From initially being passive to now actively attacking, this indicated that Li Fan was adapting to combat in this body. And surprisingly, this battle brought him an incredibly refreshing feeling that he couldn't experience in his past life. No wonder Sun Wukong and others loved fighting so much. Indeed, Saiyans are Saiyans, a naturally combat-oriented race. They have a unique advantage in fighting. Meanwhile, Dallas was secretly lamenting. He realized that Li Fan was completely using him as a stepping stone. From initially being passive to now this, it gave Dallas an overwhelming sense of panic. Especially since the power Li Fan unleashed was not inferior to his own, and even stronger in some aspects. Suddenly, Dallas woke up from his rage. He couldn't continue to drag it out like this. If it went on, he would likely be finished, and there was still a cockroach watching not far away. If those two teamed up, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Dallas began to have thoughts of retreating, and once such thoughts arise in battle, one is already lost. He had lost all hope for this fight, and instantly fell into a completely passive situation, while Li Fan's attacks grew increasingly fierce, forcing Dallas to retreat continuously. Chapter 6 now. A flash of light shone in Li Fan's eyes, and in a lightning-fast manner. He delivered a ferocious punch that shattered all of Dallas's defenses. Bang! The punch struck Dallas right in the abdomen. At this moment, Li Fan had already unleashed even more combat power than before. Therefore, this punch was not easy to endure. Pua! Dallas was sent flying several meters back by Li Fan's punch. Cough, 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 you bastard! Ouch, that hurts so much. Dallas painfully clutched his stomach. Hmph. You know pain now, Dallas, Li Fan said with interest. However, even though he had exchanged a few moves with Dallas and got familiar with his fighting style, Dallas's combat experience was definitely not as rich as Sun Wukong's. After all, a guy who relied on the spirit tree's fruit to enhance his combat power. How strong could his combat experience be? Amazing. Sun Wukong was wide-eyed, completely stunned. Of course, he didn't think he was a match for Li Fan. Just looking at Dallas made that clear. However, the more this happened, the more impulsive Sun Wukong felt, wanting to go up and have a fight with Li Fan. Although he knew he wasn't Li Fan's opponent right now. But as everyone knows, Sun Wukong is a true martial arts enthusiast. Fighting against a master is his favorite thing to do. You bastard. All right then, next time, I will definitely crush you to pieces. Dallas threatened, and the next moment, a white aura erupted from Dallas, and then he flew away at an extremely fast speed. This is a bit interesting. Too bad. Seeing this, a smirk appeared on Li Fan's face as he coldly said, swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Dallas pushed his speed to the limit. In his view, although Li Fan's combat power was significantly stronger than his, he believed that if he exerted his maximum speed, he could still escape. As for Li Fan, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later. For now, it was more important to save his life. However, Dallas was destined to be disappointed. After he flew a considerable distance, a look of relief appeared on his face. And at that moment, what? Dallas, do you think you can escape? A voice entered Dallas's ears, causing his smile to freeze. Because he found that Li Fan had appeared right in front of him. What the hell kind of speed is this? Dallas said in terror. However, the instinct to survive made him quickly make a new judgment. Without hesitation, Darius changed direction and exerted his maximum strength towards another direction. Whoosh! However, Darius had not flown very far when Li Fan appeared in front of him like a ghost. Oh my goodness! Why is this guy so fast? You bastard! I'm going to fight you, Darius said angrily. At that moment, Darius no longer chose to run away, because he knew that escaping now would be completely meaningless. Who knows what special abilities this Li Fan has? His speed is unbelievably fast. Now, Darius had only one choice left. That was to fight Li Fan to the death. Yes, to fight to the death. Give me your life. Huh, Darius roared, and then charged fiercely at Li Fan. Whoosh, filled with endless rage. He arrived in front of Li Fan in an instant. Bang, a heavy punch struck. However, Li Fan didn't take Darius's punch seriously at all. Bang, he directly grabbed Darius's fist. Suddenly, Darius's expression changed. All the power in his fist vanished. Could it be that this guy was hiding his fighting strength? Darius, it turns out you're only this capable. What's the matter? Do you still want to fight me to the death? Li Fan said with a smile. However, to Darius, this smile looked almost like that of a devil. It was terrifying. Could it be that I didn't wash my hands after going to the toilet this morning, causing my luck to be so bad today? Bang! In the next moment, Li Fan's fist struck hard at Darius's abdomen. Puffed. A painful sensation instantly spread from his abdomen, quickly coursing through his entire body. Darius's face was filled with agony. Get down, you! After Li Fan said this, he immediately kicked Darius again. Bang! Whoosh! Darius's body was violently kicked down. Bang! Finally, he crashed to the ground. Darius's body even sank directly into the surface. At this moment, Sun Wukong also arrived here and witnessed this scene. Damn it! Who is this suddenly appearing Saiyan? Why is his strength so strong? Although Sun Wukong really wanted to intervene, his rationality told him not to do so. If this guy were to attack Earth, then Earth would really be in trouble. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong forcibly suppressed his urge to act. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, Darius finally staggered up from the ground. However, at this time, Li Fan had already landed in front of Darius. He was watching Darius with interest. Chapter 7. You bastard. Although Darius was still trying to act tough, he was genuinely afraid now. Me? What about me? Li Fan looked at Darius with a cold smile, curious to see what else this guy could come up with. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and Dales deeply understood one thing. If he wanted to escape, the guy in front of him would definitely be able to catch up. Thud! A shocking event occurred that surprised Sun Wukong and Li Fan. The mighty Saiyan Dales actually knelt down in front of Li Fan. Nanny? What are you doing? Li Fan exclaimed. Please, have mercy and spare me. I beg you. Dales looked genuinely sincere. It completely masked the arrogance he had just displayed. Spare you? Li Fan had never considered that option. Just then, a fierce glint flashed in Dale's eyes. Taking advantage of Li Fan's moment of inattention, an energy beam quickly formed in his hand. Die, you bastard! Dale shouted, his movements as swift as lightning. In an instant, the energy beam he shot out at full force fiercely struck toward Li Fan. Nanny? Damn it. This guy actually launched a sneak attack? I was careless. Li Fan realized this at that moment, but it was too late to dodge. Thud! The energy beam wasn't very large in area, but its penetrating power was extremely strong. The energy beam struck true and directly pierced through Li Fan's shoulder. Although Li Fan had strong combat power, he had not reached the level where he could ignore all attacks. Thus, completely unprepared, he was ultimately successfully ambushed by Dales. A painful sensation immediately spread throughout his body. Even with his regenerative abilities, he could not avoid the feeling of being injured. This was the first time Li Fan experienced such a sensation. It was truly uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. You little thief, you stole my spirit fruit tree, and now you're so arrogant. Do you see this? This is your fate. Dales instantly felt incredibly proud. His earlier plea for mercy was merely a ruse to lower Li Fan's guard, allowing him to launch a fatal strike. He never expected that Li Fan would actually fall for his sneak attack. And now, with Li Fan's shoulder pierced, how could he possibly be Dale's opponent? Ha ha! Hand over the spirit fruit to me right now. Dale shouted arrogantly while pointing at Li Fan. Little did he know, Li Fan's wound was healing at an incredibly fast speed. Initially, Li Fan was covering his wound with one hand, but at this moment, Li Fan finally let out a sigh of relief and showed a faint smile. Indeed, the regenerative ability is amazing. Nanny, how can you? Dales was stunned at the sight before him. What did he see? The Li Fan, who had just been pierced in the shoulder, had healed in an instant? Was he witnessing some kind of monster? What a terrifying ability. Could it be similar to Piccolo's ability to regenerate lost limbs? Not far away, Sun Wukong was also extremely surprised by this scene. Dales, congratulations, you've successfully angered me, so now you will face my wrath. Li Fan said coldly. Just now, Dale's attack had pierced his shoulder, and afterward, thanks to his unlimited regeneration ability, his combat power had significantly increased. However, Li Fan would not thank Dales for this. Damn it, this bastard actually launched a sneak attack. Therefore, it was impossible not to teach him a lesson and eliminate him. Dales finally panicked. He immediately charged at Li Fan. Unfortunately, Li Fan was a bit irritated at this moment. Initially, he intended to spare this guy for the sake of being Saiyan. But now it seemed like this guy was asking for death. Bang! Li Fan's fist was faster and fiercer than Dale's. He directly punched Dales in the abdomen. To be precise, at that moment, Li Fan unleashed at least 100,000 in combat power. and with that punch to Dale's abdomen, there was a loud thud. Li Fan's fist actually pierced through Dale's body. Thud! You! Dale's hadn't finished his sentence before his eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness. Hiss! Sun Wukong couldn't help but gasp in shock upon witnessing this. This Li Fan is quite a fierce character. He actually took down Darius with a single punch? Then, if this guy were to deal with Earth, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, even Sun Wukong, who is obsessed with martial arts, became increasingly wary. What a terrifying guy. Where did this guy come from? So scary. At this moment, Klin, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo, who were seriously injured earlier, arrived here after eating the senza beans and happened to witness the current scene. They were all stunned. The arrogant Dales, who even Sun Wukong couldn't completely defeat, was killed by Li Fan in an instant. This is too crazy. Too terrifying. The three of them exchanged glances, fearing that Li Fan would deal with them at any moment. Bang! Li Fan pulled out his arm and then kicked Darius's body away fiercely. What trash? Chapter 8. Who are you? What do you want here? Sun Wukong asked, pointing at Li Fan with great caution. What do I want? Sun Wukong. I said I just came to Earth to have some fun. Do you believe me? Don't worry about what I'm doing. You guys should figure out how to solve the current crisis on Earth first. Li Fan said, crossing his arms. The crisis on Earth, right? We need the Dragon Balls now. Sun Wukong also reacted at this moment, and upon hearing Li Fan's words, the relatively naive Sun Wukong subconsciously lowered his guard against Li Fan. That guy the god seems to have gathered all the Dragon Balls. At this moment, Piccolo coldly said, of course, his relationship with that god was still quite bad. However, seeing this, Li Fan was also a bit curious. Why is it that in this timeline, Piccolo hasn't died? According to the original Dragon Ball, Piccolo should have been killed by Vegeta and the others. But now Piccolo is alive and well. Moreover, Dale seems to only appear in the Dragon Ball movies, and during this period, Son Goku actually knows how to use the Kaioken. This indicates that they have already gone through the phase where Vegeta came to Earth. But they haven't reached the storyline of going to Namek yet. Coupled with the fact that Piccolo hasn't died, it can only mean that this might be a derived parallel timeline. However, it's unclear how things will develop later. Nevertheless, Li Fan expressed that he didn't care about these matters at all. After all, as long as his fists were strong, it didn't matter what timeline it was. Therefore, Li Fan didn't dwell on this issue, but instead followed Son Goku and the others to the heavenly realm. Although Son Goku and the others were still somewhat wary of Li Fan, they now knew that he wasn't there to destroy Earth. So they didn't think about it any further. After all, under the influence of the Tree of Might, the entire Earth had already entered a stage of desertification. Without the Dragon Balls, Earth would turn into a dead planet. This is undoubtedly the case. Hey, why are you all so fast? Wait for me. At that moment, a female voice came from behind, and Li Fan instinctively stopped and turned around. He discovered that a beautiful girl was piloting a plane, following behind the crowd. Although she was inside the plane, Li Fan could tell that this girl had purple hair. Without a doubt, this person must be the wealthy beauty Bulma from the Dragon Ball world. Bulma also noticed the unfamiliar figure. In an instant, she looked a bit dazed. So handsome. Originally, she thought Goku was handsome enough, but unexpectedly, this person was even more handsome than Goku. Of course, Li Fan just took a glance and then continued to fly away. Before long, everyone had arrived in the heavenly realm. Li Fan also encountered the god of heaven and Korin. Sure enough, it was just as he had imagined. Of course, everyone's attention was now completely on the Dragon Balls, and Li Fan had become just a bystander. However, Li Fan didn't mind at the moment, as Earth was at a critical point of life and death, which was quite normal. The 7 Dragon Balls were placed on the open ground. The Dragon Balls on Earth are indeed much smaller than those on Namek. However, how should I put it? The Dragon Balls on Earth still have some functions that are more powerful than those on Namek. For example, the Dragon Balls on Earth can revive many people at once, while those on Namek cannot achieve such an effect. However, the limitation of the Dragon Balls on Earth is that a person can only be revived once, whereas there is no such restriction on Namek. One could say that both have their own strengths. Come forth, Shinron, and grant my wish. Sun Wukong shouted at the Dragon Balls. In an instant, the world changed dramatically. The 7 Dragon Balls shot out dazzling rays of light accompanied by bolts of lightning. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the dragon of Earth appeared high in the sky. Li Fan crossed his arms and observed this dragon, but the next moment, he expressed no interest. If he had never seen the dragon from Namek, he might have been very surprised, but now he found it quite ordinary. As for why he came here, he was a bit curious because Piccolo was not dead, So would these people go to Namek like in Dragon Ball Z? This is what Li Fan wants to know. Or rather, during this time, will there be other reasons for Bix's continued death? After a long time, the sky returned to its original blue, and the dragon transformed into 7 rays of light scattering in all directions toward the earth. With a wish made on the Dragon Balls, the earth finally returned to its former appearance. Huh, handsome, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? At this moment, Bulma couldn't help but start flirting with Li Fan. Of course, faced with such a beautiful woman, Li Fan didn't shy away. Smiling as he said, "My name is Li Fan, and I'm also a Saiyan." Nanny? A Saiyan? Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression was still somewhat unnatural. After all, in her impression, Saiyans were not exactly good people. For example, the previous Vegeta and Nappa, and this time, Dallas, which one of them was a good person, right? Li Fan, I just happen to want to ask you. At this moment, Sun Wukong walked up beside Li Fan and said, Chapter 9, feel free to ask. Li Fan shrugged and said, after all, the Sun Wukong in front of him was his idol in his previous life. Although sometimes he could be a bit thick-headed, it cannot be denied that all the youthful passion he had was instilled by this guy. What is your purpose for coming to Earth? You killed that bastard Dales, which shows that your strength is incredibly terrifying. However, you haven't done anything bad since you came to Earth. Once Sun Wukong said this, everyone looked towards Li Fan in unison. Haha, just like you, Sun Wukong. I'm also a peace-loving Saiyan. Of course, from a certain perspective, Li Fan's words were indeed factual. After all, he was originally an Earthling in his previous life, and after coming to the Dragon Ball world, he naturally regarded Earth as his home. However, when facing other aliens, he couldn't guarantee that he would show mercy. Nanny? A peace-loving Saiyan? As soon as Li Fan said this, everyone's faces were filled with doubt, but due to Li Fan's terrifying strength, they didn't dare to say anything. Hesitation. Seeing this, Li Fan sneered and said, Hmph, if I were like them, would you have the chance to make wishes with the Dragon Balls? All right. So, you really aren't a bad person after all. Hello, I am Sun Wukong. After realizing that Li Fan was not a bad person, Sun Wukong smiled and introduced himself. Li Fan also introduced himself to everyone. By the way, Wukong, do you guys have any thoughts about going to Namek? Li Fan immediately asked with curiosity. When Li Fan mentioned the words Namek, Piccolo, and the Supreme Kai showed strange expressions. Of course, it was only the two of them. After all, they had only recently learned that they were Namekians, and they were very nostalgic about their homeland. Namek? Piccolo's hometown? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Earlier, when Vegeta and the others came to Earth, they seemed to have mentioned Namekians. What are we going to do on Namek? Sun Wukong asked in return. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Li Fan expressed some surprise and was speechless. Originally, Li Fan wanted to say, if you don't go to Namek, how will you become a Super Saiyan? But he didn't say it. Forget it. Since these guys don't want to go to Namek, let them be. Just right. Li Fan also wanted to see how things would develop. I was just asking, huh? Li Fan shrugged and said, anyway, it's none of my business. No need to worry. Of course, Li Fan now has instant transmission and knows the location and coordinates of Namek. To Li Fan, although Namek is far away, it feels like it's right in front of him. No, I want to go to Namek and take a look. At this moment, Piccolo stepped forward and said, what? Everyone was very surprised. Little Gohan ran to the front of Piccolo and asked, Uncle Piccolo, what do you want to do on Namek? Yeah, Piccolo. Krillin also echoed. Originally, Piccolo had always been a figure they feared, but after these few battles, Krillin was no longer afraid of Piccolo. This guy just seems aloof on the surface. But in reality, he's a good person. That's my hometown over there. I want to go back and take a look. Piccolo said softly. Hee. Isn't that easy to arrange? Let's do it then. How about we all go to Namek together? We can check out Piccolo's hometown and treat it as a space trip. At this moment, Sun Wukong said with a smile, space travel? That's a pretty good idea. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, everyone started to get excited. However, Li Fan was completely taken aback. Damn it, he had only asked casually, but unexpectedly he had indirectly become the catalyst for the plot. Goodness, it seems things are going to develop in the original direction again. But this also seems pretty good. After all, this is quite beneficial for Li Fan, who is familiar with the plot. Although he didn't really care much about it, Li Fan came here without the constraints of the system, pursuing power, even the strongest in the entire universe, free and unrestrained. So, no matter how things develop, it doesn't matter. The key point is that the upcoming battle with Frieza is what he truly looks forward to. But how to get to Namek? Bulma directly pointed out the main issue. A spaceship? But Earth's technology is still far from that level. Well, I should have a spaceship. At this moment, the celestial being spoke. What? Vic was also very surprised to hear this. The celestial being has a spaceship? Why didn't he know about it? This old guy. Why didn't you mention you have a spaceship earlier, God? Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Immediately, everyone followed Bobo to fetch the spaceship from God. However, Li Fan did not follow these guys. Only Li Fan, God, and Piccolo remained at the scene. The atmosphere was a bit strange. God, I heard you have a hyperbolic time chamber. I wonder if I could borrow it. Li Fan broke the silence and said to God. The hyperbolic time chamber was something Li Fan had just remembered. Chapter 10. How do you know about this? God asked in surprise. Logically, this alien Li Fan shouldn't know about such things. Hearing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow but said nothing. After all, Li Fan's strength was too terrifying for him to provoke. Don't worry about how I know. Just let me borrow it. Li Fan was too lazy to argue with God. The hyperbolic time chamber is located in the temple. In the original Dragon Ball, it was this room that greatly enhanced many Dragon Ball warriors' powers. It is fully equipped with food, water, and space. The air is thin, extremely hot, with temperatures ranging from 50 degrees Celsius to minus 40 degrees Celsius, and gravity is 10 times that of normal, with space as vast as Earth. Those with weak willpower and unfocused minds are prone to hallucinations. Interestingly, a year spent there only equates to a day in the outside world, making it a truly excellent training ground. He needed to enter the hyperbolic time chamber to train properly. After all, he hadn't trained since arriving in this world. So, this was a good opportunity to train a bit, which would be helpful when dealing with that Frieza guy. Moreover, he mainly wanted to experience the loot he obtained earlier. The fruit of the Tree of Might. All right, I'll take you there, God said helplessly. He then led Li Fan to a room deep within the temple. This is an ancient door. Inside is the world of the hyperbolic time chamber. But I must tell you that each person can only stay inside for 2 years in their lifetime. If you exceed this limit, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber will disappear, and you will never be able to come out. The deity explained to Li Fan. Understood. Understood. Li Fan nodded. After all, having watched Dragon Ball countless times in his past life, how could he not know this rule? Of course, it seems that this rule only applied during Dragon Ball Z. By the time of Dragon Ball Super, this rule appeared to be completely broken. Clang! Li Fan immediately opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber and walked in. At first, it was the temple of the hyperbolic time chamber, where there was food and everything. Li Fan took a glance and continued walking forward. A vast, boundless world of white appeared before Li Fan's eyes, and he immediately felt the thin air and a stuffy sensation. His feet also began to feel heavy. Sure enough, it was 10 times the gravity. Of course, with Li Fan's current battle power, it was still very easy. Not to mention that planet Vegeta had 10 times the gravity of Earth. Immediately, Li Fan used the flight technique to soar into the air, flying toward the center of the hyperbolic time chamber world. Finally, Li Fan landed on the ground. At the same time, he took out the fruit of the spirit tree. As for how he had stored the spirit tree fruit earlier, it must be said that the original body of Li Fan was sent to a magical treasure on that planet. A small bag was taken out by Li Fan. This thing actually resembles the storage bags from various cultivation novels he had seen in his past life. It can hold a lot of things. However, in the Dragon Ball world, this is not something surprising at all. The magical universal capsules from Earth are the real spatial artifacts that are everywhere. However, for Li Fan right now, this isn't really the time for such things. Immediately, he opened the storage bag and took out a fruit from the Tree of Spirit. Wow, as expected of the Tree of Spirit fruit. The crimson fruit emitted an enchanting aroma, but it gave him an even more sacred feeling. It was as if just eating one would grant him infinite enhancement. This is the spirit tree fruit. It is said to be a fruit that only deities can consume. Nowadays, it has become a bargain for Li Fan. To actually find the spirit tree fruit so easily is quite unbelievable. I can't hold back anymore. Li Fan looked at the spirit tree fruit in his hand, and he was almost drooling. Immediately, he finished it off in just a few bites. After swallowing a spirit tree fruit, Li Fan couldn't help but widen his eyes. My God, this feeling is simply one of wanting to live and wanting to die, like I'm about to ascend to heaven. Just as he finished eating the entire fruit, a massive warm current surged from his feet all the way to the top of his head. It felt absolutely amazing. Li Fan clenched his fist, closed his eyes, and began to sense the changes within his body. A wave of heat spread throughout his body, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. After a while, Li Fan opened his eyes again, his face full of smiles. He felt as if every bone and meridian in his body had been thoroughly washed by a rich source of energy. This is simply a miraculous remedy. Moreover, just with one spirit tree fruit, Li Fan felt a significant boost in his combat power. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Li Fan smiled as he looked at the bag of mustard seeds in his hand. Saiyan's appetites are no joke. Even hundreds or thousands of them are nothing to Li Fan. Having just eaten one spirit tree fruit, the taste was simply indescribable, and more importantly, the benefits it brought were numerous. Immediately, Li Fan sat cross-legged and began to savor the spirit tree fruit in his hand. However, as he continued, Li Fan felt that the boost from a spirit tree fruit was becoming less significant. It was only then that Li Fan realized that the spirit tree fruit does not continuously provide a high-level boost to combat power. However, even if it's small, it's still a tangible increase in combat power. So, Li Fan didn't feel frustrated at all. Besides the spirit tree fruit, he could continue to cultivate here. Chapter 11 Clang. It's unclear how much time has passed, but the door of the hyperbolic time chamber finally opened slowly again. Nanny? That guy came out? Piccolo frowned and said. Li Fan slowly walked out, but Piccolo, the Supreme Kai, and Bubbles were all very surprised to see him. How to put it? Li Fan's appearance hadn't changed much, but he gave off a very strong vibe. You finally came out, the Supreme Kai said to Li Fan. Although he still had some apprehension towards Li Fan, he didn't dare to say anything. After all, Li Fan's strength was too terrifying. Even Sun Wukong might not be a match for him. Yes, Supreme Kai, but I lost track of time in there. How long has it been outside? Li Fan asked. Not long at all. Sun Wukong and the others just left here. The Supreme Kai replied in detail. I see. Li Fan nodded and said. After all, he still wasn't suited to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. The environment in there was very harsh, and the air was thin. He might have only stayed for just over a month. Considering that, it was normal for Sun Wukong and the others to leave. However, although it was only a month, Li Fan made progress. With the help of the spirit tree fruit and a month of training, at least his combat power now reached around 4 to 5 million. But now, Li Fan felt that it was enough for the time being. At least, he had met the conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, while in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had also tried to transform into a Super Saiyan. He tried to make himself angry. However, since Li Fan had traveled from another world, achieving extreme anger was simply unattainable. So, he couldn't transform at all. Additionally, having watched Dragon Ball Super, Li Fan also knew about another transformation method, which was the Saiyan's transformation method from Universe 6, gathering energy to his back. However, even with this method, he still couldn't transform. In the end, he decisively gave up on that idea. Perhaps what he needed was to fight real strong opponents, like Frieza. So, just how strong are you? At this moment, Piccolo walked over and said to Li Fan. He currently couldn't see through Li Fan at all, but he didn't believe that the gap could be that big. So now, he had the thought of challenging Li Fan. Oh, how strong am I? Do you want to challenge me? Li Fan asked with interest upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, this Piccolo actually had some ability, daring to challenge him. Perhaps, if Piccolo fused with the god, he might be able to spar with him. After all, in the original story, Piccolo had once fused with Nail from Namek and then with the god. Ultimately, during the Cell Saga, Piccolo's strength reached a level where he could crush Android 17. From this, it can be seen that at that time, Piccolo's combat power had already surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. After all, when Vegeta first transformed into a Super Saiyan, he wasn't even a match for Android 18. Yet after fusing with the god, Piccolo's strength could actually reach such a level. It's clear that the fusion of Namekians is also very terrifying. However, from the looks of it now, Piccolo is definitely not his opponent. No, it should be said that he could easily defeat Piccolo. Yes, I want to see your strength, Piccolo said to Li Fan, his eyes filled with fervor. However, this is normal. After all, Piccolo is a combat-type Namekian and is also very obsessed with fighting. Sure, Li Fan nodded and said. He just wanted to see what Piccolo planned to rely on to challenge him. The god. Bobo wanted to say something upon seeing this, but was stopped by the god. The god expressed that he also wanted to see what kind of terrifying level Li Fan's strength had reached. However, did they really think they could see Li Fan's true strength? One could only say it was overestimating themselves. Since that's the case, then I won't hold back. After Piccolo finished speaking, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then his figure moved. His speed was extremely fast. He clenched his fist and launched a heavy punch at Li Fan. Take this. Huh, Piccolo shouted loudly. At the same time, His fist was already crashing towards Li Fan's head. However, seeing this, a smile curved at the corners of Li Fan's mouth. Although Piccolo's punch looked very fast, in his eyes it was simply too slow. Moreover, it was full of weaknesses. Li Fan's figure moved, quick as lightning. In an instant, he dodged Piccolo's punch. And at that moment, Li Fan's fist fiercely struck out. Bang! A punch hit Piccolo's abdomen. Pua! Piccolo's expression changed, instantly clutching his stomach in pain and half kneeling on the ground. So strong. Seeing this, both the god and Bobo broke out in a cold sweat. He was really too strong. He actually managed to knock out Piccolo with one punch. You're not my opponent at all right now. Perhaps, after you fuse with the god, you might be able to fight me. Ha ha! Li Fan laughed loudly, and Li Fan's words made Piccolo develop another thought in his heart. Yes, he really needed strength now. The Saiyans were just too terrifying, and simply relying on his current training would not allow him to keep up with the pace of the Saiyans. Chapter 12, however. It seems like this place is too boring. Why not take a stroll in the cities of Earth? Li Fan thought. After all, he hadn't properly stayed on Earth since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Anyway, he had enough time now. With this in mind, Li Fan immediately vanished from his spot. What kind of technique is this? He could just disappear like that? The god exclaimed in terror upon seeing this. Cough, cough, cough. After a long while, Piccolo finally recovered. Then he stood up and said to the god, "Hey, old man." Hearing this, the god turned around. However, it was clear that he seemed to understand something. "Sai, I knew this day would come. After all, we are originally one body. It's good that you know, but I must state that after fusion, I will be the one in charge." What Li Fan didn't know was that because of his one sentence, the timing of Piccolo and the goddess fusion was completely advanced. Of course, Li Fan did not pay attention to this matter at the moment. Now, he had directly arrived in the largest city on Earth, West City. I have to say, compared to Earth in my previous life, this place is really too prosperous. Skyscrapers rise, cars and people flow, and the nightlife is vibrant. Finally, Li Fan felt a hint of the flavor of his previous life in the Dragon Ball world. Of course, Li Fan understood one thing. In this Dragon Ball world, no matter how prosperous it is, who knows if an energy blast will fall from the sky and directly turn the entire city to dust. Li Fan casually wandered around and eventually arrived at the home of the richest person on Earth, Bulma. Isn't that Li Fan? We didn't see you in the other world just now, and then you came back. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Seeing Li Fan, Bulma ran over enthusiastically and said, I just came over. Why don't you welcome me? Li Fan said playfully, how could I not welcome a handsome guy of your level to my place? Bulma said with a smile. Immediately, Bulma led Li Fan into the house. Afterwards, Li Fan also met the Briefs couple. Indeed, they looked just like he had seen in the anime. Mr. Briefs was a little old man, while Mrs. Briefs had an optimistic personality. Ho ho ho, Bulma, is this your boyfriend? TSK. This young man is really handsome. Even more handsome than Goku. Mrs. Briefs praised Li Fan. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Li Fan. Nice to meet you. Li Fan greeted politely. Wow. The more I look at this young man, the more I like him. He is really a polite young man. Why don't you end up with my Bulma? Mrs. Briefs said with a smile. Hearing this, Bulma couldn't help but blush and quickly said, Mom, what are you talking about? Li Fan is just my friend. Immediately, Bulma pulled Li Fan away quickly to the laboratory, and Li Fan didn't say anything. After all, Bulma is the rich and beautiful girl in the Dragon Ball world. Of course, Li Fan wouldn't force anything. He just preferred to let things happen naturally. Goodness, there is indeed an old spaceship in the laboratory. Li Fan, take a look. This is the Goddess spaceship. I think if I study it, I should be able to get it working in about half a month. Bulma said with a smile. Li Fan nodded. Bulma is indeed a technological genius in the Dragon Ball world. In the future world of Dragon Ball, she even created a time machine. This is enough to illustrate her genius mind. Of course, if you were to go to Namek, he could get there in an instant. However, it seems that the plot hasn't even started yet, and he doesn't really mind when it happens. Staying on Earth, enjoying the beauty, isn't that nice? Bulma, why don't you see if you can add a few gravity training rooms in there? Li Fan said with a smile. After all, Li Fan, who is familiar with the plot, knows that when Sun Wukong goes to Namek, the spaceship is equipped with such devices. Gravity training room? What is that? Bulma asked, having heard the concept for the first time. It's a device that can increase gravity. Let me think. If it could be raised to over 100 times at night, that would be even better. What? Increase gravity? Upon hearing this, Bulma rested her chin on her hand and said, However, if we want to add a few gravity training rooms, the spaceship will have to be a bit bigger. In that case, I can only ask my dad for help. Bulma thought Li Fan's suggestion was feasible, and she was willing to do it. When she thought of it, she immediately went to find her dad, Briefs. Both of them are technological geniuses in this area, so it shouldn't be a problem to make it happen. Meanwhile, Li Fan simply settled down at Bulma's house. After all, he didn't have anywhere else to go. As for the crazy training, it's better take a good rest for a while first. After all, since coming to the Dragon Ball world, he hasn't had a good sleep yet. So for now, Li Fan also gave up on the idea of crazy training. Good sleep is the guarantee of everything. Only by balancing work and rest can one maximize their training. Chapter 13. Time passed quickly, and half a month slipped by quietly. During this half month, Li Fan really enjoyed the feeling of living in a wealthy family. This is really a luxurious life. All kinds of delicacies. No wonder that Vegeta is willing to stay on Earth. Even Li Fan has started to like this lifestyle. Moreover, Bulma often clings to him. And he has realized one thing. In this timeline, Bulma and Yamcha don't have that kind of relationship. It seems that this timeline is indeed different from the original Dragon Ball timeline. However, Li Fan likes this timeline. On this day, the visitors included Son Wukong, Krillin, Piccolo. But Son Gohan didn't come at all. It seems he was forced to stay home and study by Chi-Chi. Kids can't just run around with adults all day. Well, after hearing this news, Li Fan couldn't help but laugh and cry. Indeed, no matter which timeline, Chi-Chi really want Gohan to study hard. What a great potential. It's a pity. Li Fan, I want to challenge you again. At this moment, Piccolo said something that surprised everyone. Could it be that Piccolo has gone crazy? Challenging Li Fan? Oh, this is getting more and more interesting. Li Fan said with a smile. In fact, when Piccolo arrived here, he had already noticed something unusual about him. Compared to before, Piccolo seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. Piccolo, suddenly, Son Wukong looked at Piccolo seriously. He had also noticed this issue. There was an incredibly heavy pressure emanating from Piccolo. He had become stronger. And the only explanation for Piccolo's rapid increase in power in such a short time was one thing. Yes, I merged with that old guy from the Heavenly God. And now, my combat power has undergone a tremendous transformation. Piccolo couldn't help but laugh. I see. Since that's the case, Piccolo, I want to challenge you. Son Wukong's eyes were filled with intense excitement. He didn't expect that Piccolo had actually improved. This is quite a big deal. As a martial arts enthusiast, Son Wukong has been itching for a fight over the past few days. He was just thinking of finding it to spar with. Since that's the case, come on. Son. A curve appeared at the corner of Piccolo's mouth. He has always been no match for Son Wukong, and after the Saiyans arrived on Earth, a seemingly insurmountable gap had opened up between him and Son Wukong, which made him very uncomfortable. After all, in the past, he and Son Wukong were not that far apart. Now, he finally has a chance to reclaim his honor. Nanny, you guys aren't going to Namek? Why do you want to fight as soon as you arrive? Bulma said helplessly. Haha, you know Son Wukong's personality. Don't worry, it's not like we're in a hurry. Li Fan advised. All right then. Hearing Li Fan's words, Bulma finally calmed down. At this moment, Son Wukong and Piccolo had already taken to the air, leaping high into the sky. After all, the city was below, and if they fought down there, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full power. Then I want to see what kind of height Piccolo has reached after merging with the god. Li Fan said, looking at the two in the sky. Of course, according to Li Fan's analysis, in the original story, Piccolo first merged with Nail from Namek, but before that, he was killed by Vegeta and others. And he was training on King Kai's planet. Moreover, according to the situation at the time, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan encountered the dead Jinyu force while training on King Kai's planet. They even defeated the Jinyu force. From this, it can be seen that the original Piccolo was not weak at all. At least he had a battle power of several tens of thousands, right? Later, he merged with Nail on Namek, which allowed him to crush Frieza, who had not yet reached his final form at that time. This indicates that Piccolo had almost reached a battle power of 1,000,000 at that time. And now, he shouldn't be much weaker, right? After all, he and the god were originally one. Come on, Piccolo. Double KO Ken. With a loud shout from Son Goku, crimson energy erupted from his body, and the surrounding air was stirred up. After the previous battle with Dales, Son Goku's battle power had somewhat increased. At this moment, he immediately used the double KO Ken. Son, you are no longer my opponent. Feel free to come at me. Piccolo said confidently with his arms crossed. All right, here I come. Whoosh. A gleam flashed in Son Goku's eyes, and with a quick movement, He clenched his fist and charged fiercely towards Piccolo. Bang! The two collided violently. Bang, bang, bang. Then, an intense battle commenced. The sounds of their clashes echoed endlessly, and the surrounding air was filled with a whooshing sound. Of course, since they were in West City, neither of them used energy blasts. It was purely hand-to-hand combat. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, Son Goku unleashed all sorts of techniques, but Piccolo effortlessly countered them all. This made Sun Wukong increasingly shocked. Damn, this transformation of Piccolo is too great, right? How can merging with a deity have such an effect? Son, you are finally no longer my opponent, haha. Chapter 14. After Piccolo finished speaking, suddenly, a punch like thunder directly broke through Sun Wukong's defense and fiercely struck his abdomen. Bang! Piccolo's current punch is definitely not weak. With this punch, Sun Wukong's expression changed, and he immediately clutched his stomach and painfully retreated several zhong. It hurts so much. I said, Piccolo, how are you so strong? Sun Wukong said painfully while holding his stomach. Gulp. My goodness. Seeing this, Krillin had a hard time swallowing. He couldn't believe his eyes. Piccolo has actually become this strong? This is not scientific. It seems this guy has become quite powerful. Li Fan said with his arms crossed in approval. If he hadn't eaten the spirit tree fruit and gone into the time chamber, he might have found it a bit tricky. Ahem, it looks like you really have gotten stronger, Piccolo. But my limit hasn't been reached yet. Sun Wukong finally recovered and said to Piccolo, Oh, bring it on, son. After all, you're not my opponent anymore. Piccolo said with great pride. Damn it, I've finally regained my footing. Ever since the last World Martial Arts Tournament, he had never been a match for that guy Sun Wukong. But now it's finally different. He has returned to his former peak. Piccolo thought to himself with great satisfaction. However, what Piccolo didn't know was that the potential of the Saiyans was even more terrifying. Sometimes bloodlines determine everything. 4 times the KO can. Roar. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Immediately, the crimson aura around him began to swell. At the same time, Sun Wukong's body was also bulging with veins. This is already the limit he can reach now. I never expected that Goku could actually reach such heights. Sigh, it seems that they are all becoming so powerful while I am far behind. Seeing this, Krillin sighed and said. Li Fan also nodded. Sometimes, one's bloodline has already determined everything. The Saiyan bloodline is simply a cheat existence. It's not something that can be caught up with just hard work. Not bad, can only say that it's worthy of Son Goku, right? If I hadn't fused with that old guy, I definitely wouldn't be your opponent. But now, even if you've reached such heights, you still aren't my match. Piccolo said excitedly. That is not necessarily the case. With a loud shout, Son Goku suddenly transformed into a scarlet light and charged fiercely towards Piccolo. Bring it on. Piccolo also excitedly charged forward. Bang! In an instant, the two figures collided violently. Immediately after, the sound of the collision continued to echo, and even the surrounding air was affected, occasionally emitting explosive sounds. Such speed, I feel like my eyes can't keep up with them. Krillin said helplessly. However, Li Fan could see that the current Goku was not Piccolo's opponent. Even if he'd already used the 4 times King Kai fist, the result would still be the same. Bang! Accompanied by a violent sound, Son Goku was directly knocked back by Piccolo for dozens of meters. At this moment, Goku under the King Kai fist was gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Piccolo seemed completely unfazed. My heavens! What am I seeing? At this moment, Bulma also exclaimed in surprise. She never expected that Piccolo was now stronger than Son Goku. Piccolo the Demon King. Surely he wouldn't be the same as before, right? Suddenly, memories from the past flooded back, and Bulma said in terror. The name Piccolo the Demon King once struck fear into countless Earthlings. Seeing the scene now, Bulma naturally linked it to past events. What's it gonna be, son? Are you coming? Piccolo said with a smile, his face already filled with pride. Forget it. Forget it. I really am not your match right now. It seems I need to train harder. Son Goku shook his head and said. After all, the quadruple Kaioken he just used was already his limit. So continuing to fight would be pointless. Very well. That's only natural. At this point, Piccolo looked at Li Fan, who was standing on the ground. His intention was obvious. That was to challenge Li Fan. This is interesting. A smile curved across Li Fan's lips. Although Piccolo was indeed strong now. Thinking of this, Li Fan used the instant transmission technique and soared into the air. Piccolo was now full of confidence. Having just defeated Son Goku, who had crushed him for years, he couldn't be prouder. Even with Li Fan now, he didn't take him seriously. Piccolo had finally returned to his peak. ISNT that right? Whoosh. Li Fan had already arrived in front of Piccolo. Piccolo, I must say, you look a bit inflated now, Xia Tian said while looking at Piccolo. Huh? Inflated? This is real power, all right? How can you say I'm inflated? Come on, Li Fan. Let me see your true strength. Piccolo looked at Li Fan, becoming increasingly arrogant. All right, there's no helping it. It seems I have to show you a little something. Or you really think you're invincible? Li Fan shrugged and said, Chapter 15 just right. Now that Piccolo has gained strength, he could be a good practice opponent. Come on. A smile crossed Piccolo's face as he assumed a fighting stance. Although he talked big, he knew that Li Fan was no simple character. Come on. Whoosh. A fierce light flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and then, like lightning, he charged fiercely toward Piccolo. Piccolo also launched a fierce attack toward Li Fan. Bang! Their fists collided, and the surrounding air shook continuously. However, with that punch, Li Fan had already made some judgments. Although Piccolo had become stronger, he hadn't reached that level yet. However, Piccolo was also very surprised because he couldn't do anything to Li Fan with that punch. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, both of their figures were pushed apart by the other's overwhelming strength. These two guys are both strong. Seeing this, Son Goku said seriously, How terrifying, anyway, I can't keep up with your Saiyan pace. Krillin shrugged helplessly. Goodness, come on. Huh. With a loud shout, Piccolo was the first to launch an attack, his fist crashing toward Li Fan like a mountain. This is interesting. Piccolo truly lives up to his name. His combat experience is indeed very rich. Li Fan also charged forward, colliding with Piccolo. Goodness, as these two fought, the air could barely contain their shadows. The sounds of their clashes continued without pause. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the intense sound of their fists colliding, bursts of sparks shot out. Of course, neither of them used energy attacks. It was purely close combat strength. After all, at their current level, a single energy blast would probably destroy the entire city. Sigh, you martial arts fanatics. I really can't do anything with you. We should have set off long ago, Bulma said helplessly. But who would have thought these guys would start fighting? The battle between Li Fan and Piccolo continued, and throughout this process, Li Fan also gained more combat experience. Indeed, Piccolo the Demon King was far superior in skills compared to that useless Dales. Bang! With another intense collision, Li Fan and Piccolo once again pulled apart. Cough, cough, cough. Piccolo was gasping for air, but in contrast, Li Fan showed no signs of fatigue. All right, it's time to end this fight, Li Fan said, causing Piccolo's expression to change. You guy, are you hiding your strength? Upon hearing this, both Son Goku and Krillin's expressions changed. What's going on? Li Fan actually concealed his strength? This is truly terrifying. No, it can't be. Your strength shouldn't be that strong, Piccolo said, pretending to be calm. After all, he had been a bit overconfident earlier, not expecting that this guy Li Fan would be so formidable. Moreover, Piccolo had also estimated that if he faced Dales in his current state, he could achieve a one-hit kill. So, he didn't think there was a big gap between him and Li Fan. Nothing is impossible. Li Fan said this. A curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he smiled wickedly. Then Li Fan moved. This time, his speed was like a ghost. Even Piccolo's eyes widened. It was too fast. He actually felt like he couldn't keep up. A strong sense of crisis hit him, and without thinking of anything else, Piccolo threw a powerful punch forward. Unfortunately, Piccolo's punch missed. What was even more surprising was that although Piccolo's fist missed, Li Fan's fist had somehow already struck hard against Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo never expected such an outcome. Suddenly, a strong pain spread throughout his body from his abdomen. Hua! In the next moment, Piccolo clutched his stomach in pain. It was evident that Piccolo could no longer unleash such formidable power. Forget it. Let's end this battle here. Our current task is to leave this place and head to Namek. Li Fan immediately lowered his momentum and said to Piccolo, I lost this battle. However, I will definitely train harder and come back to challenge you again, Piccolo said stubbornly. Upon hearing this, Li Fan just nodded. But he thought that catching up later would probably be quite difficult. After all, once a Saiyan transforms into a Super Saiyan, the increase in power can be dozens or even hundreds of times, which is not something that training can bridge. Of course, Li Fan didn't say this out loud. Nanny, Piccolo lost? Krillin's mouth was wide open, almost big enough to fit a ball. Goku also looked very surprised. How is it possible? Just moments ago, these two were evenly matched, and now the victor has emerged so quickly? Indeed, Li Fan is truly terrifying. I didn't expect he still had hidden strength. Haha, that's amazing. As expected of Li Fan, so powerful and so handsome. truly perfect. Bulma said with a lovesick expression. That's true. Krillin said helplessly. Huh, it seems we can go have fun in the universe. I wonder if we'll encounter any formidable experts? It's really exciting. Goku appeared very enthusiastic. For him, nothing was better than battling with strong opponents. Chapter 16. Li Fan and the others eventually left Earth aboard the spaceship. After entering the spaceship, Goku learned about the gravity training room. Wow, Li Fan, how did you manage to think of my idea? You actually thought to use a gravity training room. I really admire you. Goku. Li Fan, by the way, what exactly is this gravity training room? Krillin asked, confused. Well, it's a training room that increases gravity. Goku explained forcefully. All right. I think everyone should focus on training in their own training rooms since we still have some time before we reach Namek. Don't waste this time, Li Fan said with a smile, and he was the first to walk into the gravity training room. According to Li Fan's request, the current spaceship had expanded several times its original size. It was divided into 2 levels. The top level had 4 gravity training rooms, while the second level contained the cockpit and their personal rooms. This spaceship can be considered quite luxurious. I see. Then I need to train hard for a while. And when the time comes, I will definitely challenge you again, Li Fan. Piccolo's gaze was very determined. Immediately, he chose a training room and walked in. Goku, are you really going to train in the gravity training room? Krillin asked in surprise. Haha, of course. Otherwise, Piccolo would surpass me, and I can't fall behind. Krillin, you should work hard too. After saying this, Sun Wukong also walked into the gravity training room. Yeah, Goku is right. I can't let myself fall behind them. Krillin muttered to himself. Immediately, Krillin seemed to have made up his mind and also walked into a gravity training room to train. Sigh, there's really no helping it. This group of martial arts enthusiasts, Bulma said, patting her head, feeling quite helpless. Of course, with today's technology, as long as there are no unexpected situations, there is no need for manual control. The direction and location have long been set. Now, Bulma felt a bit bored. All right, why don't I train as well? Bulma said with a grin, and immediately looked towards the gravity training room, where Li Fan had just walked in. Originally, Li Fan was in the gravity training room, preparing to adjust the gravity, when suddenly the door to his training room was opened. What? Li Fan was a bit surprised, turned around, and found that it was Bulma. Fortunately, he hadn't adjusted the gravity yet. Otherwise, this little girl. By the way, Bulma, what are you doing here? Li Fan asked in surprise. Li Fan, do you have any methods to improve strength? I also want to learn a move or two. Work your flight technique will be fine too. Bulma looked at Li Fan, her beautiful eyes wide open, staring at him. This indeed gave Li Fan an irresistible feeling. Do you want to cultivate? But this is quite rare. And for someone without a foundation like you, it would be very troublesome to start cultivating. Li Fan shrugged and said helplessly, is there really no other way? Bulma continued to pester Li Fan. Bulma's words reminded Li Fan of something else. It seems that maybe it's not impossible. When Li Fan said this, Bulma became even more surprised. Originally, she was just joking, but she didn't expect there really was such a thing. Immediately, Li Fan took out a bag. Li Fan, what is this thing? Bulma asked in confusion upon seeing the bag. This is naturally similar to the universal capsule, something with the same function. Li Fan said as he opened the bag and took out 2 bright red, very vivid fruits. What is this? Bulma widened her eyes and asked Li Fan about the fruits in his hand. This is the fruit of the spirit tree. As long as you eat these 2, you might be able to start cultivating. Li Fan handed the 2 spirit tree fruits to Bulma. In fact, these were the last 2 fruits. In the spirit time room world, Li Fan had already eaten all the other fruits. Awesome, thank you. Bulma unexpectedly kissed Li Fan directly, leaving him caught off guard. What is happening? Li Fan felt a bit confused. Whoosh! In the vast starry sky, a beam of light flashed quickly, and some small meteors were smashed to pieces by this light. This light, although called a beam, was actually a small spaceship. Inside the spaceship sat a Saiyan. It was none other than Prince Vegeta. After learning about the Dragon Balls on Namek from Earth, he set off for Namek to wish for immortality. Just wait. Kakarot and Frieza. Once I obtain the Dragon Balls from Namek, I will have eternal life. At that time, who will be my opponent? Just thinking about this. Even though Vegeta was alone in the cramped spaceship, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. In fact, Vegeta was not a fool. He never believed Frieza's claim that meteors collided with planet Vegeta, leading to its destruction. Chapter 17, of course. He also knew that this incident was likely caused by Frieza, but Frieza's power was too strong, and he didn't dare to say anything to him. However, Now everything was developing in a positive direction. Vegeta was finally going to obtain the Dragon Balls and achieve his wish for immortality. However, what Vegeta didn't know was that the Dragon Balls on Namek were not so easily obtained. Moreover, the Dragon Balls had already turned back into stones. More importantly, there was a terrifying existence on this planet. At the same time, the entity that Vegeta feared the most was also on its way to Namek. An enormous warship was sailing through the universe. If Vegeta were to see this warship, he would definitely scream out loud. Frieza's army. That's right. This warship was the infamous ship of the evil Emperor of the universe, as could be seen from its domineering insignia. Inside this cold warship, a being with blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and two blood-like lines under its eyes, its purple shell shining, typically in a battle form with pale skin, was sitting on the throne above. Report to Lord Frieza. According to the detector, we have arrived at the star system where Namek is located. A strange-looking alien in a combat suit knelt on one knee in the spaceship, respectfully speaking to the person in front of him. Hmph. Upon hearing this, the person on the throne immediately sneered. Then he said to the ugly alien, Dodoria, immediately ordered to head to Namek with full force. I will personally visit Namek. As long as I obtain the Dragon Balls of Namek, I will gain the power of immortality, and then I, Frieza, will truly dominate the entire universe. The one speaking was the infamous Frieza, the evil emperor of the universe, who made the entire universe tremble in fear. Why does he say this? One main reason is that although he is currently the ruler of the universe, his brother Cooler and his father King Cold also occupy a large territory in the universe. This made Frieza feel like just a nominal evil emperor. However, he couldn't do anything about his father and brother. Their power was above Frieza's. So, because of their power, Frieza had no other actions. Otherwise, he would have wanted to conquer all the star regions they ruled. And now, as long as he obtains the Dragon Balls, then everything would no longer be a problem. Ha ha ha! The eerie laughter was chilling, causing everyone in the spaceship to shudder. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria said respectfully, his tone filled with sincerity, not daring to defy the commands of the evil emperor of the universe. Otherwise, it would only lead to death. Frieza seemed to already see the scene of him obtaining the Dragon Balls and fulfilling his wishes. Just thinking about it made Frieza extremely excited. The feeling of having everything under control is truly exhilarating. And Frieza would never have imagined that someone would dare to defy him, the Emperor of the universe. At this moment, Namek is gathering storm clouds. On the planet Namek, atop a mountain, a massive figure slowly opened its eyes. However, as soon as his eyes opened, it seemed as if he had already seen through everything. The Grand Elder looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. What's wrong, Grand Elder? Nairo asked from behind him. A storm is coming. I can sense an incredibly evil energy approaching our planet Namek. What? How should we deal with it? Nairo, being impulsive, felt uneasy upon hearing this. Originally, he thought it wouldn't come so soon. Unexpectedly, danger is imminent. As long as I am here, they will never harm our Namekians. The one speaking was indeed the Grand Elder of the Namekians. At this moment, the Grand Elder's eyes were bright and full of spirit, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Since regaining his youth, the Grand Elder had begun his cultivation. Indeed, he is worthy of being the Grand Elder, a top talent among the Namekians, and his combat power had made some progress. Originally, the Grand Elder did not want to fight anymore, but unexpectedly, after regaining his youth, this feeling of power changed all his thoughts. Therefore, even if he had only one breath left, he would use his strength to protect the Namekians. Thus, it would be impossible for Vegeta and the others to easily obtain the Dragon Balls. Nairo, instruct everyone to take refuge in the underground shelter, and if necessary, use the emergency device to leave Namek. The Grand Elder immediately ordered Nairo. That's right, during this time, the Namekians had realized the crisis. Unlike the original story, they had now built a shelter. Moreover, they had also prepared emergency spacecraft. Yes, Grand Elder. Nairo dared not voice any objections and immediately flew out to arrange for his people. Chapter 18. Inside the spaceship, Li Fan was crazily training in the gravity training room. Of course, Li Fan was just doing some basic training inside, such as push-ups, jumping, running, and so on. At this moment, the screen in the gravity training room displayed the large number 100G. That's right, it's 100 times the gravity. How should I put it? Li Fan initially had a combat power of over 1 million, and with his special physique, he easily overcame the 100 times gravity. Moreover, training in this gravity room further enhanced Li Fan's combat power. How should I say it? Li Fan estimated that even if his combat power was not 10 million, it should still be around 7 to 8 million, right? After all, the combat power detector could no longer measure true power, so Li Fan could only estimate. After finishing his last set of exercises, Li Fan turned off the gravity in his training room. Now, 100 times gravity was nothing, and it seemed that my combat power had also reached a level I was somewhat satisfied with. Li Fan said as he looked at his hands, "Since there was still some time left, I might as well take a shower and have a good sleep." With that, Li Fan left the gravity training room. "What? Li Fan, you're out so soon?" Bulma said happily upon seeing Li Fan walk out of the training room. "Yes, there isn't much time left anyway, right? It's better to take this opportunity to rest." "Haha, you're right. Work and rest are essential. Hurry and take a shower, Li Fan. I'll make you something to eat," Bulma said gently. "Sure." Li Fan nodded with a smile, and then went to take a shower. Actually, during this time, aside from training, he had been flirting with Bulma, and time just passed like that. Their relationship naturally progressed as well. However, it must be said that after eating 2 spirit tree fruits, Bulma's combat power surprisingly reached 10,000. This is also something that surprised Li Fan. Moreover, Li Fan taught Bulma some basic skills, such as the empty dance technique and the use of ordinary energy blasts. It must be said that with Bulma's genius mind, she learned these things very quickly. However, Bulma was very satisfied with her current state. To be able to increase her combat power to 10,000 in one go is truly impressive. On the other side, Sun Wukong was currently in his gravity training room, veins bulging as he was undergoing intense training. The impact of losing to Piccolo last time was too great. So during this time, Sun Wukong had been training like crazy almost every day. At this moment, the screen in his gravity training room displayed the large characters 100G. It was clear that he was truly pushing himself to the limit. In another training room, Piccolo was meditating in mid-air, enveloped by an energy filled with electric arcs, giving off an aura that made one feel it was unsafe to approach. True to his nature, Piccolo's training method was still so unique. Of course, the screen in his gravity training room also displayed the large characters 70G, although the Namekians were nowhere near as freakish as the Saiyans. Piccolo now possessed a combat power level in the millions, so he could still overcome this gravity increase by dozens of times. In yet another training room, Krillin was sweating profusely as he lay on the ground training. The pressure from Sun Wukong and the others had been too great for him. Therefore, after hearing Li Fan's words, Krillin resolutely began his training in the gravity training room. Of course, as an Earthling, Krillin's growth was the slowest. Although he had been training diligently, the screen in his gravity training room only displayed 25G at this point. However, even 25 times the gravity was already quite remarkable. Thus, on the road to Namek, everyone's strength was increasing. Not long after, Vegeta was the first to set foot on the surface of Namek. Bang! The hatch of Vegeta's spaceship opened, and he confidently stepped onto the land. "Hmph! I, Prince Vegeta, have finally arrived on Namek. Just wait. The Dragon Balls will definitely belong to me, Vegeta. My wish for immortality is about to be realized. Ha!" Vegeta laughed proudly. The next moment, he used the empty dance technique and flew off into the distance. To avoid any prolonged delays, Vegeta decided to immediately find the Namekians and demand they hand over the Dragon Balls. Of course, Vegeta did not think that anyone on this Namek planet would be his opponent. Previously, he had seen the Namekians on Earth, and their strength was truly unimpressive. So, without hesitation, Vegeta regarded the Namekians here as worthless and easily defeated. No one could stop Prince Vegeta from obtaining the Dragon Balls. Chapter 19 Whoosh. A fierce wind howled past, and at this moment, Vegeta had flown quite a distance. But to his surprise, there was not a single person in sight. "What the hell is going on?" Vegeta exclaimed angrily. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly froze. "This aura, how is this possible?" Instantly, a fierce expression appeared on Vegeta's face. In the past, he had trusted the power level detector the most. He could not sense ki, let alone understand how to use it. But since his journey to Earth, he had learned how to sense and utilize ki. And now, he sensed an immensely powerful and terrifying ki slowly approaching the Namek planet. This ki made him shiver. "No way, I have to get the Dragon Balls before these guys arrive on Namek." With this thought, Vegeta dared not hesitate any longer. If he encountered this terrifying being, he wouldn't just lose the Dragon Balls. His life might also be at stake. Therefore, for Vegeta now, there was hardly any time to think. Quickly finding the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish was the only truth. This Saiyan is not worth fearing. In the distance, the Elder had already learned that Vegeta had arrived, but right now, Vegeta's strength was truly not enough to catch the Elder's attention. However, although that guy's aura was not very strong, I could feel the terrifying power hidden within him. The Elder looked up at the sky and said, soon after, a massive warship finally descended slowly from the sky. Bang! It finally stopped in a wasteland. The Elder knew that Frieza and his group had arrived on Namek, but he did not take direct action. He wanted to see what these guys were up to. Anyway, the Namekian people had already been moved to a safe place. As long as the planet wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't have any issues. Bang! The hatch of the warship opened. Whoosh! Immediately, countless oddly shaped aliens poured out. It was clear that these guys were all part of Frieza's army. Each one was dressed in battle gear and armed, looking somewhat trained. In no time, they all stood outside the warship. The Frieza army, a force that made countless people tremble in fear across the universe. Whoosh! Immediately after, Frieza flew out of the hatch aboard a small flying vehicle. Frieza, this is the Namek planet. Please give your orders. The ones speaking were Frieza's 3 trusted subordinates, Zarbon, Dodoria, and Kuei. These 3 were currently the strongest fighters in Frieza's army, aside from the Jinyu force. So, it would not be an exaggeration to call Zarbon and Dodoria Frieza's right and left arms. Orders? Do I still need to give you orders? Bring me all the Dragon Balls. If anyone dares to resist or stop us, then feel free to kill them all. Frieza said cruelly. He has never been a soft-hearted person. Yes, Frieza, we will definitely find the Dragon Balls for you. Zarbon, Dodoria, and Kuei said respectfully to Frieza. Immediately, they led their troops in various directions. After all, they did not know that there was something called a Dragon Ball radar. So now, they could only conduct a carpet search. At this moment, on the other side, Li Fan and the other spaceship also slowly descended onto a wasteland. They completely avoided Frieza's location. Bang! As the hatch opened, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and the others walked out of the spaceship and onto the empty wasteland. Is this really my hometown? What a familiar feeling. Looking here, the mighty demon king Piccolo began to express his feelings for his hometown. Li Fan, do you feel it? There's a terrifying aura on this planet. Sun Wukong said seriously. He had already sensed the incredibly terrifying aura of Frieza. It seems that this guy is possibly the strongest enemy we will face this time. Li Fan also said seriously. Of course, even if Li Fan didn't sense it, he knew that Frieza had already arrived on Namek. After all, he was familiar with the plot. He just didn't want to say it out loud. However, now facing Frieza, he also felt a sense of eagerness. After all, his strength had increased during this time, and he was itching for a fight. The Saiyan's combative nature made Li Fan, as a transmigrator, start to enjoy battles. By the way, why does this aura feel like facing death? It's really terrifying, isn't it? Krillin said with a look of horror. Nanny, what are you talking about? Is it really that serious? At this moment, Bulma had already put the spaceship into the capsule and said to everyone, but no matter how strong the opponent is, Li Fan, you will protect me, right? Bulma immediately linked her arm with Li Fan's. You two, together? Krillin said in surprise upon seeing this. Is there a problem, Krillin? Bulma said angrily. No, I just didn't expect you to be so temperamental and still be able to find a fight. Slap. Chapter 20 as the saying goes, enemies are drawn together. Vegeta was on his way to find the Dragon Balls when he encountered his old rival, Chio-E. Oh, isn't this Vegeta? What's wrong? You traitor dare to show up here? A familiar voice came from behind Vegeta, who was slightly taken aback, and then a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Vegeta turned around, and sure enough, that guy Chio-E was looking at him from behind. Haha, Chio-E, are you here to seek death? Vegeta said coldly as he looked at Chio-E. In the past, he might have been somewhat wary of Chio-E, but now, this guy is no match at all. What? Looking for death? Ha ha ha. This is really hilarious. Vegeta, you really seem to enjoy telling jokes more and more. Do you really think that with your battle power of 18,000, you could defeat me? Let me tell you, during this time, my battle power has already risen to 19,000, which is no longer something you wild monkey can compare to. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Chio-E was becoming more and more arrogant. It was as if Vegeta had already become his defeated opponent. Hmph. Upon hearing this, Vegeta couldn't help but smirk, feeling no pressure at all from Chio-E claiming his battle power was 19,000. Chio-E, you really have some guts. But do you really think you've won for sure? Vegeta said with a cold smile. Nanny? Hearing Vegeta's words, Chiyo-e, who thought victory was certain, was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this Vegeta has also gotten stronger? Hmph, I want to see why you're so arrogant. After saying this, Chiyo-e immediately activated his battle power detector. When Vegeta saw that this fool was still using a battle power detector, he couldn't help but scoff. Ever since he returned from Earth, he no longer believed in such gadgets. Ding! 18,000. Finally, the data on Chiyo-e's battle power detector settled at 18,000. Ha ha ha, Vegeta. I thought you were really strong, but it turns out you were just bluffing. That's really laughable. Ha ha ha. Immediately, Chiyo-e burst into laughter, as he had truly thought Vegeta had become stronger, but it turned out this guy was just pretending. Oh, is that so, Chiyo-e? You think my battle power is only this much? Vegeta said with a cold smile. Oh, are you trying to say you can control your battle power? Vegeta, I advise you to surrender and come with me to see King Frieza. Chiyo-e currently did not believe that Vegeta was hiding any strength. However, the next moment, Chiyo-e's expression changed, and his smile froze. Whoosh! Ha! Vegeta let out a loud shout as he unleashed all his energy. Instantly, the values on Chiyo-e's battle power detector began to rise. 19,000, 20,000, 24,000. Finally, the value on Chiyo-e's battle power detector settled at 24,000. 24,000. Nanny? How is that possible? Chiyo-e finally panicked. There's nothing impossible, Chiyo-e. It's just you who continues to believe in that kind of thing as a battle power detector. But today you will die here. With that, Vegeta immediately assumed a fighting stance. A cold sweat broke out on Chiyo-e's forehead. What to do? This guy Vegeta's battle power is actually so strong. Damn it. I'll fight you to the end. Chiyo-e shouted, and then an energy ball appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Like a cannonball, it shot towards Vegeta fiercely. A trivial skill. Facing Chiyo-e's energy ball, Vegeta was filled with disdain. Clap! He directly slapped Chiyo-e's energy ball away. After doing all this, Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at Chiyo-e with great interest. Gulp! Seeing this, Chiyo-e couldn't help but swallow. Damn, this Vegeta's strength is truly not to be underestimated. Damn it, if I can't win, can I not escape? Thinking of this, Chiyo-e immediately burst out with energy and transformed into a beam of light, flying fiercely into the distance. Want to escape? No way. After Vegeta said this, his figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. Bang! Originally, Chiyo-e thought that if he really wanted to escape, Vegeta would definitely have no way to stop him. But what he didn't expect was that Vegeta's speed had exceeded his imagination. Vegeta, you! Chiyo-e wanted to say something, but as soon as Vegeta's fist exerted force, Chiyo-e could no longer control his body and was sent flying several meters away. Whoosh! 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 It took a lot of effort for Chiyo-e to stabilize himself. However, at this moment, the look in Chiyo-e's eyes when he looked at Vegeta was filled with fear. Yes, Chiyo-e was a person who was very afraid of death. Moreover, the Vegeta in front of him was definitely not someone who would show mercy. Chiyo-e, why don't you run? If you have the ability, run another one for me to see. Chapter 21, Thud. Something unexpected happened to Vegeta. Originally, he thought Chiyo-e would fight him to the end, but unexpectedly, at this moment, Chiyo-e actually knelt before him. Lord Vegeta, please spare me. I won't dare to trouble you again. I will follow you from now on. Chiyo-e said, looking very much like a loyal dog. TCH, Vegeta said disdainfully, and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. This Chiyo-e is just this kind of thing. It's really funny. Chiyo-e, your tricks won't work on me. So just go die. Vegeta sneered, and immediately extended his palm, aiming at Chiyo-e. Whoosh! Energy blast gathered in Vegeta's hand. Good job, Vegeta. Seeing this, the originally pleading Chiyo-e's eyes flashed with a fierce light. In that case, then, in an instant, Chiyo-e jumped up and immediately used the prince's fighting technique towards Vegeta. Tap, tap, tap. Before Vegeta could unleash his energy, Chiyo-e fired dozens of energy blasts at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The energy blasts fell towards Vegeta like a meteor shower. A mere trick. However, Vegeta's mouth curled into a smirk, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Is that all? Immediately, Vegeta retracted the energy blast. Then, he clenched his fists and let Chiyo-e's energy hit him hard. seeing that Vegeta actually remained indifferent and took his energy with his body. He couldn't help but smile cruelly. Ha ha, what a fool, Vegeta. I didn't expect this guy's brain to be damaged, thinking he could take my energy head on. In that case, Vegeta is doomed. Boom boom. The entire ground seemed to tremble, and Vegeta was engulfed in the explosion. Dust and smoke rolled, and Vegeta was inside, unable to see what was happening. Crack. Soon, cracks appeared all around where Vegeta was. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, didn't he expect this, huh? Looks like you have your day too. He said proudly. Vegeta was indeed finished this time, and with that, all his worries were gone. What Vegeta? He was just someone who could talk big. However, just as he was feeling incredibly smug, something unexpected happened. As the dust settled, Vegeta's figure appeared right where he was. Moreover, Vegeta was completely unscathed except for a bit of dust on him. How is this possible? Is Vegeta some kind of monster? Upon seeing this scene, the smile on Chiyoyi's face instantly froze, replaced by a devilish expression. Immediately, only one word remained in Chiyoyi's mind: escape. If even that level of attack couldn't kill Vegeta, then fighting him would definitely end in one outcome: death. Without any hesitation, he decisively unleashed all his energy and soared away. Whoosh! Just then, Vegeta let out a cold laugh. This idiot Chiyo, he really thought he could escape from my grasp? Instantly, Vegeta's figure vanished like a ghost. Whoosh! Soon after, he appeared right in front of Chiyo-E. Chiyo-E steadied himself, wanted to say something, but then bang! Vegeta kicked hard into Chiyo-E's body. Ultimately, Chiyo-E's body was sent crashing down. Bang! He slammed heavily onto the ground, his body sinking into the surface. Vegeta was not like Goku. He never held back against his enemies, so Chiyo-E had to die. Then Vegeta shouted, "Die, Chiyo-E." Following that, Vegeta executed the prince's combat technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless energy blasts rained down fiercely towards Chiyo-E. No. Chiyo-E had just poked his head out when he saw countless energy blasts coming towards him, instantly scaring him to the point of losing his mind. Please. He was a freak like Vegeta. He couldn't withstand so many energy blasts. Unfortunately, the energy blasts wouldn't listen to his pleas. Before long, he was engulfed in the explosions. Boom boom. The sounds of explosions erupted, followed by thick smoke billowing everywhere. Unlike Vegeta, this time, at this moment, Chiyo-E was directly blown to a pulp by Vegeta's powerful energy, dead beyond recognition. Truly a pathetic weakling, Vegeta said coldly. However, just as one wave had not yet subsided, another wave arose. After he had just brutally killed that Chiyo-E guy, a voice came from behind him. Vegeta, you really have some guts to kill Chiyo-E? Although that guy is indeed a waste, he is still a subordinate of King Frieza. You dare to kill him? In that case, I won't spare you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned around, his brow furrowed. Gritting his teeth, he said, Sabo? Chapter 22. The person who arrived was indeed Sabo, one of Frieza's right-hand men, and he could be considered Frieza's strategist now. Sabo was originally on his way to find the Dragon Balls, but heard the loud commotion here, so he rushed over. To his surprise, he found that Chiyo-E, one of Frieza's subordinates, had actually been killed by Vegeta. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Sabo. What, you worthless piece of trash. Do you want to seek death too? Vegeta said arrogantly. Although Sabo was indeed stronger than Chiyo-E, Vegeta had more confidence in his own strength. Seek death. A mere traitor dares to say such a thing? I reckon the one who will die today should be you. At this point, the atmosphere between the two had already become tense. Vegeta had originally tried to avoid these guys, but he didn't expect them to come after him one after another. In that case, there was no other way but to kill this guy. Everything would be just fine? Is that so? In that case, let's see. A smirk crossed Vegeta's lips as he immediately took up his fighting stance. This Sabo looks very handsome and elegant now, and he is also quite courteous in his dealings with others. However, Vegeta has heard of one thing. This guy possesses the ability to transform, and that transformation is somewhat intimidating. You really don't know where you get your courage from, but that's fine. Although I don't particularly like fighting, I don't mind using my full power to take you down, traitor. After Sabo finished speaking, he charged at Vegeta like lightning. The air around them roared due to his speed. Vegeta was not willing to show weakness either, and in the next moment, he also charged fiercely at Sabo. Bang! In an instant, the two figures collided violently, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks, with various techniques emerging one after another. Bang bang bang. The surrounding air was stirred up by their battle, with sparks flying everywhere. At the moment they clashed, Vegeta made a judgment. It turned out that Sabo's strength was nothing remarkable, far from being terrifying. Thinking of this, Vegeta's offensive became even more ferocious. In a short time, Sabo was actually put at a disadvantage. Sabo himself was secretly shocked. When he was in Frieza's army, Vegeta was the weakest among them. Although Sabo had no grudges against Vegeta, it was because Vegeta didn't even catch his eye. He wouldn't even glance at him. But unexpectedly just now, the existence they looked down upon, Vegeta, was able to kill Chio-E. Now, at the moment of their clash, he actually felt a sense of being overwhelmed. How is this possible? Sabo said in surprise. Meanwhile, Vegeta sneered, and his punches grew heavier with each strike, and his speed increased. Sabo was left flustered, unable to keep up with Vegeta's rhythm. Hmph, Sabo, did you think I was still the old Vegeta? Let me tell you, we Saiyans are a naturally combative race. As long as we keep fighting, our strength will grow, unlike people like you. At this point, a fierce look flashed in Vegeta's eyes, seizing an opening. He delivered a powerful kick to Sabo's chest. Bang! Sabo was caught off guard, allowing Vegeta's kick to land. Instantly, a tremendous force kicked Sabo several meters away. How is this possible? You've always been just a useless piece of trash. It seems Frieza was right. All Saiyan monkeys should be exterminated. Sabo steadied himself and said coldly. However, he was calculating in his heart that if he couldn't take Vegeta down in this form, he would definitely transform to eliminate Vegeta. Someone like him must not be allowed to remain in this world. Although he didn't particularly like the appearance after transforming, it seemed that transforming was unavoidable now. Useless trash. Go die at the hands of others. After Vegeta finished speaking, he immediately used the prince's technique towards Sabo again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of energy blasts were launched in an instant, all fiercely shooting towards Sabo. This was how Vegeta was. He was always decisive in killing, leaving no mercy for his enemies. Facing the many energy blasts charging towards him, Sabo, surprisingly, was not flustered. Instead, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Roar! Sabo let out a loud roar, and then a white aura erupted instantly, enveloping him in a ball of light. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, the energy blast had arrived. They exploded around Sabo. After doing all this, Vegeta crossed his arms, watching Sabo with interest. From his experience, it seemed that Sabo wasn't dead yet. After all, he had heard that he had a powerful transformation. However, Vegeta had only heard about it, and had never had the chance to see it. Now, he was quite eager to see just how terrifying this so-called transformation could be. Chapter 23 Boom Boom Boom. The explosion continued for a long time before finally subsiding. As the dust settled, Sabo's figure emerged. At this moment, Vegeta frowned. If Sabo's appearance before was incredibly handsome, now it was completely the opposite. Sabo's head had become somewhat frog-like, his mouth large, and his face covered in warts. Upon seeing this, Vegeta felt a bit nauseous. The gap in Sabo's transformation was too huge. Sabo, is this your transformation? You look like a toad, haha. It turns out that Sabo, who always cared about his appearance, could have such a transformation. It was really laughable. Ha ha ha. Vegeta mocked. Hmph. You'll see how powerful I am soon. Sabo did not take Vegeta's mockery to heart. From the moment he decided to transform, he had already anticipated Vegeta's reaction. However, even if Vegeta knew, what difference would it make? As long as he killed Vegeta, that would be enough. Hmph. Even if you transform, I doubt it will be that impressive. Vegeta said disdainfully. Whoosh. In an instant, Vegeta charged towards Sabo, delivering a heavy punch to Sabo's abdomen. Vegeta had originally planned to catch Sabo off guard with a surprise attack, but to his astonishment, Sabo actually blocked his punch. Moreover, he couldn't pull his fist back? What the hell is going on? Hmph. Sabo sneered and then swung his fist. In the blink of an eye, it slammed hard into Vegeta's abdomen. So fast. This is the only thing Vegeta can feel. Bang. Immediately, Vegeta's expression changed. A painful sensation spread from his abdomen, and soon it spread throughout his body. You, puffed. Vegeta was knocked back several feet, yet he held his stomach in pain with both hands. Ha ha, Vegeta, it turns out you're nothing special. Where did your pride go just now? Ha ha, what's the difference between you now and a dog? Sabo said arrogantly after his successful strike. At that moment, Li Fan and Son Goku, along with others, were just drawn to the battle here. Wow, isn't that Vegeta? Son Goku exclaimed upon seeing Vegeta. Nanny? Vegeta. So you have helpers, huh? Sabo sneered upon seeing Li Fan and others not far away. Nanny? Kakarot? How did you guys end up here? Vegeta asked the group while enduring the pain. You don't need to worry about that. What's wrong? Can't you handle that guy? Do you want to step in? Son Goku said to Vegeta with interest. TCH, don't meddle. I can handle this guy all by myself. Once I take care of him, it will be your turn. Vegeta said, putting on a show. This Vegeta is still the same. Son Goku said helplessly. TCH, Piccolo looked on with disdain, crossing his arms. In his view, Vegeta was completely garbage now, an existence that couldn't withstand a blow. Wow, Lifan, that guy is so ugly. I've never seen anyone so ugly. Bulma said while linking her arm with Lifan's. Ugly? At this moment, Lifan began to size up Vegeta's opponent. Goodness, he looks just like a toad. It seems this guy must be Sabo. Lifan had known that Sabo's transformation would be very ugly, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Just looking at him made one feel extremely nauseated. What? You guys, just wait, you'll all die here, Sabo said angrily. After all, everyone who had seen his appearance must die. That's Sabo's rule. I think the one who will die here is you. Vegeta's voice came, bringing Sabo back to reality. Just a moment of distraction, and Vegeta had already gathered a powerful energy blast in his hand. Crackle. Lightning crackled around his energy blast, exuding an extraordinary aura. Not good, Sabo exclaimed. However, at this moment, it was too late for him to take any action, as Vegeta's energy blast was already rushing towards him fiercely. Boom! Soon, Sabo was engulfed in the explosion. Hiss, that guy Vegeta seems to have become even stronger than when he first came to Earth, Krillin said in surprise. In fact, at this moment, Krillin's strength had only reached around 20,000, which was closely related to his intense training on the way to Namek. But even so, there was still some distance compared to Vegeta. Oh, is that so? Why do I feel like Vegeta is about the same as trash now? Piccolo said proudly. Upon hearing this, the others looked at Piccolo with disdain. Isn't this a bit too pretentious? In fact, what Li Fan wanted to say was, Bick, you better not be too arrogant. You'll soon feel what true despair is. Chapter 24. Boom. Boom. The explosion sounds continued for quite a while before finally stopping. As the smoke cleared, Sabo appeared somewhat disheveled. Vegeta, you wild monkey, today is your end. I want to spare you. Sabo was truly furious. Never expecting to be ambushed by that guy Vegeta, he absolutely could not tolerate this guy anymore. Do you think you still have a chance? Vegeta sneered, then charged fiercely at Sabo. Bang! At this moment, Vegeta was on a roll, showing no mercy and giving Sabo no chance at all. After successfully launching a sneak attack, his offensive was now extremely fierce. In an instant, Sabo, who had been quite dominant, actually found himself at a disadvantage. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta unleashed his prince's fighting style, employing various techniques with an unexpectedly intense assault. Vegeta had indeed become much stronger. Sun Wukong rested his chin on his hand and said, interesting. Li Fan also nodded, saying, you can tell that this guy's fighting power seems quite decent. After all, no matter how you look at it, Vegeta is the long-standing number 2 in the original story. It's only normal for him to have this level of strength. Boom! Vegeta seized an opening and delivered a powerful kick to Sabo's abdomen. Whoosh! Sabo was sent flying several meters by Vegeta's fierce kick. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, Vegeta once again utilized his prince's fighting style, launching a barrage of energy blasts towards Sabo without giving him a moment to breathe. After all, Vegeta knew one thing. If it came to fighting power, Sabo was actually a bit stronger than him, and right now he had merely succeeded in a surprise attack, catching Sabo off guard. So how could he possibly give that guy any opportunity? Rumble, rumble. Sabo was struck by the energy blasts and eventually landed on the ground. Soon after, smoke filled the air, and the sound of explosions was incessant. The entire earth trembled slightly, and the place where Sabo was located was soon blasted into a huge crater. Cough, cough, cough. However, what surprised Vegeta was that despite such a fierce explosion, it hadn't taken Sabo's life. He was still gasping for breath? Goodness. Then, let's try my Gallic gun. After Vegeta finished speaking, he immediately gathered his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A massive energy blast began to form in Vegeta's hands. This is Vegeta's ultimate move. All he wants is to eliminate his opponent without giving Sabo any chance to breathe. Poor Sabo, after the dust settles, is already severely injured. He had hoped to take the opportunity to escape, but now he faces Vegeta's Gallic gun fiercely attacking him. No, I hate this. Boom, boom. Sabo's body is once again hit by Vegeta's Gallic gun, engulfed by the overwhelming explosion. The energy of the Gallic gun is extraordinary. In no time, Sabo is blown to a bloody mess. Hiss. Seeing this, Krillin and the others can't help but gasp in shock. Isn't this Vegeta going a bit too far? He didn't even give his opponent a chance. He just killed him like that. Only Lee Fan nodded slightly. He had known this would be the result. Being decisive and killing is indeed the style of this Saiyan prince. Outside the spaceship, Frieza was leisurely sitting in his small flying vehicle, holding a glass of red wine. Speaking of which, Mr. Sabo and the others have been gone for quite a while, haven't they? Could it be that they encountered some powerful obstacle? Frieza said with a sneer. Just then, a panicked alien rushed up to Frieza. Lord Frieza, bad news. Oh, what bad news? Upon hearing this, Frieza squinted his eyes and asked, Lord Xiao, E, and Lord Sabo have been killed. The alien reported everything to Frieza in detail. Oh, that wild monkey Vegeta actually dared to come here? Truly a creature that doesn't know how to die. Moreover, that useless monkey Vegeta was able to kill Xiao, E, and Sabo? How interesting. Frieza did not show any sadness over the deaths of his two subordinates. After all, he was known for being cold and ruthless. However, what he didn't expect was that Vegeta could actually reach such a level. This indeed surprised Frieza. Alright, arrange it, contact the Ginyu Force, and have them come to Namek. Frieza said coldly. The Ginyu Force is the strongest team under Frieza, so he chose to let them handle it. Of course, dealing with just one Vegeta is not worth Frieza's direct involvement. Moreover, he was a bit curious, as he didn't expect that Vegeta could actually kill Koei. Has his power increased? Hee, this is quite interesting. However, a killing intent flashed in Frieza's eyes. Saiyans really cannot be left alive. He didn't expect their combat power to increase so quickly, which reminded him of the ancestral teachings. Always be cautious of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Saiyans. Yes, King Frieza, the alien said respectfully. They began to contact the Ginyu Force. Chapter 25. Kakarot, no wonder the Dragon Balls are missing and the Namekians are gone. It turns out you were behind this. Vegeta shouted at Goku. Vegeta, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Goku shook his head and said, Kakarot, I advise you to hand over the Dragon Balls obediently, or else I will crush you one by one. Vegeta said arrogantly, convinced that Goku and his group took the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he wouldn't have searched for so long without finding them. Moreover, he hadn't even found the Namekians here. This bastard is really infuriating. Bulma said while tightly holding onto Lee Fan's arm. Vegeta, I'll say it again, we have no idea about the Dragon Balls. Goku continued to explain. In that case, we have nothing more to say. Kakarot, prepare to die, since I returned from Earth. My combat power is no longer what it used to be. Vegeta struck a fighting pose, looking quite pleased with himself. Vegeta, you're no match for me. Goku said coldly as he looked at Vegeta now. But that's indeed the case. After all, Goku's strength had drastically changed after overcoming 100 times gravity. So, he could easily sense the distance between him and Vegeta. Kakarot, what did you say? Seeking death. Vegeta was very proud, and now Goku actually dared to say such things. Wasn't he that provoking him? I'm telling you, you're not my opponent at all. Goku stepped forward and said to Vegeta, yes, Vegeta is indeed stronger than last time, but I can feel that he doesn't seem as terrifying as before, which indicates that the gap between us has narrowed. If I can reach this level, not to mention Goku, Krillin also said while resting his chin on his hand. However, Krillin's words reached Vegeta's ears and nearly drove him into a fury. Little bald head, what the hell are you saying? Very well. Just wait, Vegeta, will show you what true terror is. Vegeta said through gritted teeth. In the next moment, a fierce look flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Kakarot, die for me. Vegeta roared, and immediately his aura soared into the sky, causing the surrounding air to ripple. Whoosh! He charged fiercely towards Goku. It seems there's no avoiding this fight. Just right. I also want to see the results of my training during this time. Goku, being a martial arts enthusiast, naturally had no reason to refuse when Vegeta took the initiative to fight. Bang! In an instant, the two figures collided violently. Whoosh! The surrounding sand and stones were violently blown away. Their speed increased, and the sound of their clashes echoed like thunder. Kakarot, you bastard! Vegeta was extremely shocked. From this collision, he felt Goku's formidable strength. Instantly, his anger grew. After all, he is the prince of the Saiyans. How could he be overpowered by a low-class warrior? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the stronger the force in his hands. But no matter how much strength Vegeta exerted, Goku's power always overwhelmed him. This is impossible. The more Vegeta thought about it, the angrier he got, but this didn't change anything. Seeing this, Li Fan also shook his head. Sure enough, Goku still likes to play. If he used his real strength, he could probably kill Vegeta instantly. However, it seems that Vegeta was right about one thing. The Namekians are indeed missing. They just flew around several places and still didn't see any Namekians. This made Li Fan think for a moment. Could it be that the Grand Elder has transferred them all? Bang! At this moment, Sun Wukong landed a punch right in Vegeta's abdomen. Whoosh! The powerful force sent Vegeta flying. Boom! He ultimately crashed into the hillside. A cloud of dust erupted. Haha, sorry. I lost control of my strength for a moment. After doing all this, Sun Wukong said apologetically. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, Vegeta finally crawled out. He looked somewhat disheveled. Kakarot, why? How can a lowly lower-class warrior be this strong? Have you already surpassed the legendary Super Saiyan? No, that's impossible. Only I, the Saiyan Prince, have the greatest hope of becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta said in great pain. Nanny? Vegeta, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. Regarding the Super Saiyan thing, Sun Wukong looked completely confused. Forget it, since there's nothing to see here. Let us go find Frieza. Li Fan shrugged and said, Nanny? Frieza? Upon hearing these 3 words, Vegeta immediately came to his senses. That's right, Frieza is here too. He can't act impulsively. Getting the Dragon Balls or escaping from Namek is the priority. Otherwise, if he loses his life here, it wouldn't be worth it. Of course, Vegeta wouldn't be foolish enough to challenge Frieza. He knows Frieza's strength, which can only be described as terrifying. Chapter 26 Whoosh. Just as Vegeta was preparing to slip away, 5 beams of light rapidly streaked across the sky. Nanny? It seems like someone else is coming to Namek. This Namek is really lively, Krillin said with some concern, but after looking at Piccolo and Li Fan and the others, he calmed down. No matter how powerful the enemy is, it seems that their side is also very strong. They're just here to deliver themselves to death. Piccolo said disdainfully. Arms crossed. Since that's the case, how about we go take a look? Li Fan was the first to propose this idea. No problem. Sure, I agree. Immediately, Sun Wukong and the others happily agreed to Li Fan's request, ignoring Vegeta, and flew towards the direction of the 5 beams of light. Wait, damn it, these idiots. That's the Ginyu Force, Vegeta said in horror. The Ginyu Force, the strongest team of Frieza's army, and their captain Ginyu is known as Frieza's top subordinate. And Kakarot and his gang actually have the guts to do this? Instead of thinking about how to escape, they actively provoke them. They really don't know how to live. Thinking of this, Vegeta immediately moved and transformed into a beam of light, flying in the opposite direction. Yes, facing the Ginyu Force, he was genuinely scared. They were just too terrifying. He, Vegeta, couldn't afford to provoke them. But not being able to provoke doesn't mean he can't hide. So now Vegeta had only one thought, which was to survive. As long as he could get the Dragon Balls, that would be enough. Of course, Vegeta still had an obsession with the Dragon Balls. However, what he didn't know was that even if he found the Dragon Balls on Namek, they would be useless to him. Meanwhile, boom! The 5 spacecraft crashed onto the surface, and immediately, a series of explosions sounded. Dust soared into the sky. Goodness! The 5 spacecraft actually created 5 large craters on the surface. Clang! 5 oddly shaped aliens emerged. Captain, is this Namek? Why does it feel like there's not much life energy? The short goods said to Ginyu. Since Lord Frieza sent us here, there must be a reason. Let us go. After Ginyu said this, he was about to use his flight technique to fly away. However, at this moment, Ginyu froze and stopped his movement because he noticed a group of people flying towards him. What is that? Raikum spotted these people and exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that Lord Frieza sent them to welcome us? Berta said innocently. Oh, I don't think so. Ginyu crossed his arms and said seriously. Although their team was a bit comical, Ginyu was still Ginyu, and he was quite perceptive about things. The newcomers were Li Fan, Bulma, Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo. They landed not far from the Ginyu Force. Piccolo coldly stared at these guys. The next moment, a hint of disdain appeared in Piccolo's eyes. He didn't take these guys seriously at all. If it were before his fusion, Piccolo might not necessarily be their opponent. But now, his strength was vastly superior compared to before. By the way, Li Fan, are these guys really that weak? Sun Wukong said helplessly. Originally, when Li Fan said to bring them here, he thought these guys would be quite strong, but now it seemed really disappointing. Weak? Then let anyone come and take them out in one hit. Li Fan said with a smile. Sun Wukong's power was probably stronger than the same period in the original story, around 100,000 battle power. Meanwhile, Jinyu of the Jinyu Force had at most 120,000 battle power, so Sun Wukong could easily crush Jinyu with a twofold Kaioken. Not to mention Piccolo, whose battle power had already reached 1,000,000. Who are you? Jinyu stepped forward and asked coldly. Who are we? What does it matter to you? Li Fan stepped forward and said coldly. Oh, so you're not people sent by Lord Frieza? Jinyu said coldly. Just now, he was worried that these guys were sent by Lord Frieza, so he asked, but didn't he expect the other party to be so arrogant? You're a bit aggressive. Do you know who I am? Upon hearing this, Li Fan shrugged and said coldly, Aren't you just Frieza's #1 lapdog? What's so great about that? Hearing this, Jinyu's expression changed, and the members of the Jinyu Force were also very surprised. It had been a long time since anyone in the universe, besides Lord Frieza, dared to speak to Jinyu like this. And today, Li Fan had committed a major taboo. Kid, do you know the consequences of speaking recklessly? Jinyu said with a darkened face. Oh, I really don't know. What is it? Li Fan pretended not to know. That means death. Good, take it down. Jinyu ordered a small, short guy behind him. Yes, Captain. Gudu listened to Jinyu's words and immediately flew forward to confront Li Fan. Seeing you so aggressive, I want to see what your fighting power is really like. After saying that, Gudu activated his battle power detector. Chapter 27 Ding. 5,000. Originally, Gudu was very unhappy to be called out by Jinyu to deal with Li Fan. After all, it is well known that Gudu is considered the weakest member of the Jinyu Force. If it weren't for his extremely terrifying ability, he would probably just be a bystander in Frieza's army. Therefore, every time he was called out to fight, he felt very displeased. But he had no choice. After all, he was the weakest in the entire team. However, when he saw that Li Fan's battle power was only a mere 5,000, he immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. I thought you were impressive. Turns out you're just a weakling with a battle power of 5,000. Oh, it seems Gudu is enough to handle this arrogant brat. Hearing this, Jinyu nodded and said, Is that so? Then come at me. Facing this little shorty, Li Fan remained indifferent. Although this guy did have a special ability called Time Pause. However, even with such a terrifying talent, Gudu's battle power was too low to match such an ability. Even Krillin could crush this guy. Just wait. You'll know what real terror is. After Gudu finished speaking, he immediately spread his arms. Then, a strange energy began to emanate from his body. At the same time, Gudu finally moved. He charged fiercely towards Li Fan, and Li Fan looked at this guy. And although he didn't move, correspondingly, an energy was gathering in his hand. It seems Gudu will finally win this time, huh? Lycum laughed and said, Yes, this kid. JIS and Bart also laughed and said, After all, in their team, Gudu's record was undoubtedly the worst. He generally could only bully those with lower battle power than him. But when encountering real strong opponents, he always relied on his special ability to dodge. Whoosh! Gudu's speed was quite fast, and in the next moment, he was already in front of Li Fan. Just about to take a big breath to stop time, Li Fan, however, had a smirk on his face. With speed like lightning, he aimed his palm at Gudu. Nanny? Gudu's eyes widened in shock. His eyes were about to burst. What the hell is going on? Unfortunately, there wasn't even a second to think, and Gudu was hit by the energy blast in Li Fan's hand. Boom! His body was instantly reduced to powder. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the members of the Jinyu Force couldn't help but gasp in shock. What the hell is going on? Did Gudu die? Lycum asked in disbelief. Gulp. It seems so. Bart also nodded instinctively. This is truly shocking for them. No one has ever reached such a situation, although Gudu's combat power is indeed weak. Being killed directly is a bit. No, this kid most likely has the ability to control combat power. We all just fell for it. Jinyu said fiercely. Although that guy Gudu's combat power is indeed trash, his death means that the dance he recently researched will be imperfect, right? Damn it. Our team formation is going to have problems. You three, go together and crush that guy for me. Jinyu said fiercely. I have to say, Jinyu was really angry at this moment. Dare to kill his subordinate right in front of him? Isn't this looking for death? Yes, Captain. Immediately, Lycum, Bart, and guys charged fiercely towards Li Fan. In no time, they surrounded him completely. Speaking of which, Wukong, is Li Fan going to be okay? Bulma said worriedly upon seeing this scene. After all, there are 3 of them, and Li Fan is just one person. 3 against 1. This is inherently unfair. Don't worry. Bulma, that guy Li Fan is quite strong, Sun Wukong said confidently. Even he could feel the weakness of the Jinyu force, let alone Li Fan. Hmph, kid. Although this does feel a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but it's the captain's order, so you should still die. Huh. After Lycum finished speaking, he swung his enormous fist towards Li Fan with great force. At the same time, Guise and Bart also moved, almost simultaneously. The three attacks were about to land on Li Fan. Hmph. Li Fan sneered, and then something terrifying happened. With a swoosh, Li Fan's figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. He actually dodged all three attacks at once. What incredible speed. Seeing this, Jinyu furrowed his brow and said, bang, bang, bang. However, in the next moment, amidst the sounds of three impacts, their figures were nowhere to be seen. All that could be heard were the screams of Lycum, Bart, and Guise, followed by their bodies one after another crashing into a mountain. Nanny? How is this even possible? Seeing this, Jinyu's eyes widened. But that is not all. Next, Li Fan's figure appeared high in the sky, extending his palm towards the mountain. Rumble, rumble. The entire ground trembled slightly, and that mountain was directly flattened. Meanwhile, Jinyu's eyes were about to pop out. This is an absolute, and it's a one-time of 3. Chapter 28. You actually killed all my teammates? Jinyu's mouth was wide open, as if he could fit a basketball in it. So what? Li Fan shrugged, as if he had done something very simple. Are you saying your true combat power is in the hundreds of thousands? Jinyu asked tentatively. So what? Li Fan crossed his arms and said proudly. Of course. He knew what Jinyu meant. This guy is not simple. In the original story, Sun Wukong was tricked by him and forcibly switched bodies. However, now that Li Fan knows the plot, how could he give Jinyu this opportunity? Ha, that's just great. Ha ha ha. After hearing this news, Jinyu burst into a maniacal laugh, leaving Sun Wukong, Krillin, and others who were watching feeling completely bewildered. Is this guy crazy? Clearly, his combat power is above yours. So why are you foolishly laughing like this? Could it be that he has gone stupid? Poor child. But Sun Wukong and the others have no idea about Jinyu's plan. Ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. Come on, attack me. Do your best to hit me, Jinyu said to Li Fan. Right now, Jinyu's goal is to let Li Fan attack his body with all his might. And when Li Fan has beaten his body to a pulp, he will then exchange bodies with Li Fan. That way, after the body swap, it will be an easy task for him to kill Li Fan. After all, his body has a combat power of 12,000. If Li Fan gets away, that would be bad. Unfortunately, Jinyu's plan is well thought out, but he has encountered a tough opponent in Li Fan. Damn, I have never heard of such a request. Li Fan shrugged and said helplessly, Nanny, this guy really isn't crazy, is he? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Krillin exchanged glances with each other in disbelief, not expecting someone to actively request to be hit. This is simply unheard of. Maybe it's just the style of their planet. Sun Wukong forcibly explained. Since you're actively asking me to hit you, then I want to hold back. With that, Li Fan assumed a fighting stance. Jinyu, on the other hand, proudly spread his arms, indicating that he wouldn't fight back and that Li Fan could hit him as much as he wanted. In Jinyu's view, although Li Fan's combat power is strong, it is nowhere near terrifying levels, so his attacks could never obliterate his body with a maximum combat power of 120,000 in one go. Holding on to this expectation, he didn't even consider fighting back. He just planned to swap bodies with Li Fan. Unfortunately, all of this is just Jinyu's one-sided wishful thinking. The reality is incredibly cruel. Hmph. Here it comes. A fierce glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes as his figure moved like lightning. He quickly arrived in front of Jinyu and struck with a heavy punch. The power of the punch was like a mountain collapsing, unstoppable. Bang! The punch landed heavily on Jinyu's abdomen. Instantly, Jinyu's expression changed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The next moment, Li Fan's fist surged through Jinyu's body with unstoppable force. Jinyu never expected things would turn out this way. This is not going according to my script at all. Damn it. Jinyu wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't get them out. Moreover, he could feel his life slipping away at an alarming rate. Sorry, I accidentally went a bit too hard. I'll be more careful next time, Li Fan said with feigned embarrassment. If Jinyu could still speak now, he would really want to curse Li Fan out. Next time? What the hell do you mean by next time? Can't you see I'm about to die? This is what you asked for. Can't blame me. After Li Fan finished speaking, he immediately withdrew his arm. Bang! With a powerful kick, Jinyu's body was sent flying into the sky. Goodbye, Jinyu. After saying that, An energy blast directly chased after Jinyu's body. Boom, boom. Following that, a loud explosion echoed through the sky, and dust billowed in the air, while Jinyu's body was reduced to ashes. For Jinyu, this was how Li Fan treated him, without the slightest mercy. After all, this guy's body-swapping ability was indeed a huge hassle. Who knows what would happen if he accidentally got swapped? Moreover, those who have watched Dragon Ball Super know that during the Namek saga, even though Jinyu turned into a frog, he still didn't die. In Dragon Ball Super, he finally swapped back to human, but still didn't get eliminated in the end. However, with Li Fan, he absolutely wouldn't allow such a situation to occur. Thus, the Jinyu force was completely wiped out as soon as they arrived on Namek. Speaking of which, Li Fan. After Li Fan finished all this, Sun Wukong came to his side. What do you want to say? Li Fan expressed some helplessness. Wasn't this a bit too harsh? Sun Wukong was still a bit kind-hearted. After all, he thought these guys had really done anything too bad, right? You really? Li Fan shook his head and said. Chapter 29 Crack. Above the cosmic battleship, Frieza crushed the wine glass in his hand into pieces. The Jinyu force was completely wiped out, and now, there was not a single piece of information about the Dragon Balls. Frieza gritted his teeth and said. He just realized that his subordinates were nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Truly worthless. Since that's the case, it seems this king must take action personally. Frieza's eyes gleamed with a cold light, and now he was completely enraged. They actually kept killing his subordinates one after another, although those guys were indeed not that powerful. Without them, it meant he had to do some things himself. This is definitely challenging Frieza's authority. By the way, where's that guy Dodoria? Frieza asked the alien beside him. It seems to be, Frieza's subordinates are all wearing power-level scouters, and similarly, they can use these scouters to know each other's status or location. And how did Frieza know that the Jinyu force was already dead? That's because they completely lost contact. Dodoria, where are you? Frieza asked Dodoria through the communicator. Reporting to King Frieza, I haven't found the Dragon Balls, but I have discovered Vegeta's whereabouts. Dodoria reported to Frieza. Vegeta? Good. Very good. It seems I have to take matters into my own hands. All those Saiyan monkeys shouldn't be allowed to live in this world. Frieza is very displeased right now. He originally came to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls and make a wish, but unexpectedly, his subordinates have been killed one after another. This really made him very angry. He is the mighty emperor of the universe. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Frieza immediately flew quickly towards Dodoria. At this moment, Dodoria had been secretly following Vegeta. He also knew about Vegeta killing Zarbon. Therefore, he didn't dare to confront Vegeta head-on. Whoosh! Vegeta's speed was fast, but Dodoria was not slow either. Thus, the two moved forward and backward. Until, whoosh! Dodoria suddenly noticed that Vegeta's figure disappeared from his sight, and then Vegeta lost track. What? Where did that guy go? Did he hide? Thinking of this, Dodoria looked down at the rocky mountains and forests. There was a possibility. Just as Dodoria was about to prepare to descend, he suddenly heard Vegeta's voice behind him. Oh, isn't that Dodoria? What are you doing here? As soon as Vegeta's voice came, Dodoria felt a chill run down his spine. How could this be? What speed does this guy have? Dodoria immediately turned around, and sure enough, Vegeta was coldly staring at him. Seeing this scene, Dodoria felt a shiver run through his body. Indeed, he was someone who could kill Kuei and Zarbon. Now, Dodoria didn't feel he could defeat Vegeta. The key was to hold him back until Frieza arrived to deal with him. Huh, so it's Vegeta. I'm just about to find you, Dodoria said with a smile. Hearing this, Vegeta pretended to be curious. Oh, looking for me? For what? Haha, you still don't know, Vegeta. I want to team up with you to deal with that fool Frieza. Dodoria's words were incredible, almost making Vegeta think he heard wrong. I say, Dodoria, you're not joking, are you? Aren't you Frieza's most loyal lapdog? Although surprised, Vegeta still despised this kind of opportunist, so he didn't plan to let Dodoria go. He just wanted to see how far Dodoria intended to go with this act. I've long been unable to stand that guy Frieza. I think following you is the most promising thing, don't you think? Dodoria continued speaking to Vegeta. Oh, upon hearing this, Vegeta originally wanted to refuse, but suddenly thought of something interesting. He immediately grinned and said, All right, Dodoria, from now on, let us team up to deal with that bastard Frieza. Hearing Vegeta's promise, Dodoria was instantly delighted, then continued to curse Frieza. You have no idea. That Frieza, following him is just wasting our great potential. That shorty still thinks he's invincible. Ha ha. Dodoria continued to curse Frieza without restraint, trying to buy time this way. Little did he know, Frieza had already appeared behind him at some point. Oh, Dodoria, are you serious about what you just said? Originally excitedly talking about Frieza, Dodoria's smile began to freeze upon hearing this voice. How could Frieza be so fast? However, the point was not here. Dodoria immediately turned around, and sure enough, Frieza was already behind him, looking at Dodoria with a chilling smile. Of course, Frieza's smile was the most terrifying. Dodoria could feel death right in front of him. Originally, he just wanted to buy some time. Chapter 30 Frieza. I was just saying that to buy time. Immediately, Dodoria respectfully explained to Frieza. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Frieza pretended to be nonchalant. Yes, Frieza, I am absolutely loyal to you. Please, Frieza, you must understand. At this moment, Dodoria no longer cared about anything else. He just needed Frieza to believe he was innocent. However, he still underestimated Frieza's ruthlessness. Ha ha ha. So it seems you have made a contribution, Dodoria? Frieza said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. It is an honor to serve you, Frieza. Dodoria's obsequious demeanor was something even Vegeta couldn't bear to watch. However, this was not the key to the situation. Because Frieza had appeared, this indicates a problem. He may be doomed. No way. I must find an opportunity to escape. Vegeta's eyes were spinning wildly as he thought about how to slip away. What a pity. Bang. Frieza let out a cold laugh, and the next moment, a black energy beam pierced through Dodoria's body. Frieza. Dodoria never expected that Frieza would actually take such drastic action. I hate it when people call me short. So Dodoria, you could die now. As soon as Frieza finished speaking, Dodoria's body exploded. Hiss. Seeing this, Vegeta couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, this is the terrifying power of the evil Emperor Frieza. He was able to casually eliminate Dodoria. Vegeta, we meet again. Frieza looked at Vegeta with a gloomy smile. However, the killing intent in Frieza's eyes was undeniable. To Frieza, Vegeta was the one who always opposed him. Even if it wasn't Vegeta's doing, it was definitely orchestrated by him. Frieza, do you think I, Vegeta, am really afraid of you? Vegeta said through gritted teeth. He currently lacked the confidence to challenge Frieza, but seemed he had no chance to escape. So, he could only take a gamble. Moreover, he was quite confident. After all, leaving Earth and the various battles he had fought had significantly increased his strength. If he could transform into a great ape again, he might just crush Frieza. This is the source of Vegeta's confidence now. Although his tail has been cut off before arriving on Namek, Vegeta had already made ample preparations. He went to a more advanced planet and used the technology there to regrow his tail in such a short time. Ha ha ha, Vegeta. I can't believe you dare to say such things. It's really laughable. Frieza laughed heartily as if he had heard a joke. So, Mr. Vegeta, let me see the source of your power. Upon hearing this, Vegeta said nothing more. Immediately, a white energy appeared in his palm. A man-made moon. This is a unique ability of his royal bloodline that allows him to create a moon out of thin air. Frieza, as you wish. Let me show you the power of Super Vegeta. Huh. Suddenly, Vegeta shouted loudly, and the energy in his hand was instantly struck high into the sky. A man-made moon hung in the sky, just like that. Without any hesitation, Vegeta's eyes were fixed on the man-made moon. Oh, is it the Great Ape Transformation? This is interesting. Interesting, Frieza said darkly. He had long known that the Saiyan race had this transformation method, but he didn't believe that Vegeta's great ape form could defeat him. After all, his true combat power is measured in billions. Thump, thump. Vegeta's eyes were locked on the man-made moon, and then his heartbeat began to quicken. His body was also undergoing changes. Roar. Suddenly, a massive ape appeared in front of Frieza. Ha ha ha. This is getting more interesting. This great ape transformation, Frieza said with a smile. Yet there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Of course, with Vegeta's current strength, he was far from being able to make Frieza feel afraid. At the moment Vegeta transformed into a great ape, Leaf Fan and the others also felt it. What is that? Great ape transformation? Vegeta? Instantly, Goku and the others reacted and looked at Leaf Fan. Leaf Fan, why don't you get rid of your tail too? Otherwise, if you see the moon, you will also transform into a great ape. Everyone said this, and all looked at the tail coiled around Leaf Fan's waist. Suddenly, Leaf Fan felt a chill. Forget it. You guys go ahead first. I'll come later. Leaf Fan said to everyone. Of course, Li Fan definitely didn't want to get rid of his tail now, but he couldn't transform into a great ape either. After all, he wasn't a high-level warrior. So, it would be better to let Goku and the others go first. At worst, he would just go over later. Chapter ancienttraditions. An incredibly massive great ape was roaring, constantly pounding its chest, very fierce. It seemed that with every move, it could shake the mountains and rivers. This is the great ape transformation of Vegeta. At this moment, after transforming, he can feel his power has increased tenfold. He is extremely confident. However, this great ape transformation indeed allows Vegeta to gain 10 times the power, but he is facing the universe Emperor Frieza. Frieza still stands with his arms crossed, looking quite disdainful. Roar. Seeing this, Vegeta can't help but become furious. Damn it, I've transformed into a great ape, and you still look so calm? Just watch me smash your chest with my fists. With that thought, Vegeta threw a powerful punch in Frieza's direction. This punch is incredibly powerful. It could easily smash a mountain. However, even with Vegeta's fierce punch, Frieza merely sneered and raised his hand. Bang! The punch came down heavily, and something unbelievable happened. Frieza actually caught a fist larger than his own body with his hand. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, the ground around Frieza began to crack inch by inch. But in contrast, Frieza remained completely unmoved. Nanny? Vegeta widened his eyes in surprise upon seeing this. How is this possible? Sun Wukong and the others who rushed over were also completely stunned. What the hell is going on? Who is this little guy? He can actually brush off the punch of a giant ape, transform Vegeta so easily. Hmph. A wild monkey is just a wild monkey. What does it matter if he transforms into a giant ape? Frieza let out a cold laugh, and then the force in his hand suddenly increased. Bang! Vegeta's punch was forcefully deflected by the overwhelming strength. My god, that guy has such powerful strength. Seeing this, Goku exclaimed in surprise. Hmph. If that's all he's capable of, I think I can reach that level too. Piccolo said coldly, appearing very arrogant. This is where Piccolo differs from the original. Ever since he defeated Sun Wukong, his personality has become increasingly arrogant. Piccolo, you can't say that. If you hadn't fused with the god, how could your power be so strong? Krillin said helplessly. He really couldn't stand Piccolo's show-off behavior. So, reluctantly, Krillin chose to interrupt Piccolo. TCH. Upon hearing this, Piccolo coldly snorted with disdain. Boom! After Frieza violently knocked Vegeta's arm aside, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his figure moved like lightning. In just a breath's time, Frieza's fist had struck hard against Vegeta's chin. Bang! Vegeta was caught completely off guard. He didn't expect that, even after transforming into a great ape, he would still be in this situation. Boom! And Frieza's punch was no joke. It directly smashed the great ape Vegeta down to the ground, and Vegeta's massive body hitting the ground. It was unimaginable. Some mountains were directly crushed to dust. Wow, this is too strong, Krillin said in shock. At that moment, Frieza glanced at the artificial moon in the sky and immediately understood everything. Hmph. So it turns out that you wild monkeys can only transform into great apes with the help of the moon. What a pity. After Frieza finished speaking, he pointed his finger at the artificial moon in the sky, and a beam of energy shot out fiercely. Rumble. The artificial moon was instantly reduced to dust by the energy. Hiss. At this moment, the giant ape transformation of Vegeta also directly returned to his original form. Cough, cough. This is impossible. How could your strength be so strong? Vegeta gasped heavily and said. At this moment, Vegeta was in a very miserable state, his face pale and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. I'm the Emperor of the Universe, Vegeta. I laugh at your ignorance for daring to provoke me. So you can go die now. After Frieza finished speaking, he squinted his eyes and prepared to launch his final attack on Vegeta. Wait. However, at that moment, a voice came over. Both Frieza and Vegeta were surprised. Nanny? Kakarot, you guy. Vegeta exclaimed upon seeing Goku and the others appear. Ha ha ha. It turns out there are other wild monkeys. Just in time, you can all die together. Frieza was not too surprised by the arrival of Goku and the others. After all, he had just realized one thing. That is, with just Vegeta's strength alone, it was impossible to kill so many of his subordinates in such a short time. Useless. Kakarot, no one is a match for Frieza. Even seeing Goku's arrival, Vegeta said despondently. Of course, Goku didn't care what Vegeta was saying. The only one he cared about now was Frieza. Whoosh. Bang. Goku suddenly appeared in front of Frieza. You wild monkey, why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere? Frieza said, with his chin resting on his hand as he looked at Goku. Chapter 32. I can't care about that anymore. Since you and Vegeta are in cahoots, then you can both die. After Frieza finished speaking, a ball of energy shot fiercely towards Goku. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Frieza release an energy ball without warning, Goku's eyes widened. Whoosh. In a flash, he jumped up and dodged Frieza's energy ball. Boom. The place where Goku had just been was directly blasted into a huge pit. You bastard. Goku was also furious, not expecting Frieza to launch a sneak attack. In an instant, Goku's figure had already arrived in front of Frieza. He threw a punch fiercely towards Frieza's head, and facing Goku's vicious strike, Frieza only scoffed. Bang! When they were close, Frieza's eyes glinted with malice, and he slightly tilted his head, narrowly dodging Goku's punch. Your speed is too slow. A real punch should be like this. After Frieza finished speaking, a punch came like lightning, hitting Goku's abdomen hard. Nanny? Phew! Goku cried out in pain, and in the next moment his body was violently sent flying. Boom! He ultimately crashed into a huge meteorite in the distance. Seeing this, Frieza couldn't help but curve his lips. Then his large hand pointed towards Goku's direction. Whoosh! An energy ball shot out like a cannonball, successfully enveloping the area where Goku was in an explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion lingered on, and Goku's fate was uncertain. Is he really that weak? I just want to ask who else is there. Frieza became even more pleased. Goku. Krillin shouted as he flew towards Goku. You shouldn't be too complacent. Let me, the Demon King, take care of you. A voice came over, successfully diverting Frieza's attention. Meanwhile, Piccolo had appeared behind Frieza without anyone noticing. You bastard. You're that Namekian? Frieza was stunned upon seeing Piccolo, then spoke. So what? Piccolo still had a very arrogant demeanor, with his arms crossed over his chest. It really is true that good things come to those who wait. So hand over the Dragon Balls if you know what's good for you. Upon seeing Piccolo, Frieza seemed to have discovered the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Sorry, I don't know anything about Dragon Balls. All I know is to beat you up. With a loud shout, Piccolo instantly appeared in front of Frieza. Nanny? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, completely unable to react. Of course, Piccolo wouldn't give this guy any chance to catch his breath. Bang! A punch slammed hard into Frieza's chest. And this punch was not simple. After all, Piccolo's current power was over 1,000,000, while Frieza's form had a battle power of only about 530,000. Whoosh! Under Frieza's incredulous gaze, his body began to move uncontrollably, flying backward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nanny? How is this possible? Vegeta's eyes widened at this sight. You have to know, the last time he went to Earth, this guy's strength was still very pathetic. How could he now be able to send Frieza flying with just one punch? Whoosh! Frieza's body flew back a great distance. Even the surface was cracked with a long fissure from his face. Cough, 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 cough. You Namekian, how can you have such immense power? Frieza gasped and asked. Not only was Frieza shocked, the Grand Elder, who was hiding somewhere and was about to intervene, was also incredibly surprised. Who is this Namekian? How can he possess such immense power? The Grand Elder couldn't recall where he had seen this Namekian, so he decided to hold back instead of taking action. He prepared to observe for a while. Moreover, didn't Piccolo just knock Frieza away in one blow? This shows that this Namekian still has a lot of potential. At this moment, Li Fan also flew with Bulma to a place where they could see the battle. Of course, the distance between the two of them and Frieza and the others was still quite far. It wasn't that Li Fan was afraid. The main issue was that he was worried about harming Bulma. That would be a loss, wouldn't it? It seems that this Piccolo actually has some skills. There is no need for me to take action right from the start. Li Fan thought to himself. Of course, with Li Fan's current strength, as long as Frieza didn't use his final form, he wasn't afraid of this guy. How wonderful. You Namekian, you've successfully angered me. Since that's the case today, let me show you the true power of this king. Frieza said darkly. Originally, Frieza planned not to kill this Piccolo and instead make him bring out the Dragon Balls. But given the current situation, it seems that he couldn't just let this troublesome Namekian live. Oh, is that so? So, you're still hiding your power? Then, please unleash it all. I'm giving you this opportunity. At this moment, Piccolo was very arrogant. He was convinced that even if Frieza used all his strength, he would not be his opponent. Seeing Piccolo like this, Frieza couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. This is really good. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Chapter 33. What? Frieza actually has hidden strength? At this moment, with Krillin's support, Sun Wukong got up, but was somewhat surprised to hear this news. However, it must be mentioned that just a moment ago, Frieza's single strike nearly took Sun Wukong down. This is completely different from the original work. In the original, Sun Wukong was switched bodies with that guy Jinyu. He ended up severely injured and later used a healing chamber to recover his body, with the Saiyan's talent for healing from severe injuries and increasing strength. Sun Wukong successfully reached a battle power of several million. Only then did he face Frieza. But just now, Sun Wukong had a battle power of only about 100,000, and he didn't even use the Kaioken when facing Frieza's terrifying attacks. This resulted in him being severely injured. Wukong, hurry up and eat this. Krillin immediately took out a senzu bean and gave it to Sun Wukong. This is the last of the senzu beans. With Krillin's addition, the consumption of senzu beans has been much faster than in the original story, so this is already the last senzu bean they have on them. Sun Wukong showed no hesitation. He took the senzu bean, crunch, crunch, gulp. He swallowed a senzu bean, and immediately Sun Wukong returned to his peak condition. All his injuries disappeared without a trace. I feel like I'm filled with power now, Sun Wukong said in surprise as he looked at his hands. Meanwhile, Frieza had already transformed. Hmph, tremble, you creatures. Ha ha ha, roar. Suddenly, a fierce expression appeared on Frieza's face. Then Frieza spread his arms wide. Whoosh! He soared into the air. Immediately, dark, cold energy erupted from Frieza's body. It looked very eerie. Swish, swish, swish. The black energy increased rapidly, and in no time, it completely enveloped Frieza, giving off a very terrifying feeling. What? This plot is a bit off. In the distance, Li Fan frowned and said, "It seems that Frieza is not undergoing a second stage transformation. Could it be?" Suddenly, Li Fan widened his eyes, realizing something. Could it be that Frieza was in his final form from the very beginning? At this moment, the black energy around Frieza was rampaging endlessly, with flashes of lightning appearing intermittently. What a strong and terrifying aura. Even the previously arrogant Piccolo couldn't help but change his expression. This aura was truly terrifying. What a frightening aura, Vegeta said with a pale face, struggling to speak. Initially, he thought that the Namekian was guaranteed to win, but unexpectedly, Frieza would actually enter this stage of transformation, something he had never anticipated. Boom! The entire ground began to tremble due to this immense energy, as if experiencing a massive earthquake. The ground below began to crack inch by inch. Countless stones started to shake violently. A terrifying and cold pressure swept in instantly, causing Krillin, who was just watching, to drop to the ground. This aura is simply too powerful. With his strength, he doesn't even dare to entertain any thoughts of resistance. It's truly terrifying. I thought my strength was impressive just now, but facing Frieza at this moment feels like standing before the ocean. Sun Wukong also exclaimed in surprise. Swish! Swish, swish! In the sky, it seems that Frieza has completed all his transformations. The black energy dissipates, and Frieza surprisingly skips the previous transformation stages and directly enters the final transformation. Frieza stands at the center of the entire void, and now he is completely a different entity compared to his earlier forms. This form is small and exquisite, yet gives a feeling of immense danger. How could this guy end up like this? The great elder in the distance was completely stunned. Just now, wasn't Frieza being beaten by that Namekian? How did he suddenly change into this? Seeing this, the great elder realized he couldn't let this continue. He had to take action. Ha ha, Namekian, it's been a while. This is my final form. Congratulations, you have successfully angered me. So, as a reward, I will skip the previous transformations and let you witness the power of my ultimate form. As Frieza said this, he narrowed his eyes and looked down at Piccolo. Piccolo also felt a sense of difficulty in breathing, unable to move. This is damn fast, isn't it? I was just showing off. And now everything has changed all of a sudden? Go to hell. These 3 words slipped out of Frieza's mouth. Don't. Piccolo, quick dodge. Son Goku wanted to say something else, but an energy blast had already engulfed Piccolo's figure. Boom, boom. Instantly, a huge mushroom cloud rose from where Piccolo was. The entire surface was shaking continuously. This is the power of the universe, Emperor Frieza. He successfully took down Piccolo in an instant. You bastat, D. Son Goku is also furious. A blast of energy shot towards Frieza with great force. Chapter 34. Hmph. You wild monkey, you actually didn't die. Interesting. Frieza, as expected, sensed the energy blast coming from Son Goku immediately and reacted in time. Bang! The energy blast that Son Goku had just fired was directly caught by Frieza. Nanny? How is this possible? Son Goku was also stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. Boom! In the next moment, Frieza squinted his eyes, and then the energy blast in his hand was actually crushed by him. Hmph! Wild monkey, you can also go die. Death beam. Huh. After Frieza said this, he immediately extended his hand towards Son Goku's direction. Bang! A black beam of light shot towards Son Goku like a bullet. Damn! Even the previously furious Son Goku couldn't help but curse upon seeing this. This is completely out of the ordinary. Damn it. This Frieza really doesn't give anyone a chance to react. Moreover, Frieza's attacks are extremely fast. This forced Son Wukong to instantly activate the Kaioken. Kaioken. Roar. Suddenly, a crimson energy erupted forth, and Son Wukong's figure shot out like lightning. Whoosh! Frieza's death beam energy barely grazed past him. Boom! Ultimately, it crashed down onto the surface. Instantly, the entire Namek planet was pierced by this beam. Hiss! What incredible penetrating power! Seeing this, Son Wukong couldn't help but gasp. He secretly thanked himself for activating the Kaioken just in time to speed up. Otherwise, he might have already been done for. However, was Frieza's attack over just like that? No, it wasn't. At that moment, Frieza's voice rang in Son Wukong's ears. Saiyan, you're distracted. Hmph. Hearing this voice, Son Wukong's expression changed immediately, and he wanted to dodge. But it was too late. A sharp pain pierced through his abdomen. Frieza's fist had already slammed hard into Son Wukong's gut. Hmph. A fierce glint flashed in Frieza's eyes, and then his fist erupted with a glow. Whoosh! Instantly, the immense energy sent Son Wukong flying away. Since Son Wukong had no time to react, he could only be forcefully propelled and ultimately crashed into the distant mountains. Immediately after, that peak was engulfed in an explosion. Boom! Boom! The entire surface trembled, and the place where Son Wukong was located was filled with billowing smoke, rendering it impossible to see anything. No one knew what was happening inside. Gulp! Krillin, hiding at a distance, saw this and also had a hard time swallowing. Damn it, this Frieza is ridiculously strong, isn't he? He really wanted to fly over and check on Son Wukong, but due to Frieza's power, he didn't dare to move. This guy is really brutal. And Li Fan also reacted. He didn't expect that the Frieza of this timeline would be so ruthless, not giving his opponents any chance to breathe. He brutally took down Piccolo and Son Wukong in an instant. Ha, you guys, this is the outcome of going against me. Now, I just want to ask, who else? Who else? Frieza is now standing high in the sky, looking extremely arrogant. This is the character of the Emperor of Evil in the universe. Cruel, cold, heartless, even more ferocious than in the original. It seems I have no choice but to take action. At this point, Li Fan was about to charge at Frieza, but what he didn't expect was that the Grand Elder actually appeared. Isn't this a bit too much? Frieza. The Grand Elder looked at Frieza and said coldly, "Oh, another Namekian has come? Ha ha ha. Are you here to seek death?" Frieza sneered at the Grand Elder with even more disdain. Now he was fully powered up. How could this Namekian possibly be his opponent? Just look at that Namekian from a moment ago. Bang. However, just when Frieza was feeling incredibly proud, the Elder's massive fist actually slammed hard into Frieza's face. This is something Frieza never expected. The Elder was surprisingly unpredictable. Bang, bang, bang. The Elder struck successfully, but gave Frieza no chance to catch his breath. Various attacks came one after another. Moreover, the speed kept increasing, each punch heavier than the last. Gulp. Another Namekian? And this one is so strong. Vegeta was completely stunned at this point. Frieza was actually being overwhelmed by this suddenly appeared large Namekian. This made him feel a lingering sense of fear. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything bad since arriving on this Namek planet. If he had done something wrong and encountered this gigantic Namekian, wouldn't he be finished? Sigh. Right now, Vegeta felt a deep sense of defeat. Chapter 35. There were simply too many things he encountered today, making it hard for him to accept all at once. At this level of combat, he simply can't keep up. Right now, he feels like an ant, unwilling, unyielding, but also very helpless. This is all of Vegeta's thoughts right now. Bang, bang, bang. The Grand Elder's attack is still ongoing, and Frieza hasn't fully reacted yet. because the Grand Elder has been mercilessly striking Frieza's head. In fact, the Grand Elder's current attack method is somewhat similar to what Frieza did earlier. No mercy whatsoever, catching him off guard, hitting him when he least expects it. And Frieza never thought that the very tactic he just used would now be turned against him. Bang! Finally, the Grand Elder kicked Frieza's body away with great force. Immediately after, the Grand Elder extended his palm towards Frieza's direction. Farewell, Frieza! Huh! An enormous energy ball formed in the Grand Elder's massive palm. Whoosh! It shot out towards Frieza like a cannonball. Cough, cough, you dare. Nanny? Frieza, having finally steadied himself, was about to curse when his eyes widened in shock. My goodness, what a huge energy ball! And just as Frieza was about to do something, his body was directly obliterated by the energy ball. Following that, une incroyably massive explosion éruptait instantly. Boom, boom! The entire Namek planet was shaking continuously. The sound of the explosion echoed through the clouds. The smoke from the explosion filled the sky, billowing thickly, incredibly grand. Did it succeed? Cough, 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 cough. At this moment, Sun Wukong crawled out from the ruins. His body was covered in blood. His clothes were tattered. He looked very disheveled. This is the current Sun Wukong. Upon seeing this, Li Fan was also a bit surprised. He hasn't even made a move yet. Could it all end like this? It feels a bit unscientific. Moreover, this rejuvenated elder is unexpectedly powerful, far beyond his imagination. Bang! Piccolo also struggled to crawl up from the ruins. Right now, Piccolo looks very disheveled. His body is incomplete. However, fortunately, he has the ability to regenerate from his severed limbs. Otherwise, he might have already been finished just now. That's great, Li Fan, with this. You don't even have to make a move. We are safe, haha. Bulma also excitedly clung to Li Fan's arm and said, actually, how to put it? Although it seems fine like this, Li Fan still feels a bit uncomfortable. That is, up until now, he hasn't had the chance to make a move. Although the situation does look pretty good now. Should be, right? Li Fan nodded and said. After that, his attention was still focused on the direction of Frieza's explosion. He is familiar with the plot, and always feels that Frieza won't just be finished like this. Although the Elder's recent attack was indeed very powerful. But how to say? The Elder's current combat power might only be around 10 million or so, while Frieza's final form has a combat power that reaches 120 million. It should be over. Suddenly, the Elder sighed and said, just when everyone thought everything was over, from the dust, a terrifying voice emerged. Death Beam, Nanny? Upon hearing this voice, the previously relaxed Elder's expression changed, and a black energy shot towards him at an extremely fast speed. The Elder wanted to dodge, but there was simply no time. Bang! Thud! The black beam pierced directly through the Elder's chest. Doof! The Elder cried out in pain and fell down. Nanny? How is this possible? Is that guy a monster? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Frieza had such strong vitality. That level of explosion actually couldn't take his life. As the dust settled, Frieza's figure appeared, sending chills down everyone's spines. This is simply unbelievable. Aside from a few streaks of blood, Frieza actually seems to have no major problems at all. Unamikian, very well. Goldie. Huh. In an instant, Frieza hurled an energy blast directly towards the Grand Elder. Ha ha ha. It seems this king is still too strong. Who else is there? Frieza reverted to his previous arrogant demeanor. Whoosh. Bang. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Frieza and delivered a heavy punch to his head. Without any warning. If there is a chance, strike. Bang. Frieza was hit hard, causing his head to buzz. The one who attacked was Li Fan. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Moreover, after arriving in the Dragon Ball world, he had learned something very important. Ambush. That's right, ambush. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. Immediately after, Li Fan launched a series of fierce attacks on Frieza's head. Each punch utilized nearly all his strength. The goal was to prevent Frieza from reacting. Bang, bang, bang. And indeed, Frieza was caught off guard. Now Frieza was extremely infuriated. What? Is it now fashionable to smash heads when there's a disagreement? Chapter 36. What the hell? If not now, then when? Roar. Sun Wukong painfully got up and saw Li Fan fiercely pounding Frieza's head. Sun Wukong couldn't care less about his injuries. He clenched his fists. Whoosh. A fierce wind rushed by. Immediately, an incredibly powerful energy erupted from Sun Wukong. Bang. The air was filled with a terrifying aura. Vegeta, who was watching Li Fan beat up Frieza, suddenly changed his expression. What? This energy is Kakarotes? Why? Right now. Vegeta just wanted to painfully say, who the hell am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Sun Wukong and Li Fan's actions made him feel utterly embarrassed as the Prince of Saiyans. I'm the proud Prince of Saiyans. Do I not care about face? Wukong can actually unleash such overwhelming power? Seeing this, Krillin was filled with excitement. 10 times Kaioken. Roar. Instantly, Sun Wukong pushed his energy to its peak. Because he had just expended too much energy, this form of 10 times Kaioken was already at its limit. One could say that Sun Wukong was now veins popping. Looking fierce. Damn it, you want to ambush me. Sun Wukong was extremely furious. This Frieza in front of him actually liked to ambush repeatedly. Now, he couldn't care about anything else. Together with Li Fan, he would beat Frieza to a pulp. Whoosh! Just as Li Fan was wildly hammering Frieza's head. Before Frieza could react, Sun Wukong rushed up. He unleashed a barrage of attacks on Frieza's body. Ta-ta-ta! I'll kill you. Bang bang bang. Under the 10 times Kaioken, Sun Wukong's current battle power had reached 30 million, far stronger than Li Fan. Of course, this was already Sun Wukong's limit at the moment. He couldn't hold it for too long. However, even so, Sun Wukong showed no mercy. Each punch was nearly to the bone. You two guys. After a long time of beating, neither of them showed any signs of wanting to stop. At this time, however, Frieza began to slowly recover. After all, even though the two were attacking Frieza's vital points, his combat power was still far above theirs. The reason he had been beaten before was simply that he hadn't reacted in time. But now it was different. Bang! You two wild monkeys. Get the hell away from me. Roar. Suddenly, Frieza's eyes widened, and a mass of black energy formed around him. At the same time, centered around Frieza, it exploded outward. Oh my goodness. Seeing the situation turn dire, Li Fan immediately tried to dodge. However, the speed of the energy wave was simply too fast, leaving him no chance to escape. Not good. Sun Wukong also widened his eyes instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, both of them were violently blasted away by this energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. You two guys wait for my revenge. Huh. Frieza immediately fixed his gaze on Li Fan. How dare you beat on my head? Just wait until I kill you. Frieza's murderous intent was palpable. Li Fan felt something was wrong. Damn it. It wasn't just me hitting you. Why are you targeting me first? Forget it. I have infinite regeneration. Am I afraid of you? Thinking of this, Li Fan surprisingly made Frieza very puzzled. He charged fiercely at Frieza. Good. Wild monkey. Go die. Death beam. Bang. Instantly, a black, penetrating energy shot out from Frieza's fingertips, headed straight for Li Fan. You think I'm afraid? Ki blast. Huh. Seeing the situation turn dire, Li Fan extended his palm, and immediately, a white ki blast formed in his hand, facing Frieza's death beam. Bang. Hiss. Unfortunately, Li Fan still somewhat underestimated Frieza's death beam. Its penetrating power was too strong, and the energy he shot out was directly pierced through. Thud. Instantly, the death beam that penetrated through the energy shot straight through Li Fan's chest. Li Fan's face turned pale, and a painful sensation spread throughout his body. Damn it. Even with a body of infinite regeneration, he couldn't escape this feeling of pain. Hmph. Wild monkey, you can go die. After Frieza finished speaking, another energy blast followed, directly slamming Li Fan's body to the ground. Finally, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and Li Fan was engulfed in the explosion. Li Fan. Seeing this, Sun Wukong reacted and wanted to check on Li Fan. However, Frieza did not give him that opportunity. How to say it? The king is now extremely angry. The consequences are very serious. Ha ha ha. Wild monkey, you don't have to worry about him anymore. He's already done for, and soon, you will meet in hell. Ha ha ha. After Frieza finished speaking, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 37. You son of a bitch, go down too. Huh. After Frieza finished speaking, he immediately threw a punch. For Goku, he had already released half of his energy to throw this punch, and this half of the energy is nearly 60 million in battle power. At this moment, with the Kaioken boost, Goku only has about 30 million in battle power. Therefore, he couldn't even block this punch. Bang! A heavy punch struck Goku's abdomen. Thoof! Instantly, Goku's face turned pale. After all, Frieza's punch was not easy to endure. In the next moment, Goku could no longer control his body and flew backwards. The wild monkey is just a wild monkey. It turns out you're not that great after all. If that's the case, you can die too. Frieza said darkly. He then extended his palm towards the direction Goku was flying. A ball of black energy quickly gathered in Frieza's hand. It was obvious that Frieza did not want to give Goku too much time to catch his breath. ZZZZ. At the same time, bolts of lightning accompanied his energy blast from time to time. The intimidation brought by this energy even made the surrounding air feel corroded. From this, one could see how terrifying the energy contained in the energy ball was and how astonishing its power was. While Monkey Go Die, Frieza's lips curled up, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Bang! Instantly, the black energy blast in his hand shot towards Goku's flying body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a cannonball, heading straight for Goku. Nanny? In no time, Goku's body was completely engulfed in the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion was deafening, echoing through the heavens, as if the very world was shaking continuously. This is the attack of the furious Frieza. Right now, Frieza doesn't have much of a playful mindset. He just wants to eliminate these guys who he finds displeasing. That's all there is to it. Furthermore, things like Dragon Ball seem to have completely lost Frieza's attention. On the other side, Leaf Fan, who was just overwhelmed by Frieza's explosion, is now in a very bad situation. At this moment, his body is already a bloody mess. And he even has a strange feeling that his body seems to no longer belong to him. Crack, crack, from top to bottom. It feels as if all his bones have been shattered. His body is on the verge of collapse. The previous excruciating pain has gradually faded to just a numb sensation. This time, Li Fan truly felt what real pain was, what it felt like to have his bones and muscles shattered. Of course, despite all this, his physique was terrifyingly strong. Normally, someone in Li Fan's situation would have already perished, or at the very least, they would definitely not be able to regain their combat power immediately. However, in Li Fan's case, it was completely different. His injuries were healing at an incredible speed. His body was undergoing a regenerative process, and this regeneration was extremely formidable, capable of endless regeneration as long as a single cell remained. Almost simultaneously, his body recovered from the brink of collapse. At this moment, Li Fan could feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. A Saiyan's revival from the brink of death, healing from severe injuries, would lead to a drastic increase in combat power. Meanwhile, Frieza was completely unaware of the changes happening on Li Fan's side. He still thought he was invincible. In Frieza's eyes, he was the core of the entire battlefield, and no one was his opponent. He was utterly arrogant. I just want to ask everyone present, is there anyone who wants to fight me? If not, then I think this planet doesn't need to exist anymore. Ha ha ha. Frieza laughed loudly. Gurgle, what to do? Li Fan, where are you? Are you okay? At this moment, even the distant Bulma heard Frieza's voice, but her battle power was only around 10,000, making it impossible for her to be Frieza's opponent. So, she was really hoping to see Li Fan. She still believed in Li Fan in her heart. However, she knew that Li Fan had been engulfed in the explosion ahead, and at this moment, she was already in tears. Meanwhile, Krillin could only hide in a corner, trembling in fear. There was nothing they could do. This Frieza is truly terrifying. He can't even intervene, and right now, if he goes up, he might be killed instantly. It's over, it's over. It looks like Prince Vegeta, will die here today. Vegeta's face was pale, filled with fear. He deeply regretted coming to Namek. If he had known, he would have never come here. Otherwise, he would definitely be fine now. And what can be said about this situation? It's completely helpless, just watching them fight and enduring the pain. Frieza, don't forget, I'm still here. A voice came, causing Frieza to frown involuntarily. Turning around, he saw the Grand Elder, whom he had knocked down, appearing behind him again. Ha ha ha, you're still not dead? Chapter 38. Yes, the Grand Elder indeed did not die. After all, Frieza's previous attack did not harm the Grand Elder's vital areas. The Namekians possess the ability to regenerate from severed limbs. As long as their core parts are undamaged, they can regenerate. Of course, this regeneration ability does consume a lot of stamina. At this moment, the Grand Elder's complexion was still not very good. However, even so, he needed to stand up and fight Frieza. The reason is simple. He is the leader of the Namekian race. Frieza, I advise you not to go too far. The Grand Elder persuaded Frieza. In fact, the Grand Elder still hoped that Frieza would leave on his own. Of course, such a thing was impossible with Frieza. The reason is simple. He is the evil emperor of the universe. Ha ha ha. Namekian, have you lost your mind? How could you say such a thing? It's truly laughable. In that case, I'll make sure you die now. Huh. After Frieza finished speaking, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. His figure was also incredibly swift. In an instant, he was already in front of the Grand Elder. Bang! A heavy punch struck. However, at this moment, the Grand Elder reacted. Bang! He actually caught Frieza's punch. Not bad, Namekian. Unfortunately, bang! Just as he finished speaking, Frieza's attack was as fast as lightning. Before the Grand Elder could react, Frieza's fist had already struck hard against the Grand Elder's abdomen. Poof! The Grand Elder's expression changed instantly. This punch nearly knocked him out. And Frieza was not going to end it so simply. The next moment, he kicked hard at the Grand Elder's body. Goodness. Although Frieza and the Grand Elder had a huge difference in size, incredibly, Frieza's petite body concealed terrifying energy. With one kick, he sent the massive Grand Elder flying. Bang! Bang! Rumbling. The Grand Elder's body smashed through several mountain peaks before finally stopping. He landed in a pile of rubble. Immediately, Frieza also used the prince's fighting style, shooting dozens of energy blasts towards the Grand Elder's direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The energy blast fell like a meteor shower towards the Grand Elder. Soon, all of them shot at the Grand Elder's body and the surrounding area. Rumbling, rumbling. Immediately after, the area within several miles where the Grand Elder was located was completely engulfed in explosions. Smoke and dust billowed, thick smoke rising. It was impossible to see the Grand Elder's true condition now. Of course, in Frieza's view, the Grand Elder should be dead for sure. Anyway, everyone who opposes Frieza must die. This is Frieza's principle. Haha, no matter how many of you come, in my eyes, you're all trash. Because I am Frieza. Before Frieza could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed, his brows furrowed, and his eyes were about to burst. Thud! A painful sensation came from his tail. Immediately after, Frieza saw something that shocked him immensely. Snap! His tail actually fell off weakly. My tail! Who did this? Frieza shouted madly. The current Frieza was a bit like a roaring lion, ready to kill everyone. After turning around, Frieza saw the guy he had just blasted away. Logically, this guy should be dead, right? You're not dead? And you managed to cut off my tail while I wasn't paying attention? Frieza gritted his teeth and said. The anger in his eyes was obvious. And right across from Frieza stood Li Fan. Just now, taking advantage of Frieza's moment of pride. Li Fan had quietly approached Frieza from behind, and he used a powerful technique he learned from Krillin during the journey on Namek, the energy slice. This thing is really powerful. Its cutting ability is also terrifying. So, when Li Fan was on the road, he decisively learned this move from Krillin. After all, this move can sometimes take the enemy by surprise. For example, in the original story, Krillin actually used this move to cut off Frieza's tail. However, in this timeline, it seems that Krillin didn't have that opportunity. So Li Fan took action. He easily cut off Frieza's tail with the Chi Yuan slash. Haha, how about it, Frieza? Not feeling good, right? How does this feel? Li Fan said with a smile, his arms crossed. He now has a vague feeling. That is, he will soon be able to break through to Super Saiyan. Of course, Li Fan's feeling is not relying on some extreme anger or pure evil heart. What he relies on is completely the achievement of combat power, and everything will fall into place. During this period, he has also deeply understood this principle. This is also why the Saiyans of Universe 6 in Dragon Ball Super can easily transform into Super Saiyans. The Universe 6 Saiyans do not know about the existence of the Super Saiyan transformation, so their combat power has been honed to an extraordinary peak, at least starting from tens of millions. Thinking of this, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. Frieza, have you heard of the golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan? Chapter 39:0, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan? Ha ha ha, you sure like to brag, Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Frieza couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although his ancestors had indeed warned future generations to be very careful of the golden-haired, blue-eyed Saiyans for so many years, Saiyans have been like dogs to their frozen demon clan. A Super Saiyan? It was completely non-existent. Of course, Frieza didn't care about this matter. But this statement was overheard by Vegeta. Super Saiyan? Could it be? No, it's impossible. Only I, Vegeta, am the one most qualified to become a Super Saiyan. And that little low-class warrior, what right does he have? Vegeta's face suddenly turned very grim because he actually started to believe it a little, but his pride and self-esteem wouldn't allow him to accept it. From childhood to adulthood, he always thought he was the one with the greatest potential among the Saiyans. However, ever since he went to Earth, everything changed. The low-class warrior he had always looked down upon was actually able to grow to such a terrifying level. Even more formidable than him, this so-called Saiyan genius. Saiyan monkey, if you have the ability, transform. You can't do it, can you? Frieza put his hands on his hips, mockingly Fan, seemingly forgetting the pain from having his tail cut off just moments ago. As you wish. After Li Fan finished speaking, he immediately clenched his fists. In fact, Li Fan himself wasn't very confident, just hoping that his considerations were real. Moreover, he had just come back to life from the brink of death, and his combat power could now be said to have reached about 20 million. The timing, the location, and the people were all right. Whether he could succeed depended on this time. Suddenly, Li Fan let out a loud shout, clenched his fists, and began to transfer his energy little by little to his back. This is the method for Saiyans in Universe 6 to transform into Super Saiyans. What is this? Frieza exclaimed in surprise. It seems like there's no change at all. Could it be that this wild monkey has gone crazy? Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Sun Wukong also struggled to peek out and watch this scene. A Super Saiyan? I want to see it too. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with fervor. However, he was already severely injured and had no strength left to even get up. It must succeed, Li Fan. From a distance, Bulma silently prayed for Li Fan. Almost everyone's attention was focused on Li Fan. They all wanted to witness Li Fan's feat of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Hiss! As Li Fan's energy shifted, he finally experienced an unprecedented feeling. It was as if his body was about to undergo a qualitative change. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, the air around Li Fan began to stir violently. No longer calm as it was at the beginning, Li Fan could feel that he was now at a critical point. Just one step away from becoming a Super Saiyan. Just a little more. Come on, roar. Suddenly, Li Fan let out a roar, intensifying the shift of his energy. At this moment, Li Fan's face had already turned ferocious. His entire body was bulging with veins. Boom! Accompanied by Li Fan's massive increase in energy output, the weather suddenly changed dramatically. The originally clear sky was instantly filled with rolling black clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The surrounding air became incredibly oppressive. Boom! Boom! Lightning bolts shot down violently from the black clouds, striking the ground or the mountains, creating chaos everywhere. Gulp! Is this what a Super Saiyan looks like? So terrifying. At this point, Krillin's mouth was wide open, as if he could fit a basketball in it. To be honest, Krillin had come to Namek just to tag along. However, it was fortunate that Li Fan's presence indirectly changed the fate of Krillin being killed by Frieza, which led to Goku becoming a Super Saiyan. Roar! At this moment, Li Fan was surrounded by a golden glow. Accompanied by Li Fan's beast-like roar, the golden light around him shot up into the sky. Like a raging fire, it filled the air around Li Fan. His pupils had turned emerald green, and his hair had turned golden. Holy crap! A golden-haired, blue-eyed Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Seeing this, Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. Nanny? Is this a Super Saiyan? So terrifying. Vegeta also looked at Li Fan in awe from above. Completely intimidated by Li Fan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he even forgot his incredibly proud dignity as the Prince of Saiyans. It was just too powerful. Just the aura alone made it hard to breathe. Goku watched this with increasing excitement in his eyes. He craved power too. He wanted to become a Super Saiyan. Is this what Super Saiyan is? Right now, I feel an uncontrollable excitement throughout my body. It's just amazing. Looking at his hands, Li Fan could feel the power surging within him. As if with just a snap of his fingers, he could make a planet disappear. Chapter 40. In the distance, dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Below the dark clouds, two figures stood facing each other. It was Frieza and Li Fan. At this moment, Frieza was truly at an all-time low. He never expected that the warning passed down from the ancestors of the Frozen Demon Clan to be extremely cautious of the golden-haired. Blue-eyed Super Saiyan would be realized in front of him. A living, breathing Super Saiyan was standing right before his eyes. No, this is impossible. I don't believe it. You're just a different color. What's so special about that? You should know that my ultimate fighting power is 120 million. Am I afraid that I can't kill you? This wild monkey. Frieza was already somewhat beyond comprehension. It was obvious that Frieza had fallen into a state of panic. Although he was pretending to be strong, there was still a hint of fear in his heart. Enough with the nonsense, Frieza. Come on, let me show you the power of a Super Saiyan. Li Fan said confidently as he looked at Frieza. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Li Fan realized that this form was indeed very aggressive and bloodthirsty. Now, he felt an impulse that he could hardly control. Seeking death. At this point, a glint flashed in Frieza's eyes, and he charged at Li Fan like a ghost. Whoosh! Li Fan also moved. His speed was like lightning, making it impossible to catch. In an instant, the two figures collided violently. Bang! In this collision, Li Fan narrowly dodged Frieza's punch, while Li Fan's fist struck Frieza's face hard. Frieza's face even distorted from Li Fan's punch. Puffed. Frieza's eyes widened, and a hot, painful sensation surged from his face. At this moment, Li Fan grinned wickedly. Bang! Another powerful kick landed on Frieza's abdomen. Instantly, Frieza's body was shot down like a bullet. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza's body smashed through several mountain peaks. Boom! Ultimately, he crashed into a pile of ruins, with dust and smoke rising everywhere. Hiss! Everyone was stunned at the sight. What is this? Is this the Super Saiyan? Isn't this power a bit too overwhelming? After a short while, as the dust where Frieza was located settled, cough, cough, cough. Frieza's intense coughing echoed from the ruins. Of course, just now Li Fan could have completely killed Frieza, but he didn't do that, because he was too eager to fight. So, Frieza could only become Li Fan's punching bag. Whoosh! In the next moment, Frieza charged out and appeared right in front of Li Fan again. Cough, cough, you wild monkey, Frieza said with a grimace. Now, Frieza was covered in dust and looked rather disheveled. More importantly, he had never experienced such humiliation since his debut. So, the current Frieza could only be described as furious. What? Frieza? What do you want to say? Li Fan said with great interest. The disdain in his eyes was completely unhidden. You bastard, I will kill you. Huh. Frieza was truly enraged, and after saying that, he charged fiercely at Li Fan. The two figures quickly collided. Immediately, Frieza unleashed all kinds of attacks. His speed increased, and his punches became heavier with each strike. Top, top, top. Bang, bang, bang. The air around the two was shaking continuously, and the energy generated spread for miles. Mountains nearly 1,000 miles away were flattened by the powerful shockwave. Gulp! So terrifying. This is the thoughts of everyone below. I have never seen the aftermath of a battle reach such a level. Today, seeing it for the first time, it truly is terrifying. However, the current situation is that Li Fan is continuously suppressing Frieza. No matter what kind of moves Frieza uses, no matter how powerful Frieza's strength is, Li Fan is always able to counter them one by one. Then, he retaliates with even heavier attacks against Frieza. Frieza is secretly crying out in pain. With every collision with Li Fan, he can feel his arms nearly breaking. This guy is definitely a monster. So terrifying. For the first time since his debut, Frieza has this thought. Meanwhile, Li Fan feels incredibly exhilarated. Frieza is truly the perfect punching bag. Now that he has just transformed into a Super Saiyan, he exactly needs an opponent like Frieza. So, Li Fan has only one feeling, which is that it feels unbelievably satisfying to fight. And now, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his fighting power has reached a terrifying value. 1 billion. This fighting power might mean that even the future androids 17 and 18 would be no match. And Li Fan reached this value with just his first transformation. Bang! At that moment, Li Fan seized a gap in Frieza's defense and landed a punch directly to Frieza's abdomen. Poof! Frieza's expression changed instantly. Damn it! What kind of power is this? My heart. My lungs. Chapter 41. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A body shot down from the high sky like a bullet, hurtling down with tremendous force. The speed was so fierce that the surrounding air emitted a piercing sound. Boom! Finally, the body crashed heavily into the ground. Accompanied by a crackling sound, the ground around it immediately cracked open. And this person is Frieza. He was struck down into the ground, unable to move for a long time. So strong. This is the thought of everyone present. And the most shocking one is undoubtedly Vegeta. Damn it. Is this really the tyrant Frieza who once ruled the universe? How come he's getting beaten up like a dog now? At this moment, Vegeta had even forgotten his identity as the Prince of the Saiyans, fully immersed in the situation. It was as if everything that had just happened was his doing, and Frieza had already become a dog. Therefore, Vegeta was truly ecstatic at this moment. Damn it, you Frieza, you have today. That's great. It seems that Li Fan is sure to win, Krillin said excitedly. Cough, cough, cough. However, it wasn't long before Frieza, like an indestructible cockroach, got back up. Bang! Li Fan landed not far from Frieza, arms crossed, looking at Frieza with interest. He was now pondering a question. How should he deal with this Frieza? I think Frieza You should just die. After Li Fan finished speaking, he immediately aimed his big hand at Frieza. In Li Fan's eyes, Frieza no longer had any space to be utilized. Moreover, with Frieza's current combat power, he truly wasn't worth Li Fan's time. So, for such a dangerous character who is also useless, it would be better for him to be dead. No, no, Master, I admit defeat. Thud. An astonishing event occurred that left everyone dumbfounded. The mighty Frieza, actually, knelt before Li Fan. Nanny? Frieza, what the hell are you trying to do? Li Fan was somewhat surprised. Speaking of which, this mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza really had no backbone. Begging for mercy just like that? This is a bit inconsistent with the original plot, isn't it? Nanny? Is this Frieza? At this point, Vegeta's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong, because a guy like Frieza would actually do something like this. It's completely unimaginable. Sir, I know your power now. I just ask you to spare me. I promise I won't bother you again. Bang, bang, bang. After saying this, Frieza sincerely bowed his head in front of Li Fan. What the hell? At this moment, Li Fan felt speechless. Damn it. The world I came to is a fake Dragon Ball world, right? If that's the case then. Suddenly, Li Fan propped up his chin and said, unfortunately, Li Fan still did not see the killing intent in Frieza's eyes. The moment Li Fan got distracted, Frieza suddenly looked up, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Death beam. Huh. Almost. Frieza's voice and action were completed simultaneously. Not good, be careful. Sun Wukong and the others exclaimed. Unfortunately, now the distance between Frieza and Li Fan was not far, and coupled with Frieza's unexpected attack, it was something no one anticipated, and for Li Fan to react instantly. That was simply impossible. Bang! The penetrating power of the death beam is incredibly terrifying. Moreover, it struck a vital point. Bang! Thud! In an instant, Li Fan's chest was pierced through by Frieza's death beam. Nanny? Li Fan's eyes widened. He didn't expect to underestimate Frieza's cunning. At this moment, Li Fan truly felt a chilling sensation. Ha ha ha. Wild monkey, didn't he expect this, did you? This is called winning through deceit. Dare to oppose me, Frieza? This is your fate. Frieza laughed sinisterly, having succeeded in his scheme. Nanny? Li Fan. Everyone watching this had a worried expression. Damn it. This Frieza is truly the ancestor of schemes. He can actually do such things? Damn it. Too bad there are no sins of beans now. Cough cough, otherwise, I would kill this guy. Sun Wukong said angrily. Just when everyone thought Li Fan was done for, something unbelievable happened. And Frieza's smile abruptly stopped, replaced by terror. What the hell are you, monster? Frieza was finally scared, and he couldn't believe his eyes, rubbing them, thinking he was getting old and senile, seeing things wrong. However, after a while, Frieza realized that what he saw was completely real. Li Fan's wound was actually healing on its own. Damn it, what are we still fighting for? Is it an indestructible monster? Did I misjudge? Li Fan's body can actually heal automatically, and he looks completely fine. Sun Wukong's mouth was wide open, unable to hide his shock. Of course, Krillin and the others had the same expression. This plot really loves to twist and turn again and again. Now they're starting to doubt their own eyes. After Li Fan's body automatically healed, he has returned to normal. However, correspondingly, he can feel that the power of his normal state has also increased. Hiss! Feeling the surging energy in his body, Li Fan took a deep breath. This feeling is just too exhilarating. Frieza, witnessing this scene, had his legs trembling uncontrollably. Undoubtedly, Frieza was scared to the point of losing control. No, it should be said that he was so scared his legs went weak. Chapter 42. In that case, let's transform into a Super Saiyan again and see what happens. Roar. In an instant, Li Fan clenched his fists, gathering the energy in his body to his back once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the area around Li Fan was filled with flying sand and stones. An overwhelming, hysterical aura emanated from Li Fan, as if he were ruling the world. At that moment, it felt as if the entire space had come to a standstill, with only Li Fan undergoing his transformation. With the gathering of energy, Li Fan's transformation was seamless and effortless. Boom! Immediately after, a golden aura burst forth, filling the space around Li Fan. Golden light shone brilliantly, unmatched in the world. With the experience of transforming into a Super Saiyan for the first time, Li Fan was now even more adept at it during the second transformation. This aura, it was stronger than before. Is this still a human? Sun Wukong and the others were completely shocked. This is the scariest thing they have ever felt in their lives. No exceptions. That's right. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he has become even stronger than before. Feeling the surging energy coursing through his body, Li Fan confidently nodded his head. Although it wasn't as significant an enhancement as the previous time when he was completely disintegrated and revived, it still looks very impressive now. As for Frieza, just a weakling. At this moment, Frieza's eyes were filled with more and more terror. Since his debut, he had always been the one bullying others. But this time on Namek, he realized what it was like to be beaten by the underworld. You wild monkey! Frieza stood up, wanted to say something, but unexpectedly. In the next moment, Li Fan's figure appeared before him like a ghost. Slap! Immediately after, Li Fan actually grabbed Frieza's head and lifted him up. Bang! Then, another fist directly struck Frieza's head. Poof! Almost, Li Fan's fist was about to sink into Frieza's skull. At this moment, Frieza was once again dazed. If Frieza were to regain his senses, he would definitely cry. What the hell is this world? Why is it always about slapping faces and hitting heads? Are young people nowadays so hot-tempered? Bang! In the next moment, Li Fan kicked fiercely at Frieza's abdomen, the action completely like kicking a soccer ball. Whoosh! Instantly, Frieza's body was sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. He crashed through several mountain peaks before finally stopping. Ha ha ha. This feeling is simply too exhilarating. Li Fan laughed heartily. Since crossing over, this was the first time he felt such excitement. Without a sister by his side, I'm still a big shot, Li Fan thought with great pride. Rumbling. However, in the next moment, the explosion sound coming from afar attracted Li Fan's attention. He looked over, and the place where Frieza had just been was now filled with smoke and dust, and a figure actually leaped into the sky like a monkey. It was undoubtedly Frieza. Li Fan did not expect that Frieza could withstand such a beating. Cough, cough, cough. Wild monkey, I can only say you are very impressive. But do you think you can kill me like this? Frieza said cruelly. At this moment, he raised one hand. A massive energy ball was forming in his hand. Seeing this, Li Fan felt a bit helpless. What, is Frieza planning to destroy the entire planet just because he can't win? And the truth was indeed like that. Frieza knew that Saiyans could not survive in a vacuum, while his frozen demon clan could completely survive in a vacuum environment. Since I can't beat you, then I'll destroy you along with the entire planet. This is Frieza's plan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the energy ball above Frieza has formed into a gigantic object. It's about 1/10 the size of this planet. If this thing falls on a planet, this planet will definitely be turned into dust in the universe. But will Li Fan really get what he wishes for? The answer is no. Planet destruction bomb. At this moment, a fierce look flashed in Frieza's eyes as he let out a loud shout. Immediately after, the enormous energy ball above him descended towards the planet. Frieza looked on with great satisfaction at all of this. Become dust of a universe. Super Saiyan. In Frieza's eyes, Li Fan was finished, and so was the entire planet. This is the outcome of opposing him, the Cosmic Emperor. It's bad. Li Fan, you must hold on. Seeing this, Sun Wukong helplessly said. Although he wanted to rush in, reality was telling him, it's simply impossible. Li Fan. Bulma also saw the gigantic energy ball, but now there was indeed nothing she could do. The only thing she could do was believe in Li Fan. Pray that Li Fan could resolve the crisis. Chapter 43 in the sky above planet Namek. An incredibly massive energy ball was closing in step by step, and the enormous energy ball seemed capable of crushing everything. The energy contained within it was more than enough to destroy a planet. This is Frieza's final ultimatum. At this moment, Li Fan knows that he absolutely cannot let this energy blast hit the planet. Otherwise, he could escape the planet using instant transmission. But he doesn't know what will happen to the others. So, no matter what, he has to block this energy blast. After all, he had promised the Elder to help them through this disaster. Suddenly, with a loud shout, an immense energy emanated from Li Fan. Whoosh! Li Fan's figure moved like lightning. In an instant, he disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, he directly confronted Frieza's planet-destroying blast. Boom! He caught Frieza's planet-destroying blast with both hands. It must be said that as soon as his hands touched the energy blast, Li Fan felt a hint of pressure. Moreover, the sensation in his hands was scorching hot. No wonder it's called a planet-destroying blast. However, if it's only to this extent, it won't be difficult for me at all, Li Fan said, and immediately increased the strength in his hands. At this moment, Li Fan and the planet-destroying blast were directly compared in size. Li Fan seemed like a speck of dust facing a colossal object that was hundreds or even thousands of times larger than himself. He appeared very small, very insignificant. However, as the saying goes, a mayfly can shake a tree, and Li Fan is just that. Go back. Huh. Li Fan exerted force again. Sure enough, under the enhancement of Li Fan's power, Frieza's planet-destroying blast actually started to push back in the opposite direction. Ha ha what? Frieza, who was originally very pleased, suddenly changed his expression, and the smile on his face began to freeze. What the heck? What am I seeing? My planet-destroying blast is actually being pushed back? This is not scientific. At this moment, Frieza never imagined that such a thing would happen, and soon, he was in tragedy. The energy blast from the planet was already pressing down on Frieza. How infuriating. Just a moment ago, Frieza had used all his strength to unleash the planet-destroying bomb, and now there was no way to block this energy. Instantly, the planet-destroying bomb engulfed Frieza's body and shot out of the Namekian planet's atmosphere. Boom, boom. In the universe, a tremendous explosion occurred. The dazzling explosion light enveloped everything. Although the explosion did not affect the Namekian planet, it was still shaking. The sky of the Namekian planet seemed to have been dyed red. It was incredibly dazzling. Hiss! Such terrifying energy. It seems that the crisis of the Namekian planet has finally been resolved. The Grand Elder staggered to his feet and said deeply, "Yes, the Grand Elder, who has the ability to regenerate from severed limbs, did not die. He just had no strength left. Awesome. As expected of Li Fan. Ha ha ha." Seeing the scene, Krillin also excitedly said, I really didn't expect this." Even Vegeta laughed at himself. His life was saved, but unexpectedly. It was thanks to the lower-class warriors that he was able to survive. This also made Vegeta extremely uncomfortable. But what can be done? At this moment, Vegeta also realized one thing. The legendary Super Saiyan warrior is not just a legend. Moreover, if someone like Rifen, a lower-class warrior, can achieve it, then he, a Saiyan genius who was born with high battle power, the Prince of the Saiyans, should definitely be able to achieve it too. Although this made him a bit unhappy. There was no doubt that it opened a path for him to continue on. Bang! Rifen finally landed on the ground, and, at this moment, he also returned to his normal state. However, unlike before, Rifen now looked even more powerful and spirited. Although his aura was completely concealed, it was undeniable that Rifen gave off a feeling of immense strength. Great job, Rifen, I was so worried. Boo-hoo. At this moment, Bulma flew over, hugging Li Fan and crying as she spoke. Haha, Bulma, I'm perfectly fine. Li Fan could only comfort Bulma, as he hadn't expected that his arrival would completely disrupt the Dragon Ball storyline. Moreover, Bulma had actually fallen deeply in love with him, and Li Fan wasn't a saint. Naturally, if Bulma loved him, he would absolutely not say anything like rejection. As for Vegeta, who cares? I really can't thank you enough, Li Fan. I didn't expect you to truly help us get through this crisis on Namek. The Grand Elder deeply bowed to Li Fan and said, Now, the Grand Elder felt fortunate about the decision made back then. Perhaps, without Li Fan, their planet wouldn't have been able to overcome the crisis so easily. Haha, it's nothing. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. After all, we help each other out, haha. Li Fan said with a smile. Chapter 44. Frieza's Demise. Li Fan becomes a Super Saiyan. All of this made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. And everyone also saw the hidden Namekians. And only then did Li Fan understand why, aside from the Grand Elder, no other Namekians could be seen on Namek. Sun Wukong and the others had also recovered from their injuries thanks to Dandy's treatment. Haha, I can't believe I'm healed again. This feeling is amazing. Sun Wukong exclaimed as he jumped. How miraculous! At this moment, Vegeta was also looking at his hands in surprise, and he could feel that he was filled with power. He was much stronger than before. Haha, Li Fan, can I ask you something? At that moment, Sun Wukong ran up to Li Fan and asked. Oh, Li Fan inquired with great interest. Of course, he had probably already guessed what Sun Wukong wanted to ask. Even the very indifferent Vegeta walked over and perked up his ears to listen. So how does this Super Saiyan transform? Sun Wukong asked straightforwardly. As for the transformation of a Super Saiyan, there are actually two methods. The first is a natural transformation like mine. Of course, this requires a high standard. The basic combat power must reach at least 10 million. When Li Fan said this, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta widened their eyes. Damn, over 10 million combat power? Do you think it's something you could just pick up for free? Wait, are you saying your normal power level is over 10 million? Suddenly, Vegeta asked in surprise. Yes, Li Fan blurted out, and Li Fan's words left everyone present astonished. Sun Wukong was also very surprised. How did you get so much battle power? Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is the transformation method into a Super Saiyan. If you can meet this requirement, transforming into a Super Saiyan will be a natural thing. I think you should quickly tell me about another transformation method. Son Goku scratched his head and said, although this transformation method seems simple, its requirements are really high. It's hard for ordinary people to reach it. As for the other transformation method, the requirement is not too much. You just need a battle power of 3 million. Li Fan continued, what? 3 million battle power? Upon hearing this, Vegeta was filled with black lines on his forehead. Damn it, isn't this disrespecting me, Vegeta? My current battle power isn't even close to 1 million. However, what made Vegeta even more embarrassed was Son Goku's words. Ha ha ha, that's fine, I think I've already reached it. Ha ha ha, Li Fan, you should quickly tell me how to transform into a Super Saiyan. I can't wait. Son Goku looked very eager. What? Kakarot, what did you just say? You've already reached it? Vegeta's face suddenly turned very grim. He hoped this wasn't true. However, Son Goku's words poured cold water on him. Yes, Vegeta. What's so strange about that? Son Goku shrugged and said nonchalantly, damn, you. Suddenly, Vegeta was extremely furious. Damn it, it's one thing for Li Fan to be so strong, but Kakarot also has a battle power above 1 million? This is too much. I'm the Prince of Saiyans. Vegeta felt like crying, but had no tears. Thinking about how he is the Prince of Saiyans, Li Fan didn't care about what Vegeta thought. However, now, he didn't mind telling the two about the transformation method of the Saiyans. After all, in the original story, Son Goku was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan here, and now his arrival indirectly prevented Son Goku from becoming a Super Saiyan. As for this transformation method, it's actually quite simple. First, you need to have a peaceful heart, and then you need to have extreme anger. With these 2 points, you should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. A peaceful heart, extreme anger? That sounds a bit difficult. Son Goku scratched his head and said, Hmph, Kakarot, just wait. I, Vegeta, will transform into a Super Saiyan before you. Vegeta said confidently. He felt that he already knew the transformation method into a Super Saiyan, and right now he was very angry. As for that peaceful heart, although Vegeta didn't quite understand it, he believed that as long as he wanted to, he could definitely achieve it. He, Vegeta, not necessarily, my battle power has already reached it. And what about you? Ha ha ha. Son Goku said this and immediately laughed. Kakarot, you bastard, how dare you mock me? Upon hearing this, Vegeta was instantly furious. Damn it, this Kakarot is too much. What? Unconvinced? If you're unconvinced, shall we have a fight? Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Suddenly, the tension between Son Goku and Vegeta escalated. Li Fan was also surprised to find that this Son Goku was completely unlike the mindless martial arts fanatic. He actually knew how to mock. This really refreshed Li Fan's understanding of Son Wukong. Chapter 45. A little time has passed since the events on Namek, and Li Fan and the others have returned to Earth. However, Li Fan didn't expect that Vegeta shamelessly followed them to Earth. Of course, given Li Fan's current relationship with Bulma, he would never allow Vegeta, the freeloader, to stay at his home. He was directly kicked out by Li Fan. However, Vegeta didn't seem to care about these things. With his strength, acquiring wealth was an easy task. Vegeta managed to obtain a lifetime's worth of wealth and bought a mansion, settling down in West City. Of course, there is no need to ask where Vegeta got his money. The answer is simple: robbery. However, it seems he was robbing pirates or something similar. Moreover, Vegeta shamelessly got a gravity training room from Li Fan to train at his home. Naturally, Li Fan didn't want Vegeta coming to his house every day to bother him, so he simply gave Vegeta the gravity training room. Of course, with the technology of the Briefs family, the gravity training room can now reach a limit of 500 times. This is enough for Vegeta to train for a lifetime. However, Li Fan doesn't train recklessly like Vegeta. In Li Fan's view, a balance between work and rest is the most important. Besides, now that he has Bulma as his girlfriend, Li Fan often spends time with her. This made Bulma feel even more that Li Fan was a good man. Their relationship reached a stage of intimacy. At first, Vegeta often challenged Li Fan. Of course, with Li Fan's personality, although he was a Saiyan, he wasn't obsessed with fighting to the point of losing himself. So, after giving Vegeta a good lesson, he finally became smarter and realized the gap between himself and Li Fan. Afterwards, he finally shifted his target to fight Son Goku at KO's place. Vegeta, what are you doing back here? Son Goku looked at Vegeta helplessly in the sky above KO's place. Stop talking nonsense, Kakarot. Are you scared? Vegeta said arrogantly. Nanny? Scared of you? How could that be? Vegeta, I'm afraid I'll hit too hard and hurt you. Son Goku said confidently. Kakarot, do you know? During this time back on Earth, I've been training like crazy every day, and I even went to the universe. Hearing this, Son Goku was a bit surprised. What could Vegeta have gone to the universe for? By the way, Vegeta, what did you go to the universe for? Son Goku asked. Ha. Of course to get stronger. You should know, I've reached a terrifying level now. The more Vegeta spoke, the prouder he became. Hearing this, Son Goku asked, Nanny? Vegeta, are you saying you've reached Super Saiyan? Haha, that's right. With this prince's genius talent, how could I not achieve it? Roar. After Vegeta finished speaking, he immediately clenched his fists. Swish, swish, swish. An incredibly violent energy burst forth from his body. Oh, interesting. Vegeta actually became a Super Saiyan? It seems things are getting more and more interesting. Even Lee Fan in West City felt the momentum of Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan. Originally, Lee Fan had no interest in the fight between Son Goku and Vegeta, but now it was completely different. It looks like I could take a look. After saying that, Lee Fan immediately used instant transmission and disappeared from his spot. Whoosh. The next moment, Lee Fan appeared directly at KO's place. Sure enough, at this moment, Vegeta was already glowing with golden light. His hair and eyebrows all turned golden. Moreover, he was exuding a very domineering golden aura. Haha, Lee Fan, so you came too. Good. After I take care of Kakarot, I'll deal with you. Vegeta, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, appeared very arrogant. He even dared to say he would beat Lee Fan? Interesting. Hearing this, Lee Fan didn't say anything. Want to beat him? Vegeta was probably overthinking it. Even now, he might not be able to beat Son Goku. Vegeta, not bad. You actually became a Super Saiyan. Son Goku didn't feel too surprised. After all, he had also reached this level. Nanny? From your tone, could it be that you? Vegeta suddenly realized something, and his expression turned a bit unpleasant. He originally wanted to show off in front of Kakarot, but unexpectedly, of course, Vegeta, roar. When Son Goku said this, he immediately clenched his fist and shouted loudly. Boom! In an instant, the air around Son Goku began to stir, and golden energy surged from his body. Following that, Son Goku also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Nanny? You bastard! Seeing this, Vegeta immediately felt a surge of anger. Damn it! Could it be that Vegeta was behind Kakarot again? I'll beat you to death. Vegeta roared, and then charged fiercely towards Son Goku. Chapter 46 in the sky. Two streams of golden energy were constantly colliding. The immense energy continued to spill out, and the surrounding air was making a whooshing sound. These two are none other than Goku and Vegeta, who have transformed into Super Saiyans and are fighting. Kakarot, take this. Gallic gun. Suddenly, Vegeta shrank his body and created distance from Goku. Then he brought his hands together. A tremendous amount of energy formed in his hands. Just in time. Watch this. Kamehameha wave. Instantly, the two energies collided violently. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sense of an explosion, and the two energies were locked in a fierce struggle. Sometimes pushing towards Goku, sometimes towards Vegeta. These two guys. Below, Lee Fan shook his head and said, what surprised him a bit was that Vegeta was able to break through to Super Saiyan in such a short time. This was something Lee Fan didn't expect. Although he had long anticipated that Vegeta might transform into a Super Saiyan early. However, judging by the current situation, it seems a bit too early. It should be said that it's significantly ahead of schedule. After all, in the original Dragon Ball, when Trunks arrived, Vegeta couldn't transform at all. And by that time, it had been almost a year since the events on Namek. However, now, before the storyline of Trunks' arrival even begins, Vegeta is already able to become a Super Saiyan. Of course, Lee Fan doesn't know whether Trunks will appear. After all, this timeline is slightly deviated from the original. TCH. At this moment, in a certain location on Bun Mountain, a green-skinned alien looked on with an annoyed expression. This person is Piccolo. That's right, just like in the original story. Piccolo has come to the vicinity of Mount Pozu, where he usually practices with Goku or teaches Gohan a thing or two. Moreover, it must be mentioned that the Namekians have relocated their planet. After all, planet Namek was pierced by Frieza's death beam, so for safety reasons, the elder guru led the Namekians to move their base. Of course, at that time, Li Fan, who was familiar with the plot, brought Dandy to Earth and became the god of Earth. Although it seems like a trivial matter, upon careful consideration, it is actually very necessary. After all, Piccolo is undoubtedly a battle maniac. Who knows when he might just drop dead? At that time, we'd have to trouble the dragon from Namek. However, at this moment, Piccolo is very unhappy. After merging with the angel, his strength was almost at the peak of Earth, but ever since that incident on Namek, he has been in decline. Damn it, these Saiyans are simply not human. What the hell is this Super Saiyan transformation? After coming to Earth, he challenged Son Goku multiple times, and the result was always the same. He got beaten up badly. So, this is what really annoys Piccolo. But he has no way to change it. After all, being a Saiyan is determined by bloodline, and he— boom! At this moment, the sound of an explosion in the sky interrupted Piccolo's thoughts. In the sky, smoke billowed. Two figures were violently blasted away at almost the same time. Oh, is it evenly matched? At this point, Li Fan thought to himself, no way. The next moment, Li Fan noticed something unusual. Damn it, Son Goku must be hiding his strength. After all, during this time, although Vegeta has been training like crazy, Son Goku's basic combat power is still above Vegeta's. At this moment, Son Goku's normal combat power is about 5 million, while on the other hand, Vegeta's combat power is at most only a little over 3 million. After all, he has only recently become a Super Saiyan. Cough, cough, cough. Kakarot, does this mean we are evenly matched? Vegeta gasped for breath, looking at Son Goku across from him. In Vegeta's eyes, being a Super Saiyan is the pinnacle of science, and the difference in strength shouldn't be that much. However, the next moment, Son Goku's words chilled Vegeta's heart. Sorry, Vegeta, I don't want to discourage you. Son Goku steadied himself and said to Vegeta, Nanny? What do you mean? Vegeta's expression instantly turned cold. What do you mean? Hee, Vegeta, you are simply not my opponent. Son Goku said with a smile. Damn it, we're all Super Saiyans. And you dare to say such a thing? It's really infuriating. Well then, please show me your true strength and fight me. Vegeta looked at Son Goku and said, Oh, Vegeta, this is the first time I've heard such a request. All right, I'll grant it. After Son Goku said this, he suddenly let out a loud roar. Roar. And Son Goku's roar changed Vegeta's expression. This momentum. Is there really a distinction between strong and weak? Chapter 47. Swish. After unleashing his entire momentum, Sun Wukong's body was shining with golden light, and golden flames were dancing fiercely. Gulp. Seeing this, Vegeta couldn't help but swallow hard. He could already feel the terrifying aura emanating from Sun Wukong. The momentum made Vegeta realize that Goku's strength was above his own, and Vegeta even felt a sense of wanting to surrender. However, due to pride, he didn't do it. This is hilarious. Kakarot, take this. Roar. After Vegeta finished speaking, he launched the first attack. After all, he already knew that Goku's strength surpassed his, so how could he foolishly wait for Goku to attack first? That would put him in a very passive position. Whoosh. Vegeta's speed was incredibly fast. The air could barely catch a glimpse of his shadow. However, despite Vegeta's speed, in Goku's eyes, bang, Vegeta's heavy punch aimed directly at Goku's head. Yet this overwhelming punch from Vegeta was directly caught by Goku, and the force behind it vanished in an instant. Nanny? What is going on? Vegeta's expression changed instantly. Although he knew there was a gap between them, Goku's move was a bit exaggerated, wasn't it? Hee, Vegeta, let me show you my power. After Goku finished speaking, he immediately punched Vegeta in the abdomen. Bang! The powerful force made it impossible for Vegeta to control his body, sending him flying backward for dozens of meters. Kakarot, you! Ouch, that hurt! Vegeta clutched his stomach in pain. With this strike, the difference between the two was immediately clear, and Goku knew that Vegeta was no longer his opponent. Instantly losing interest in him, Brick turned his gaze to Li Fan. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. He wanted to challenge Li Fan. Can I say that I just came to watch you guys fight? Li Fan said helplessly. Hee, don't say that. Li Fan, fighting with Vegeta is really not satisfying enough. So I want to challenge you. Goku said, rubbing his fists together. Nanny? Kakarot, what are you saying? Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta instantly got angry. Damn it. What does Kakarot mean by that? Does he look down on him, the Saiyan Prince? Haha, Vegeta, isn't it? Goku replied with a smile. All right then, Kakarot. You wait for me. Next time, I'll definitely make you understand what true power is. After saying this, Vegeta proudly descended. Li Fan, feeling helpless, had no choice but to use the flight technique to rise up. Hmph, good for you, Kakarot. Now I want to see how you get beaten by Li Fan. Vegeta couldn't defeat Goku, but now he really hoped Li Fan could give Goku a good beating. After all, Goku had been getting increasingly arrogant lately. Even he, the proud Saiyan prince, was not taken seriously. Of course, he also wanted to see what level of strength Li Fan had reached. Li Fan. Ever since I became a Super Saiyan, I haven't fought with you, and now, I finally have this opportunity. Goku said eagerly. Alright, I want to see what makes you so arrogant. Huh? Li Fan shouted loudly, and suddenly, a golden aura erupted from his body. But it was not at the level that would affect the surrounding environment like Goku's. To be honest, during this time, although Li Fan often accompanied Bulma, he had not stopped training. Although he had not reached full power as a Super Saiyan, his control over energy had reached a level he was quite satisfied with. Whoosh! Immediately after, Li Fan transformed into a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. Nanny? Why does it feel like Li Fan isn't very strong? Seeing this, Vegeta below was very confused. And not only Vegeta felt this way, Goku was also very puzzled. Could it be that my strength has surpassed Li Fan's? Goku thought to himself. No matter what, Li Fan, come on. Huh? After Goku finished speaking, his figure transformed into a golden flash, rushing towards Li Fan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this speed, it truly reached a lightning-like pace. Li Fan, seeing this, couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. He initially said he didn't want to fight, but seeing Sun Wukong's posture, his body actually began to stir with excitement. Bang! In an instant, two figures collided fiercely. Boom! Immediately, the surrounding air exploded. Under this strike, Sun Wukong's eyes widened, because he realized that his body was uncontrollably retreating several meters. In contrast, Li Fan didn't move an inch. Haha, as expected of Li Fan. Well done. This is how you should teach Kakarot a lesson. Seeing this, Vegeta instantly felt delighted. Damn it. Let you, Kakarot, be arrogant again. There are always stronger opponents. So let Li Fan teach you a harsh lesson. At this moment, Vegeta seemed to have forgotten his identity as the Prince of the Saiyans and was imagining himself beating up Kakarot. Chapter 48. A truly powerful force. To his surprise, Son Goku did not back down. Instead, he became even more excited. Oh, is that so? Seeing you so excited. Well then, today I'll give you a good lesson. Li Fan pointed at Son Goku and said, Not necessarily. Take my Kamehameha wave first. Huh. After Son Goku finished speaking, he instantly gathered his hands, and the energy of the Kamehameha wave converged in his hands. Oh, are you bullying me because I don't have any impressive skills? Seeing this, Li Fan réalise son Goku est intention. After all, Li Fan had never been able to showcase any energy skills, and he had only been using ordinary energy blasts. There is a significant gap between ordinary energy blasts and such skills. For instance, an ordinary energy blast can at most unleash the user's battle energy. But skills like Son Goku's Kamehameha Wave, Vegeta's Final Flash, and Gallic Gun can unleash power beyond limits. Is that so? Huh. After Son Goku finished speaking, the energy of the Kamehameha Wave in his hands surged forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, overwhelming Li Fan. How do you know I don't have any impressive skills? At this point, a smile curved at the corner of Li Fan's mouth. Since coming to Earth, he had also realized this shortcoming, and knowing this flaw, how could Li Fan not work to eliminate it? Thus, during his time on Earth, based on Vegeta's Kamehameha Wave, Piccolo's Special Beam Cannon, and Son Goku's Kamehameha Wave, among various other skills, he finally developed the skill that suited him best, the sky-swallowing, earth-dominating fist. This is a skill that Li Fan has studied for a long time to develop. Moreover, this skill incorporates a move from the martial arts TV dramas Li Fan watched in his previous life. It's incredibly domineering. However, Li Fan, well, he only has this one move. Of course, the name was also chosen by Li Fan himself. He wanted his skill to be exceptionally imposing and powerful. What? The sky-swallowing, earth-dominating fist? What nonsense is this? I've never heard of it. Upon hearing this, Vegeta shook his head and said, However, it must be admitted that the name of Li Fan's move is indeed imposing, but I wonder how strong it really is. At this point, both Vegeta and Piccolo were staring intently at Li Fan, eager to see what this so-called sky-swallowing, earth-dominating fist was all about. Suddenly, the energy around Li Fan began to disperse, and right above him appeared a colossal giant formed from gathered energy. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Seeing this, Vegeta rubbed his eyes in disbelief. However, he realized that his eyes were indeed fine, and that terrifying giant above Leaf Fan truly existed. Gulp. What? At this sight? Piccolo was also very surprised. Damn, what kind of move is this? It evokes an inexplicable feeling of panic. What? Sun Wukong also noticed the giant above Leaf Fan and was immediately astonished. However, despite this, Sun Wukong's strength did not wane in the slightest. After all, the arrow is on the string, and it must be released. The energy of the Kamehameha wave surged toward Leaf Fan with great force. Leaf Fan clenched his right fist, preparing to punch. At the same time, the energy giant above Leaf Fan also tightened its fist, in sync with Leaf Fan's movements. Break it. Huh. Instantly, Leaf Fan threw a punch. Whoosh. The giant's fist above Leaf Fan smashed directly into the energy of the Kamehameha wave. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth. It was blinding. In the next moment, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave energy was actually shattered by that massive fist. Bang! Sun Wukong himself was also heavily hit by the punch. Puffed. Immediately, Sun Wukong was sent flying by that fist. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong's figure smashed through who knows how many mountains before finally stopping. Hiss. He actually took out Kakarot in an instant. Seeing this, Vegeta couldn't help but gasp. Damn, this terrifying move is simply unheard of and unseen. After an unknown amount of time, Sun Wukong finally flew out, but at this point, he was looking very disheveled. Awazuma, Li Fan. What was that just now? However, Sun Wukong didn't care about being disheveled. He was more concerned about the terrifying move Li Fan had just used. The sky-swallowing, earth-dominating fist. So terrifying. Let us compare skills. Sun Wukong and Li Fan were engaged in a fierce battle. Vegeta and Piccolo were watching the fight seriously. The top fighters on Earth were all gathered here at Bowsy Mountain, but what they didn't know was that on the other side, an uninvited guest had stealthily infiltrated Earth. A tall figure in a black robe, along with his subordinates, had secretly arrived on Earth. Their purpose was to find the Dragon Balls. That's right, to find the Dragon Balls. As for why these guys were sneaking around, without a doubt, it was due to fear of the Super Saiyans on Earth. After all, the fact that Frieza was killed by a Super Saiyan was already known to many evil forces in the universe. The newcomers were aware of this, but still wanted to obtain the Dragon Balls on Earth. And they also knew that the so-called Super Saiyans were on Earth. That is why they sneaked in here. Chapter 49, since Dandy took over as the God of Earth, he has reformed the 7 Dragon Balls and the Dragon of Earth. However, unlike in the original story, although the current Dragon Balls have changed the rule that a person can only be revived once, they still cannot grant 2 wishes. Therefore, at this time, the 4-star Dragon Ball was not in Sun Wukong's possession. This allowed the man in the black robe to effortlessly obtain the 7 Dragon Balls. Of course, you might ask him why he could find the 7 Dragon Balls without a Dragon Radar. The main reason is that he seems to have a natural sensitivity to the Dragon Balls, so he knows their locations. Finally, the 7 Dragon Balls are gathered together. They are placed on the surface of a desolate wasteland. Haha, finally, the 7 Dragon Balls are complete. My wish can finally be fulfilled. As long as my wish is granted, all Super Saiyans are nothing but trash. The man in the black robe stood before the Dragon Balls and said in an aged voice. Immediately, he took off his black robe, revealing his true appearance. Green skin, a massive body. Without a doubt, he is a genuine Namekian. He does resemble the Grand Elder of Namek a bit. An aged face, a hoarse voice. But his eyes are filled with desire. This is definitely not the gaze that a normal Namekian should have. His identity is not simple. Once, he was also a member of the Namek planet. On the Namek planet, there once appeared a super Namekian named Slug, who possessed extremely powerful combat abilities and an extremely evil heart. Born with great evil, he left the Namek planet at a young age and wreaked havoc across the universe, becoming a force of evil. Of course, he has also confronted Frieza, but Frieza's power was too overwhelming, so he could only curl his tail and escape. Until recently, he heard that Frieza had been defeated by a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, he realized that his opportunity had come. So, he emerged to take action. However, even a Namekian with extreme combat power cannot withstand the ravages of time. He is also slowly aging. At this time, he thought of the Dragon Balls. Originally, he wanted to use the Dragon Balls from the Namek planet to grant his wish. But when he arrived at the Namek planet, he discovered one thing. There were no Namekians left on the planet. However, he desperately needed to regain his youth. So, Reluctantly, he could only come to Earth, secretly gathering the Dragon Balls to restore his youth. Moreover, in his view, as long as he regained his youth, all Super Saiyans would just be trash. Of course, this could also be considered Slug's blind confidence. He did not know that even if he regained his youth, he would still be nothing but an ant in the face of the Saiyans. Immediately, Slug shouted at the Dragon Balls, "Come forth, Shenron, grant my wish." In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. The 7 Dragon Balls, accompanied by bolts of lightning, emitted dazzling light, accompanied by a dragon's roar. The Dragon of Earth appeared in the sky. At this moment, Piccolo, who was at Mount Pozu, changed his expression and frowned. At the same time, Li Fan and Sun Wukong, who were in battle, also stopped fighting and looked into the distance together. It seemed someone was summoning Shenron. Although this energy was a bit weak, upon closer inspection, it seemed to be more about hiding. Sun Wukong said coldly. In fact, during this time, several of them had vaguely felt that some powerful energy was deliberately concealing its presence while moving on Earth. However, due to this energy's deliberate concealment, it was impossible to investigate. But now that Shenron had appeared, everyone had locked onto their target. It looked quite interesting. Why don't we all go join the fun? Li Fan said to everyone. After all, he was also curious about which blind fool dared to cause trouble on Earth. Isn't this like looking for poop with a lantern in the toilet? Anyway, it seems a bit boring like this now, so it would be nice to find something to do. All right, I have no objections. I wanted to see that guy for a long time, and now he's finally here. How could I not go? Sun Wukong and Piccolo nodded and said. The few of them looked at Vegeta. Immediately, Vegeta revealed a sly smile. Go, why not go? I just happen to have a belly full of anger that needs to be released. This guy came just in time, and later, none of you better try to take him from me. I guarantee I won't kill him. Vegeta looked very excited. After all, he had just been mocked by that cockroach guy, which had already filled Vegeta with anger. And now that there was a place to vent, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Poor Shrag. Just as he had summoned the dragon, someone was already preparing to figure out how to beat him up. On the other side, the one who gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish, and I can grant you any wish. The dragon said from above. Haha, as expected of the dragon. Not bad, not bad. Then, please let me regain my youth. Dragon. Shrag shouted loudly at the dragon. Chapter 50. That wish is quite easy. The dragon blurted out. Immediately, a blood-red light shot from the dragon's eyes and quickly flew into the distance. This wish is actually incredibly simple. The blood-red glow has already touched Shrag's body. Suddenly, Shrag's physique turned a vibrant green, bright and full of life. Under the influence of an incomprehensible aura, Shrag's face underwent an astonishing transformation at a visible speed. Wrinkles slowly faded away, and his originally black-red skin became a fresh green, full of vitality. His atrophied muscles began to expand at an incredible speed. This feeling is the feeling of youth. Ha ha ha. This is exactly the powerful and rejuvenating sensation I wanted. Originally, Shrag's body was very large, and now that he has regained his youth, the aura surrounding him has become extraordinarily terrifying. An evil presence instantly filled the entire space, and Shrag himself showed no signs of concealment. After all, he has now regained his youth. What does he have to fear from Saiyans? Let them come. What does it matter? Shrag can easily overpower Super Saiyans. This feeling of power is truly shocking. Shrag looked at his hands and said, Congratulations, my king, on regaining your youth. Congratulations, my king. It seems you can dominate the universe from now on. Instantly, Shrag's subordinates congratulated him one by one, and Shrag's face was filled with pride. Yes, that's right. Now he has enough confidence to dominate the universe. He believes that Super Saiyans, frozen demons, are all no match for him. All right, your wish has been granted, so goodbye, collector of the 7 Dragon Balls. After saying that, the dragon began to disappear. Wait a minute, dragon. But it was Shrag who spoke up. The dragon was somewhat surprised. What does this guy want? Do you have something else? Why rush off? Let me send you on your way. Shrag's mouth curled into a smile, and then a ball of energy quickly gathered in his hand. That's right. Shrag's intention is to destroy the dragon. Die for me. Instantly, the energy ball in Shrag's hand shot towards the dragon like a cannonball. Bang! A shocking thing happened. Just as his energy ball was inches away from the dragon, a beam of energy shot out from who knows where and forcefully dispersed his energy. At that moment, the dragon also transformed into 7 beams of light, flying towards different parts of the world. Originally, the sky that had been filled with dark clouds instantly cleared, returning to calm. However, Shrag was extremely angry. Who dared to ruin my good deed? Shrag said fiercely. So is you, this thing, an Namekian? Hey, Piccolo. Your fellow townsman is here. Li Fan said with interest. Huh, it really is an Namekian. Sun Wukong also exclaimed in surprise. Hmph. But Vegeta remained silent. The few of them appeared not far from Shrag. Is this my fellow townsman? No, sorry, I don't have such a guy as my fellow townsman. Piccolo said unhappily. There were two things that made Piccolo unhappy. The first was Shrag's incredibly evil aura. The other was that Shrag had just made his wish and actually wanted to destroy the dragon. This is something he cannot tolerate. Although it is said that Piccolo has done such things before. Haha, so it's you guys, it seems you're Saiyans. And there's even an Namekian. How interesting, very interesting. Shrag saw the few people and felt no fear at all. Instead, he laughed and said, Who are you? Why do you want to destroy the dragon? Goku pointed at Shrag and asked, Haha, who am I? I am Shrag. Shrag said proudly. Shrag? Isn't he the guy with a certain power in the universe? I've heard that this guy's style in the universe is no less than that of Frieza. Vegeta, having mixed in the universe before, naturally knows these things. Nanny? There are actually such things? What a disgrace for the Namekians. Piccolo said unhappily. So that's how it is. Goku, not knowing these things, felt a very bad impression of Shrag after hearing Vegeta's words. It seems that there are those who know me. Good. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Be my subordinates. I guarantee that following me, you'll conquer the universe and plunder planets, enjoying the best of everything. Shrag said to everyone. Sorry, we are not interested. Goku shook his head and said, You should hurry back. Back? Ha ha ha. Interesting. Since you refuse, then you can only die. Attack. Suddenly, Shrag shouted. Immediately, all his subordinates rushed towards the few people. Just these weaklings? They think they are worthy? Vegeta instantly rushed up, speaking disdainfully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These aliens are just weaklings. Encountering someone of Vegeta's level, it's just a matter of 2 or 3 hits. In no time, they all lay on the ground. That guy Vegeta, I didn't even make a move, and he took them all out. What a letdown. Goku said helplessly. A bit interesting. But now standing before you is the future emperor of the universe. So, since you won't follow me, then you can only die. Chapter 51, after Shrag finished speaking. His massive body charged towards Vegeta like a raging bull. Bang, bang, bang. Each of his steps made the ground tremble slightly, and his fists carried an overwhelming momentum. As if with one punch, nothing could survive. This is really interesting. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and the air around him was stirred up by the energy emanating from him. His pupils turned a deep green, and then golden flames of energy erupted from his body like a raging fire. Crackle. It was filled with intensity. Damn it, I've been waiting for this. Vegeta had taken some hits from Kakarot earlier, so now he decided to let this guy know how powerful he really was. It was the perfect time to vent his anger. Whoosh. Shrag's speed was fast, but Vegeta's speed was even faster. In an instant, Shrag's massive fist came crashing toward Vegeta. On the surface, Shrag's fist seemed to be about the size of Vegeta's body. It seemed like Shrag could crush Vegeta with one punch. Bang! Vegeta's fist collided fiercely with Shrag's fist. Swish! Suddenly, Shrag's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. What happened? Why am I the one being knocked back? This is not scientific. Despite Shrag's disbelief, it doesn't change the fact that he was hit hard by Vegeta and sent flying, even crashing into a mountain. It seems this guy's power isn't that impressive. Seeing this, Goku scoffed. After all, his strength is still above Vegeta's. And now Vegeta could easily knock Shrag away with a single punch, which means he could do the same effortlessly. I actually think this Namekian is quite strong. Although he is indeed very evil, it cannot be denied that he has incredible power. Piccolo also said with some surprise. In Piccolo's view, Shrag's combat power is definitely the strongest he has seen among Namekians. Even the Grand Elder of Namek hasn't reached this level. If only I had such strong power. Piccolo looked at the two fighting in front of him and said earnestly, This guy's power is indeed quite strong. At most, he has a combat power of several million. But he can't possibly be Vegeta's opponent. Li Fan analyzed while resting his chin on his hand. Boom! At that moment, a mountain behind Shrag was directly shattered by his punch, and Shrag also soared into the air. Oh, it seems you're quite tough. But from now on, I won't hold back. Vegeta said excitedly. You're a bastard. That was just a coincidence. Watch how I deal with you. Immediately, Shrag was furious. As a mighty emperor, he had just regained his youth and was being attacked? No, this is absolutely impossible. You bustat. Huh. Shrag unleashed his fists, like twin dragons emerging from the sea, directly facing Vegeta. Seeing Shrag's impressive dual fists, Vegeta showed great disdain. When Shrag's fists came crashing down, Vegeta was quick on his feet. In an instant, he managed to dodge Shrag's attack completely. Taking advantage of this opening, Vegeta leaped above Shrag, gripping tightly with both hands. He struck down toward Shrag's head. Bang! Shrag didn't have time to react before Vegeta's blow hit him hard, causing stars to flash before his eyes. His body plummeted downward. Truly useless trash. Taste this, you bastard. Immediately, Vegeta unleashed his Prince technique on the falling Shrag. Energy blasts rained down like raindrops toward Shrag. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless energy blasts hit Shrag. Instantly, the place where Shrag stood exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Thick smoke and dust rose into the sky, shaking the surrounding sand and stones. The area where Shrag was located was engulfed in darkness. Within thousands of miles, everything was vibrating continuously. Truly weak and pathetic. Seeing this, Vegeta crossed his arms. Expressing his disdain, he didn't even use all his power, and this guy went down? With such little strength, he dares to come to Earth? Truly overestimating himself. Vegeta thought Shrag was finished and began to descend. However, at that moment, a violent coughing sound erupted from the dust. Cough, cough, cough. You wild monkey. You're driving me insane. Energy cannon. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of energy surged towards Vegeta from the smoke. Nanny? Vegeta turned around, but there was no time to think. Crossing his arms. Bang. He was directly hit by this energy, unable to control his body as he flew backward. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta's body was propelled by the energy, crashing through several mountains before finally stopping. Wild monkey, I'm going to take your life. Shrag burst out from the smoke, flying toward Vegeta. Chapter 2 At that moment, an explosion occurred where Vegeta was, and he too charged out. Not bad, not bad. Now, this is interesting. Otherwise, fighting with a useless person is completely meaningless. Vegeta not only felt no discomfort, but grew even more excited. This is also the nature of the Saiyans. Whoosh! Bang! In the next moment, two figures collided fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a fierce battle erupted between Vegeta and Shrag. Streams of electric light shot out continuously. The surrounding environment was also affected. The air around their battle was humming. From time to time, bursts of sonic booms could be heard. A fierce wind was raging. Of course, on the surface, it seemed like the two were fighting intensely. However, in reality, Vegeta was fighting very easily, while Shrag was becoming increasingly terrified. This finally made him realize. It turns out that Frieza was indeed killed by Super Saiyan, and even at his peak, his strength might not be able to match Frieza's. As Shrag thought of this, he suddenly began to regret. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have come here. But now there was no way back. However, at this moment, Shrag was already being pushed back by Vegeta. Truly an unremarkable thing. At this moment, Vegeta seized the opportunity in Shrag's defense and landed a punch that unexpectedly broke through all of Shrag's defenses, striking him squarely in the abdomen. You, Hmph. Before Shrag could say anything, a golden light erupted from Vegeta's fist. Bang! Thud! This light instantly pierced through Shrag's body. Whoosh! Shrag's massive form was violently sent flying. Bang! Boom! Ultimately crashing into a mountain peak, where he was directly crushed by falling rocks. TCH, what a waste of time. By this point, Vegeta had lost interest. He initially thought this guy could help him vent his anger, but who knew he was so weak? He should be dead by now, right? With that thought, Vegeta turned his back and walked over to where Goku and the others were. A smirk crossed his lips as he proudly said, "Turns out he was just a useless piece of trash. Still no match for me, Vegeta." Of course, Vegeta's words were directed at Goku. Not bad, not bad. Goku didn't seem bothered by Vegeta's remarks. Instead, he laughed heartily. Hearing this, Li Fan couldn't help but wonder whether Goku was truly foolish or just pretending. However, those weren't the important issues, because at that moment, a loud explosion echoed from the distance once again. This completely shocked Vegeta. Is he still not dead? Damn it. Suddenly, Vegeta was furious. Damn it, look at this, I can't kill him. Vegeta said fiercely. After all, as the proud prince of the Saiyans, he couldn't even kill a worthless fool, which made him feel embarrassed. So he decided that this time he must eliminate that guy. However, just as Vegeta was swearing to do so, Li Fan interrupted him. What? Li Fan? Are you going to take action? Vegeta was very confused by Li Fan's behavior. If Li Fan took action, wouldn't that be overkill, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? No, I want to take action. At this point, Li Fan shook his head and said, What? You're not going to take action? Then who will? Vegeta said with great confusion. Immediately, he glanced at Kakarot. Sun Wukong, seeing Vegeta looking at him, shrugged, indicating it wasn't him. It's me. At this moment, Piccolo stepped forward and said, What? Just because of you? Ha ha ha. It's simply laughable. Don't make us beg to help you. Vegeta replied disdainfully, Tsh, I don't need your help. After saying this, Piccolo suddenly burst forth with a white aura and took off flying towards Slug. Cough, 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 cough. This Saiyan monkey. At this point, Shrag had very little stamina left. Although his body had just been pierced by Vegeta, as a Namekian, he possessed the ability to regenerate lost limbs, so his wounds had already healed. However, correspondingly, his stamina was nearly depleted. At this moment, he originally intended to find a way to escape. After all, he already knew the terror of the Saiyans. If he continued to stay here, wouldn't that be waiting for death? However, at this moment, Piccolo's arrival surprised him. Nanny? You little Namekian brat, what? Do you want to challenge your ancestor too? As for Piccolo, Shrag absolutely looked down on him. Even though his stamina was nearly depleted, how could he be afraid of such a small Namekian like Piccolo? Moreover, at this moment, Shrag also had another idea, which was to assimilate this guy. In that case, his strength will surge dramatically, and he might even be able to defeat the Super Saiyan. Chapter 53. Piccolo crossed his arms and landed not far from Shrag, coldly staring at him. You little brat, you really don't know what's good for you. But now it's good. You should just wait to be assimilated by the ancestor, huh? Shrag became increasingly excited. Just a moment ago, he was thinking about how to escape, but now his mind was filled with how to assimilate Piccolo. He could tell that Piccolo's combat power was not weak either. On that Namek planet, he was already considered top-tier combat power. If he could fuse with him, TSK, 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 it would be simply wonderful. Hearing Shrag's words, Piccolo also had a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Of course, Piccolo wasn't afraid of this guy. Although there was a significant gap in their combat powers, Piccolo had other ideas. Kid, with your combat power, you think you can compare to the ancestor? Just wait to die. The ancestor is going to assimilate you. After saying that, Shrag charged towards Piccolo. Don't think I can't handle you. Let you experience the power of the demon seal wave. Piccolo shouted loudly. Demon salvave. What the hell is that? Shrag, not being from Earth, had no idea what the demon seal wave was. So, he just wanted to say, Little buddy, do you have a lot of questions? Demon seal wave. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Of course, Piccolo had just mentioned it to Li Fan, and Li Fan wasn't too surprised. But this move was created by Master Roshi to seal the Demon King Piccolo back in the day. Master Roshi had sealed the Demon King Piccolo in a rice cooker for hundreds of years. Later, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and the Supreme Kai all used this move. Unexpectedly, now Piccolo was using this move. Of course, this thing had always been Piccolo's nightmare. To eliminate this nightmare, Piccolo had mastered the essence of the Demon Seal Wave. Therefore, it was absolutely fitting for him to use the Demon Seal Wave now. Moreover, Shrag's stamina was also running low, making it the perfect opportunity. What Demon Seal Wave? You little brat, stop bragging. Shrag was unaware of the power of the Demon Seal Wave, so he was quite disdainful of what Piccolo said. Oh, naturally. If that's the case, then let you feel what it's like to be controlled. With that, Piccolo couldn't help but smile wickedly. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Then, Piccolo took out a small bottle and placed it between him and Shrag. Of course, Shrag was completely bewildered by all of this. What does this guy really want to do? Shrag is filled with questions, and Vegeta, who is watching from a distance, is also full of questions. What is this all about? Who can give me an answer? I really want to know. However, at this moment, Li Fan and Sun Wukong are both focused on watching this scene, ignoring Vegeta's so-called confusion. With no other choice, Vegeta can only watch. He is curious about what the so-called Demon Sealing Wave is. Come on, Shrag. Demon Sealing Wave. Suddenly, Piccolo extends his hands, and an incredibly dazzling white light is released from his palms in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it surrounds Shrag's massive body. What the hell? Nanny, what is happening? Shrag is immediately panicking because this mysterious energy is making his body uncontrollable. Humph. Huh. Seeing this, Piccolo sneers and immediately increases his power. At this moment, Shrag finally understands what the demon sealing wave is, but unfortunately, it's too late. He can no longer control it. Gradually, Shrag's body is actually being engulfed by the light. Get in there, Piccolo shouts loudly. Instantly, his right hand raises to the sky, and a stream of light bursts upward like waves. Amid the howling sounds, circles form, creating an energy whirlwind that rushes up high into the sky. When it reaches the highest point, Piccolo presses his finger, and the whirlwind turns, charging directly towards that small bottle. Swish, swish, swish. Before long, everything returns to calm, and Shrag's massive body also disappears. Bang! At this moment, Piccolo directly picks up the bottle, closes the lid, and even places a seal on it. The Cosmic Emperor Shrag is perfectly sealed within the demon sealing wave. Perfect. Gulp. Seeing this, Vegeta also has a hard time swallowing. Damn it, is it really that terrifying? The power gap between Piccolo and Slug is huge, and yet this can still seal them? Isn't this a bit too scary? At this moment, Vegeta finally had a concept of this thing. Meanwhile, Goku seemed unfazed. But Lee Fan, why not just eliminate Shrag directly? Although this guy can regenerate from severed limbs, wouldn't it be enough to just destroy his core? At this moment, Sun Wukong said with some confusion. Logically speaking, eliminating Shrag shouldn't be a difficult task. Among them, everyone except Piccolo could do it. Well, you'll know when the time comes. Lee Fan gave a cryptic answer and did not tell Sun Wukong about this guy. Alright, Sun Wukong said helplessly. Chapter 54 Boom. Boom. About a month had passed since Shrag's incident on Earth, and on this day, dark clouds gathered in the sky above the heavenly realm. At this time, Lee Fan, Dandy, Bobo, and Piccolo were all in the heavenly realm. Because something earth-shattering was about to happen, Lee Fan was also feeling a bit excited. He wanted to see if it would succeed. At this moment, Piccolo was different, sitting cross-legged in the center of the heavenly realm. Great, a month has passed, and it seems we are finally going to succeed, Dandy said excitedly. Lee Fan nudda. In fact, last time, sealing Shrag was entirely premeditated. That was to let Piccolo assimilate Shrag. Of course, this seemed a bit difficult. After all, Shrag was dozens of times stronger than Piccolo. Shrag had a combat power in the millions, while Piccolo only had a maximum of 1,000,000. However, after a month, with the help of Dandy, the little sage from Namek, and Lee Fan, they successfully used the secret techniques of the Namekians to completely wear down Shrag's consciousness. And today was the day Piccolo would assimilate Shrag. Seeing this, Lee Fan was also very excited. In the original work, Piccolo fused with Nail and later with the Supreme Kai. His strength reached a level where he could crush Android 17. It's important to note that Android 17 could easily defeat Super Saiyan Vegeta. And now, the fusion of Piccolo and the Supreme Kai had not changed. Instead, it was Piccolo assimilating Shrag that had changed. This is absolutely an unprecedented feat. However, in this space-time, what was originally impossible has truly become possible. If Piccolo assimilates Slug, his power would definitely skyrocket to an unimaginable level. Of course, this is also one of the great characteristics of the Namekians. Besides regenerating lost limbs, they can continuously assimilate and merge to become stronger. And it's definitely not just 1 + 1 = 2. At this moment, Piccolo is already enveloped in an incredibly massive light. Lightning continuously flashes around him. The energy emanating from Piccolo is also growing larger and more terrifying. Wow, this aura is so strong. Feeling this aura, Lee Fan feels pressured. Piccolo's fusion power should reach around Super Saiyan 2, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. If that's the case, the plot will be completely thrown into chaos. But isn't that a good thing? After all, Earth will gain another high-power character. Rumbling, rumbling. The lightning continues to surge, and at this moment, the aura around Piccolo seems unstoppable, like a volcanic eruption, a terrifying pressure that crushes everything. What? Is this Piccolo's aura? How can it be so terrifying? Sun Wukong from Baozi Mountain is astonished as he senses this aura, saying that it has already surpassed him. This is not scientific. Dad, is this really Piccolo's aura? It feels so terrifying. Son Gohan said beside Son Goku. Yes, I don't know what happened, Gohan. Let's go take a look. All right, Dad. After that, Son Goku and Son Gohan flew towards the direction of the heavenly realm. In West City, Vegeta, who was in his mansion, suddenly felt something extremely terrifying. That was Piccolo's earth-shattering aura. Is that the aura of that Saiyan? Why is it so horrifying? What on earth happened? Vegeta said in panic. In the face of this aura, he even felt a trembling impulse. Meanwhile, high-level fighters on Earth like Krillin and Tien also felt the extraordinary nature of this aura. They all flew towards the direction of the heavenly realm. In an instant, the top fighters of Earth gathered in the heavenly realm. At this moment, Piccolo had also returned to his original form, but unlike before, now Piccolo was much stronger and his aura was even more terrifying. Even Li Fan himself felt apprehensive. Goodness, I guess I created a version of Piccolo that's different from the original. Gulp. What exactly happened? Son Goku and the others came to Li Fan's side and asked. You can see for yourselves. Piccolo has completely transformed, and his power has undergone a qualitative leap. Li Fan said to everyone, now Piccolo should be able to be called a true Super Namekian, right? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Now they knew about the so-called Super Saiyan, but they had never heard of a Super Namekian before. After hearing Li Fan's words, one by one, they began to scrutinize Piccolo. However, although Piccolo's strength had indeed surpassed theirs, Li Fan was not worried at all. After all, the growth of the Saiyans is the fastest. Now that Piccolo has reached this level, I should also figure out how to reach Super Saiyan 2, right? Otherwise, for the upcoming plot, my current strength is still a bit lacking. Thinking of this, Li Fan also had an idea. Chapter 55, this is my power now. I feel invincible. Piccolo clenched his fist and said in surprise. Hearing this, Vegeta was not pleased. What do you mean invincible? Can't you see I'm here? If that's the case, how about we spar a bit? Vegeta said with a wicked smile as he stepped forward. As you wish. If the previous Piccolo was somewhat afraid of the so-called Super Saiyans at this moment, Piccolo had no such feeling at all. It seems like there will be a good show to watch. Krillin said with a smile. Yes, it's been a long time since I saw Piccolo make a move. Tien also nodded and said. Tien's memories of Piccolo date back to when Vegeta came to Earth. So now that Piccolo's strength has increased, he also wants to see if Piccolo is indeed stronger than a Super Saiyan. I think it will be very interesting. And wait, I want to challenge Piccolo too. Son Goku said excitedly. Of course, for Son Goku, sparring with strong opponents is the most exciting thing. This is interesting. I even feel like I want to fight. Li Fan saw this and was also somewhat excited. Sure enough, Saiyans are like this, naturally combative. Roar. Huh. At this moment, Vegeta's body was already enveloped in golden flames, transforming into a Super Saiyan. With familiarity and control over this transformation, any huge fluctuations were completely gone. The transformation had become more effortless. Come on, let me see how strong this so-called Super Namekian really is. With that said, a fierce light flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Whoosh! His figure moved like lightning. And in an instant, he was in front of Piccolo. He threw a heavy punch. Bang! With a collision, a golden aura was violently pushed back dozens of meters. Nanny? Vegeta was quite surprised. He didn't expect Piccolo's strength to reach this level. If that's the case, then he must have fallen from being the third strongest on Earth to the fourth strongest after all these years. Damn it, this is unbearable. Vegeta was instantly filled with rage. Whoosh! He charged fiercely at Piccolo again, and at this moment, Vegeta was using all his strength. He unleashed every attack method he had, and his speed was increasing, with each punch hitting harder than the last. The air could barely catch a glimpse of their shadows. Their battle had escalated from the heavens to even higher altitudes. Bang! 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 The sounds of their fists colliding echoed through the sky, and the clash of their figures reached its peak. They were now battling amidst the clouds. As their fight continued, the clouds were all dispersed. Wow! The intensity of their battle is simply incomparable. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Moreover, it seemed that Vegeta's strength had grown over the past month. Of course, Piccolo's transformation was truly earth-shattering. By the way, Li Fan, do you have confidence in defeating Piccolo now? Sun Wukong asked. Defeating Piccolo? Li Fan estimated that he hadn't even reached full power as a Super Saiyan. How could he defeat Piccolo? Of course, defeating Piccolo was just a matter of time. Immediately, Li Fan shook his head. Wow! Seeing this, Sun Wukong was quite astonished. After all, Li Fan had always represented the highest fighting power among them. But now he had suddenly become Piccolo, which completely shocked Sun Wukong. Nevertheless, he still wanted to spar with Piccolo, to see Piccolo's true strength. Tap 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 tap. In the high sky, Vegeta continued his frenzied assault on Piccolo. However, This level of attack was easily countered by Piccolo. Now, Piccolo was feeling very good. Damn it. Ever since that time on Namek, he had always been suppressed by Super Saiyans, with no chance to shine. Unexpectedly, today, he could actually crush a Super Saiyan. Sorry, Vegeta, but you're not my opponent now. Hmph, Piccolo said coldly. Piccolo had never had a good attitude towards Vegeta. Stop laughing. I'm the prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly be less than a Namekian like you? Before Vegeta could finish, Piccolo's fist had already slammed heavily into Vegeta's abdomen. Following that, Piccolo tightly gripped his hands and struck down hard on Vegeta's body. Bang! In an instant, Vegeta was hit hard, and his body fell uncontrollably downwards. Boom! He ultimately crashed into the surface of the heavens, unable to move for a long time. Hiss! Upon seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Piccolo had become too strong, hadn't he? This is a Super Saiyan? He was actually beaten by him? So, what level has Piccolo's strength reached now? This is really big news. Chapter 56. So powerful, it makes my blood boil. I can't hold back anymore. Sun Wukong has long been eager to try. And now that this ignorant guy Vegeta has become the first cannon fodder, it's his turn. Thinking of this, suddenly, golden energy surged around Sun Wukong. Hiss! Boom! The golden aura was incredibly wild, like a blazing fire, seemingly capable of burning everything. Piccolo, wait for me, I'm coming. After saying that, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of golden lightning and rushed towards Piccolo in the sky. This is truly a battle of gods. It seems we are far behind. Tien Shinhan looked at his hands and said, in the past, he thought the gap between him and Sun Wukong wouldn't be too big. But now he realizes that the chasm of bloodline is something that can never be crossed. The Saiyans are like a mountain, blocking their way. Yes, Krillin nodded in agreement. Indeed, ever since the concept of Saiyans appeared on Earth, they and Sun Wukong are no longer from the same world. Damn it, those damn bastards. At this moment, Vegeta finally got up, but of course with Vegeta's reputation, he wasn't recognized by everyone, so no one offered to help him. Unexpectedly, a Namekian was able to grow to this extent. Speaking of which, Li Fan, did you do this? Vegeta staggered over to Li Fan and said, in Vegeta's view, only Li Fan could make this guy so powerful. Otherwise, a mere Piccolo was just a weakling in his hands before. Yes, Li Fan didn't lie and nodded in agreement. Nanny, you really helped Piccolo become this strong? Hearing this, Tianjin, Fan, and Krillin, who had just been filled with gloom, seemed to have grasped something and immediately turned their attention to Li Fan. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Li Fan felt a bit pressured. Piccolo's strength comes from their Namekian fusion ability, so don't get your hopes up. Li Fan shrugged and said, oh. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads again. However, although I can't reach Piccolo's level, I do know a great way to get stronger. Li Fan said, resting his chin on his hand. Nanny, what method to get stronger? Hearing this, everyone became excited again, their eyes filled with hope. That's gravity training. If you need it, I could provide you with a few training rooms. Li Fan said to the group. Originally, Li Fan didn't want to get involved in these matters. But after thinking it over, they are indeed top-tier fighters on Earth. So helping them improve a bit wouldn't be bad. So he brought up the topic. So it's gravity training, although it's very useful. It cannot be denied that this stuff is extremely tough. Krillin, having experienced gravity training, said somewhat helplessly, no, I need it. At this moment, Tianjin Fan's eyes were shining with excitement. Indeed, he desperately needed this thing to enhance his combat power. After all, as martial artists, they also didn't want to be abandoned by the times. I need it too. Surprisingly, Yamcha also made this request. Then I'll have one too. Krillin also felt the atmosphere and immediately said to Li Fan, no problem. Li Fan nodded. It's just a few gravity training rooms. Although Bulma is pregnant now, the data is still available, and the robots can definitely help with the operation. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion in the sky caught the attention of several people. Whoosh! In the sky, Son Goku was suddenly knocked back several dozen meters by Piccolo. As for Piccolo now, how should I put it? His strength completely crushed Son Goku in his Super Saiyan form. Piccolo is indeed impressive. I didn't expect your strength to reach this level. No wonder you sealed Slug back then. Son Goku suddenly realized, and surprisingly, the usually not-so-bright guy figured everything out. Piccolo nodded, not denying it. However, even so, I still won't give up. At this moment, Sun Wukong was filled with fighting spirit. Even though he had just realized that Piccolo's strength was above his own, it did not diminish his desire to battle. Whoosh! The golden flames surged once more, and Sun Wukong's figure moved like lightning, incredibly swift. Bang, 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 bang. He launched a series of attacks at Piccolo. Almost every punch unleashed all his power, and the energy erupting from each punch was terrifyingly immense. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, intense sparks erupted continuously, and the sounds were deafening, never-ending. Those who didn't know might think it was thunder in the sky. What a formidable Piccolo. His strength is truly intimidating. Tianjin Fan and the others watched the two fighting in the sky with fiery eyes. When would they reach such a level? Of course, their current fighting power was only in the tens of thousands, and compared to this level of several hundred million, the gap was simply too vast. Chapter 57, the battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo, continued for a long time. The two of them were locked in a fierce struggle. Sun Wukong's strength was indeed slightly stronger than Vegeta's, but now he was facing a Piccolo fused with Slug, so ultimately, at this moment, Sun Wukong was still being pressured. Despite Sun Wukong's attacks being extremely fierce, Piccolo's attacks were even more domineering. Bang! In the next moment, Piccolo seized the opportunity and kicked Sun Wukong away with great force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sun Wukong's body was sent flying dozens of meters before he could stabilize himself. Cough, cough. As expected of Piccolo, I concede this battle. Sun Wukong gasped for breath and said, yes, Sun Wukong admitted defeat. Although this wasn't his style, from the recent battle, he already knew he could not match Piccolo. Son, I have finally surpassed you once again, haha. Piccolo said triumphantly upon seeing that Sun Wukong had admitted defeat. At this moment, Piccolo truly felt an unbeatable sense of invincibility. Of course, although Piccolo's strength was formidable now, he no longer had the ambition to dominate the world like he used to, because he understood the unfathomable depths of the universe. There are always people stronger than you, and there are always greater powers beyond the heavens. That's the truth. However, despite this, he still felt that he was the strongest on Earth right now. Whoosh! Son Goku landed in the heavenly realm. Then, he looked at Li Fan, and his meaning was simple. It was time for you to step up. Meanwhile, Piccolo was also feeling fiery. Damn it. He was finally going to face Li Fan in a showdown again. Come on, Li Fan, let me witness your power once more. Piccolo said with his arms crossed, looking down from above. Oh, it seems this guy Piccolo is getting more arrogant, just having reached this level of power, and he has already like this. What will happen in the future? After Li Fan finished speaking, he instantly flashed into the sky, facing off against Piccolo. Finally, I have waited for this day again. Li Fan, I will definitely defeat you. Piccolo said excitedly. Haha, Piccolo, although your strength has indeed undergone earth-shattering changes now, defeating me won't be that easy. A smirk crossed Li Fan's lips. Huh. In an instant, he transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. Of course, unlike Goku and others who had a grand aura, Li Fan's transformation was much closer to a normal state. Nanny? Why does it feel like the energy around Li Fan is becoming more like an ordinary person now? Goku said in surprise. You see, transforming into a Super Saiyan produces terrifying energy and aura. But in this form, although Li Fan still had the golden hair and blue eyes of Super Saiyan, it just didn't have that feeling. It seems your aura is quite weak. Piccolo said proudly. Even if that's the case, my strength will definitely not be weak. Li Fan said with a cold smile. During this time, Li Fan did not forget to train. Of course, his main focus was to maintain his Super Saiyan form, no matter what he was doing. Therefore, Li Fan is now able to maintain this form for a long time. This form is the easiest to master, yet also the most difficult. It's simple because to reach Li Fan's level, one just needs to fully adapt to this form and make it a norm. It requires a calm mind after transforming. Of course, the transformation into a Super Saiyan is inherently prone to emotional fluctuations, which is why it is said to be very challenging. No matter what, today, I will definitely defeat you. After Piccolo finished speaking, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his figure shot towards Li Fan with great force. Bang! In an instant, the two collided violently. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. How could Li Fan possess such power? Swish! Both of them were forcefully pushed back several dozen meters by each other's overwhelming strength. Li Fan was actually on par with Piccolo? Seeing this, Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I didn't expect Li Fan's strength to be so formidable. Son Goku nodded in agreement. How is your strength so strong? You're just a Super Saiyan, Piccolo said in astonishment. Could it be because your base power level has reached the tens of millions? Suddenly, Piccolo realized something and said, "That's right. Li Fan mentioned before that his battle power reached millions, which is why he is so strong after transforming." Hearing Piccolo's words, Son Goku also came to a sudden realization. "Ha ha, you can think of it that way." Li Fan nodded and said, "Of course, this base power level is just one aspect. The other aspect mainly relies on his current form. Although he is still a Super Saiyan, he is the strongest form among Super Saiyans. According to the original work, it should be referred to as the Super Saiyan full power form. But this is pretty good. Otherwise, if you're too weak, it wouldn't be fun to fight," Piccolo said with a cold smile, and his tone was very arrogant. Wow, I didn't expect that after his power increased, Piccolo's personality changed quite a bit. Chapter 58. Take this, Li Fan. After Piccolo finished speaking, his fighting spirit surged, and he revealed his sharp claws, which shone brilliantly under the sunlight. "As you wish." Li Fan was also filled with excitement. As expected of Piccolo fused with Slug, his current battle power is very strong. However, Li Fan is not to be underestimated. Bang! In the next moment, their figures collided fiercely, and then they separated in an instant. Following that, they collided violently again. The energy waves spread out in circles, radiating outward. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows fiercely. Rumbling, rumbling. The sky was filled with dazzling lights, and electric sparks shot out continuously. The surrounding air was extremely oppressive, as if a single spark could trigger a violent explosion. These two guys are truly monsters. This is Klin's evaluation of Li Fan and Piccolo now. At this level of attack, they can barely see the shadows of the two colliding in the sky. At this moment, Li Fan is gradually releasing all his energy. But what surprises him is that Piccolo is the same. Wow, Piccolo is impressive. Li Fan exclaimed, "Your strength has greatly exceeded my expectations," Piccolo said with a cold smile. At this point, Piccolo is almost attacking Li Fan with all his might, yet he still hasn't gained much advantage. This guy Li Fan is far beyond his expectations. For a moment, the two of them actually felt evenly matched. Their fight was so intense that it seemed like the heavens and the earth were in chaos, and the sun and moon lost their light. They fought for nearly an hour. However, even after this hour, neither of them could determine a winner. In the battle between Li Fan and Piccolo, they became more aware of their own strength. According to his calculations, Piccolo's strength is roughly at the level of Super Saiyan 2. And even if it is not quite Super Saiyan 2, it is similar to the Lightning Cell in Dragon Ball Z. Correspondingly, Li Fan could only achieve a tie with Piccolo, which indicates that although he hasn't broken through to Super Saiyan 2, his incredibly strong base combat power, combined with his current full-power Super Saiyan form, allows him to compete with Super Saiyan 2. Of course, this Super Saiyan 2 refers only to the early stage. If he were to encounter the peak of Super Saiyan 2, he would have been done for. These two guys. By the way, how did Li Fan cultivate? Even if his base power is very strong, it shouldn't be possible for him to transform and be this abnormal, right? Vegeta said, confused. Well, I'm not too sure either. But Li Fan's current form is still a Super Saiyan. It just feels a bit different from ours. Goku said, resting his chin on his hand. It seems like he almost grasped something in the darkness, but in the next moment, it disappeared. Super Saiyan 1 is simply amazing. Dad, I also want to become a Super Saiyan. At this moment, little Gohan beside son Wukong spoke up. What? You want to become a Super Saiyan? So you want to train? Son Wukong was quite surprised by Gohan's words. After all, Chi-Chi was not allowing Gohan to train. She was focused on making Gohan study. And Gohan was very obedient to Chi-Chi. Although son Wukong knew that Gohan had great potential, even more than his own, he had never insisted on Gohan training if Gohan himself didn't want to, even though he felt that it would waste Gohan's talent. There was nothing he could do about it. Yes, Dad. Unexpectedly, Gohan's eyes were filled with determination. All right. Seeing Gohan like this, son Wukong nodded. This was exactly what he had in mind. Hearing the conversation between father and son, Vegeta couldn't help but snort coldly, and then he thought of something. Speaking of which, Li Fan got married, Kakarot got married too, and they both have sons. So doesn't that mean he is falling behind? Thinking of this, Vegeta's expression changed instantly. Damn it, it's one thing for me, Vegeta, to fall behind in strength, but can I also fall behind in this matter? No way. I need to find a woman quickly. Speaking of which, that woman named Tais who returned from her trip to another planet a few days ago was quite good. Yes, I need to hurry up. Vegeta thought to himself. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang echoed in the sky, accompanied by the clash of fists. Both Li Fan and Piccolo were sent flying back dozens of meters. Cough, cough. Goodness. His strength is surprisingly strong. Piccolo gasped, saying, since that's the case, let's settle this with one move. Li Fan was also struggling a bit. After fighting for so long, he felt somewhat fatigued. Hmph, that's exactly what I intend to do. Upon hearing this, a smile curved on Piccolo's lips. Are they really going to settle this with one move? It seems like they will get to see Li Fan's earth-shattering fist again. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Nanny? What is the earth-shattering fist? Krillin and the others exclaimed in surprise, as they had not witnessed Li Fan's ultimate move. So hearing this name felt incredibly powerful. Chapter 59, Demon Flash. Roar. Piccolo shouted loudly, and immediately, a dazzling light radiated from his hands. Crackle. At the same time, arcs of electricity surged continuously in his hands. It's the Demon Flash. Demon Flash. Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Son Gohan was so excited for a reason. After all, Piccolo had taught him this Demon Flash, so now that he saw Piccolo using this ultimate move, he was naturally thrilled. Nanny, what is that? Krillin shouted in confusion. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to it. They saw that above Li Fan, a giant formed from condensed energy appeared. It was incredibly majestic and powerful. It gave a sense of being unbreakable. Gulp. Is that the earth-shattering fist you mentioned, Wukong? Upon seeing this, Tianjin Han swallowed hard and said, there was no helping it. Li Fan's move was truly terrifying. Ever since the giant formed from Li Fan's energy, they found it difficult to breathe. Yes, still as shocking as ever. Although Sun Wukong had seen it before, the impact of this move was undoubtedly still immense. And in the next moment, Piccolo's Demon Flash struck fiercely towards Li Fan, the dazzling light almost blinding. Earth-shattering fist. Break for me. Li Fan also shouted loudly, and immediately punched towards Piccolo's Demon Flash energy. At the same time, the giant behind him, almost in sync with his movements, also clenched its fist and slammed towards Piccolo's Demon Flash energy. The massive fist collided violently with Piccolo's Demon Flash energy. Boom! Rumbling. Instantly, the blinding light seemed to envelop the entire sky, and Piccolo was also extremely shocked. Damn it, this is no longer just a wave, right? This massive punch actually dispersed my energy. Oh my! Feeling something was off, Piccolo wanted to make a run for it. However, some of that energy still rushed towards him. Bang! Puffed. Under this energy, Piccolo's body was once again violently sent flying. Soon after, the sky returned to silence once more. At this moment, Li Fan was also breathing heavily. It must be said that this move was really exhausting. It almost depleted all of his stamina. Even though he possessed infinite regeneration abilities, he still felt a significant loss. Of course, Li Fan's infinite regeneration ability does not consume stamina during the regeneration process and is accompanied by some automatic stamina recovery. However, this does not mean that he can repeatedly undergo significant energy and stamina consumption. Amazing, you actually defeated Piccolo? Sun Wukong came to Li Fan's side and patted him on the shoulder. Yes, but it was just by winning one move. Li Fan was not arrogant. Cough, cough. As expected of Li Fan, I actually lost to you this time. But next time, I will definitely defeat you. At this moment, Piccolo also flew back in a rather embarrassed state. Compared to Li Fan, Piccolo appeared even more disheveled. That's not necessarily true, Li Fan said with a smile. He is a Saiyan, a warrior race, and he is very confident in this aspect. As for Piccolo, he hopes he can make another breakthrough on this foundation. However, now that Li Fan has a good understanding of his own strength, he also knows what to do next. It's to try and break through to Super Saiyan 2. It seems simple, but Li Fan has tried before and feels like something is missing. It has kept him from crossing this threshold. However, as long as there is enough time, this will definitely become a natural outcome. Don't get too smug. You should know that this prince is the most talented existence. Just wait, next time, it's me, Vegeta, who will defeat you. Vegeta snorted coldly, completely ignoring the fact that he was just beaten by Piccolo, and then flew away in a proud manner. Of course, he had another purpose for leaving, that is to find a woman and get married. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he absolutely cannot fall behind in this aspect. Otherwise, if this gets out, we can't afford to lose face. Forget it. That's just how he is. Sun Wukong shrugged helplessly. At this moment, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan all came to Li Fan's side, looking at him, hesitant to speak. I know what you guys are thinking. Let's go. Come with me to West City. Li Fan immediately understood their thoughts. But there was nothing he could do since this was his suggestion. Hey, Li Fan, take me along too. Sun Wukong said eagerly, looking at Li Fan. Although he had already broken through to 100 times gravity during the last trip to Namek, he was struggling now, without anything to train with. And now that Li Fan is brought up, he wants to tag along. The training effect in the gravity training room is much better than regular training. All right, no problem, Li Fan said generously. Of course, it wasn't that he was wealthy, but rather that his partner was rich, so there was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 60, it was a sunny and beautiful day. A gentle sea breeze blew across the vast ocean, making one feel incredibly comfortable. Rarely. Today, Li Fan also set aside all his training to enjoy life. Of course, he was not alone. Li Fan was sitting by the sea, holding the little one in his arms, enjoying the sea breeze. By the way, Li Fan, I didn't expect you to come and keep us company. Next to Li Fan, Bulma was sitting on a lounge chair, wearing sunglasses and sipping juice. Haha, of course, you are my wife, and in this world, nothing is more important than the wife. And our child is the most important, Li Fan said with a smile, and after that, he couldn't help but tease the little one he was holding, lifting his child up. Yay. It seemed like Li Fan's child also heard his words, dancing with joy, very lively and adorable. Saying such things, how shameless. After hearing Li Fan's words, even Bulma's cheeks turned a shade of red. However, she felt very sweet inside. Of course, Li Fan presented the image of a good man. Strength is certainly important, but family is also very important. Oh dear, sister, your Li Fan treats you really well. While that guy Vegeta has never said anything like that to me. Next to Bulma was a woman with a prominent belly. Yes, this is Bulma's sister Tais, who somehow got involved with Vegeta. Later, the two got married and lived in Vegeta's house. Haha, sister, you can't be envious of this. After hearing Tais' words, Bulma felt a bit proud and happy. Comparing Vegeta and Li Fan, the difference is immediately apparent. Although she is not very interested in that guy Vegeta, this is her sister's choice, and she did not interfere. Haha. But I really like Vegeta's personality. Although Tais had some complaints about Vegeta, she still felt very happy. What a rare leisurely day. Little brah, you have to grow up quickly. And when you grow up, Dad will teach you martial arts. Li Fan said, holding his daughter. Yay. And little brah seemed to understand Li Fan's words, responding to him. That's right, Li Fan and Bulma's child is indeed a daughter. And the name was chosen by Bulma. However, in Li Fan's view, it doesn't matter what she's called, as long as her last name is Li. Li Bra. That's the name of Li Fan's daughter. And Bra is indeed his daughter. Right from birth, he felt that Bra's aura was not weak at all. It was nearly around 5,000. This is already a very terrifying number. You have to know that even the legendary Super Saiyan has a battle power of only 10,000 at birth. At that moment, Li Fan was very surprised. He knew what this meant. Perhaps his daughter's future achievements would surpass his own. However, now Li Fan feels that as long as his daughter is happy and joyful, that would be enough. And this feeling is something he never experienced in his previous life. The feeling of being a father. Boom! At this moment, the distant sea suddenly stirred up huge waves. Soon after, two figures could be seen colliding continuously. Li Fan also expressed that he couldn't help it. These two just had a fight whenever they met. Without a doubt, the two figures were none other than Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Both are passionate enthusiasts of battle. However, Li Fan thought it was quite good, after all. If it weren't for this, these two wouldn't be Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Their attacks were extremely fierce, both knowing each other well, and neither held back at all. Of course, Li Fan had grown accustomed to watching these two fight, so he was too lazy to pay attention, while Li Fan enjoyed his life here. On the other side, in the vast, boundless starry sky, a massive battleship was heading toward Earth. On this warship, two figures stood by the glass, gazing at everything ahead. Frieza, do you really think the Dragon Balls exist on Earth? A rough voice came from a large figure. Yes, Dad, and there are also some annoying Saiyan monkeys on Earth. We must get rid of them this time. The speaker was none other than Frieza, who had just been killed by Li Fan. However, Frieza now looked quite different, half mechanical. They're just Saiyans. Dealing with them is a piece of cake. Once we get the Dragon Balls, we can just destroy the entire planet. The massive figure is none other than Frieza's father, King Cold, the leader of the Frost Demon Clan. His power surpasses that of Frieza. This time, they have come for revenge and for the Dragon Balls. King Cold is very confident because his strength is far above Frieza's. After hearing about the power of the Super Saiyans, he has made an estimate. Even if the Super Saiyans are strong, they are definitely not his match. And then there are the Dragon Balls. As long as he has the Dragon Balls, he can wish for immortality. So he is tempted. He agreed to Frieza's request and followed him to Earth to carry out his revenge plan. However, what they do not know is that this trip may be one of no return. Chapter 61. In a desolate area on Earth, the space suddenly trembled. And then something astonishing happened. Whoosh! A peculiar machine suddenly opened up. Clang! The hatch slowly opened, and out stepped a young girl dressed in a denim jacket. This should be the place, right? The girl glanced around and said. Immediately, she put away the machine she had just arrived on. Meanwhile, Li Fan, who was leisurely enjoying the sea breeze by the beach, furrowed his brows. A massive energy was approaching Earth. Could it be that the plot was unfolding? With this thought, a smile formed at the corner of Li Fan's mouth, and he handed the small Bulma to Bulma. Hey, Li Fan, what are you doing? Bulma looked a bit surprised. I sense that some guys are approaching Earth, so I'm going to check it out. Li Fan didn't hide anything and told Bulma everything. All right, be careful. Bulma reminded him. Li Fan nodded, then used instant transmission, vanishing like a ghost in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Son Goku and Vegeta, who were fighting on the surface of the sea, also stopped their battle. Kakarot, do you feel that energy? Vegeta said seriously. Yes, I can feel it, and it feels a bit familiar, like Frieza's. Son Goku nodded. They were all too familiar with Frieza's energy. However, it seemed that there was an even more powerful energy next to Frieza. Great, it's been a long time since I've had a real fight. Son Goku's mouth curved into a smile, and he said excitedly, Kakarot, this time, don't you dare steal it from me, Vegeta. After Vegeta said that, a white aura erupted around him, and he shot off into the distance like a rocket. Nanny? You, Vegeta. I'm coming too. Huh. Suddenly, Son Goku also unleashed his energy and flew fiercely into the distance. Of course, due to Li Fan's interference, Son Goku couldn't learn instant transmission like in the original story. So now he could only fly using the flight technique. Meanwhile, all over Earth, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and others also sensed the approach of this terrifying energy and rushed in that direction. During this time, they had been diligently training, so their strengths were even greater than in the original story. Frieza? That guy must be looking for death, right? If that is the case, then. In the other world, Piccolo also smiled slightly, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. The current Piccolo was very arrogant. If anyone dared to come to Earth seeking death, there would only be one outcome. Whoosh! Li Fan's figure appeared like a ghost in the high sky above the wasteland. From a high vantage point, he noticed a girl waiting below for something. This seemed a bit inconsistent with the original plot, right? However, Li Fan didn't think much of it and immediately descended. Hi. Hello. Out of politeness, Li Fan greeted her. Hearing Li Fan's voice, the girl turned around. You are. The girl was instantly stunned when she saw Li Fan for the first time, and tears began to well up in her eyes. This person. She hasn't been seen since she could remember. Unexpectedly, the first person she sees here is him. I am Li Fan. May I ask who you are? Li Fan asked in surprise. But this girl is quite beautiful, and surprisingly, she resembles Bulma a bit and also somewhat resembles Li Fan. Could she be? Li Fan suddenly thought of something, but didn't say it out loud. Hello. I can't conveniently say my name right now. The girl hesitated and, at that moment, forced back the tears that were welling up in her eyes. Instead, she ended up saying this. In fact, she deeply yearns for it. But thinking about how this guy abandoned them, she felt a bit of resentment. So, the girl is now struggling internally. And Li Fan is also deeply moved. It can't be wrong. This blood is thicker than water connection can be felt even without knowing each other. However, he is very curious because Trunks did not appear. And instead, this girl did, which indicates that he exists in the future world. But if he does exist, then artificial beings and the like should not be a problem. So why did this girl come back to this timeline? Could it be that something happened to him? He really wants to clarify this. Whoosh! At this moment, an enormous battleship appeared in the sky, successfully diverting the attention of both of them. They are here. It seems my calculations were not wrong, the girl said while looking at the descending battleship. By the way, what are you talking about? Calculations? Li Fan was a bit surprised. This is not the main point. The main point now is that Frieza and his father have come to Earth, and eliminating them is the priority, the girl said to Li Fan. Without waiting for Li Fan to respond, she used the instant transmission technique and flew out. Chapter 62. Li Fan also shook his head. It's almost certainly his daughter. However, it seems that his daughter has some grievances against him and is not willing to admit it. Thinking of this, Li Fan became more and more curious about what exactly happened in the future world, a situation that even he, who has infinite regeneration abilities, could not control. Their speed was also very fast, plus the position where the battleship was landing was not far from them. Bang! The massive battleship slowly landed on the surface. Instantly, the ground within 100 miles trembled, and the outer surface of the cosmic battleship cracked open. At this moment, Li Fan and the girl stood not far from the battleship. Seeing this, Li Fan shook his head. He didn't expect that Frieza's vitality was still so tenacious. That last time S attacked didn't kill him. He is simply an indestructible cockroach. Clang! The hatch of the cosmic battleship opened, and strange-looking aliens swarmed out. Each one was wearing battle suits, holding weapons, and equipped with power-level detectors, indicating they were a well-trained team. Of course, even so, these aliens' combat power still did not catch Li Fan's eye. In this Dragon Ball world, having more people does not mean you are strong in front of true experts. A snap of the fingers can make a planet disappear. So what does it matter how many there are? The last two to come out were Frieza and his father, King Cold. As soon as Frieza stepped out of the battleship, he spotted Li Fan and Bra not far away. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red, which describes this moment perfectly. Seeing Li Fan, Frieza's eyes turned bloodshot, wishing he could rush over and tear Li Fan apart. Oh, Frieza, is that the Saiyan monkey you were talking about? King Cold understood immediately upon seeing Frieza's reaction. It must be the Saiyan monkey who almost killed Frieza last time. Yo, ISN, this Frieza. I didn't expect you to be so resilient. You didn't die last time, so now you've come to die? Li Fan stepped forward and sneered. Wild monkey, this time you'll definitely die in my hands. Let me tell you, my combat power is no longer what it used to be. Frieza's originally fierce face suddenly turned gloomy. In his eyes, today Li Fan was undoubtedly going to die. Dealing with you guys doesn't require him to take action. I alone am enough. A voice came that surprised Li Fan, because the speaker was none other than his daughter. Originally, Li Fan wanted to personally eliminate Frieza and King Cold, but seeing Bra like this, he stopped that idea. Just right. Let us see what level Bra's power has reached. After all, Bra's combat power had already reached 5,000 at birth, and now her strength could hardly be weak. You? A little girl? Ha ha ha. Immediately, Frieza laughed heartily, holding his stomach. Damn it, is this little girl joking? How could she say such a thing? It's simply a huge joke. Not only Frieza, but almost all the aliens he brought with him found the girl's words ridiculous. At such a young age, she learned to brag? Since that's the case, let me see how much combat power you really have. A burly alien stepped forward and immediately activated his power level detector. Ding. 5,000. Seeing this number, he laughed disdainfully. Haha, is it only 5,000 combat power? What a piece of trash. Immediately, this self-righteous alien pulled out his weapon and aimed it at Bra. Little girl. It will only take a moment. After a moment, you will be dead, without any awareness. Bang! After saying that, the alien pulled the trigger. Originally, he thought Bra was definitely dead, but the scene he imagined did not occur. Instead, Bra easily swatted away his bullet. How is that possible? Instantly, the alien panicked. Bang bang bang. Immediately, he started shooting at Bra in a frenzy. However, such a level of attack still did not harm Bra in the slightest. Instead, all the bullets were swatted away by Bra with her bare hands. What? This little girl? Seeing this, Frieza was also a bit stunned. Is this little girl ridiculously strong? Damn, this little girl must also be a Saiyan. All Saiyans should die. Everyone, go for it, kill this little girl. Immediately, Frieza shouted fiercely. Yes. Whoosh. Swish swish swish. In no time, the aliens brought by Frieza surrounded Bra completely. The movements of these aliens were very clean and swift, each one holding weapons aimed at Bra. However, despite this, Bra remained with her arms crossed, not taking these guys seriously at all. What? So arrogant? Open fire. The leading alien shouted angrily, and, immediately, bullets flew thick and fast, shooting fiercely towards Bra. At that moment, a smile curved on Bra's lips. Then she moved. Chapter 63 Bang Bang Bang. Bra's speed was like lightning, and her attacks were extremely swift. In no time, the large group of aliens that had just attacked fell to the ground one by one. Oh, it seems she really has some skill. Well then, let this king handle you personally. Frieza, seeing this, was not too surprised. After all, for a master, reaching Bra's level was quite effortless. Come on, let me show you the power of a Super Saiyan. Bra said proudly. The reason she wanted to show off was simply to prove herself in front of her father. Oh, this little girl is so arrogant. It seems necessary to let you experience a taste of the underworld's beating. Frieza stepped forward, looking very grim, and the murderous intent in his eyes was undeniable. This little girl, why does she have to talk about Super Saiyans of all things? Is she trying to provoke Lord Frieza on purpose? However, this little girl does know how to boast. Super Saiyan? Do you think you could just transform whenever you want? If that were the case, Super Saiyans would be everywhere. Frieza didn't believe that this girl could really become a Super Saiyan. The only person he truly feared was the silent Li Fan beside him. Of course, Li Fan had no intention of intervening. If his daughter couldn't handle Frieza, then she wouldn't be his daughter. Hmph, as you wish. Huh. Suddenly, Bra let out a loud shout, and immediately, her aura soared into the sky, causing the surrounding sand and air to be violently stirred up by this powerful force. At the same time, a stream of golden energy erupted forth, and soon, it transformed into a fiery aura that enveloped Bra. At this moment, Bra's hair and even her eyebrows had turned golden, and her emerald green eyes gave off an incredibly terrifying feeling. Nanayu, upon seeing Bra's transformation, Frieza felt an immense pressure weigh down on him. The scene of being beaten up last time replayed in his mind like a movie. Seeing this, the Silent King Cold couldn't help but frown as well. Is this what they call a Super Saiyan? His power is indeed impressive. However, he merely thinks it's decent. He doesn't believe this guy will be his opponent. After all, his ultimate form's power is far beyond Frieza's. So, he doesn't take it seriously at all. Damn wild monkey. Give me your life. Frieza finally couldn't hold back. Seeing Bra's transformation, he felt a surge of anger throughout his body. All Saiyan monkeys must die. With that thought, a glint flashed in Frieza's eyes, and the next moment, his figure shot towards Bra like a cannonball. Facing Frieza's attack, Bra merely sneered. Then she moved too. Her speed was even more rapid than Frieza's, and her attacks were more fierce. Bang! As Frieza's fist came crashing down, Bra only slightly tilted to the side and dodged it. Meanwhile, her fist landed heavily on Frieza's abdomen. Bang! Instantly, both of their movements paused slightly. This punch is no joke. It directly unleashed Bra's full power. Endless pain surged from Frieza's abdomen, instantly spreading throughout his body. Frieza's face was filled with agony. Frieza wanted to say something, but Bra's fist erupted with golden light. A tremendous force sent Frieza flying hard. Whoosh! Bang! Finally, he crashed into a piece of meteorite. Nanny? Seeing this, King Cold, who was originally enjoying the show, began to feel uneasy. To think a single punch could bring Frieza to this state? Could it be that Super Saiyans are really this strong? Li Fan nodded. It seems that she truly is his daughter. Her strength is surprisingly impressive. But this level of attack probably won't be enough to kill Frieza, right? Boom! Sure enough, the meteorite where Frieza was located turned into powder. Frieza, enraged, charged at Bra. Throughout it all, Bra maintained a cold demeanor, completely disregarding Frieza. Just when Frieza's attack was about to succeed, Bra's figure flashed. She actually appeared above Frieza. Immediately, she clenched her fists and struck down at Frieza's head. Bang! A heavy blow made Frieza see stars, unable to tell east from west. His body staggered, almost collapsing to the ground. However, it seemed Bra was not prepared to give Frieza a chance to breathe. The next moment, she appeared behind him and grabbed his tail. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She began to spin in place. Whoosh. Finally, with a powerful thrust, she threw Frieza's body into the sky. So, Frieza, your journey on Earth ends here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of powerful energy blasts followed Frieza's body. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, Frieza was completely engulfed in explosions. Chapter 64 Nanny? Did she just kill Frieza? King Cold's eyes were about to pop out at this scene. What the hell? Is it really that exaggerated? The mighty frozen demon was taken down just like that? Isn't this a bit unbelievable? The Kurdish king couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes. However, the reality was telling him that it was all true. This seemingly frail little girl actually took down her son Frieza in an instant. At this moment, King Cold became increasingly wary, because this girl's strength might now pose a threat to him. Although Frieza's power wasn't that impressive, after all, he was one of the top beings in the universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the Emperor of the universe. But how could the great Emperor of the universe be dealt with by a little girl? Who would believe such a thing if it were told? However, this was truly happening right in front of King Cold, leaving him no choice but to take it seriously. If a fight broke out, he absolutely had to transform into his final form at the first opportunity. Otherwise, he might just end up with the same fate as Frieza. Nevertheless, he had another idea about the situation. Little girl, your strength seems quite impressive. Since you killed Frieza, I want to say much. Be my daughter, and follow me to conquer the universe, dominate the cosmos. How about I make you the emperor of the universe? King Cold immediately said to Bra. In King Cold's view, bloodlines and familial relationships were all fake, so Frieza's death was just that, death. What mattered more to him was Bra's strength, and Bra would definitely be tempted. After all, it was the position of the emperor of the universe. Who wouldn't be tempted? Unfortunately, King Cold's suggestion of being his daughter hit a sore spot for Bra. Who wants to be your daughter? Bra said angrily. Although they hadn't acknowledged each other, her biological father was right there. So how could she possibly recognize this frozen demon as her dad? Oh, if that's the case, then there's no other way. Let me show you the true power of this king. After King Cold finished speaking, he immediately clenched his fists. Roar! With a furious shout. Rumble! Rumble! The entire ground began to tremble violently. Nanny? This plot seems a bit off. Seeing this, Li Fan also frowned. According to the original story, King Cold never had the chance to transform and was killed by Trunks. Now that it was his daughter, why did the plot seem a bit wrong? King Cold was actually going to transform? This is incredible, although it is not mentioned in the original work. There is no doubt that the final form of King Kurd will be even stronger than Frieza. Accompanied by King Kurd's roar, his momentum became increasingly terrifying, and the ground around him began to crack inch by inch. Black energy surged out, wrapping his massive body entirely within it. No matter what transformation you have, one punch will take you down. Seeing this, Bra actually said disdainfully, glancing at Li Fan not far away. She wanted to show off in front of Li Fan, to let Li Fan know her strength. Roar! Finally, King Kurd's transformation was complete, and as expected, his final form, like Frieza's, could only be described as petite compared to his previously massive body. However, the terrifying aura emanating from King Kurd indicated that he was not to be underestimated. This power I haven't used in a long time. Little girl, today you are very lucky. You will die under my final form. After transforming, King Kurd's voice seemed to change, becoming even colder. His eyes were filled with a chilling, killing intent. His momentum was overwhelming, as if a demon god had descended. This is what the Kurdish king looks like now. No matter what form you take, I'll defeat you all in front of me. After saying this, Beulah's figure moved like lightning, incredibly swift. In an instant, he was already in front of the Kurdish king. Bang! A heavy punch struck like a mountain crashing down, unstoppable, directly facing the Kurdish king's face. In the face of Beulah's attack, the Kurdish king actually sneered, as if everything was under his control. Bang! In the next moment, Beulah's fist was easily caught by the Kurdish king. What? He actually caught my attack. So easily? Beulah's expression changed. He immediately stepped back a few paces, then launched into the air again, initiating a second wave of attack. Tap, 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 tap. The attacks were extremely fierce, with the wind of his fists howling. The speed so fast, it was hard to capture, and the power of each punch heavier than the last. However, even facing Beulah's fierce onslaught, the Kurdish king continued to receive the attacks at an angle. Beulah also became increasingly astonished. How could this Kurdish king be so strong? It seems history doesn't say this. But, shock or not, there was no turning back now. After all, his father was watching nearby. Little girl, in the end, your strength is still too weak. Bang! In the next moment, the Kurdish king seized an opening and broke through Beulah's defense with a punch, striking heavily at Beulah's abdomen. The powerful force made Beulah lose control of his body. Immediately, Beulah's body was sent flying dozens of feet away. Then, the Kurdish king extended his index finger towards Beulah. So you can go die. Death beam. A black energy shot out from the Kurdish king's finger, fiercely hurtling towards Beulah. The penetrating power of this death beam is incredibly strong. If hit, the consequences are unimaginable. Li Fan also knows that he can no longer stand by and watch. After all, Beulah is his daughter. Chapter 65, Whoosh. King Kurd's attack is extraordinary, and his strength is astonishing. At that moment, Bra had finally stabilized her stance when she noticed the death beam attacking her. Bra couldn't help but widen her eyes. Oh no, she had been careless. She never expected the strength of this Kurd king to be so formidable. It seemed impossible to react or dodge in time. What to do? Suddenly, Bra began to panic. The energy of the death beam was about to hit her. Bang! Just when Bra was at a loss, a figure appeared in front of her and forcefully deflected the energy of the death beam. What? Am I saved, Dad? Bra was instantly astonished. She didn't expect that Li Fan would block this attack for her at that moment. Do you think you can harm my daughter without asking me? Li Fan coldly said to the Kurd king, his tone laced with endless killing intent. Dad, you already knew. Bra was surprised to hear Li Fan's words, but she also felt very happy. Is this what it feels like to have a father's love? Since she could remember, she had never seen her father, and everything she knew about him was from her mother. However, she just didn't understand why her father left them, so she always held complaints against him. Yet just now, with Li Fan's action, all of her complaints seemed to vanish. Oh, so she is your daughter? Ha ha, perfect. Today, both of you will die at the hands of me. The king of Kurd. Ha ha ha. The king of Kurd was quite arrogant. It turns out that the so-called Super Saiyan is nothing special. And that fool Frieza, that trash, actually got killed by Super Saiyan. What a disgrace. Just now, he had already defeated a Super Saiyan. Would he still be afraid of this so-called Li Fan? All Super Saiyans should have similar battle powers. This is where the confidence of King Cooled lies. Sorry to disappoint you, because the one who is going to die today is you, Li Fan said disdainfully. At this moment, Li Fan had transformed into a blonde, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. Of course, he was also a Super Saiyan, but the energy fluctuations around him were nowhere near as exaggerated as Bra's. Bra also noticed this issue. Kid, talking big comes with a price. So, you might as well just die. After King Cooled finished speaking, a glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, the air around them began to stir, and he also started to move. He intended to use thunderous methods to slay these two so-called Super Saiyans, and then obtain the Dragon Balls of Earth to fulfill his wish for eternal life. Unfortunately, it was destined that King Cooled would meet his end today. Bang! Two fists collided violently. In an instant, the surrounding air erupted in chaos. The smile on King Cooled's face gradually froze. The force coming from his arm made him feel as if his bones were about to break. What kind of power is this? Under the horrified gaze of the Kurdish king, his body uncontrollably flew backward. So powerful. No wonder he's my dad. Seeing this, Bra was also very shocked, and at the same time, very excited. Although she knew her father was strong, this was just too strong, right? As a Super Saiyan, her father was able to reach this level. How can this not be shocking? Boom! In the end, the body of King Kurd was violently smashed into the battleship. Crackle! The entire battleship began to shoot out arcs of electricity. It seems that this battleship is probably unusable now. Easily defeated. After doing all this, Li Fan said disdainfully, bang. However, the next moment, King Kurd charged out again. Cough, cough. How can this wild monkey have such powerful strength? King Kurd gasped heavily and said, You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on dying peacefully. After Li Fan finished speaking, his figure moved like lightning, and in an instant, he was back in front of King Kurd again. Hiss! What speed is this? Bang! Before the Kurdish king could react, Li Fan's fist had already slammed hard into his chin. Whoosh! The immense force actually sent the Kurdish king's body soaring into the sky. After doing all this, a smile curved at the corners of Li Fan's mouth, and his figure flashed. Whoosh! In the next moment, he directly followed the Kurdish king's body. Then, he delivered a fierce kick downwards at the Kurdish king. Bang! Puffed! The Kurdish king was hit hard, his body crashing straight down toward the ground. Boom! In the end, the Kurdish king lay helplessly on the ground, and by this time, his body was entirely sunk into the surface. The earth around the Kurdish king was filled with cracks. This is simply too strong. If only Dad could return to the future with me, perhaps everything could be easily resolved. Watching Li Fan's battle, Bra once again felt full of hope. Cough, cough, cough. Unexpectedly, the Kurdish king actually got back up again, his body swaying as if he might fall at any moment. Li Fan also landed in front of the Kurdish king. He extended his palm, aiming at the Kurdish king, ready to finish off this minor character. What? Seeing Li Fan's action, the Kurdish king widened his eyes, filled with terror. He could already feel death was just a breath away. The threat of death. For the first time since his debut, he felt it. What to do? The Kurdish king finally felt fear. Thud! In the next moment, something shocking happened to Li Fan and Bra. The Kurdish king actually knelt down before Li Fan. Chapter 66 at this moment. King Cord's actions were completely unexpected for Li Fan and Bra. He just knelt down like this. The dignified leader of the Frozen Demon clan, the Cosmic Emperor, just knelt down without any dignity. Please spare me. I promise I won't dare to come to Earth again. King Cord was now extremely terrified. In the face of death, any so-called dignity had long since disappeared. Spare you? Upon hearing this, Li Fan felt as if he had heard something similar before. It was impossible to spare this guy. Please spare me. I promise I won't do bad things again. King Cord continued to plead. However, Li Fan seemed not to hear King Cord's words at all and looked towards Bra. Oda sang. Bra was somewhat surprised and didn't understand Li Fan's meaning. Daughter, do you think I should kill him? Li Fan asked. Kill. Without even thinking, Bra blurted out after hearing Li Fan's words. If you don't spare me, I will give you the position of Cosmic Emperor and follow you from now on. King Cord was making his last plea. Sorry, I'm not interested. After Li Fan finished speaking, he immediately extended his palm towards King Cord. Seeing that pleading was in vain, King Cord's eyes suddenly showed a fierce light. In that case, let's all perish together. Huh, that's right. The current King Cord knew that no matter how much he pleaded, it was useless, so he wanted to destroy this planet directly. Crack. Swish. Unfortunately, just as he was about to exert his power, a circular energy directly severed his neck. His head fell to the ground. Chi Yuan slash. Unexpectedly, this move was quite effective. Immediately after, Li Fan threw an energy bomb, directly turning King Cord's body into dust. Although King Cord was already dead, he couldn't guarantee that no one would come here to collect something. Li Fan's observation was quite sharp. Sometimes, he even felt that some tiny machines were following him. Although he had destroyed them all, he couldn't guarantee that there weren't any left. Being familiar with the plot, Li Fan naturally knew who was behind all this. However, he was too lazy to deal with him right now. Daddy. At this moment, Bra ran over and hugged Li Fan tightly, sobbing with choked emotions. It seemed like there was endless grievance to express. Li Fan also felt very distressed for his precious daughter. It was clear that she had suffered a lot in that future timeline. All right, my dear daughter, it's okay, it's okay. Tell Daddy what happened. Li Fan gently patted Bra's back while comforting her. Daddy, please help me. In the future timeline, 3 vicious androids appeared, killing Brother Gohan, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, and everyone else. Bra faced Li Fan and recounted everything in detail. Hearing this, Li Fan couldn't help but frown. Androids? Aren't there only 2? How come there are 3? This is not scientific. Li Fan was extremely surprised. There are indeed 3 androids. They are Android 17, Android 18, and Android 16. They are all bloodthirsty and addicted to destruction, and the entire future timeline is a complete mess, on the verge of total destruction. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded. Indeed, Android 17 and 18 were already very powerful, and with an even stronger Android 16 added to the mix, it was normal for the future to turn out this way. Huh, this doesn't make sense. Even if the androids are strong, isn't Piccolo already at a level around Super Saiyan 2? How could he possibly not be able to handle just a few androids? No way. Doesn't Piccolo have the strength to deal with androids? How could this happen? Li Fan was filled with confusion. This future timeline might even have been altered because of his arrival. Dad, how could Uncle Piccolo possibly have the strength to deal with the androids? Seeking flowers after hearing Li Fan's words, Bra also retorted. It was then that Li Fan understood that the Piccolo in the future timeline was not like the Piccolo in the current timeline, who had assimilated Slug. So, he was still easily erased by the androids. What about me, your dad? This is the question that Li Fan cares about the most. According to Bra's words, it seems that he didn't mention himself at all, as if he didn't exist in the future space-time. How unfortunate. Dad, you disappeared shortly after I was born, and none of us could find you. Bra said to Li Fan. Li Fan was increasingly astonished. Zero, what on earth is going on? Why is it becoming more and more incomprehensible to him? Why he would disappear for no reason? And why did he have to disappear? Did you guys look for me afterwards, or ask Shenron for help? Li Fan continued to ask. Even if he disappeared, Bulma and the others should have looked for him, right? Or at least asked Shenron. Yes, his mother had once told him about this. She had summoned Shenron once. But the dragon's answer was that he was no longer in this world. No longer in this world? Could it be that he died? No. It's impossible to be dead. To be precise, he had disappeared in the Dragon Ball world. Could it be that his future self returned to the original world? Li Fan was extremely surprised, but no one could answer this question for him. Of course, if he had to choose now, and was given a chance to return to his original world, he still wouldn't choose to go back. After all, there was nothing worth cherishing in that world. Instead, it's this Dragon Ball world. He had settled down here, had family, I had a daughter and could enjoy the thrill of battle, continuously challenging himself. Wanted to go back. He didn't want to go back at all. Chapter 67. After thinking for a long time, Li Fan still couldn't understand why it was like this, but fortunately, he decided not to think about it anymore. After all, his current self in this time and space is doing just fine, right? As for the future, he felt it was necessary to go there and see what exactly happened. It was much better than being passive like this. In short, no matter where my future self goes, or whether he has disappeared, Bulma, you must remember that I will never leave you. Li Fan said solemnly to Bulma. That's great. It turns out that I used to misunderstand Dad. Tears welled up in Bulma's eyes. This made Li Fan unable to bear it any longer. Don't cry so pathetically. As for the future artificial humans, I'll go to the future with you. Li Fan said boldly. Really, Dad? Upon hearing this, Bra couldn't help but widen her eyes. Of course. What is so great about artificial humans? Li Fan didn't think much of artificial humans at all. After all, it wasn't like he had anything else to do during this time. Besides, in this world, there was still about a year until artificial humans would appear. Instead of waiting, it would be better to go with Bra to the future and see what it was like. Li Fan's response made Bra very happy. As long as Li Fan went, along with your own, the three of them would definitely be able to handle those 3 artificial humans. In that case, let's set off. Li Fan said to Bra. Okay. Immediately, the father and daughter reached an agreement. Boom! Bra threw out the universal capsule, and instantly, a time machine appeared in front of them. Is this the time machine? I can't believe they can even create this. It's really impressive. Li Fan said in astonishment. In this world, it's not just about powerful combat abilities. Even the technology is top-notch. The black technology of Earth has surprisingly managed to create such terrifying artificial beings. One can only say it's unprecedented. However, Li Fan didn't continue to lament. Instead, he followed Bra and boarded the time machine. Of course, Li Fan was completely clueless about this time machine. So it was naturally his daughter who would operate it. All right, let's go, Bra said, and immediately activated the time machine, which slowly lifted off the ground and soon reached a high altitude. Whoosh! It vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others had just arrived at the scene. Kakarot, where is he? Vegeta looked around with a very angry expression, and here, there were corpses everywhere, and not a single living person in sight. What the hell is going on? Can someone explain it to me? Even Sun Wukong looks confused. No need to look for it. It has all been resolved by Li Fan. At this moment, a cold voice came from above, and King Piccolo descended from the sky. What? Piccolo, did you call for him? Son Goku asked curiously. No, but who else could have defeated Frieza in such a short time besides Li Fan? Piccolo lamented Son Goku's intelligence. Could it be that there are others on Earth besides them who can instantly kill Frieza? TCH, but where did that guy Li Fan go? Vegeta looked around, but couldn't find Li Fan's figure. He has instant transmission, so naturally, you won't know where he is. It's really giving me a headache. I need to learn instant transmission on Yardrat too. Only that thing is convenient. Then I can go wherever I want. Son Goku thought for a moment and said, Indeed. Even though Li Fan indirectly changed the plot, Son Goku was still full of desire for instant transmission. TCH, Kakarot, if that's the case, then I'll go too. Vegeta said, unwilling to fall behind. The two of them began a plan to go to Yardrat to learn. Of course, since they missed the recent events. They didn't know about the androids. Swish. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Li Fan and Bra's time machine disappeared from that space, they arrived at a peculiar place. All around were white lights, and white streams of energy were constantly swirling. Gulp. Is this the time-space tunnel? Li Fan looked around and swallowed hard. Damn it. This is probably the first time I feel what it's like to travel through time and space. Yes, Dad, this is the time-space tunnel. How is it? Bra asked while controlling the time machine. It's okay. In fact, what Li Fan didn't say was that since arriving at this time-space tunnel, he surprisingly felt a bit carsick. He was about to throw up. However, with his daughter next to him, Li Fan still managed to hold it in. He didn't expect that riding this thing would actually make him feel this way. Hee, Dad, you're not feeling sick from the time machine, are you? Bra seemed to see right through Li Fan and said with a laugh, You're talking nonsense. How could your dad get sick? Li Fan forced a smile, trying to appear like he was completely fine. He couldn't lose face in front of his daughter. This is Li Fan's current thought. It is undeniable that now Li Fan knows what it feels like to have a daughter. No wonder in ancient times it was referred to as a pearl in the palm. Li Fan has come to understand this principle. However, he tried to keep it from showing on his face. Even so, it still felt a bit strange. Dad, hold on, we're almost there, Beulah said. Li Fan also saw ahead an exit that was completely different from the surrounding white space. That is the exit. After Beulah finished speaking, he immediately increased the speed of the time machine. Whoosh! Finally, the time machine broke through the dark point, and everything seemed to quiet down. Have we arrived in the future? Chapter 68. Whoosh. The two arrived above a city. However, as soon as they got here, Li Fan couldn't help but frown, because below was nothing but a wasteland. The feeling of dizziness from the time machine had completely vanished at this moment. Clang! Li Fan stepped out of the time machine and took a good look at the city below. It had been destroyed to this extent. There were broken floors everywhere. Ruins spread all over, smoke lingering in the air. It was simply worlds apart from the word home. A world in ruins. Originally, before coming here, Li Fan had already prepared himself. After all, he had watched TV shows in his previous life. But he didn't expect that the feelings would be the deepest when experiencing it personally. It could be said that the methods used by the artificial humans in this world were extremely ruthless. Everywhere was lifeless, desolate, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Dad, hurry and come with me to settle accounts with the artificial humans. At this moment, Bra arrived with the time machine next to Li Fan and said to him, Li Fan Nudda. Even he felt an intense hatred for the so-called androids right now. Meanwhile, in the skies above West City, a boy resembling Vegeta faced three individuals with a serious expression. He is Vegeta's son, Trunks, one of the last Saiyan warriors left on Earth. Now, with Bra seeking help in the past, he originally thought he could buy time until Bra returned, but unexpectedly, the androids arrived so quickly. This made Trunks break into a sweat. Hey, little Trunks, why don't you run? Let's see how far you can go, said Android 18, dressed in a denim jacket, tall and youthful, coldly to Trunks. Just a struggling bug, Android 17 said disdainfully from the side. And the burly Android 16 remained silent, but the killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Even in this timeline, Android 16 is a ruthless and murderous being. Thus, the trio plunged the entire Earth into a dark and hopeless situation. Damn it. Facing the three, Trunks' expression was extremely grave. Perhaps if he were facing one, even if he couldn't win, he could always escape. But now he was facing all three at once. This gives him a feeling of immense pressure. How about this, sister? I'll take care of this guy for a while, Number 17 said, cracking his knuckles. Anyway, these days have been really boring, so I might as well have some fun with this guy. Do as you please. It doesn't matter to me. Android 18 shrugged nonchalantly. It's just dealing with an Arlong. Nothing to worry about. Number 16 also crossed his arms and remained silent. His silence indicated his agreement. Seeing how these androids looked down on Arlong, he really wanted to smash them into the ground. But there was nothing he could do. They were too many. At this point, Number 17's face revealed a cruel smile. He seemed to have already envisioned the scene of Arlong being torn to pieces by him. Come on. Suddenly, Arlong shouted loudly, and then a golden aura erupted from his body as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The momentum was overwhelming. The air around them trembled. However, this transformation meant nothing to the androids. I like guys like you who know they're about to die, but still try to hold on. Android 17 said with a laugh. What are you talking about? A flash of light flickered in Arlong's eyes as he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, rushing toward Android 17. What a joke. After Android 17 finished speaking, he stepped forward. Bang! In an instant, the two figures collided. Immediately after, they launched fierce attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Energy waves surged, and the surroundings were filled with explosive sounds. Top, top, top. Arlong's attacks became more intense. Each strike was lethal and merciless. His speed was so fast that it was hard to catch their shadows with punches. However, this level of attack couldn't break through Android 17's defense. Arlong, your attack methods are still the same. Weak like an ant. Number 17 mocked Arlong. Meanwhile, far away from West City, Li Fan and Bra felt this enormous aura. This aura belongs to Arlong. Oh no, he must be surrounded by the androids now. Dad, let's hurry over. Bra quickly said to Li Fan. No need, I can teleport. Come on, grab your dad's shoulder. Li Fan said confidently. What? Teleport? No time to waste. Let's hurry and help Arlong. Bra also had a very decisive character and immediately grabbed Li Fan's shoulder. Let's go. After Li Fan finished speaking, the teleportation unfolded. The two figures instantly disappeared from the spot. Bang! At this moment, Yalong ultimately couldn't withstand the attack from Android 17. who seized an opening and landed a punch to his abdomen. Boom! In the end, Yalong's body was forcefully smashed into a dilapidated floor. Alas, what letdown. Just 2 or 3 hits, and this guy is done. I'm so disappointed. Android 17 said helplessly. TCH, just kill him and be done with it. Android 16, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Well, this guy is better off not saying anything. When he does, it's always about killing someone. Cruel and bloodthirsty. This perfectly describes these 3 androids. Alright, since it's like that, I want to hold back. After Android 17 finished speaking, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he extended his palm toward Yalong. Whoosh! A massive energy blast instantly formed in Android 17's hand. Chapter 69, die Yalong. After Android 17 spoke, the energy blast shot out like a cannonball, aimed directly at Yalong. Whoosh! Originally, this energy blast was enough to take Yalong's life. However, what Android 17 didn't expect was that the energy blast was suddenly knocked away by a beam of light that appeared out of nowhere. What the hell is going on? Suddenly, number 17's eyes widened. They wanted to know what was happening. As the beam of light dissipated, 2 figures appeared. One of them was someone they knew very well, almost an old friend, but the other, they didn't seem to remember much about. Sister Bra? Upon seeing this, Yaron couldn't help but widen his eyes, and surprisingly, Bra brought someone back with her. It seemed that there was hope after all. Yaron thought to himself. Yaron, are you okay? Bra asked with concern. I'm fine, Sister Bra, but if you had been even a moment later, I would have been done for. Who is this? Yaron asked as he looked at Li Fan. This is my dad, Li Fan. This time they're doomed, Bra said proudly. You must be Uncle Li Fan, hello. Seeing the 3 of them chatting, number 17 suddenly became furious. Damn it, do they think I'm heir? What does it matter if they brought someone? No matter how many Saiyans come, they're just trash. I didn't expect that this brat was still alive and even brought help. This is interesting. Number 18, upon seeing Bra with Li Fan, didn't feel too surprised. After all, this Li Fan just looked a bit handsome. She didn't sense any strong aura from him at all. Number 16 glanced at Li Fan and didn't say anything, just snorted coldly. Number 16, you don't need to take action. This time, I want to have some fun myself. After Android 18 finished speaking, she charged toward the group. Whoosh! In the next moment, number 18 and number 17 stood shoulder to shoulder, looking at Li Fan and the others. Dad, I want to fight with you. Bra, seeing that number 18 had also come, immediately wanted to join the battle. In that case, she could hold off the 18th for a while, and by then, if Li Fan killed the 17th, things would be much easier. However, Li Fan's words surprised her. No need. Just dealing with a few artificial humans is enough for me alone. Li Fan said confidently. What an arrogant tone. Upon hearing this, Bra still expressed some concern and said, Dad, there are 2 of them. How can your 2 fists compete with 4 hands? And Yaron was also very surprised. Is this Uncle Li Fan really that arrogant? Could it be that he doesn't know the terror of androids? Yes, that's definitely a possibility. What? Number 18, did you hear that? This guy actually wants to take us on alone? That's just hilarious. Number 17 laughed heartily, as if he had heard a great joke. He's really overestimating himself. Since this guy has said so, why don't we satisfy his request? Number 18 said with great interest. All right. Immediately, number 17 and number 18 decided to team up. They wanted to see just how strong this guy, who claimed he could take on both of them, really was. Li Fan flew forward. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, his transformation wasn't as grandiose as others. It was more like he transformed just by thinking about it. Why does Uncle Li Fan's energy feel even weaker than mine? Yelan said in surprise. If that's really the case, then it's bad news. They need to rush in to help. Last time he transformed like this. But there's no denying that my dad is really strong. Bra said excitedly. Seeking death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances, then charged at Li Fan fiercely, one in front and the other behind. Their strength was not weak. They could easily crush Super Saiyans like Yelan. However, as long as they reached the second form of Super Saiyan, they could easily dominate these 2, not to mention the full power of Super Saiyan. Whoosh, bang, bang. Their fists struck Li Fan's head almost simultaneously. However, this overwhelming force was easily caught by Li Fan. He yanked hard. Instantly, number 18 and number 17 were uncontrollably thrown towards Li Fan. Of course, Li Fan didn't intend to embrace these 2. Instead, Bang, bang, bang. Li Fan suddenly flew up and kicked out hard. Number 17 and number 18 hadn't reacted yet and were brutally kicked in the chest by Li Fan. Of course, facing the android number 18 from this world, Li Fan had no interest at all, so there would be no mercy. This sudden and unexpected attack completely caught Android 17 and Android 18 off guard. The sheer force of sadness was able to simultaneously send both of them flying and crash them harshly into the ruins. How impressive! Seeing this, the previously skeptical Yelan, Ma Wang Hao, was left with his mouth agape. What? Even the usually silent Android 16 frowned at this moment. They actually broke through the combined efforts of Android 17 and Android 18 so easily. Who the hell is this guy? Suddenly, number 16 also started to feel a sense of restlessness. Boom! In the next moment, the ruins where androids 17 and 18 had just crashed into exploded again. And at the same time, two figures rushed out. It was indeed the two of them, 17 and 18. However, at this moment, they seemed a bit disheveled. Damn it, they actually got my new clothes dirty. I'm getting impatient. Huh. Number 18 shouted loudly and charged fiercely towards Li Fan. Chapter 70, however, Li Fan's speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he actually dodged number 18's attack. Bang! Number 18's fist hit nothing but air. What fast speed! Number 18 said in surprise. I'm coming too. Huh. Number 17's voice came from behind Li Fan. I don't know when, but this guy's speed had actually allowed him to get behind Li Fan so quickly. However, Li Fan was not afraid at all. Come at me if you want. Clap. At this moment, Li Fan took advantage of the situation and grabbed the arm of No. 18. What? Number 18's eyes widened, and a look of panic appeared on her face. She tried to break free from Li Fan's grip. However, Li Fan's immense strength was beyond her comparison. Hmph. Li Fan sneered. With a forceful tug, he then spun at super speed. Bang! The strike hit perfectly right on No. 17, who was attacking Li Fan from behind. Bang! This collision was tremendous. It felt as if the entire air shook. At that moment, both of them were hit hard by the powerful impact, causing stars to appear in their eyes, leaving them dizzy and unable to tell north from south. What trash! Li Fan said disdainfully. Immediately afterward, as if kicking a soccer ball, he forcefully kicked both of their bodies away. They crashed into a distant ruined building. Awesome. Truly, he is my dad. Truly, he is Uncle Li Fan. Both Bra and Yelan were incredibly excited to see this. Indeed, Li Fan's claim that one person is enough to deal with the androids was true. I must become as strong as my dad. Bra thought to herself. I didn't expect you could actually defeat the combined efforts of number 17 and number 18. Impressive. Android number 16 flew not far from Li Fan and said coldly. For android number 16, Li Fan still viewed him as the gentle character he saw in the original work. Unexpectedly, he appeared in this future timeline. Moreover, he was still a killing machine. Naturally, but your fate will be the same. Li Fan said with a cold smile. It sounded arrogant, very cocky, but it cannot be denied that Li Fan indeed had that strength. Since that's the case, then you can die. Huh. Suddenly, a glint flashed in number 16's eyes, his figure moving like lightning, his attack crashing toward Li Fan like a raging wave. Come on. Li Fan knew that number 16's strength was not simple. In the original work, he was capable of competing with Cell before he became perfect. Bang! The two collided violently. Instantly, a burst of light radiated from the center of the two, spreading in all directions. Countless ruins were shaken up by the energy. What terrifying energy! Otherwise, let us go see how number 16 and number 17 are doing. If these two manage to escape, that would be bad. Without hesitation, Bra used her flight technique and flew toward the ruins where number 17 and number 18 had just been smashed. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Yelan followed Bra's rhythm and went along. After all, Li Fan's attack had already severely injured androids number 17 and number 18. So now their strengths were enough to deal with these two injured androids. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Fan and number 16's attacks were still ongoing. Number 16 was very surprised. If Li Fan could defeat number 17 and number 18, that would be one thing. After all, number 16 could do that as well. But in this situation, it seemed even he was in danger. What is this guy's background? Why is there no data on him in the computer? Hmph. It turns out your strength is just SOSO. As they fought, a sudden smirk appeared at the corner of Li Fan's mouth, and a teasing light flashed in his eyes. Nanny? Feeling Li Fan's change, number 16 sensed something was wrong and wanted to quickly dodge. However, Li Fan's attack was too swift, moving like lightning. In an instant, His fist had slammed hard into the chest of the android number 16. Clang. However, this punch produced a sound like metal clashing. Of course, this power, no matter how you look at it, sent number 16 flying hard, crashing into a pile of rubble. Boom! The broken floor instantly collapsed, directly pinning number 16's body underneath. I didn't expect this guy's body to be so solid. No wonder he's made entirely of machinery. Li Fan said lightly. Of course, Li Fan knew that this level of attack probably wouldn't be enough to take this guy down, right? Boom. Sure enough, the next moment, the rubble exploded, and number 16's strong body charged out from within. I didn't expect you to be so tough. Li Fan wasn't surprised that the android number 16 could escape. He actually found it quite normal. Your strength exceeds my expectations. However, even so, I will kill you. Huh. Android number 16 let out a furious roar and attacked Li Fan fiercely again. Is that so? Then let's see. Facing the provocation of android number 16, Li Fan felt no pressure at all. It's just torture for him. Easy as pie. Bang. The two collided fiercely once more. Meanwhile, Bra and Alone searched through the entire wreckage. To their shock, they discovered a surprising fact. Androids 17 and 18 had actually escaped. This is serious. If we just ignore it like this, it would be like setting a time bomb. What should we do, Sister Bra? Yalong asked anxiously. Don't worry. They shouldn't have escaped too far. We must dig 3 feet into the ground to find them. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous in the future. After Bra finished speaking, she immediately used her flight technique to start searching the surroundings. Yalong also began to explore in the same way. Little did they know, androids 17 and 18 had already escaped. Chapter Hmph. Boom. Above a ruined city, 2 beams of light were constantly colliding, with sparks flying everywhere. The resulting shockwave energy spread for miles. The surrounding winds were raging. The air was exploding. It was the battle between Li Fan and androids 1 to 6. However, although it was called a battle, it had now turned into a one-sided massacre. Every attack from Li Fan was heavy, and soon, android 16 was left with only defense, having no chance to launch a counterattack. In a moment, android 16 was beaten back repeatedly. Damn it, you guy, why is there no record of you in the computer? Android 16 was more and more astonished and panicked. If Dr. Jero's computer had a record of this guy, he wouldn't be so passive. Want to know why? 16? Li Fan, hearing android 16's words, said playfully. At the same time, Li Fan's fist had already smashed hard into android 16's abdomen. At this moment, it felt as if the air had solidified. Why? Android 16's face was filled with pain. This punch was not easy to endure. Because you should go to hell and ask Dr. Jero. Huh. After Li Fan finished speaking, an incredibly bright light burst forth from his fist, and he unexpectedly pierced through Android 16's steel body. Thud. Boom. Android 16 never expected that Li Fan could kill him so easily. Originally, he wanted to have a showdown with Li Fan. Little did he know that when the other party used their true power, he would be instantly obliterated. After dealing with 16, Li Fan quickly flew towards the direction where Android 17 and 18 had just been. Logically, his previous attack should have severely injured those two. However, when he arrived, he saw a very anxious Bra and Alone. What happened? Where are the androids? Li Fan asked. Dad, the androids are gone. In just a short time, they seem to have disappeared into thin air, completely untraceable. Bra said angrily. I can't believe those two managed to escape. No, I feel like something is off. After Li Fan said this, he arrived at the ruins where the 2 androids had just been smashed into. It's a complete mess here now. Just moments ago, Bra and Yaron almost turned this place upside down. At that moment, Li Fan seemed to think of something. He immediately clenched his fist. Huh. With a loud shout, a powerful energy surged from Li Fan's body. What? Dad, what are you doing? Bra asked in surprise. However, in the next moment, she seemed to understand something. As Li Fan unleashed his energy, the ruins beside him began to shake violently. Roar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, with a surge of energy, Li Fan released a massive amount of his power, and suddenly, the ruins were completely lifted into the sky by this formidable aura. Go. Following that, he used his strong energy to completely move the ruins in the air to another place. Now, the location where the ruins used to be is just an open flat ground. Hey, Dad, there's actually a hole here. The observant Bra was the first to notice something unusual. A hole large enough to accommodate about 3 people appeared on the flat ground. What? What is this? Yaron analyzed. Could it be that someone dug a tunnel while everyone wasn't paying attention and then rescued the android? Li Fan Nudda. This matter is almost certain, but who would do such a thing? Who could it be? Could there be other androids besides android 16, 17, and 18? Ra also looked confused. Could it be him? Suddenly, Li Fan seemed to think of something. His pupils shrank, feeling something was off. Please send flowers, huh? Dad, do you have any clues? Noticing that Li Fan's expression was a bit strange, Bra quickly asked, I think there must be other androids. How about this? The three of us should try not to split up too far while searching for the androids. Good, good. The three reached an agreement. After all, Li Fan's arrival is the best opportunity to eliminate the androids. If they miss this chance, who knows when they will get another. On a vast open ground, Android 17 and 18 were gasping for breath, looking quite disheveled. They had just thought they were doomed, but unexpectedly, a green monster suddenly appeared and saved them. Thank you for saving us. May I ask who you are? Android 18 asked. This is a monster with green skin, looking very ugly. It gives a disgusting feeling. If it weren't for this creature saving the two of them, 18 wouldn't have said a word to this guy. Haha. Hello. I, like you, am one of the artificial humans created by Dr. Jero, but my strength isn't strong. I only have excellent running skills. The green creature said to 17 and 18. Oh, is that so? But why have we never heard of you as an artificial human? And your appearance is so ugly. 17 said unhappily, showing no gratitude for just being saved by the green creature. I'm just a failed product, so you wouldn't know. However, this time, I saved you because I wanted something from you. A glint of greed and desire flashed in the green creature's eyes as it stood up and spoke to the two. Hmph. I knew it. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. So what do you want? Chapter 72, The Artificial Human 17 said boldly. Given their current strength, there is nothing on earth they couldn't obtain. So, he easily agreed to this green creature. However, it seemed that 17 underestimated the greed of this green creature. What it wanted was not simple. Of course, what I want is very simple. That is, I want your bodies. After saying this, 17's eyes widened in shock, sensing something was wrong and wanting to quickly dodge. Unfortunately, his injuries slowed him down significantly. Plus, the green creature was well prepared. Slurp. The ugly creature's long tail immediately sucked in most of artificial human 17's body. Nanny? You bastard. At this point, 18 also lost her composure. You should know that 17 is her brother. Although she is ruthless, the bond between siblings is genuine. Seeing her brother being sucked in by such an ugly thing, how could she tolerate it? Gritting her teeth against the pain, she instantly appeared in front of the green creature. Bang, bang, bang. Tot, 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 tot. Spit him out. Let him go. Immediately, 18 launched a series of attacks on the green creature. Unfortunately, the green creature was in high spirits, and 18 was heavily injured, causing her strength to decline. So no matter how she attacked, she couldn't make the green creature stop its actions. You filthy woman, don't be anxious. It will be your turn soon. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ah, ah. The green creature roared, and the speed of absorbing 17 increased. At this moment, 17 had already reached the center of the tail, taking a deep breath and finally disappeared inside. Nanny? You bastard. Seeing this, 18 instinctively took 2 steps back, clearly frightened. The taste of 17 feels really good. Slurp. How about it? 18, you couldn't wait just now. Now it's time for you to contribute to me, right? The green creature said coldly while looking at 18. Even the bloodthirsty number 18 felt a shiver. This monster is truly terrifying. All thoughts eventually condensed into one word. Escape. Whoosh. Number 18 used her flight technique and immediately flew towards a distance. She was genuinely scared, and right now, she was no match for this monster, let alone rescue her brother. Escape? Do you think you can get away? The green creature was not surprised by number 18's sudden flight. However, number 18 was seriously injured, and with Cell having just absorbed number 17, his power had greatly increased. Could number 18 escape? Thinking of this, a mocking glint flashed in Cell's eyes. Whoosh! His figure vanished like a ghost. Meanwhile, number 18 was running for her life, glancing back from time to time to see if that ugly thing was chasing her. It wasn't until she could no longer see Cell's figure that number 18 slowly slowed down. She let out a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, number 18's expression changed, because Cell was actually waiting for her right in front. What speed is this? Number 18, I told you long ago that you couldn't escape. Now, just obediently become a part of me. After saying this, Cell didn't wait for number 18 to react, and his long tail had already stretched out behind him, towards number 18. You, whoosh. Number 18 was about to say something, but was directly sucked in by Cell's tail. And Cell, having gained experience from the first time, was now obviously much more skilled. In just a few moments, he swallowed the entire number 18. Gulp. Finally, Cell was satisfied as he swallowed number 18. This feeling is simply amazing. Thanks to Li Fan's intervention, he finally completed this task perfectly. Otherwise, if those two guys hadn't been injured, it would have been quite difficult for him to eat them. However, the current situation was simply perfect for Cell. Burp. After eating number 18, Cell couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. But the next moment, Cell's eyes widened. He was stunned. This feeling, the heartbeat suddenly quickens. After absorbing androids 17 and 18, his level of life is about to evolve, developing towards perfection. Thump, thump. The heartbeat accelerates suddenly. Cell remains natural and doesn't do anything. He just uses instant transmission, standing still in the air. And in the next moment, Cell's body begins to change. The originally unbalanced body starts to become more upright, the physique more reasonable, slender yet muscular. The insect shell on his body, like armor, is majestic and imposing. Behind him are two giant wings resembling those of an angel, of course the kind from TV shows. As for the tail, it has long been retracted into his body. Of course, it can still come out if he wants to use it. The face is resolute yet retains beauty. The current Cell is completely unrecognizable from the ugly thing just moments ago. Extremely handsome. At the same time, his strength has undergone earth-shattering changes. Now that he has absorbed Android 17 and 18, Cell has reached the perfect form he always wanted to achieve. One could say he is the embodiment of perfection, with power that is absolutely top tier. Boom! A golden energy wave spirals around Cell. His strength has now reached a peak. Whoosh! A gust of wind sweeps in, stirring up all the sand and stones around. Cell clenches his hands, feeling the surging power coursing through his body, his face filled with uncontainable excitement. Haha! Is this the perfect form? The feeling of power is simply amazing. I feel like I could easily pierce through the universe right now. Cell slightly tightens his fists, feeling the power within him surging like a mighty river, murmuring to himself. At this point, he no longer needs to hide. His power is invincible. Therefore, Cell no longer hides his energy at all. Chapter 73. A terrifying aura. Whose aura is this? Why does it feel somewhat familiar? It seems to surpass Uncle Piccolo's aura, Uncle Vegeta's aura, and Uncle Goku's aura. The moment Cell reaches his perfect form, he no longer deliberately hides his aura because it is completely unnecessary. In Cell's view, his perfect form is the strongest, and now that he has achieved it, there is no need to hide anymore. He is about to start a killing spree. No matter from which timeline, Cell is the embodiment of evil. Look, in Dragon Ball Super, Frieza has started to redeem himself. But Cell has never done so from the beginning to the end. This shows the level of his evilness. What a terrifying aura. It must be that of the androids. You two hold me, Li Fan said. All right, brah, and Elon nodded and grabbed Li Fan's shoulders. Wow, this guy Cell has been hiding all along, and plus, there's no feeling of energy fluctuation from Android 17 and 18 at all. So Li Fan had no idea where these two guys were. But now that Cell has released his energy, it's a completely different story. Instant transmission is activated. The three figures disappear from their original spot. Looks like a few bugs are coming. But that's fine. It's just right to witness the power of the most perfect warrior in this universe. Cell stands in midair, arms crossed over his chest. He can already sense Li Fan and the others approaching. But he doesn't T-dodge. There's no need. He is utterly confident in his current form. Whoosh! In the next moment, the space trembles, and the figures of Li Fan, Bra, and Elon appear not far from Cell. Nanny? There's no sign of 17 and 18. Who is this green guy? Bra and Elon arrive here, first raising their questions. And the moment Li Fan sees this guy, he also understands. Isn't this Sheru? This guy is surprisingly clever, managing to time his battle with no 16 and successfully taking away number 17 and number 18, and even achieving his perfect form. You finally came. Let me introduce myself. I am a perfect android Cell, created by Dr. Jero. Just now, I have absorbed androids 17 and 18, and now I have reached my perfect form, the complete form. The most perfect warrior in the entire universe. The strongest warrior. Cell spoke confidently and without end. So it turns out he is an android. and he actually absorbed those two guys. However, even so, what does it matter? Yelan, let's go. After Bra finished speaking, she transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, exuding an overwhelming golden aura. Whoosh! Yelan followed Bra and also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Hmph. Faced with the attack of two Super Saiyans, Cell remained unfazed, because in his eyes, they were simply weak and insignificant. Whoosh! Whoosh! The speed of both was extreme, and in an instant, they were already in front of Cell. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The two launched a series of attacks on Cell, with strikes so fierce they were almost fatal. Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! However, Cell managed to block one person's attack with just one hand. Even though Bra and Yelan's attacks were extremely fierce, they were all effortlessly dealt with by Cell. You're as weak as ants, Cell mocked, and in the next moment, Cell flashed with brilliance, followed by a double punch that shattered both of their defenses. Bang! Bang! Each punch sent them flying dozens of meters away, finally crashing into the broken floors. Hmph! Simply not worth a hit. After doing all this, Cell disdainfully said. He then turned his gaze towards Li Fan. You're quite impressive, being able to deal with 3 androids by yourself. Cell said coldly. Indeed, although Cell did not appear at that time, he witnessed everything from the shadows. Even though later Li Fan was fighting number 16, Cell had already taken number 17 and number 18 and fled. But now Li Fan stands here. This can explain one thing. Number 16 has already been taken care of by Li Fan. So it's only natural that Cell sees Li Fan as the only one on site who can spar with him. Just like the previous two, Bra and Euron. In front of Cell, they are completely insignificant and not worth mentioning. You're quite arrogant, Cell. But who knows if you can actually defeat me? Li Fan crossed his arms and said playfully. To be honest, Cell's appearance in this future timeline was indeed beyond his expectations. However, he was not afraid of Cell at all. The reason is simple. His Super Saiyan full power form can definitely crush Cell. Ha ha ha, you dare to say such things? It's just too amusing, you know? Do you realize what the result is when you say such things in front of the strongest and most perfect warrior in the universe? Cell was very arrogant and domineering. How dare Li Fan say such things? Isn't this like looking for poop with a lantern in the toilet? What is the result? Li Fan continued in response to Sheru's words. That is death. As soon as Sheru finished speaking, a flash of killing intent passed through his eyes. His entire aura surged like a volcanic eruption. Even the surrounding environment was affected. The air was continuously whistling. Around Sheru, fierce winds were raging uncontrollably. Was Sheru trying to overwhelm Li Fan with his aura? Unfortunately, Sheru still didn't understand Li Fan. He didn't know what kind of existence was standing in front of him. Chapter 74. What a strong guy. I wonder if Dad can handle him. Bra climbed up from the ruins and, feeling this immense aura, couldn't help but furrow her brows. The pressure is simply enormous and astonishing. Just relying on the aura, I can barely breathe. Indeed, Li Fan nodded at Cell's transformation. If his normal combat power weren't high, he probably wouldn't be able to stand a chance against this guy now. Swish! Li Fan's pupils glimmered a deep green, and then he transformed into his full-power Super Saiyan form. Come on. A flash of brilliance passed through Cell's eyes. He wanted to tear this Li Fan into pieces. The surrounding air began to tremble violently. At the same time, Cell moved. His speed was as fast as lightning. His attacks were fierce as fire. Li Fan's pupils contracta. And suddenly, his body shot toward Cell like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! The sound of a violent collision rolled in. Yet with this collision, the originally arrogant Cell's expression gradually darkened. Is Li Fan's strength really that strong? My arm is trembling uncontrollably. Whoosh! In the next moment, the two figures were forcefully separated by an overwhelming power, and Sheru was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. He felt extremely displeased. The computer clearly stated that his perfect form was the most perfect warrior in the universe. So, why does Li Fan's displayed strength seem to be no weaker than his? What's going on here? Li Fan was also slightly surprised. It seems that the strength of the Shalu is beyond his expectations. With one strike, he actually couldn't gain much advantage. However, isn't it quite good this way? He happens to be in need of such an opponent. Maybe this guy could help him break through as well. Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations, but I am the most perfect warrior in the universe. Suddenly, Cell's aura surged, and he charged fiercely towards Li Fan again. Oh, is that so? Perfect. At this moment, Li Fan felt his blood beginning to boil gradually. This is the Saiyan's desire for battle. Bang, 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 bang. When the two collided, it was like planets crashing into each other, creating a force that spread across miles. The surrounding air erupted once again, and the attacks of both were executed at lightning speed. Various offensive techniques emerged one after another. The prince's fighting style, after Image's punch, new Wolfang fist, and so on, were all unleashed. Da-ha-da-da, da-ha-da-da. The surrounding ruins began to stir restlessly, and the damaged floors were directly flattened under the continuous attacks of the two. So powerful, the energy generated is astonishing. Moreover, that green monster's strength is actually on par with Dad. Bra exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I've never seen such a fierce battle. It seems we still have a long way to go. Euron also flew out, saying with a vague understanding. Initially, they thought that Super Saiyan was the ultimate form of Saiyans, but now seeing Li Fan, they realized. It turns out Super Saiyans can be this powerful. Li Fan and Cell's attacks grew faster. Gradually, only their shadows could be barely seen in the air. I'll hit. Bang. In the next moment, Li Fan delivered a kick directly to Cell's chin, and this fierce force caused Cell to lose control of his body. He was sent flying. Taking advantage of this gap, Li Fan quickly gathered an energy blast in his hand and smashed it hard into Cell's abdomen. Bang! Boom! The energy instantly erupted with an incredibly dazzling light, and Cell was violently propelled away by this energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang! In the end, he was smashed into a pile of ruins. Hee Cell next. Let you try this. After Li Fan finished speaking, he immediately used the prince's fighting style. Streams of energy scattered towards the ruins like a meteor shower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. The energy blasts hit the ruins where Cell was located without missing a single one. Instantly, it caused a huge wave. Boom. The massive explosion began to sweep through that area of ruins. The sound was like rolling thunder, lingering for a long time. And the place where Cell was located was engulfed in smoke and dust. Cell's figure was completely unseen. Wow, so powerful. Was that monster killed? Seeing this, Bra couldn't help but widen her eyes and say, "It's incredible. Has the crisis ended?" Euron echoed, and now the two of them had completely turned into spectators. Oof, that guy won't die so easily. Just now, it was merely a warning. Li Fan did not let his guard down. If Cell could be easily killed, then he wouldn't be Cell. This guy has the cells of Frieza. The Namekian can regenerate from severed limbs as long as the core part is unharmed. He can regenerate endlessly. Moreover, the recent attack shouldn't have left him missing any limbs. Boom! In the next moment, the ruins exploded again, and a green figure rushed out. It came close to Li Fan. You guy, you're really something. Ma Wang Zhao. Cell appeared to be a bit disheveled, covered in dust and smoke. His aura was also somewhat chaotic. However, that's not the main point. The key is that this guy is extremely angry right now, having just become complete. He was undoubtedly very arrogant and self-confident. Unfortunately, he encountered Li Fan, who completely doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. How can he endure this? No matter where you come from, today, you will definitely die at my hands, Cell. Take this. Huh. Kamehameha. With a furious roar, Cell's hands were glowing with white light. Without a doubt, Cell, who possesses numerous cells, can also use the techniques of many warriors. Chapter 75, Kamehameha. How could this guy use such a technique? Seeing this, Bra expressed great confusion. This Cell's techniques are simply endless, and they're all moves they are familiar with. Kamehameha? You think you're the only one who can do it? I can too. After Li Fan finished speaking, he immediately gathered his hands. A white energy wave quickly concentrated in his hands. Although Li Fan is not from the Turtle School, having watched Sun Wukong and others use these techniques so many times, he naturally started to become proficient. Huh. In the next moment, Cell thrust his hands towards Li Fan. The white energy wave surged forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable. Huh. Almost simultaneously, the Kamehameha in Li Fan's hands swept towards Cell like a tidal wave. Bang! The two Kamehamehas collided fiercely. For a moment, there was a feeling of stalemate. Damn, this bastard. Where did he come from? Cell's face twisted in rage, his eyes bulging. Damn it. Is Li Fan's strength really that exaggerated? Just after reaching his perfect form, he was actually being suppressed? Yes, the two waves of energy were originally evenly matched, but with the output of Li Fan's energy, the two energies slowly began to push towards Cell. At this moment, Sheru's veins bulged all over his body. His strength was pushed to the limit. However, even so, he was still being suppressed. Hmph. Trying to compete with me? You're still a bit too green, aren't you? Cheryl, my friend, Li Fan said proudly. Break it for me. Huh. Instantly, Li Fan increased the energy output in his hands again. Boom. The energy of the Kamehameha wave surged like a tide, forcefully crushing towards Sheru. What the heck? Sheru's eyes widened in an instant. This is not something he can control, right? Rumbling. Rumbling. Li Fan's Kamehameha energy, along with Cell's own energy, completely submerged Cell's body at the same time. The rampant energy exploded once again. TSK, 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 Cell, now you should know what pain really is. Li Fan crossed his arms, watching everything in front of him with great interest. He wanted to see how this guy's Cell would fare, whether he could remain unscathed amidst this explosion. However, just when Li Fan thought this guy was about to suffer a bit, a black energy surged fiercely towards Li Fan. Whoosh! In an instant, it was already in front of Li Fan. Damn! Li Fan reacted quickly, his pupils constricting as he suddenly flashed out of the way. This is what made the energy beam brush past. At the same time, a green figure actually burst out from the explosion, directly facing Li Fan. Nanny? How did this guy do it? Seeing this, Li Fan was very curious. However, he had no time to think right now, because Cell was right in front of him. Bang! Li Fan caught Cell's fist. Just as he was about to counterattack, a figure actually grabbed his other fist. Nanny? Where did this helper come from? Li Fan turned around in surprise to take a look. It wasn't a big deal until I took a closer look. And then I realized something incredible. The person grabbing his other arm was none other than Cell himself. Moreover, there was another Cell next to the first one. Suddenly, Li Fan seemed to realize something. How could this be? Two of them appearing at the same time? At this point, Bra and Orin also expressed their confusion. Is this a technique for creating duplicates? Just then, something even more unimaginable happened to Li Fan. Bang! Bang! Two green figures emerged from two different directions, striking his body fiercely from both sides. This is quite something. With two people attacking from both sides, even Li Fan's expression changed. A feeling of pain surged in. For Sherulus appeared at the same time, which is simply terrifying. For punches, this is Tien Shinhan's four-way fusion. Li Fan instantly understood that the ability to transform into four bodies at once probably only belongs to Tien Shinhan's technique. And it's no surprise that Cell has Tien's cells. So it's not strange that he can use the four-way fusion. What's more important is that when Cell uses this technique, it seems that each of the four has considerable power. Immediately, the four cells smiled at the same time. They restrained Li Fan's movements and forcefully launched his body into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Fan couldn't react in time and was really thrown into the sky by these four guys. And then, it was a disaster. These four gathered energy below and aimed it at Li Fan. This is trying to put Li Fan to death. If you guy go die. Cannon, cannon. The four cell shouted out at the same time, and immediately, four beams of energy rushed toward Li Fan fiercely from four directions. From the current situation, all four directions were occupied by Cell. Li Fan had nowhere to hide, no way to evade. Boom, boom. Sure enough, the next moment, the energy blasts hit Li Fan's body, exploding in midair. The explosion sounded extremely loud, echoing through the clouds. Smoke and dust rolled in, obscuring everything. Ha ha ha, Li Fan, let's see if you live or die this time. This is the outcome of daring to oppose me. Ha ha. After doing all this, Cell laughed heartily, believing that Li Fan could not withstand such a powerful energy bombardment. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Nanny? Dad? Upon seeing this, Bra's golden energy shone brightly, and she charged towards Cell. Bra, come back. It's dangerous. Yelan wanted to stop Bra, but it was already too late. Bra had already rushed up. He had no choice but to follow Bra, stealing himself. Two little brats. Are you looking for death? At this moment, Cell had already restored his body, a curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. He had realized that these two little guys were attacking him. Chapter 76, Useless Things. Get the hell out of my way. Huh. Cell shouted loudly, and immediately a tremendous amount of energy surged from his hand, just waving it at Bra and Yajirobe. Their bodies were uncontrollably sent flying backward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. The two were effortlessly blasted away by Cell. It was extremely easy. Truly weak and pathetic. Cell said, without even looking back. He didn't take these two guys seriously at all. Cell felt quite pleased, but the next moment, he wouldn't be so pleased anymore. As the dust settled, Li Fan remained in place, completely unscathed. He only had some dust on him. Sorry, Cell, I've disappointed you. Your attack was simply too weak. It didn't hurt at all. Li Fan casually brushed off the dust on his body, disdainfully saying, "How is this possible? He was able to withstand my heavy attack and remain so calm?" Cell suddenly felt a bit flustered. It seemed he had kicked a hard boar today. However, with that being said, how could he be willing to accept it? After all, he was perfect. The most perfect warrior in the universe. Damn it, I will annihilate you. Huh. A fierce glint flashed in Cell's eyes, and the next moment he charged fiercely at Li Fan. In his view, there was no way to escape. So, there was only one option, to find a way to kill Li Fan. He couldn't believe that he, the perfect Cell, couldn't defeat a mere Saiyan. Hmph. I didn't expect you to be so resilient. If that's the case, then let us eliminate you. After Li Fan finished speaking, a flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes. Whoosh, like a ghost, he rushed towards Cell. Die for me. Cell roared in fury, his fists crashing down like a mountain, striking fiercely at Li Fan. Swish. However, Li Fan was faster, perfectly dodging Cell's punch, seizing an opening. Bang, bang, bang. With the fastest and most brutal methods, each punch struck Cell's abdomen. This fist is not simple. Every move is lethal, and the power is heavier with each punch. Poor Cell at this moment seems to have become Li Fan's punching bag, completely suppressed by him. He doesn't even have a chance to fight back. What a terrifying attack method. Cough, cough. But that monster is truly despicable. At this moment, Bra and Euron crawled out from the ruins and saw Li Fan beating up Cell, which made them both overjoyed. Yes, that's it. Beat him to death. Bra clenched her fists and said fiercely. She couldn't defeat Cell herself, but with her dad around, everything seemed to be fine. Bang. Cell was slammed hard into the ground by Li Fan. Instantly, the surrounding ruins were blown away. Crack, crack. The ground around Cell was cracking inch by inch. Cell was also being beaten down into the ground. However, do you think this is the end? Sorry. Li Fan had no intention of letting Cell off. In the next moment, he directly grabbed Cell's tail and yanked him out. Then he started spinning rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After spinning a few times, he violently threw Cell into the sky. Seeing this scene, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. He spread his arms wide. Two golden, circular energies gathered between his hands. Cut him up for me. Qi Yuan slash. Huh. As Li Fan finished speaking, two waves of Qi Yuan slash energy flew fiercely towards Cell. At this moment, Cell was still in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening. Qi Yuan slash. Awesome. Cell was going to be cut into pieces this time. Seeing this, Bra couldn't help but clap her hands in delight. They were very familiar with Qi Yuan slash, and now Li Fan was using Qi Yuan slash in his current state. This is definitely something that could take Cell's life. Suddenly, it seems the outcome is already decided, and the energy of the Qi Yuan slash indeed lives up to expectations. Its powerful cutting force perfectly sliced Cell into 8 pieces. Please send flowers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah, it hurts so much. Cell's screams echoed in the air for a long time. However, no one would pity this guy's Cell. Hmph. It seems this is still not enough. Let me add a little more. Seeing this, Li Fan's mouth curved into a smile, a glint flashed in his eyes, and his figure vanished like a ghost. Whoosh. In the next moment, Li Fan had already reached the sky. Facing Cell's body, which had been torn apart, he threw out several energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blast directly engulfed Cell's dismembered body, followed by a massive explosion. The sound of the explosion was like thunder. A sky full of dust. Cell would be lucky to survive this. Seeing this, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction and descended. Now, that guy Sheru should be finished, right? Although this guy might be able to turn into lightning Sheru, Li Fan is too lazy to give him that opportunity. As for breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Awesome. The androids have finally been eliminated. Bra is very excited. She never expected that the problem that had troubled them for so many years would be resolved so casually just by calling Li Fan. How can this not be exciting? Thank you, Dad. After Li Fan landed on the ground, Bra ran up to him gratefully and said, "Thank you, Uncle Li Fan." Euron was also very grateful. Huh. It's nothing, it was just a cell, Li Fan said with a smile. As long as we took care of it, that's all that matters. However, just as the few of them were immersed in the joy of victory, the smoke in the sky gradually dispersed. Although Cell's figure had disappeared, bolts of lightning were continuously gathering. An overwhelming aura was descending. The faces of the three changed almost simultaneously. Could it be? Chapter 77, the three of them gazed in unison. But it was only upon looking that they realized something was off. In the place where Cell had just been, arcs of electricity were now surging, and that seemingly crushing aura was slowly gathering. What? Could it be that guy Cell isn't dead yet? Bra said in surprise. They had originally thought Cell was finished. But how could this happen? Is this guy like a cockroach that can't be killed? Damn it. I didn't expect this guy's vitality to be even stronger than I imagined. Li Fan's expression also became serious. Originally, being familiar with the plot, he hadn't given Cell a chance at all. Although he longed to fight strong opponents, he didn't want to be this guy's Cell. This is great. Cell is about to be revived. Accompanied by the emergence of electric arcs, a powerful aura rises into the sky, enveloping the entire atmosphere. It seems as if something is about to be born. What to do? Yaron, seeing this, was so surprised that he could barely speak. It turns out they were too early in their celebration. Cell didn't die at all. Not only did he not die, but he might even become stronger. Li Fan looked up at everything in the sky and said solemnly. Lightning raged, and the air was howling uncontrollably. The entire space was shrouded in an extremely oppressive atmosphere. At the same time, in the place where the lightning had just emerged, an incredibly dazzling light appeared. Along with it came the sound of explosions. Whoosh! In the next moment, a green figure gradually emerged from the lightning. It was none other than Cell, who had just been torn apart by Li Fan. Cell's vitality is truly resilient to the extreme. Originally, Li Fan thought this guy was definitely dead. He never expected this scene to occur. But now it seems he was completely wrong. This guy has finally reached that form. It's second only to the Super 2 form. Moreover, even Li Fan, right now, feels the pressure. This guy's strength is probably even stronger. Cell possesses Piccolo's cells, and Piccolo can regenerate lost limbs as long as his core organs are not destroyed. He can come back to life. Initially, this talent didn't seem all that impressive. But in the case of Cell, this multicellular organism, it has an extraordinary effect. Because Cell also has Saiyan cells. When a Saiyan recovers from serious injuries or comes back to life after being on the brink of death, their power skyrockets. The combination of the two is fully manifested in Cell. Am I not dead? Moreover, my power has reached an unprecedented level. The revived Cell seems to be confused about the situation. But now he feels an overwhelming power coursing through him, making him ecstatic. Right now, he feels like he could crush his former self with his bare hands. Ha ha ha. This feeling is just too amazing. I am indeed the perfect warrior in the entire universe. Ha! The golden aura roars like a raging fire, clawing its Cell. Arcs of electricity surge continuously, elevating his momentum to a peak. Damn it. This power is really too strong. I love it. A Saiyan. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm not dead yet. Instead, I've reached an even stronger realm. One intoxicating power. This form shall be called Lightning Cell. Cell stretched out his hands, closed his eyes, as if he were feeling this unparalleled power. Damn it. Is Cell going crazy? If that's the case, then I won't hold back. After Li Fan finished speaking, he suddenly flashed and charged fiercely at Cell. Now dealing with this guy's Cell. To be honest, Li Fan also started to feel uncertain. Although he was able to defeat the nearly Super Saiyan 2 level Piccolo before, it seems that this Cell is even stronger than that Piccolo back then. However, Li Fan had another thought. Perhaps he could break through to Super Saiyan 2 in this battle. After all, Cell has the ability to regenerate from lost limbs, and he himself is even more powerful. Who am I afraid of? With this in mind, Li Fan hesitated not at all. Just as Cell was immersed in his own powerful strength, his eyes suddenly opened. A flash of lightning crossed his lips. He reacted instantly. With a hair's breadth of distance, he perfectly dodged Li Fan's punch. So fast. Suddenly, Li Fan's pupils constricta. Feeling something was wrong. He wanted to escape, but Cell's speed was incredibly fast. It was completely beyond what he could react to at that moment. Bang! A punch hit Li Fan in the abdomen. Li Fan let out a pained grunt and was knocked back several steps. Damn it! Just as Li Fan steadied himself and was about to make a move, unexpectedly, Cell charged at him again. It was clear that he had no intention of giving Li Fan a moment to breathe. Simply put, Cell was now filled with pent-up rage. After being beaten so badly by Li Fan, he had to get his revenge. Damn it, you shine bright just from a little sunlight, huh? Huh? Li Fan shouted in frustration. The next moment, his whole body was filled with an aura that erupted like a volcanic explosion. Li Fan was also getting a bit fired up. This Cell is really not a good thing. In the next moment, a flash of brilliance crossed Li Fan's eyes, and his figure flickered as he rushed forward. Although he didn't really want to take this Cell as an opponent, Li Fan had no choice at the moment. Naturally, With no options left, he could only fight with all his might. Bang! In an instant, Li Fan and Cell collided like sparks colliding with the earth. However, as their fists met, Cell revealed a mocking smile. Li Fan, feeling the overwhelming power coming from his arm, found himself momentarily unable to control his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He was forcefully knocked back and flew away. How could this be? How did Cell's strength suddenly become so strong? Dad, you have to do your best. Bra watched the battle between the two, feeling very anxious. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't intervene at all. Chapter 78. Goodness, truly the lightning Cell. Li Fan steadied himself, feeling his arms still trembling, and couldn't help but exclaim, "But what about the lightning Cell? I refuse to believe that my Saiyan body will lose to a creature made of multiple cells." Whoosh. At this moment, Li Fan had already put forth 100% of his energy to fight against Cell. Bang, bang, bang. As Cell clashed with Li Fan, he began to feel a bit surprised. How could this be? This guy actually can't weaken his own lightning Cell form by much. What kind of monster is this? No, this thing absolutely cannot remain in this world. Otherwise, it would be a hindrance to myself. Thinking of this, Li Fan has already set his heart on defeating Shalu. Bang, bang, bang. The clash between the two is extremely intense. Lightning and sparks shoot out in all directions, and at some point, the ruins around them have long been blasted apart by the violent energy. The gale is raging, and the air is oppressive. Energy surges and dust fills the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The battle is indeed earth-shattering and soul-stirring, as if even the earth is affected by the power released by the two. It trembles from time to time. Perhaps I wasn't your match before, but now, you are no longer my opponent. So, Suddenly, Cell threw a punch that actually broke through Li Fan's defense. Bang! A heavy punch sent Li Fan staggering back dozens of meters. Seizing the opportunity after his successful strike, Cell launched another fierce attack towards Li Fan. This punch from Cell was extremely vicious. It was aimed directly at Li Fan's head. If it hit, Li Fan's head might just burst open. However, things weren't as simple as Cell thought. When his fist struck Li Fan's head, Cell's pupils suddenly contracted, because his fist actually hit nothing but air. Li Fan's figure had turned into an afterimage. Not good. It's an afterimage punch. Cell exclaimed in surprise. Sure enough, Li Fan had already appeared above Cell, fists clenched, and he came down hard on Cell's head. Damn! Cell cursed, trying to react, but it was already too late, as he was forcefully struck on the head by Li Fan. This is bad. Cell was directly hit and saw stars. In that situation, it was actually unlikely for Li Fan to catch Cell's punch, so he simply used the most commonly used technique from the early Dragon Ball series, the afterimage technique. I have to say this move is really effective. In that situation, it perfectly dodged Cell's attack and delivered a heavy blow. Kamehameha. Li Fan didn't give Cell a chance to catch his breath. While Cell was still recovering, a Kamehameha energy wave shot out fiercely towards Cell's body. Boom! The energy of the Kamehameha was incredibly powerful, directly engulfing Cell's body. Rumbling, rumbling. Suddenly, the place where Cell was standing exploded. Even if I can't kill you, you should at least feel some pain, right? Li Fan looked at the explosion below and said proudly, whoosh. However, what Li Fan didn't expect was that the explosion wasn't over yet. Cell actually charged out of the explosion and leaped into the higher sky. What? This guy so fast? Li Fan was also very surprised. After all, he still underestimated Cell's strength. If it had gone as he imagined from the start, Lightning Cell would definitely have been beaten by him. Do you think you're impressive just because you went to a high altitude? I'm coming too. A glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and the next moment, he charged towards Cell. However, seeing Li Fan rushing towards him, Cell couldn't help but laugh. This guy is seeking death. Since that's the case, I'll help you out. Cell made a strange motion with both hands raised to his forehead. Then, with a loud shout, he exclaimed, "Solar flare!" In an instant, blinding sunlight erupted, enveloping the entire space, turning everything in the city pure white, the sunlight shining like a solid substance. Everything turned white, and he couldn't see anything in front of him? Not good. Solar flare. Li Fan was blinded by the dazzling light, his vision blurred. Not just Li Fan. Even from a distance, Bra and Yajirobe were also instantly unable to open their eyes due to the intense, glaring light. So blinding. This is bad. At this moment, Li Fan had already reacted, but it was still a step too late. Seeing this situation, Cell's mouth curled up in a smile. You wanted to use the afterimage fist. Now let us see how you enjoy the solar flare. With this thought in mind, a flash of killing intent passed through Cell's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His figure moved like a ghost, and in an instant, he was already in front of Li Fan. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy punches rained down, each one hitting hard. The power of Cell's fists in his lightning form was unimaginable. At this moment, Li Fan's vision was stimulated. So it could be said that for this brief period, Li Fan had completely become Cell's punching bag. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy fists struck fiercely against Li Fan. Every blow was lethal. There was not a trace of mercy. After all, Li Fan posed too great a threat to him. Therefore, Li Fan could not be spared. Bang. Immediately after, Cell kicked Li Fan fiercely, sending him flying. At the same time, towards the direction Li Fan was flying, Cell sneered. Then he struck a pose. Final flash. He intended to use this move to completely eliminate the troublesome Li Fan. Final flash. This was Vegeta's ultimate move, and its power was even stronger than the Kamehameha. Using this move to end the battle was a good choice. Chapter 79. A cruel smile appeared on Cell's face, and the next moment, the energy of the final flash surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, heading straight for Li Fan in the sky. Unfortunately, at that moment, Li Fan couldn't respond quickly enough. He was instantly enveloped by the energy. Following that, the sound of the explosion roared like rolling thunder, echoing through the sky. Almost the entire Earth was shaking uncontrollably. Unaware survivors thought the Earth was experiencing a massive earthquake, but that was not the case. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was immediately covered by a massive explosion, which turned the bright day into a dark night under the thick smoke. The energy fluctuations spread for miles. Dad, Bra was very worried. Such a huge explosion. It wouldn't have killed her dad, would it? Sister Bra, what should we do now? Upon seeing this, Yelan's face was filled with panic. How can the cell be so strong? Time and again, breaking through repeatedly? It's truly beyond his imagination. Now, just when he thought Uncle Li Fan was a great savior, he's been killed. Damn it. Bra's eyes were filled with rage, ready to fight Cell to the death. Although she knew the gap between them and Cell. Boom, boom. The explosions in the sky were still ongoing. The destructive power of the final flash absolutely exceeded the capabilities of the Kamehameha wave. Ha ha, damn Saiyan. Now you're finally done for, right? From now on, no one can stop me anymore. Ha ha. Instantly, Cell stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. After all, just now Li Fan had given him quite a bit of pressure. And now, this Li Fan has finally died under his lightning cell form. How could he not be happy? However, how could Cell possibly think of one big problem? That is, Li Fan possesses infinite regeneration. Even if there's only one cell left, he can regenerate infinitely. Therefore, although Cell's previous attack was very heavy, it was far from being able to eliminate the cells completely. In the entire universe, perhaps only a god of destruction could achieve such an effect. Russell. Gradually, the smoke in the sky dispersed. Li Fan's figure had long since disappeared. And Cell finally confirmed it. Yes, his biggest threat, Li Fan, is finally done for. From now on, it will be Cell's era. Ha ha ha. Cell became increasingly arrogant. As for the two Saiyans beside him, sorry, they were completely disregarded by Cell. However, the next moment, the cruel smile on his face began to gradually solidify. His eyes were fixed on the sky, as if he saw something incredible. No way. This is impossible. Cell shook his head and said. On the other side, Bra saw this and was overjoyed to tears, because her father, Li Fan, has appeared again. Is this the ability of infinite regeneration? It feels so good. Li Fan looked at his hands, incredulously saying, the ability of infinite regeneration combined with the Saiyan bloodline is simply a match made in heaven. Now, he felt that his whole body was filled with power. It was as if he had endless strength. Hmph. Cell, your end is here. A smile curved on Li Fan's lips, his eyes filled with a strange light. With a wicked grin and confident gaze, Li Fan felt that the realm was within reach. It turns out that you don't need to have any huge emotional fluctuations. When your strength is strong enough, all transformations will come naturally. You bastard. Your vitality is so tenacious. Cell gritted his teeth and said, could it be that this Li Fan can regenerate from severed limbs too? Hmph. Li Fan did not respond to Cell's words, and in the next moment, he clenched his fists tightly. Ha! Swish! Instantly, golden energy surged forth. And at that moment, Li Fan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Of course, this is not the realm he wants to achieve now. He aims to reach that form in one go. With this thought, Li Fan's gaze became even more determined. Ha! Roar! Breakthrough for me! Li Fan suddenly increased his energy output, his whole body bulging with veins. his expression fierce. He significantly increased the energy output from his body. At the same time, the energy around him erupted like a volcanic explosion, surging upward, overwhelming. Hiss, is this Dad's energy? So terrifying. Even more terrifying than Cell's just now. Barra said excitedly. This guy could it be? Cell also realized something and stared at Leaf Fan in shock. Roar. With a roar of fury from Leaf Fan. Finally, substantial changes occurred in his body. Crackle. Incredible things happened. Blue lightning appeared around Leaf Fan. 1, 2, 3. More and more lightning crackled. Swish. At the same time, Leaf Fan's golden hair stood upright, leaving only a small tuft of bangs shaking in front of his forehead. His gaze was even more resolute and fierce than before. His hair stood up, his whole body surrounded by lightning. Blue arcs of electricity began to flicker around Leaf Fan, followed by an increasing amount of lightning. Boom! Finally, Leaf Fan completely reached a new realm. His body was filled with endless power. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 2? Leaf Fan felt the vast and boundless energy within him, excitedly saying, "This feeling is completely different from the sensation of him in full power mode. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. This is a qualitative change. I didn't expect that Cell actually wanted to destroy himself, but instead, he unexpectedly broke through to the Super 2 form, since he has already broken through this form. Now Cell is really something that can't withstand a single blow." Chapter 80. Lightning. Dad seems to have broken through to a new form. It's very similar to that Cell. That's awesome. Just now, Dad was not far off from that lightning cell, and now that Cell is done for. Barra said excitedly. Meanwhile, Yaron next to her was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. The plot twist is just too fast. It's making it hard for his mind to keep up with the pace. No, it's impossible. How could this guy also reach this form? It's definitely fake. Cell tried to convince himself. His eyes were filled with boundless rage. Go die. Cell roared. Immediately, he opened his hand, and an energy sphere quickly gathered. A flash of brilliance crossed his eyes. Whoosh. He hurled the energy blast at Leaf Fan as if throwing a shot put. Hmph. Feeling Cell's energy blast rushing toward him, Leaf Fan remained calm, a smirk appearing on his lips. He then extended his hand. This guy actually wants to take my energy blast head on? Seeking death. Cell scoffed at Leaf Fan's actions, looking down on him. In his view, if this energy blast hit, Leaf Fan's arm would be gone. But would things really turn out that way? Bang! An unbelievable thing happened. Leaf Fan actually caught Cell's energy blast with his bare hands. Nanny? How could this guy possibly catch my energy blast with his bare hands? Cell exclaimed in shock, his eyes nearly popping out. This is simply astonishing. Hmph. Meanwhile, Leaf Fan remained unhurried as he descended and stood in front of Cell. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The energy ball in Leaf Fan's hand was crushed with brute force. What the hell? He crushed my energy ball with his bare hands? How is this possible? Cell was incredibly shocked, and his heart was in turmoil, like a raging sea. He had never seen such a scene. There's nothing impossible, Cell. Did you think you were the only one with the ability to regenerate? Let me tell you, my regeneration ability is even stronger than yours. And since you, this insect, can reach such a form, why can't I? So now you can go die. After Leaf Fan finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes. His figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. Whoosh! In just a moment, Leaf Fan's figure appeared before Cell. At the same time, Cell's pupils constricted. Such speed. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Bang! In that instant, Leaf Fan had already delivered a powerful punch to Cell's abdomen. Poof! Cell instantly grimaced in pain. This punch nearly shattered all of Cell's internal organs. Cell's face contorted in pain. His body was violently sent flying. Whoosh! Cell's body crashed through several ruins before finally coming to a stop. However, Leaf Fan, who had just achieved a breakthrough, didn't give Cell a moment's respite. Whoosh! In the next moment, he rushed directly to Cell's front, blasting away the ruins beside him. Immediately after, taking advantage of Cell's moment of confusion, he grabbed Cell's head and forcefully yanked it out. Sizzle! He slammed it down onto the ground, forcibly creating a large pit. Get up there, Leaf Fan Shota, suddenly increasing the pressure in his hand. In the next moment, he hurled Cell's body violently into the sky. Following that, Leaf Fan prepared to unleash an energy blast to make Cell experience what true pain was. Whoosh! The energy blast shot up like a cannonball. Just after being beaten by Leaf Fan, Cell finally regained his composure in the sky. He then saw an energy blast rushing towards him, and Cell felt a sense of dread. I'll dodge. Cell reacted quickly, moving to the side at super speed. But the energy blast was incredibly fast. It grazed past Cell's body. Sizzle. It left a huge scar on Cell's body. However, Cell endured the excruciating pain and let out a sigh of relief. At least he had dodged that energy blast. If he had been hit, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Whoosh. Using his ability to regenerate from severed limbs, he recovered instantly. However, at this moment, Cell was breathing heavily. His stamina had already been greatly depleted after the previous regeneration, coupled with the recent beating from Li Fan. He was starting to feel exhausted. Whoosh. Cell, how does it feel? How powerful am I? After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Li Fan felt invincible. Even his personality began to take on a bit of arrogance. Now Li Fan understood why Gohan in the original story became so arrogant after breaking through to Super Saiyan 2. It almost led to a major mistake. Cough, you scoundrel. I want to spare you. Cell's eyes were filled with rage. He wanted nothing more than to crush Li Fan. So, he disregarded his stamina. He was blinded by rage. With a heavy punch, fueled by his endless fury. The air trembled as he aimed to explode Li Fan with a single blow. Facing Cell's fist. Li Fan felt no pressure at all. Bang! In the next moment, he caught Cell's fist. Nanny? Your power. Cell's eyes widened. He wanted to pull his fist back and hit Li Fan with another one. Unfortunately, Li Fan's strength was far beyond what Cell could compare to at this moment. You wild monkey, let go of me. Cell shouted. He really wanted to pull his fist back, but he didn't expect Li Fan's strength to reach such a level. In that case, die, Cell said, and in an instant, his other fist struck out, hoping to gain some hope through this attack. Chapter 81. Unfortunately, what Cell saw as a hopeful attack was incredibly slow in Li Fan's eyes. Bang! His other fist was also caught by Li Fan. Cell, it seems you are really too arrogant. What is true power? Let me show you, Li Fan said, then suddenly kicked Cell hard in the chin. Bang! Cell was sent tumbling over from Li Fan's kick. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Fan leaned forward and grabbed Cell's leg. Hee, down you go. Li Fan snutted. His arm strength surging as he pulled Cell down. Boom! Ultimately, Cell's body was forcefully smashed into the ground. Fantastic. This time our world is really saved. Feeling filled with hope, Bra said excitedly, and Yaron next to her nodded in agreement. This time, there shouldn't be any plot twists or anything like that, right? Li Fan looked coldly at the buried Cell, disdainfully snorting. Now that his strength had reached Super Saiyan 2, killing Cell would be a piece of cake. Cough, cough, cough. Soon, Cell shakily got back on his feet. Seeing Li Fan was like seeing a devil, his eyes filled with terror. Please spare me. Cell immediately began to plead. He finally understood the gap between him and Li Fan. In Li Fan's hands, he was completely just a victim. If that were the case, it was better for him to beg for mercy. For Cell, any sense of dignity was non-existent. Dad, you mustn't spare this guy. He is an artificial human created by Dr. Gero. Bra saw Cell begging for mercy and thought Li Fan might soften and let him go. So she immediately began to persuade him. No. I think you must have misunderstood. The reason Earth has become like this is entirely due to androids 17 and 18 and has nothing to do with me at all. They have already been absorbed by me, so you could say they are dead, and I will also leave Earth from now on and will not interfere with you. Cell's words were spoken with great respect. It seemed like he really didn't dare to do otherwise. Unfortunately, Li Fan understood Cell too well, knowing the plot. Li Fan knew that even if Frieza was redeemed, this guy seemed to have no redemption. This shows that he is definitely not a good thing. Spare you? Well, Li Fan deliberately paused while speaking. Nanny? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Bra and Yalan's expressions changed. This was definitely not a good idea. The evil of the androids is simply indescribable. If Li Fan were to let Cell go like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, upon hearing this, Cell felt filled with hope. Thud. In the next moment, he knelt down. Spare me. I beg you. Cell pleaded. However, although he appeared to do this, he did not actually think that way in his heart. What he was considering now was that once Li Fan spared him, he would definitely survive and then go around absorbing some powerful beings, while also training hard. Until now, he still believed he was the most potential warrior, the perfect warrior. As long as he was given time, he would definitely rise again to destroy all of humanity. If that's the case, then I'll kill you. A smile curved at the corner of Li Fan's mouth as he blurted out, Nanny. Upon hearing this, Cell's eyes widened. What the hell is going on? Aren't they supposed to let me go? Run. Hurry and run. This is Cell's final thought. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Thinking of this, Cell immediately wanted to take action. Unfortunately, Li Fan's large hand had already pressed down on Cell's head. Boom! In the next moment, Cell's head and body were completely smashed to pieces. Seeking flowers, Li Fan knew that as long as Cell's head remained, he wouldn't die. So, he directly annihilated Cell's head along with it. Fantastic! Cell is dead. All the androids are gone. Earth has finally regained peace. Thank you, Dad. Bra, overwhelmed with joy, hugged Li Fan and said, "Haha, that's only natural." Originally, when Li Fan came here, he just wanted to simply destroy Android 17 and 18. But who knew Cell would emerge directly? This even allowed him to break through the Super Saiyan 2 form during this trip to the future. This made him feel that the journey was worthwhile. Well, now that everything is over, I think I should leave here. After a long time, Li Fan said to Bra, "What, Dad, you're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to stay on Earth a bit longer?" Bra said reluctantly, "Well, after all, I'm not from this timeline. However, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can still come to the future timeline to find me. Also, you must practice hard. Super Saiyan is not the end for Saiyans." Thus, Li Fan told the two about the methods of training and the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber. He didn't want the future to become even worse. So, helping them improve their strength was the best choice. The main reason Li Fan didn't want to stay in the future timeline was that he didn't know how to face Bulma from this timeline. After all, there is already a Bulma in the future. Therefore, after explaining the training methods to the two and mentioning that they might be able to use the Dragon Ball from Namek to restore everything on Earth, he left the future timeline. After all, he never belonged here. Chapter 82. At this moment on Earth, in Li Fan's timeline, changes were quietly occurring that were different from the original trajectory. Inside a very secretive and vast base, a massive project was underway. This base is hidden deep in the mountains, and no one would ever expect such a large base to be here. Inside the base, there are all high-tech products. Various instruments and computers are all available. An old man wearing a hat with a Red Satin Army emblem is seriously looking at the data on the computer. Meanwhile, a chubby humanoid male is helping him. The ultimate android project is about to begin. At first, I thought that Piccolo's ability to regenerate severed limbs was already impressive. But after obtaining Li Fan cells, I realized that the Mech Star People's limb regeneration ability feels rather insignificant in comparison. Next, as long as the energy chips of Android 17 and 18 are fully integrated, it should be almost complete. Although this means losing 2 androids, none of that matters anymore. Mia's emergence is absolutely cataclysmic. Now, the ultimate android, successfully fused with the cells of numerous warriors, is about to be born. Just wait and see how she will destroy the likes of Sun Wukong and Li Fan. Ha ha ha. Dr. Gero laughed more and more maniacally. In the center of the base, there is a super large life pod, and inside the life pod, there's a girl who looks to be around 17 or 18 years old. This girl looks like her appearance is definitely not below number 18. But right now, she seems to be in a deep sleep. There is no doubt that this is the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. With the appearance of Li Fan, Dr. Gero completely changed his direction in creating the ultimate android. The ultimate android that was created has also become a female. Number 17 and no. 18 will completely have no chance to appear in this timeline. However, that's not the main point. The main point is that this ultimate android, known as Mia, is about to be born. Of course, none of this is known to Li Fan. At this moment, Li Fan had already returned to West City. He continued his training. After all, having just broken through to the Super Saiyan 2 form, Li Fan needed time to solidify his mastery over this transformation. He thought everything would unfold as it did in the original story, with Android 17 and 18 still appearing, followed by Cell. In reality, he had already defeated the Lightning Cell once in the future timeline, so he didn't take the Cell of this timeline seriously at all. Time passed, and almost a year went by. At this moment, Li Fan, who was training in the Gravity Training Room in West City, also stopped his training. A year had passed, and according to the storyline of the original work, today was the day the androids were about to be born. Why not join in on the excitement? Li Fan said while resting his chin on his hand. After all, during this year, there had been no troubles from aliens, no pressure, and it seemed like life had been a bit too comfortable. Although it was undeniable that Li Fan was now stronger than before. However, for Saiyan, days without battle were undoubtedly the hardest to bear. During this year, it seems that Vegeta and Goku haven't come looking for me. It seems they realized that seeking out Li Fan would definitely lead to a brutal outcome. So they decisively abandoned that idea. Everyone is desperately training. If that's the case, then let's go have some fun on that little island in the south. After Li Fan said this, he used instant transmission and disappeared from the spot. However, this trip was destined to disappoint Li Fan, because Dr. Gero and the others are still holed up in the base and haven't come out yet. Whoosh! Li Fan arrived at the little island. He found a spot and began to observe. According to the plot development, Dr. Gero and his assistants should appear on this little island first. If that's the case, he would be able to find Dr. Gero's base and obliterate it, preventing future troubles. Furthermore, Android 17 and 18 are not as evil as in the past timeline. In that case, he might consider letting them go. Li Fan thought to himself. Meanwhile, inside Dr. Gero's base, Dr. Gero and Android 19 stood excitedly in front of the life pod. Today is the day the ultimate android is born. Dr. Gero did not hide his excitement. Clang! The life pod slowly opened, and Mia, who was lying inside, suddenly opened her eyes. Ha ha! Wake up quickly, ultimate android Mia, Dr. Gero said excitedly. Mia also slowly got up. Now, Mia is dressed in a black martial arts uniform, giving an incredibly cold feeling. Her eyes are filled with ice-cold intensity. She scanned the entire base, ultimately locking her gaze on Dr. Gero. Under Mia's gaze, even Dr. Gero, who had transformed himself into an android, felt a chill run down his back. It felt like being targeted by the Grim Reaper. However, fortunately, no matter how powerful this android is, he has a destruction device that can obliterate her in an instant. Of course, Dr. Gero would not easily use the destruction device unless absolutely necessary. After all, this android is his life work. Whether he can eliminate Goku and rule the world depends entirely on her. Doctor? Mia walked out of the life pod and coldly said in front of Dr. Gero. Although Mia is extremely beautiful, she exudes an aura that makes people want to keep their distance. Ha ha! As expected of Mia, the strongest warrior, the perfect life form. I have finally waited for this day. Dr. Gero spoke with great excitement, because he seemed to have already envisioned ruling the entire world, even the entire universe. Chapter 83 Mia, you must understand that you will only obey my orders in the future, if you don't comply. I have the destruction device in my hand that can immediately deactivate you and completely obliterate you. Just as she came out, Dr. Gero brought up this matter. Otherwise, the power of this android is too terrifying. He was a bit afraid he wouldn't be able to control her. So he said this to let Mia know how formidable he, Dr. Gero, is. Good. Mia nodded. However, a strange light quickly flashed in her eyes, disappearing in an instant. It seemed she was somewhat resistant to this feeling of being bound. Ha ha, good, very good. In that case, our first stop is to find Goku and kill him first. Dr. Gero said darkly. He would never forget the grudge against the Red Ribbon Army. His purpose in creating androids is also for this. However, killing Goku is just the beginning. He has more ideas, such as conquering the universe. Mia nodded in agreement. And at this moment on Mount Baozi, two figures are continuously clashing. A green figure is watching the battle between the two. These three are Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, and Piccolo. Right now, it is Sun Wukong who is training Sun Wufan. I have to say, Sun Wufan's potential is indeed very strong. Although he hasn't broken through to Super Saiyan yet, his combat power is not weak. Bang! However, Sun Wukong is still Sun Wukong. In the next moment, he found an opening and kicked his son hard, sending him flying. Whoosh! Sun Wufan flew back dozens of meters before finally stopping. Amazing! No wonder he's my dad, Sun Wufan said excitedly. TCH. Seeing this, Piccolo scoffed disdainfully. Although this guy Sun Wukong is indeed quite skilled in training, it cannot be denied that he is very poor at teaching others. You never go all out, so Wufan can't become stronger. Piccolo said seriously. Ha ha, I actually want to be a bit tougher, but I'm afraid Chi-Chi will scold me and not feed me. Sun Wukong said with a laugh. Dad, I can actually handle more intense training. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wufan immediately said firmly. At this moment, Sun Wufan still has the same desire and love for fighting. Since that's the case, then Piccolo, it's your turn. Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo and said, after all, Piccolo's strength is even stronger than Sun Wukong's, so having Piccolo train him will be perfect. Alright, Piccolo did not refuse. After all, Sun Wufan was originally trained by him. However, at this moment, both Piccolo and Sun Wukong's expressions suddenly changed. They looked over at the same time. They saw an old man wearing a strange hat, a chubby man, and a beautiful girl in black clothes watching the three from a distance. Huh, who are you? Sensing something was off, Sun Wukong immediately flew out and pointed at the three, asking. Piccolo also furrowed his brows. I'm afraid these three are not friendly. Sun Wukong, long time no see. I clearly remember what you did to the Red Ribbon Army back in the day. Dr. Gero said coldly, looking at Sun Wukong. Nanny? The Red Ribbon Army? Could it be that you are from the Red Ribbon Army? Thinking of this, Sun Wukong also recalled the incident. Suddenly, he became secretly vigilant. The Red Ribbon Army is not made up of good people. Are these three guys here to seek revenge? That's right, today. We will settle all new grudges and old scores. Dr. Gro's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This Sun Wukong must die here today. Uncle Piccolo, are they here for revenge? The clever son Gohan also figured out from the conversation of the three. Piccolo nodded, still looking serious. He could sense that among these three, one of them had a terrifying strength. Since that's the case, then, come on. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he immediately assumed a fighting stance. Sun Wukong was not afraid. After all, his training during this time was not in vain. Since he learned the training method of the Super Saiyan, he had spent a year and now had reached the full power form of the Super Saiyan. Aka Mia. Take him down. Dr. Gero sneered and said to Mia, beside him. Mia coldly nodded and then flew up. Nanny? It's a girl? Sun Wukong was quite surprised to see a girl flying towards him. No, this person is not simple. In the next moment, Sun Wukong noticed something unusual. Although he couldn't feel a massive aura from Mia right now, the experience of countless battles told him, this Mia is not simple. Come on. Suddenly, Sun Wukong let out a loud shout and transformed into a Super Saiyan full power form. He couldn't afford to be careless in front of this guy. Upon seeing Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan, Mia merely had a slight smirk at the corner of her mouth, showing no significant expression. Whoosh! In an instant, Mia's figure appeared in front of Sun Wukong, her powerful punch coming at him like a torrential downpour. Zulfust! Sun Wukong widened his eyes, realizing that before he could even react, she had already reached him. Bang! Sun Wukong hurriedly caught Mia's punch. However, he still underestimated Mia's strength. With his punch, Sun Wukong was actually knocked back dozens of meters. What incredible power! How could Sun Wukong, who is trained to this extent, be pushed back so far? Upon seeing this, Piccolo was also extremely shocked. He and Sun Wukong often spar, and he knows how powerful Sun Wukong is now as a full-powered Super Saiyan. And yet, the opponent was able to achieve this with just one strike. Chapter 84. The Power of the Country. How strong! This is so exciting. Sun Wukong felt the strength of Mia and couldn't help but exclaim. It had been a long time since he faced such a powerful enemy in the true sense, and it made him, a martial arts enthusiast, extremely thrilled. No matter what, he had to fight seriously. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong felt even more blood boiling. Mia didn't have time to waste on too much chatter with Sun Wukong. Soon, she attacked Sun Wukong again. However, this time, Mia changed her approach. It became even more fierce, even faster. She executed a move with such intensity that it was like a wolf's ferocity. The speed was as fast as lightning. She completely abandoned defense and focused entirely on offense. New Wolfang Fist. Sun Wukong exclaimed. What is the background of this woman? She can even use Yamcha's techniques. Bang, bang, bang. Such a fierce attack caused the air around to constantly stir, sometimes whistling loudly. In no time, Sun Wukong was actually being pushed back by the new Wolfang Fist of Mia. Is that Uncle Yamcha's new Wolfang Fist? How can this woman use that technique? Son Gohan exclaimed. Gulp. I don't know, but I can feel that this woman's strength is terrifying and more than just that. Piccolo said seriously. She's amazing. Sun Wukong shouted while fighting. Although he had completely fallen into a disadvantage at that moment, the Saiyan's inherent fighting instinct made him even more excited. At this moment, Sun Wukong truly has reached the full power form of a Super Saiyan. Although he is being pressured in battle by Mia, it seems that there are no signs of him losing anytime soon, unless this Mia has hidden even more powerful strength. How is that possible? This Sun Wukong actually possesses such immense power? Is my computer malfunctioning? Seeing that Mia is unable to take down Sun Wukong instantly, Dr. Gero anxiously said, Hey, Mia, increase your power. Eliminate that guy Sun Wukong as fast as you can. Immediately, Dr. Gero commanded Mia. Bang! However, Mia did not respond to Dr. Gero and continued fighting Sun Wukong. But this time, Mia's attacks became even more ferocious. Bang! Shortly after, she sees an opening and kicked Sun Wukong away. Following that, Her hands came together. A white light shone between Mia's hands. Nanny? What is that? Upon seeing this, Gohan exclaimed in surprise. How could this woman use this trick? This is not the ultimate technique of the turtle school. Is it the Kamehameha? Huh. Before long, a white energy wave was fiercely shot out by Mia, facing Sun Wukong head-on. Whoosh. The overwhelming energy surged towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh. Just as Sun Wukong steadied himself, he realized that the energy of the Kamehameha was already rushing towards him. Nanny? Isn't this the Kamehameha? How can this woman use this technique too? Damn. In an instant, Sun Wukong had no chance to counterattack or dodge. He could only cross his arms, bracing himself against the energy of the Kamehameha. Bang! Boom! Before long, the energy of the Kamehameha engulfed Sun Wukong like a raging river, sweeping his body away into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom! Soon, Sun Wukong's body crashed into a mountain peak. Immediately after, a massive explosion flattened that mountain. Dust filled the sky, obscuring the situation there. Gulp! How was this woman so strong? Both Piccolo and Gohan are shocked. They didn't expect that this android created by Dr. Gero could actually overpower a Super Saiyan. This is truly unbelievable. Hmph. Too weak to withstand a blow. After doing all this, Mia crossed her arms in disdain. Although her gaze was fixed in the direction of Sun Wukong, there was more disdain in her eyes. This is Mia's strength. As soon as she appeared, she perfectly fused the energy chips of androids 17 and 18. Additionally, in terms of cells, besides having the cells of various warriors just like the original cell, she also added Li Fan's cells. Although Li Fan is very cautious and wary of the so-called micro-robots, he cannot always detect them. Therefore, ultimately, Li Fan's infinite regeneration ability still exists in her. Thus, her existence is stronger than perfect cell right from start. Moreover, she can become even stronger. Seeing Mia perform so powerfully, Dr. Gero felt relieved. Furthermore, he was not afraid that Mia would not listen to him, because he had already installed the emergency destruction program. This program is no simple matter. Even if Mia can regenerate indefinitely, once this program is activated, even the so-called infinite regeneration ability will be completely lost. Boom! Not long after, a huge explosion occurred in the distant ruins. A golden light rushed out from inside. It was undoubtedly Sun Wukong. This Sun Wukong is surprisingly tough. Dr. Gero didn't quite understand what battle was, although he had created a perfect android like Mia. Whoosh! In no time, Sun Wukong had arrived not far from Mia. Cough! Cough so strong. I have to admit, your strength has truly exceeded my expectations, Sun Wukong said, gasping for breath. After just fighting with Mia, Sun Wukong had already exhausted more than half of his stamina. However, looking at Mia, she wasn't even breathing hard. But with the energy chips of androids 17 and 18, Mia naturally possessed infinite stamina. Here is the key point. Possessing infinite regeneration, coupled with infinite energy. This is definitely the strongest setting among artificial beings. Since that's the case, you can die. A glint flashed in Mia's eyes, and in the next moment, she launched a mighty attack towards Sun Wukong. Chapter 85. It won't be that easy. Sun Wukong smiled and charged forward as well. In an instant, the two figures collided fiercely in the air. However, from this collision, it was immediately clear who was stronger. Even though Sun Wukong had reached full power as a Super Saiyan, Mia was now stronger than even the complete cell. She was even stronger than the lightning cell. Therefore, in this clash, Sun Wukong fell into a disadvantage and was severely beaten by Mia. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Despite Sun Wukong using the prince's fighting style with various attack methods, unfortunately, he was facing the ultimate android, Mia. Thus, it was destined for Sun Wukong to face adversity. Before long, Mia's energy surged dramatically, and Sun Wukong was left completely overwhelmed. Indeed, Mia is the strongest android I have created. No doubt about it. That's right. Well done. Kill Sun Wukong for me. Dr. Gero cruelly shouted. He had long hated Sun Wukong to the bone. He wished nothing more than to kill him swiftly. Boom! Mia delivered another powerful punch, sending Sun Wukong flying once more. And in the next moment, before Sun Wukong could react, she followed up with a fierce kick. Ultimately, Sun Wukong's body was smashed into the river below. Bang bang bang. Android Mia showed no mercy, unleashing the prince's fighting style towards Sun Wukong, sending dozens of energy blasts raining down like a meteor shower. In no time, it was a barrage of explosions. Rumble, rumble. The aftermath of the explosions was immense, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble. Fortunately, although this was Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong's home was still quite far away, so was not affected. Nanny? Is she really this strong? At this moment, Piccolo realized he could no longer stand by and watch. Whoosh! In the next moment, Piccolo threw off his cloak. His body shot towards Mia like an arrow released from a bow. Give me your life. Huh. Piccolo's speed was incredibly fast. After all, he was a Super Namekian, and his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Stronger than this? Interesting. Feeling Piccolo's attack, a smile curved on Mia's lips, and then she turned around. Throwing a punch, the two fists collided. Instantly, a spark flew out. Rumble. Following that, a dazzling light erupted between their fists. Whoosh. Both figures were violently pushed back several dozen feet. A little stronger than Sun Wukong? Interesting. A smile crossed Mia's lips, and a glint flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, she charged fiercely at Piccolo. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Piccolo and Mia collided violently. They unleashed their strongest attacks. The energy waves generated hit the ground, causing explosions. The entire air was filled with the sounds of battle. The atmosphere became extraordinarily restless. The wind howled. The sound was like rolling thunder. How could this guy? The more Piccolo fought, the more surprised he became. How could Mia's strength be so tremendous? It could only be described as incredibly powerful. It's worth noting that his strength now was even greater than after he fused with Slug. Is this not possible? I didn't expect that there are so many experts on Earth now. I didn't think that even a mere Piccolo could be this strong. However, my android, Mia, is the strongest, Dr. Gero said confidently. Bang. The next moment, Mina seized an opening and kicked Piccolo hard, sending him flying. Whoosh. Piccolo's figure was forcibly kicked away several meters. Truly impressive. However, if the battle were to end like this, that would be impossible. Magic flash. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from Piccolo's hand. It was blinding. Sorry, isn't that just magic flash? I could do it too. When Mia said this, Gohan, who was watching from distance, was very surprised. What does this sentence mean? Could it be that this woman also knows this move? At this thought, Piccolo's expression suddenly turned very ugly, as if his face was turning green from anger. Wait a minute. My skin is already green. Okay. Moreover, the energy of the magic flash in Mia's hands is surprisingly stronger. Bang. Two energies quickly collided. Instantly, it caused a huge wave. The entire Baozi Mountain was enveloped in a blinding light. At that moment, Mia's figure moved. It seemed as if she could see everything clearly in this situation. Not good. Piccolo also sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. Mia's speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, her fist had slammed hard into Piccolo's abdomen. Poof! Piccolo's expression changed, and he cried out in pain. And at that moment, the light dissipated. Piccolo's body was also violently knocked away. Ha ha ha. So great. As expected of Mia. Well done. Dr. Gero is extremely excited right now. These guys are indeed no match for Mia, one by one. If this continues, it's simply amazing. Cough, 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 cough. On the other side, Sun Wukong was also breathing heavily and witnessed this scene. Even Piccolo was knocked away. How strong is this guy really? Is there really no one who can defeat this woman now? Damn it, Sun Wukong said through gritted teeth. Because he hadn't had contact with Li Fan during this time. In Sun Wukong's eyes, he had only defeated Piccolo with one move back then. But he could never achieve something like Mia? Chapter 86, damn it. No wonder I haven't found any androids on this island. It turns out these guys secretly went to trouble Sun Wukong. At this moment, Li Fan, who was far away from Baozi Mountain, also sensed the huge energy collision coming from Baozi Mountain. Moreover, this wave of energy fluctuations had exceeded Li Fan's imagination. The artificial humans number 17 and number 18 should not have such powerful strength. This was something Li Fan never expected. However, no distance is too much of a problem for me. He is now very curious about what kind of guy would come out. Or has Cell emerged early and already completed his perfect form? Whoosh! In the next moment, the space trembled, and Li Fan's figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. On the other side, the battle between Piccolo and the android Maya has also entered a heated stage. Piccolo was indeed completely overwhelmed by the android Maya. Bang! There is again another fierce kick sent by Koof flying. Your strength is simply too weak. How boring. A look of disdain flashed in Mei Yu's eyes as she crossed her arms. With Saiyan cells, she naturally had a great interest in fighting, but facing such weak opponents, Her interest was minimal. Well done, Maya, quickly take them out. That way, we can conquer the world. Dr. Gero shouted from a distance. His idea was very simple. Kill these guys and be done with it. Are you ordering me? Suddenly, Maya frowned and turned to Dr. Gero. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Of course. Don't forget, I can make you vanish in an instant, and all those special abilities you possess will be useless. Doctor. Gero shouted fiercely. He didn't expect that the seemingly cold Maya would dare to defy him. But fortunately, he had that thing in his hands. So, if Maya really got to that point, it would definitely be the end for her, without a trace of her cells left. All right, after a long while, Mei said this, and immediately a killing intent flashed in her eyes, aiming at the very disheveled Sun Wukong. Whoosh! In an instant, Mei appeared right in front of Sun Wukong. Nanny, you guy. Sun Wukong was also panicked. It seemed that Dr. Gero was indeed very ruthless in his actions. Naturally, Sun Wukong, you can go die now. After Mei finished speaking, she slowly raised her hand. So that was the case. This android seemed to be under Dr. Gero's control. Li Fan, hiding in the shadows, already knew the current situation. It seemed that he had no choice but to take action. Bang! An energy blast shot towards Sun Wukong. Dad! Sun Gohan exclaimed, immediately flying towards Sun Wukong's direction. Whoosh! However, a figure immediately appeared in front of Sun Gohan, blocking his path. It was another android of Dr. Gero. It was Android 19. Bang! Just when everyone thought Sun Wukong was doomed, a surge of energy suddenly appeared, directly deflecting Mei's energy blast. Nanny? Mei frowned, realizing Li Fan not far away. By the way, beauty, isn't what you're doing a bit too much? Li Fan said with a smile. In fact, he was quite surprised that Android 17 and 18 did not appear, but instead, such a character who did not appear in the original work showed up. However, he could still sense a part of his own energy from Mei. Now, he feels relieved. He didn't expect that this guy, Dr. Gero, actually came up with a way to obtain his cells. Moreover, looking at this beauty now, it seems her power has surpassed that of perfect cell, right? Mind your own business, Mia said coldly. However, when she saw Li Fan, her eyes flickered with a hint of brilliance. Although she is an android, she is still a woman and has an inexplicable fondness for beautiful things. Li Fan, I didn't expect you to show up just in time. Now that you're all here, it saved me the trouble of looking for you. Today, all of you must die. Mia, go eliminate him, Dr. Gero said fiercely. Hearing Dr. Gero's commanding tone, Mia felt very disgusted. She is the perfect warrior and naturally has her own pride. Even though Dr. Gero created her, his tone made her very unhappy. But there was nothing she could do now. Dr. Gero could destroy her in an instant. I see. Although Mia didn't show any expression, the details were perfectly captured by Li Fan. It seems that this Mina is a bit displeased with Dr. Gero's command. Thinking of this, Li Fan had a new idea. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Using instant transmission, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Nanny? Where did he go? Seeing Li Fan suddenly vanish, Mia was also a bit surprised. Although Mia possesses Li Fan's cells, it cannot be denied that she does not know how to use instant transmission. So, for a moment, she couldn't figure out where Li Fan had gone. At that moment, a scream echoed. Mia instantly turned around, only to discover something that shocked her. Dr. Gero's head was actually ripped off by Li Fan. Ziz, Dr. Gero had also modified himself into an android, and now his body was empty at the shoulders, with arcs of electricity, sparking, and even smoking. Unfortunately, Dr. Gero didn't expect that Li Fan would target him and decisively rip his head off. You bastard. Seeing this, Mia said with some surprise. I didn't expect Li Fan to do such a thing. However, Dr. Gero is dead, so it doesn't matter. Chapter 87. In the next moment, Dr. Gero's head turned into dust, and Dr. Gero's body was obliterated by an energy blast from Li Fan. So how about this? Does that mean you don't have to kill Son Goku? Or does that mean you won't have any worries in the future? Li Fan said with a smile. TCH, mind your own business. Mia still said coldly, but Li Fan helped her eliminate this deadly threat, and she felt a ripple in her heart. Of course, none of that is important now. Since that's the case, let's get started. I heard you're the strongest? Mia pointed at Li Fan and said, with Saiyan cells, Mia naturally has a strong desire for battle. If you want to think that way, I won't deny it. Li Fan shrugged and said, in fact, if this guy were Cell, he wouldn't bother with all this. However, after he arrived here for a while, he observed this newly appeared android, and it didn't seem too evil. although her personality is a bit cold. Therefore, Li Fan killed Dr. Gero to eliminate this hidden danger. Since that's the case, let me see your power. Huh. Immediately, Mina clenched her fists, let out a loud shout, and a golden aura erupted from her body, like a blazing fire. Full of intensity, it was as if a raging wave surged upwards, and the surrounding air was completely disturbed. This aura even made Sun Wukong feel uneasy. It turns out she had just been deliberately hiding her power. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would have truly been in trouble. Meanwhile, Son Gohan was engaged in a fierce battle with Android 19. It must be said that Son Gohan's training during this time has proven to be very effective. As the two were locked in a fierce struggle, Li Fan was also slightly surprised by Mia's transformation. Could this be the transformation of the androids? Although the golden aura was indeed the same, her hair didn't turn completely golden like a Super Saiyan. Moreover, the pressure emanating from Mina now probably surpassed the energy of a Super Saiyan too, right? In that case, I'll join in. Huh. Suddenly, Li Fan shouted loudly and transformed into a Super Saiyan form. Bring it on. Now that there are no restraints from Dr. Gero, Mia seemed even more eager for battle. Bang! The two fists collided. Intense sparks erupted immediately. Li Fan was forcefully knocked back several dozen meters by Mia's punch. In contrast, Mia didn't budge an inch. Such strong power. Li Fan was actually sent reeling? It was truly hard to believe. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Sun Wukong didn't know that Li Fan had an even higher transformation. Indeed, as expected of the ultimate android, Li Fan also praised. Quickly unleash your strongest power. Stop wasting time here, Mia said coldly. It seemed in her eyes there was only battle. Since you say that, then let me show you the Super Saiyan 2, Li Fan said with a smile. However, Li Fan's words left Sun Wukong utterly astonished. Super Saiyan 2? What's Super Saiyan 2? I've never heard of it. Could it be the realm beyond Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong had actually reached full power Super Saiyan 6 months ago, but he had never been able to achieve another higher realm. Thus, he speculated that maybe full power Super Saiyan was the limit for Saiyans. But upon hearing Li Fan mention the Super Saiyan 2 form today, he was suddenly invigorated. Could it really be possible? Li Fan reached a higher level. Piccolo also flew over at this moment, surprised by Li Fan's words. Super Saiyan 2? Interesting. Upon hearing this, Mia crossed her arms, indicating she wanted to see what level Li Fan's so-called Super Saiyan 2 had achieved. Watch closely. Huh. Immediately, Li Fan clenched his fists and shouted. Suddenly, an enormous energy erupted from Li Fan's body. The surrounding air was whooshing. A fierce wind blew. Sounds of sonic booms echoed intermittently. Then, something even more astonishing happened. Crackle. Blue arcs of electricity began to emerge. Li Fan's hairstyle also changed, with a prominent tuft of bangs being the most noticeable feature. Besides that, his gaze became sharper. What a terrifying aura. I never expected Li Fan to truly achieve Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong said in astonishment. This is unbelievable. It seems the distance between him and me has widened again. Seeing this, Piccolo also helplessly remarked. Meanwhile, in a certain place on Earth, Vegeta suddenly widened his eyes. What a terrifying aura. This is Li Fan's? Damn it. Is this the form of Super Saiyan 2? It does look quite cool, but strength is what matters most. Huh. After Mia finished speaking, she immediately launched an attack. She struck at Li Fan with both fists. Like twin dragons emerging from the sea, unstoppable. Very good. However, it seems to still be lacking a bit. Li Fan observed Mia's attack, not overly surprised. But it must be said that Mia's potential as the ultimate android is even more terrifying than Cell's. It's already this strong right after it came out. What will it be like in the future? But perhaps this is a good thing, isn't it? Only with pressure is there motivation. Bang bang. In the next moment, 4 fists collided, and a dazzling light burst forth. Immediately after, it seemed as if the space was about to collapse. The entire ground shook slightly. Whoosh. In the next moment, both of them took a few steps back. Then, they collided again. Bang bang bang. Faster than lightning. An unmatched powerful force was displayed on both of them. Chapter 88 Rumbling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Below where the two were battling, explosions erupted one after another, energy surging violently, with some mountains being blown apart. Oh, this is not good, Sun Wukong said helplessly. However, he knew that in battle, it was impossible to control the energy. Meanwhile, Piccolo was watching the battle between Son Gohan and Android 19. From start to finish, Neither Piccolo nor son Wukong thought about helping. If he couldn't even handle an Android 19, then Son Gohan would really have to become a scholar. I didn't expect you to be this strong. That's amazing. The originally cold Mia was gradually getting excited in the heated battle. It felt like all the blood in her body was boiling. This feeling is simply amazing. Li Fan feels the same way. Although Mia's strength hasn't reached the level of Lightning Cell, it is already comparable. Moreover, a more important question is that if Mia were to reach the lightning form, she might become even stronger. Bang! The two clashed again, and the powerful force pushed them apart. You're really strong, but I'm not weak either. Let's continue. Huh. After Mia said that, she charged towards Li Fan with a fierce attack. This is an absolute battle enthusiast. Although the gender is female, isn't this a bit too obsessed? However, if you want to fight, then I will fight. What is there to fear? At this moment, Li Fan decided not to hold back his power any longer, as it was just too boring. Therefore, when their fists collided, Nanny? Maya's eyes widened in disbelief. How did this guy's power become so great? Suddenly, Mia was directly knocked back by the overwhelming force. Of course, Li Fan was not going to give her any chance now. He used the tactic of advancing while the enemy retreats. In an instant, Li Fan charged forward and swung his fist at Mina. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, Mina was pushed back repeatedly. She had no opportunity to attack and was completely on the defensive. What immense power! No wonder he is the strongest on Earth. Mia thought to herself, since that's the case, let me show you a move. After Mia said this, after a fist collision, the two created a large distance between them. What move? Li Fan was a bit surprised. Of course, it's the heaven-swallowing, earth-dominating fist. After Mia said this, Son Wukong and the others were all shocked. Isn't this Li Fan's move? Oh, Li Fan also looked at Mia with great interest. Sure enough, even the moves he created have been learned? This is not simple at all. After Mia said this, she clenched her fists, and a massive aura began to rise from her body. In the void, it transformed into the shape of a giant. Majestic and imposing. The momentum was overwhelming. Seeing this, Li Fan also expressed great helplessness. He didn't expect that today he would have to experience the move he created himself? Since that's the case, let's clash fists. At the same time, Li Fan also unleashed the same move. A powerful aura gradually condensed above him into a majestic giant, but unlike Mia's, Li Fan's giant was accompanied by bursts of lightning. This is also the result of Li Fan's cultivation over the past year. The sky-swallowing, earth-shattering fist unleashed in the Super 2 form is even more powerful. Come on. As you wish. Suddenly, the two giants in the void swung their fists at each other fiercely at the same time. The enormous fists collided in the void. Suddenly, the space began to shake violently. The ground was filled with cracks. Countless stones and sand were directly swept into the air. The entire earth also began to shake at the same time. The unaware humans thought that a massive earthquake was about to occur. Gulp. This move again. It's truly terrifying. Piccolo turned pale with fear upon seeing this. However, when it comes to the clash between the two, Li Fan was still superior. His giant smashed Meia's giant into pieces with a single punch. Meia was also sent crashing through several mountain peaks before finally stopping. As expected, Li Fan is impressive. Only you are this strong. Upon seeing this, Son Wukong expressed his admiration. Since Li Fan appeared, the person he admired the most was only Li Fan. Almost, he is an invincible existence. Not long after, Meia charged out from the mountain. But at this point, she seemed a bit disheveled. Today, I admit defeat. However, next time, I will definitely get back everything with interest. Don't get too comfortable. By the way, there's another thing, which is that you are quite interesting. Suddenly, Meia looked at Li Fan and said this. Li Fan was taken aback, shaking his head, indicating that he didn't quite understand what Meia meant. We'll meet again if there's a chance. A smile curved at the corner of Meia's mouth, and after saying that, she used her sky dance technique to leave the place. What is she talking about? I completely didn't understand. Li Fan shook his head and chose not to think about it. However, it seems he did guess one thing right. That is, Meia really isn't as evil as that cell. This is indeed a good thing. After all, it's no coincidence that Mia is referred to as the most perfect warrior, and her potential even surpasses that of Li Fan. This is something Li Fan has to admit. Such a potential warrior is better off staying on Earth. Who knows when he might be needed in the future. Turning around immediately, he was surprised to find that this place had already become a mess. The ground was pockmarked, and some mountains had been completely crushed. The originally lush green hills and clear waters had now turned into desolate mountains and polluted waters. Well, for the time being, he couldn't control his energy. Chapter 89. Originally, it seemed that the matter of androids in this timeline had come to an end, and Earth had returned to its former peace. However, just like Cell from the original story, who came from the third timeline, this timeline was no exception. In a high sky above a mountain plain, the space shook violently, followed by a flash of light as a time machine appeared in the sky. Bang! After a while, it landed on the ground. Clang! The hatch was kicked open forcefully, and immediately, a green creature appeared. Ha! 17 and 18, I'm here. Wait for me. The green creature was indeed Cell from the third timeline, and in that world, androids 14 and 18 had already been eliminated by Trunks. Therefore, he had no choice but to kill Trunks and use his time machine to arrive in this timeline. However, Cell was unaware that androids 17 and 18 in this timeline no longer existed. Meanwhile, at this moment, Li Fan was still at home training. Of course, Li Fan didn't only focus on training. He occasionally accompanied Bulma for shopping, took care of the kids, and did all those things. Now, Li Fan turned his attention to a higher form of development. That is Super Saiyan 3. Although in the original Dragon Ball, only Goku and Gotenks achieved this form, while Vegeta could never reach this level no matter how hard he trained. However, Li Fan believed there was a reason why Vegeta couldn't reach it. For instance, Goku reached this form only after dying and training in the afterlife. Gotenks, on the other hand, was different. After all, he was a fusion of two people. The Super Saiyan form has requirements for energy output, and your energy must be sufficient to withstand consumption. Even Goku, in the original story, could not maintain this form for long. The energy and physical strength consumption were simply beyond what Super Saiyan 2 could compare with. However, similarly, this form could enhance the normal state by 400 times. Excluding Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, this form was considered the strongest. Of course, Gohan's mysterious state might be an exception, but for now, Li Fan felt that he still needed to find ways to break through the Super Saiyan 3 level. Later, he could pursue even stronger realms. As for why Li Fan felt he could transform into Super Saiyan 3 now, the reason was simple. Utilizing his infinite regeneration ability, he had actually achieved a significant breakthrough during his battle in the future timeline. Moreover, because he was an infinite regeneration body, he could still recover a portion of his energy. Therefore, he believed that if he increased his energy output significantly, he might really be able to break through. No. It seems that this place is not suitable for me to break through. Li Fan suddenly considered a problem. You must know that if he were to break through to Super Saiyan 3, the might would undoubtedly be tremendous. In the original story, even the King Kai's realm was affected by Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3, let alone here. After figuring this out, Li Fan had an idea. Since he had instant transmission, why not train on another planet? With instant transmission, the so-called distance is just a blink of an eye. Thinking it, Li Fan immediately used instant transmission and disappeared from his spot. Whoosh! The next moment, Li Fan found himself on a planet with a very high density in the solar system. Moreover, the environment of this planet was extremely harsh, with gravity many times that of Earth. At times, violent winds swept through. It was clearly not a place where humans could live. However, such a harsh environment was the best training ground for Li Fan. So, let's try to transform into Super Saiyan 3, Li Fan said, and immediately clenched his fists. Huh! With a roar of fury, the surrounding air was directly shaken away by the powerful aura erupting from Li Fan's body. At the same time, golden energy surged forth. Like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. Soon, arcs of electricity accompanied it. Crackle. Electric snakes surged around Li Fan, elevating his momentum to a peak. It was clear that Li Fan had already transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Hmph. Next comes Super Saiyan 3. Transform for me. Roar. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Li Fan did not stop, but instead increased his energy output significantly. Accompanied by the vast output of energy from Li Fan, the surrounding ground began to crack. The already harsh planet was buffeted by the fierce winds. However, even the gale hundreds of miles away from Li Fan was all blown away by his terrifying aura. Swish! The golden energy was continuously rising. Li Fan's face was contorted. His whole body was bulging with veins. He had already reached the peak of energy output. However, Li Fan did not succeed in transforming. Although his current energy was terrifying, it felt like something was still missing. That threshold seemed to be hard to break through. Roar. Li Fan finally couldn't hold on any longer and deflated. Cough, cough, I failed. Li Fan gasped for breath and said, "The output of energy at this level is far beyond what Li Fan can recover, even with his regeneration ability. Moreover, he hasn't been able to break through yet. What exactly is the problem? Could it be that he is moving too fast? He just recently broke through to Super Saiyan 2 and is already trying to transform into Super Saiyan 3. It took Sun Wukong 3 years to reach that level. Never mind. Let's focus on training for a while. This planet seems quite suitable for it." Li Fan made up his mind to train on this unknown planet. He couldn't believe that if Sun Wukong could achieve Super Saiyan 3 in the original story, why couldn't he? Chapter 90. Clear skies and scorching sun. Monster, don't eat me. The cries of despair echoed across the fields. In a stretch of farmland, an innocent farmer was unfortunate enough to encounter a green monster that brutally swallowed him whole. The scene was extremely brutal. This green creature was Cell, who had come from another timeline. During his time on Earth, he was surprised to discover something. There was no trace of Android 17 or 18. Damn it, where did 17 and 18 go? I went to Dr. Jero's lab, and it was completely flattened. Logically, they should be slaughtering humans rampantly. So why is there no sign of them from my timeline? Without finding Android 17 and 18, Cell had no choice but to consume humans to evolve. However, since these humans had very low power levels, the effect was quite minimal. But now, without having completed his evolution, Cell dared not seek out Sun Wukong and the others. After all, with his current power, he would likely just meet his demise. It seems I need to devour more people. At worst, I'll start consuming some martial artists and later continue searching for Android 17 and 18. Cell made up his mind. With that thought, he dug a hole in the ground and jumped right in. This is Shalu's usual style. Before evolution, survival is the way. At this point, Shara had never doubted it. Meanwhile, in the West capital, Vegeta was quite frustrated. He had already learned the transformation method to Super Saiyan 2 from Li Fan, but he was stuck at that threshold and couldn't break through. Because of this, Vegeta was starting to have doubts about life. When he went to find Li Fan, he discovered that Li Fan had long since left Earth. Damn it, it seemed he could only go to that Kakarot guy. Vegeta said helplessly. Of course, he didn't want Kakarot to have transformed into Super Saiyan 2 before him, but it seemed he couldn't break through this threshold. So, feeling helpless, he could only go find Son Goku. With this thought, Vegeta pointed between his eyebrows and used instant transmission, disappearing from the spot. This instant transmission is now not only used by Sun Wukong and Li Fan, but Vegeta has also learned this skill. The last time Sun Wukong and Vegeta realized the practicality of instant transmission, they left Earth for a trip to Yardrat. So, instant transmission is no longer exclusive to Sun Wukong. Because of Li Fan, there is a significant difference between this timeline and the original timeline. In a vast desert, a man dressed in a martial arts uniform with the character Turtle written on the back is practicing here. He swings his fists at the air, occasionally releasing energy blasts that crash into the desert, causing a huge stir. It's so much fun to fight. Beside him, there's even a little cat. Go for it. Mr. Yamcha. This little cat is cheering for the man. And this man is Yamcha, the disciple of Master Roshi. Unlike in the original story, this version of Yamcha seems to enjoy training more. Ever since the Saiyan incident, Yamcha has returned to the desert to continue his training. And later, he even received a gravity training room from Li Fan to aid his training. So now, his battle power is not in the millions. But he definitely possesses battle power in the hundreds of thousands. This combat power is already among the top on Earth, except for the freakish aliens. Yamcha, I can't believe I would encounter this guy here. In the distance, a hole suddenly appeared on the surface, and a monster crawled out, staring at Yamcha. Of course, it seems that Yamcha hasn't noticed the appearance of this green creature yet. Moreover, it looks like the cat next to him is not bad either. Just looking at it makes me want to eat it. Cell thought excitedly. Right now, he doesn't want to provoke those terrifying Saiyans, but he feels no pressure at all against these Earthlings. With this in mind, Cell decided to stop hiding himself. Boom! With a loud bang, he burst out of the surface. Nanny? Yamcha quickly turned around and found a green monster standing behind him. This monster is incredibly ugly. Moreover, it looks like it means trouble. Where are you? What are you doing in my training place? Yamcha asked, pointing at Cell. What am I? You don't need to know that. Anyway, I know you are Yamcha, and soon, you'll be taken down by me. Cell said gloomily. Yamcha, sir. Poir was so scared that he hid behind Yamcha. So it seems you came looking for trouble? Well, that's fine. It has been a while since I fought. Today, let me show you my terrifying power. Huh? Yamcha shouted, and instantly a white aura erupted from his body, causing the surrounding air to be violently disturbed. Extraordinary combat power. Oh, I didn't expect you to reach this level in this timeline, but it's just right. Your increased power will undoubtedly benefit me. Cell said coldly. Although Yamcha's strength is not comparable to a Saiyan, it far exceeds that of ordinary Earthlings. Devouring hundreds of ordinary humans is nowhere near as satisfying as devouring a martial artist. No more nonsense. Prepare tout dit. Huh. Yamcha shouted loudly and charged at Cell with a fierce attack. His speed was incredibly fast, and his fists were as sharp as a wild wolf. Bang, bang, bang. He threw dozens of punches at Cell. However, Cell didn't even make a move, allowing Yamcha to attack as he pleased, as if he couldn't even scratch Cell's hair. Chapter 91. Such a hard shell? My attacks have no effect at all? After throwing hundreds of punches at Cell to no avail, Yamcha exclaimed in surprise. You should know that my combat power is not what it used to be. Why is this happening today? What kind of monster is this guy? Bang. After kicking Salu fiercely, Yamcha flipped in air. He landed dozens of meters away before he finally came to a stop. Is that all the strength you have? It doesn't hurt me at all, Salu said disdainfully. Damn it. Don't be so arrogant. Take this move. Kamehameha. After saying that, Yamcha immediately struck the classic pose, and a dazzling white energy wave began to gather between his hands. Kamehameha? Not bad. Unfortunately, if you use it, it won't work at all. Salu, being a creature with numerous warrior cells, was naturally very familiar with this Kamehameha energy wave. At this moment, Yamcha had completed his energy gathering, and the white energy wave shot fiercely toward Salu. The momentum was very strong, like a dragon emerging from the sea. Unfortunately, while this seemed to be Yamcha's strongest move, to Salu, it was simply a weak attack. Suddenly, something astonishing happened. Just as the energy wave was about to approach Salu's body, Salu suddenly opened his huge mouth and directly swallowed the Kamehameha whole. Gulp. After swallowing it, he even let out a satisfied sound. It was as if Yamcha's energy wave was meant for him to eat. How is that possible? At this point, Yamcha was completely shocked. To think that someone could eat a Kamehameha, it was simply unheard of and unseen. This guy is definitely a monster. Of course, in the original Dragon Ball, there was a similar incident when little Goku first arrived in the Heavenly Realm, where Sun Wukong's Kamehameha was eaten by bubbles. But this was something that Yamcha was unaware of. However, it can't be ruled out that there's an element of showing off in Cell's actions. If the energy from that Kamehameha had been unleashed by Li Fan or Sun Wukong, how could Cell dare to swallow it? In that case, Cell would probably have been done for right then and there. It was only because he was facing Yamcha, a mere earthling, that he had the idea of wanting to show off. Sure enough, he completely intimidated Yamcha. At this moment, Yamcha also started to panic. This guy is getting a bit too strong. It's not something he can handle. The only option now is to escape. With this thought, Yamcha came up with an idea. You monster, it seems your strength is quite impressive. If you can take my next move, I'll admit defeat, Yamcha said, pretending to be calm. Oh, upon hearing this, Cell also became interested. A weakling like this dares to say such things? But that doesn't matter. Anyway, devouring Yamcha today is a must. Then it's settled. Bang! Yamcha let out a cold laugh and suddenly leaped into the air. He soared into the sky. At this moment, the sun was blazing, and it seemed like a scorching sun was right behind Yamcha. Cell didn't think much of it, just looked up at Yamcha in the sky, curious about what kind of trick this guy wanted to play. Immediately after, a smile appeared at the corner of Yamcha's mouth. This move, he learned from Tianjin Fan. Although it doesn't have much attack power, this move has always been effective. Yamcha made a strange gesture, spreading his hands and placing them on either side of his forehead. Then, with a loud shout from above, Yamcha yelled, "Solar flare!" In an instant, blinding sunlight burst forth, enveloping the entire space, turning everything in the desert into pure white, the sunlight radiating as if it were solid. Not good. This is the solar flare. Damn it. The blinding light made Cell's vision blur. At that moment, Yamcha moved with the speed of a striking bolt. He used the instant transmission to take Poir and fly far away. Flowers, please. Damn it. You bastard. Don't think you can escape like this. Cell couldn't open his eyes and immediately burrowed into the ground. Facing a powerful opponent like Cell, Yamcha used all his strength and flew several hundred miles in one breath. Cough, cough, cough. I really don't know what kind of monster that is. But now, you shouldn't be able to catch up, right? Let's take a break. Yamcha gasped heavily. Yes, young Master Yamcha. How about resting on the ground for a while? Poor said to Yamcha. Yamcha was indeed tired, so he landed on the ground and found a cool place to sit down. However, at this moment, Yamcha was very serious. How come such a strong being emerged on Earth without anyone knowing? If he hadn't learned the solar flare just now, he would have been done for. Just when Yamcha thought everything was fine, something surprising happened. The ground behind him suddenly sank in, and a green figure emerged with lightning speed, extending a large tail and pulling Yamcha's head inside as he was deep in thought. Ugh! Bang, bang, bang! Yamcha struggled violently. Young Master Yamcha, you monster! Let go of young Master Yamcha. Poor shouted. Ha ha, little thing. It will be your turn soon. Don't be anxious. Slurp. Gulp. Immediately, Cell swallowed Yamcha whole. Instantly, Cell's body seemed to become much bulkier, his previously hunched frame becoming more upright. A battle power of hundreds of thousands? Ha ha. It's definitely much better than those weaklings with a power level of 5. After speaking, Cell looked at the trembling Poir. Gagaga. Next, it's your turn, little thing. Chapter 92. Don't. Poir was truly frightened by this ugly creature. Even Yamcha was absorbed. What could a small pet like him do? Escape. That was Poir's last thought. Unfortunately, just as Poir was about to fly away, Cell's tail struck fiercely, aiming at Poir. Whoosh! A powerful suction pulled Poir into Cell's tail. Gulp! Cell swallowed the little thing whole. Ha ha! This little thing actually tastes quite good. No way. Cell suddenly paused. The next moment, a more triumphant expression appeared on his face. Ha ha ha! What a prophet! Cell didn't expect that he was just eating a little cat, but he didn't expect to gain such a big reward. This little thing actually has the ability to transform, and since Cell has devoured Poir, he naturally has this ability to transform as well. Moreover, it might be even stronger in Cell. With this ability, it can be put to good use. After saying that, Cell had an idea. Boom! Immediately, Cell transformed and directly became the form of Yamcha, who he had just devoured. Hee. Now, it's much more convenient for me to carry out my plans, Yamcha said with a wicked smile. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Yamcha that Cell transformed into flew off into the distance. Splash! In front of waterfall, a man with his upper body bare was practicing. The most noticeable feature was that he had 3 eyes. He was none other than Tien, who had once won the World Martial Arts Tournament. In this timeline, with his incredible perseverance and the help of the Gravity Training Room, his battle power has surpassed the 1,000,000 mark. Although he is not as terrifying as a Saiyan right now, he is still a top existence on Earth. Of course, he is a martial artist with ambitions. He is determined to surpass Sun Wukong. Although the gap is widening, he has never slackened. Not far away, a short figure is also engaged in some kind of training, as he is manipulating a stone larger than himself with telekinesis. This is the unique superpower of dumplings. Someone is coming. The Tianjin rice, which was in training, frowned. Someone is coming. And it seems that this person's strength is not weak. The atmosphere is. Just when Tianjin Fan was still in doubt, a voice came over. Hey, Tianjin Fan, long time no see. Tianjin Fan turned around and saw Yamcha greeting him. Yamcha? What are you doing here? Tianjin Fan said, a bit surprised. Logically speaking, shouldn't Yamcha be training in the desert or flirting with girls? How could he have the leisure to come here? Haha, it's just that I've had a breakthrough in strength recently, so I wanted to spar with you. Yamcha said with a smile. Just in time, I need an opponent too. Tianjin Fan also smiled. However, why does it feel like Yamcha is a bit strange today? Never mind, let's have a fight first. Yamcha, long time no see. Jiaozi also flew over and said to Yamcha, hello, Jiaozi. Although Yamcha appeared to be composed on the surface, he actually had thoughts in his mind. It seems like he also has information about this little guy in his brain. This little thing seems to have some kind of superpower, huh? TSK. This is a good thing. Now, Cell feels that this move of his is really awesome. Although he can't find Android 17 and 18, he can use some guys with special abilities to make himself even more powerful. Great, in that case, let's go. After saying that, Yamcha struck a pose. Of course, originally, Yamcha wanted to swallow Tien directly, but now, he has the idea of playing around. Moreover, he has Tien's data, so he knows his moves inside and out. However, since Yamcha's strength can improve, Tien must be stronger, right? Alright, here it comes. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in Tien's eyes as he rushed towards Yamcha. Yamcha also threw a punch. Bang! When their fists collided, Tien's expression suddenly changed. What terrifying strength! Instantly, Tien could no longer control his body and was sent flying backward. Bang! He barely stabilized himself. He didn't even crash into the cliff. Truly impressive. Yamcha, he thought to himself. What an astonishing power. Is this still the same Yamcha from before? Tien thought in surprise. It's important to note that the previous Yamcha was definitely not his opponent, and now, with just one strike, he was pushed back so far, while Yamcha seemed to handle it as easily as breathing. Come on. Tien charged at Yamcha again. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the two began to fight fiercely. But with this exchange, Tien increasingly felt that this Yamcha was not simple. Although Yamcha's moves and aura were exactly the same, it was somewhat absurdly strong. Bang! In no time, Tien's body was forcefully smashed into the cliff, truly unable to withstand a single blow. However, it was useful for me, Yamcha said with a cold smile. After a long time, Tien finally stumbled out. Dean, Kaiatsu, also came to Tien's side, glaring at Yamcha. It was clearly just a match, but this seemed a bit excessive. Right? You're not Yamcha. Who exactly are you? Tien finally confirmed and shouted loudly. Hee, what does it matter who I am? In any case, today, you are destined to be devoured by me. Ha ha ha. Yamcha looked at Tien and Kaiatsu, a sinister smile appearing on his face as he stepped closer to the two. Chapter 93 Ding Dong. School was over for Son Gohan, and he happily walked out of the school gate, ready to find a secluded place to use the instant transmission to fly back, when he unexpectedly discovered that his father, Son Goku, had come to pick him up from school. Dad! Seeing Son Goku come to pick him up, Son Gohan couldn't help but happily run over and call out. Oh, originally, Son Goku was searching for Son Gohan among the group of kids, but he didn't expect Son Gohan to come looking for him. Gohan, Dad is here to take you home, Son Goku said kindly to Son Gohan. Great. At this moment, Son Wukong didn't think too much and immediately flew off with Son Gohan. However, what Son Gohan didn't notice was the fleeting look of conspiracy in Son Wukong's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Both of them used the flying technique and flew towards the distance. However, as they flew, Son Gohan increasingly felt that something was off. Logically speaking, his dad was a born martial arts enthusiast, so why was he suddenly coming to pick him up today? Moreover, his dad seemed strange today. Thinking of this, Son Gohan suddenly stopped. Huh? Gohan, why did you stop? Son Wukong asked with a harmless smile. Dad, why do I feel like you're acting strange today? Son Gohan suddenly asked. What? Strange? Where am I strange? Son Wukong replied. You're definitely overthinking it. Hurry back, it's almost 6 o'clock. Your mom will be worried. Son Wukong said with a smile. However, as soon as he said that, Son Gohan suddenly realized. You're not my dad? Who are you really? Son Gohan pointed at Son Wukong. Good boy. How could I not be your dad? You're overthinking it, huh? Son Wukong laughed. Humph. Do you think my dad would come to pick me up? Plus, you have many flaws. Stop pretending. Tell me, who are you? Son Gohan, with his scholar's mind, quickly noticed Son Wukong's differences. Humph. I didn't expect you to be such a smart little brat. Fine. I won't pretend anymore. Huh. In an instant, Son Wukong transformed into a green monster. However, at this time, Cell had already evolved. He had devoured Yamcha, Pu'er, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and several martial artists on Earth. Therefore, although his current power wasn't as terrifying as his perfect form, it was definitely not weaker than Android 17 and 18. Now, dealing with a small Son Gohan should be a piece of cake. Damn it. How dare you impersonate my dad? I won't let you go. Huh. Son Gohan was instantly furious, his aura soaring to the sky, and the surrounding air began to ripple violently. Although Son Gohan had not yet reached Super Saiyan, his normal combat power was still terrifying. At least, his normal combat power was already close to 10 million. Haha, indeed, this power feels great. If I devour you, I might be able to ascend to the next level. Gagaga. Cell's eyes were filled with desire. He needed to keep devouring. After devouring the martial artists, he first set his sights on Son Gohan. As long as he devoured Son Gohan, he could then think of a way to devour Son Wukong or Vegeta. Even without Androids 17 and 18, he might still be able to reach his perfect form. Seeking death. Huh. Son Gohan roared angrily, instantly charging towards Cell like lightning. Tap, top, top, bang, bang, bang. Arriving in front of Cell, he unleashed a series of attacks. Various techniques emerged one after another. Punches and kicks were all used. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this your power? Not bad, Cell said with a sneer. But your strength should be more than this, right? He seemed to sense that Son Gohan was hiding a very terrifying power. Unfortunately, at this moment, Son Gohan couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan. So his attacks against someone of Cell's level were truly insignificant. Bang! Before long, Cell kicked Son Gohan away with great force. Swish! Son Gohan steadied himself. But his face looked very bad. He now realized that this monster's power was above his. Damn it, I should have trained properly back then, Son Gohan said with great regret. Although he also trained, it was only a small part of his time. Most of it was spent on studying. This led to the current situation. Gohan, Komon, Cell sneered, and the next moment, he aimed both hands at Son Gohan. In an instant, Son Gohan's expression changed. What's going on? Is it unresponsive? This is exactly the unique ability of the Cell, but after gaining this power, Cell became even more formidable. He immediately captured Son Gohan, who had a combat power in the tens of millions. Hmph. Now let's see where you can run. Cell sneered, then approached Son Gohan. You monster. Son Gohan gritted his teeth and said. Unfortunately, Cell wouldn't listen to Son Gohan's nonsense here, and directly aimed his tail at Son Gohan's body. Instantly, an incredibly massive gravitational force was released from his tail. In no time, he swallowed Son Gohan in a flash. Gulp! Ha ha ha! This feeling is so refreshing. No wonder he possesses such a high-level power. Wait, what is this? In an instant, Cell's eyes widened. It was as if he sensed something incredible. After a moment of daze, Cell said in astonishment, what a terrifying potential. Chapter 94. After devouring Son Gohan, Cell did not continue with other activities, but directly landed on the ground. At this moment, Cell was undergoing earth-shattering changes. After devouring Son Gohan, he felt the terrifying potential that Son Gohan possessed. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of energy began to erupt from Cell's body, and soon, golden energy started to envelop his form. The immense energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, soaring into the sky. Unstoppable, the surrounding ground was cracking with numerous fissures. Before long, centered around Cell, strong winds began to whip up, with thunder and lightning flashing. Countless sands and stones were all shaken up by this powerful energy. Within 100 miles, countless animals fled in panic. This energy is truly terrifying. Crackle. Arcs of electricity are constantly flickering around him. This feeling, unprecedentedly powerful. Roar. Cell's voice echoes on the earth for a long time. As the light dissipates, Cell's originally ugly face has completely disappeared, instead becoming even more handsome. His physique is also vastly different from before. Although he became much more robust after absorbing many martial artists, he still resembled a monster more than a human. But now it's different. Perfect contours, a strong build, an aristocratic face, he has achieved a perfect form. Moreover, bolts of lightning are flashing around him from time to time. Cell, without having absorbed androids 17 and 18, surprisingly reached his perfect form and even further broke through in this state, directly attaining the form of Lightning Cell. Ha ha ha, is this my power? It's simply exhilarating, unprecedentedly fierce. Cell looks at his hands in astonishment. He never expected that surpassing Gohan would allow him to reach this form directly. This is not just a perfect form. It's even stronger than a perfect form. Ha ha, as expected, I'm the most perfect warrior. Now, no one on Earth can match me. Ha ha ha. Feeling the overwhelming energy surging through his body, Cell was utterly arrogant. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta, who were fighting in the skies above the Capsule Corporation, were stunned. This energy is so strong. It seems comparable to Leaf fans. Could it be Piccolo? Goku said in surprise. No, that's not right, it's not that guy. This energy is very similar to your son's. Vegeta said coldly. Nanny? Gohan? This is unscientific. Goku was completely taken aback. Although his son had great potential, Gohan hadn't even reached the most basic Super Saiyan form. How could he be this strong? Who cares if it's scientific or not? Let's go see for ourselves. Before Goku could respond, Vegeta pointed his finger to his forehead and used instant transmission to disappear. Hey, no way, I have to go see too. Goku also used instant transmission to follow. Meanwhile, Piccolo in the other world was also stunned. This energy is so powerful. It's even stronger than mine. Is this Gohan's? Whoosh, whoosh. On the plane where Cell was located, the space trembled, and two figures appeared. It was Goku and Vegeta, who had arrived using instant transmission. Nanny? The green guy? This thing actually has your son's energy. Hmph. This is getting more and more interesting, Vegeta said with a cold smile. But Goku began to worry. Hmph. You two have come after all, Goku and Vegeta, Cell said with a cold smile. His tone gave off an air of superiority. Who are you? How do you have my son's energy? Goku shouted, pointing at Cell. Hmph. Goku, let me tell you, I am Cell, the most perfect warrior created by Dr. Gero. Upon hearing this, Goku was slightly taken aback. The most perfect warrior? Wasn't there already a Maya before? Why is there another one now? Whatever kind of perfect warrior you are, tell me why you have Gohan's energy. Goku was still very worried about his son. Hmph. The reason is quite simple. It's because I absorbed him. And your other friends, including Tien, Yamcha, and that little bald head, I devoured them all. Ha ha. Cell didn't hide it. Because he was very confident now, possessing the strength to dominate them all. The reason Cell had just released his energy was purely to attract these guys. Nanny? You actually absorbed them? Upon hearing this, Goku felt as if lightning had struck him. Yeah, what's wrong? Ha ha ha. Do you want to be absorbed by me too? Ha ha. If you want, I wouldn't mind, Cell said with a cold smile. Damn it. Unforgivable. Goku's eyes were filled with rage, and before he knew it, he had transformed into Super Saiyan full power. He couldn't believe that Cell had absorbed his son and Krillin. This was simply unforgivable. Huh. Suddenly, Goku let out a furious roar, and the violent energy on his body surged violently. Whoosh. Immediately after, a fierce look flashed in Goku's eyes, and his figure shot towards Cell like lightning. Nanny? It seems Kakarot's strength is even greater than when we sparred earlier. Could it be because of his anger? Vegeta said in surprise. Oh, interesting. Unfortunately, you are facing a super powerful being that you will never defeat, Cell. Cell said disdainfully as he looked at Goku charging at him. Tapto Jinmui Lambang. Goku's attack was extremely fierce, and this punch carried endless power, with golden light on his fist blazing like fire, full of heat and explosive force. The wind from the punch roared, causing the space to start screaming. However, this ultimate punch from Goku was caught by Cell. Hmph. As expected of Goku, such powerful energy. It's just a pity that I'm stronger than you. After Cell finished speaking, he kicked fiercely, delivering a heavy blow to Goku's abdomen. Bang! This kick is no joke, directly sending son Wukong flying dozens of yards. He rolled in midair. Along the way, he smashed countless rocks before finally coming to a stop. Hiss! This monster actually, seeing this, even a usually incredibly proud Vegeta couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Isn't Cell's power a bit too excessive? With just one kick, he actually sent son Wukong flying to this extent? Boom! However, son Wukong is not someone who would easily be knocked down by Cell. In the next moment, a massive surge of energy erupted from where son Wukong stood, accompanied by gusts of fierce wind. Son Wukong's figure moved like a shadow, swiftly cutting through space. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. He unleashed dozens of punches at Cell. Each punch carried all his strength. Every strike was lethal, not holding back at all. Bang bang bang, whoosh. In an instant, the previously arrogant Cell was actually forced back several steps. Nanny? This son Wukong has such powerful abilities when he gets angry? Cell also began to feel a bit surprised. After all, he is the most perfect and powerful warrior, yet he's being pushed back by this guy? It seems like he can't hold back anymore. Huh. Suddenly, with a loud roar, Cell's aura surged even more violently, and his retreat came to an abrupt halt. At the same time, a glint of determination flashed in Cell's eyes. He decided to stop defending. New Wolf Fong Fist. Huh. Cell directly used Yamcha's New Wolf Fong Fist. Instantly, Cell's moves became like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, his attacks becoming sharper and sharper, with no defense whatsoever. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. With Cell unleashing the New Wolf Fong Fist, the battle transformed into a crushing style. Almost every punch landed with full force. Bang bang bang. Gradually, son Wukong's injuries increased, and his stamina was also gradually depleting. Then he was hit by Cell's heavy punch and sent flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Son Wukong was smashed into a distant mountain, unable to move for a long time. Hmph. Trash. After finishing all this, Cell said disdainfully, "You, don't forget, there's a Saiyan prince standing right here." Vegeta shouted angrily, "Is this guy looking down on him? You? Forget it. Everyone knows your level of power." What a pathetic chicken. Cell said dismissively, "Nanny? You bastard. What the hell did you just say? Wow, wow, wow. I want to let you off. Cell's words immediately plunged Vegeta into a rage. How dare this guy look down on him? The most important thing to Vegeta is his dignity, and this green creature actually dared to say such words. Simply asking for death. Whoosh! A golden light suddenly appeared, and Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. The golden figure moved like lightning. He flew towards Cell. Unfortunately, Vegeta's attack was suddenly fierce, but he was facing Cell, who had already reached his lightning form. Bang! Accompanied by a huge noise. Vegeta's fist was directly caught by Cell. Moreover, it seemed to be very effortless. Vegeta, with this little power of yours. Even the recent Goku wasn't a match for me, and you don't even need to mention it. Bang! Immediately, Cell's fist struck fiercely at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta staggered back 2 steps, ultimately kneeling on the ground in pain. TCH, what a weakling, Cell said disdainfully. Originally, he thought that Goku and Vegeta would give him a bit of surprise, but in the end, both of them were knocked down by him. How boring. It seems that you cannot become my opponents, so you will become the nourishment for my strength. Ha. Suddenly, a cruel smile appeared on Cell's face. With the wonderful feeling of having devoured Gohan earlier, Cell was beginning to enjoy devouring even more. Once he devoured these Saiyans on Earth, he would become the strongest and most invincible being in the entire universe. Of course, he was very confident that he had already reached the strongest in the universe. But no one would ever complain about their power becoming even stronger. Thinking of this, the tail that had been hidden behind Cell suddenly revealed itself. It stretched out toward Vegeta. Nanny? You bastard. Vegeta was instantly shocked. This guy actually wants to eat him? How is this possible? Boom. In an instant, Vegeta endured the excruciating pain and shot up from the ground, just barely dodging Cell's tail. And Cell's tail missed completely. Nanny? You think you can escape? TSK. You can't run away. Ha. After Cell finished speaking, his figure moved like lightning, sweeping towards Vegeta. Damn it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Immediately, Vegeta executed the prince's battle technique, firing energy blasts from his hands. Bang, bang, bang. It was like a machine gun firing, with energy blasts filling the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These energy blasts continuously rained down towards Cell. A mere trick, Cell sneered as he flew in, his figure becoming ghostly, starting to dodge effortlessly. Even faced with countless energy blasts, Cell's evasion seemed very easy. Bang, bang, bang. Some energy blasts were directly swatted away by Cell. Vegeta watched in astonishment. Damn it, is this really that exaggerated? But now is not the time to be surprised. Vegeta shouted angrily and threw a punch. Bang. Unfortunately, at that moment, Cell had already reacted and swiftly caught Vegeta's fist. Moreover, Cell forcefully yanked it back. Then he swung another fist. Bang. A heavy punch struck Vegeta's abdomen hard. Doof. In an instant, Vegeta's face turned pale, and with a painful cry, he was sent flying by that powerful punch. TSK. It turns out he really is something that can't withstand a hit. Since that's the case, he should become my nourishment. After Cell finished speaking, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he darted towards the direction Vegeta was flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, Cell caught hold of Vegeta's head. The prince of all Saiyans really is something that can't take a hit. Unfortunately, you're about to become my nourishment. After Cell said this, his tail extended out again. The act of devouring Vegeta was inevitable. However, at that moment, a round energy came flying in, and before Cell could react, zing! A powerful cutting force sliced through Cell's tail. Crack! What the hell? Instantly, Cell's expression changed, and a strong pain made him drop Vegeta. It hurts like hell. Cell's tail fell off, and he screamed in pain. Turning around, he looked angrily at the instigator of this incident. Piccolo, so it was you. Cell gritted his teeth and said, although he had regenerative abilities, it didn't mean he couldn't feel pain. I didn't expect you to actually know my name. You should surrender immediately. Otherwise, this Demon King will definitely make you know what pain truly is. Piccolo said arrogantly. That's hilarious. How dare you say such things? At that moment, Cell clenched his fist, and then something surprising happened that made Piccolo astonished. The tail that had just been cut off actually regrew. Does this guy have the Namekian ability to regrow severed limbs? Piccolo thought in surprise. But right now, there was no time to think about that. The priority was to take down Cell. Then he could rescue Gohan and the others. If he was late, it would really be too late. Seeking death. Suddenly, Piccolo shouted loudly, threw off his cloak, and charged fiercely at Cell. "Hmph, just you?" Cell said disdainfully. However, at that moment, Cell was filled with rage. Damn it, this Piccolo actually dared to cut off his tail, which was unforgivable. However, based on his memories, this guy was just a weakling, hardly worth mentioning. He could easily take care of this guy. Huh. Immediately, Cell swung his fist at Piccolo fiercely. Bang! The two fists collided, instantly sparking a flash of electricity. Piccolo was violently knocked back several meters by Cell's punch. Nanny? This Piccolo is actually a bit stronger than the previous Goku? What the hell? Instantly, Cell thought in surprise. In his memories, Piccolo was completely a weakling. How did he become completely different here? But who cares? Since your strength is great, that means after I devour you, I'll become even stronger? Cell's initial surprise completely turned into a different thought. Damn it, Piccolo was also a bit shocked. This guy's strength is indeed extraordinary. But so what? I'm gonna stop this guy today. Please send flowers otherwise. If he swallows Son Wukong and Vegeta and the others, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, now Piccolo has also realized something. Li Fan is not on Earth at all. He has gone to the universe. In that case, if he can't stop this Cell, then it seems no one on Earth would be able to stop this guy. Swish! Thinking of this, Piccolo launched another fierce attack on Cell. At this moment, Vic has unleashed all of his energy at 100. Process combat technique. Various attacking methods. He used them all at once. However, what shocked him was, it seems that Cell is familiar with his attack patterns. No matter what method he uses to attack, he can perfectly block it. Hmph. I didn't expect this. Piccolo, your strength has actually reached this level. It's truly eye-opening. However, it's only going to end here. As he spoke, a gleam flashed in Cell's eyes, and then his fist suddenly increased in power. He punched out. Bang! It slammed hard into Piccolo's abdomen. Immediately, Cell took advantage of this opportunity to launch a powerful energy blast at Piccolo. Suddenly, a bright light erupted. The surrounding air trembled. Whoosh! The tremendous force directly sent Piccolo flying back. Huh! In the next moment, Cell shot out dozens of energy blasts toward Piccolo at lightning speed. The energy blast fell like a meteor shower, soon engulfing Piccolo in explosions. Boom! Boom! The area where Piccolo was located was filled with rolling smoke, and visibility was zero. Ha ha! You indeed exceeded my expectations, but unfortunately, you are facing the most perfect and powerful warrior in the universe. So, when it comes to fighting me, you still fall short. After finishing his words, Cell immediately flew towards Vegeta. Chapter 97, How Infuriating. Vegeta struggled to turn over, but he was completely out of energy. Meanwhile, Cell approached him with a sinister look on his face. He extended his tail, ready to devour Vegeta. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, none of you will escape from my grasp today, die. Ha! Instantly, a powerful attraction emanated from Cell's tail. Swoosh! Whoosh! Vegeta couldn't control his body. His head was sucked into the tail while his body struggled outside. Whoosh! However, something unexpected happened again. A circular energy blast shot towards him. Thud! It directly cut his tail in half. At the same time, Vegeta also landed on the ground. Ah, who is that guy again? I'll make you pay. Cell roared. His tail had been cut off time and again, and he was extremely displeased. Moreover, this feeling of pain was very uncomfortable. Cell was finally furious. No matter who it was, he wanted to tear them apart. It's me. The voice came over, and Cell looked in the direction of the sound. It was a youthful and beautiful girl in a denim jacket, standing in the distance, looking at him with great interest. Cell thought for a moment and expressed that he had never seen this woman before. Who are you? How dare you cut off my tail? I will make you pay with your life. Cell said through gritted teeth. Who am I? Ha ha, I am of course the ultimate android. That person is Mia. At this moment, in the distance, Son Wukong struggled to get up and looked at the newcomer, saying, you really know how to make me laugh, ultimate android. You? I am the ultimate android, the most potential and the most perfect warrior in the entire universe. Upon hearing Mia's words, Cell seemed to forget the pain he had just felt and smiled as he spoke. This woman is really funny. She actually dares to say such things to him. She really doesn't know life or death, nor does she understand the situation. I'm the most perfect ultimate android, okay? Whether it's true or not. We'll find out once we fight, right? Mia said with a smile. During this time living on Earth, Mia has experienced a lot, and her personality has gradually changed. She seems no longer so cold. Very well, I haven't settled the score with you for cutting off my tail, so don't blame me for being merciless. Just wait. I'm going to take your life. Roar. Suddenly, Cell let out a wild roar, and immediately, the tail behind him grew back, while golden flames surged around him, accompanied by flashes of lightning from time to time. He was truly enraged. He wanted to use thunderous means to forcibly kill this woman who was clinging to life. Indeed, there is something to you. Although I don't know where you came from, it is undeniable that your strength is quite impressive. Mia narrowed her eyes, sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Cell. However, she felt no fear, because she is the most perfect android. Therefore, today's Cell is doomed to fail. Whoosh. With that thought, golden flames erupted from Mia, like a blazing fire, filled with a sense of heat. Mia didn't reach a lightning form like Cell's. However, her strength was not that simple. Whoosh. A glint flashed in her eyes as she charged towards Cell first. At the same time, Cell also moved. Bang! In an instant, the two collided fiercely. But this collision was extraordinary. Cell's expression changed as the force from Mia's attack made him lose control of his body. Whoosh! He was forcefully sent flying. Boom! He finally crashed hard into a massive rock. Crack! In the next moment, the huge rock behind Cell split in two. Hiss! What terrifying power! Cell's face immediately darkened. What is this woman's background? What? Is this the so-called power of the ultimate android? How can she be as weak as an ant? Mia walked up to Sheru and said disdainfully, "You damn thing, don't be too arrogant." Huh. Upon hearing Mia's words, Sheru was instantly furious. He is the most perfect warrior in the entire universe. He had never doubted this. And now, being mocked by a woman? Damn it. This is intolerable. Huh. Cell furiously charged toward Mia. The air around him began to emit a series of hissing sounds. At the same time, Cell unleashed both fists, facing Mia head-on. He wanted this woman to pay the price. Between his fists, an immense energy was contained, filled with Cell's endless anger, as he aimed to smash Mia down. However, in the next moment, Cell was completely stunned. His two fists were unexpectedly caught by Mia. Instantly, all the power in his hands was neutralized. Hmph. Is your power really just this? If that's the case. After Mia finished speaking, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Before Cell could react, Mia had already kicked him hard on the chin. Poof! The powerful force sent Cell's body flying into the sky. Hmph! Mia sneered, and in the next moment, she used her aerial technique to chase after Cell's body. With her hands clenched, she struck down hard at Cell's 1.6-meter frame. The powerful force slammed into Cell's body. Poof! Instantly, Cell let out a painful cry as his body plummeted towards the ground at an incredible speed. Boom! Before long, Cell's body was forcefully smashed into the ground. The surrounding earth cracked inch by inch as a result. This guy is really nothing much. Yet he dares to claim to be the ultimate android. Bah! Mia scoffed disdainfully from the sky. Meanwhile, it took Cell quite a while to slowly get back up. You guy. Chapter 98. Cell gasped heavily. Having lost a lot of stamina after having his tail cut off twice, plus the battle, and the current situation was completely different from the original story, where Goku would give Cell some senzu beans. I don't believe it. Huh. Instantly, Cell, feeling quite displeased, charged up again. He couldn't believe that with his perfect body, he couldn't defeat a mere woman like Mia. So he attacked once more. Oh, you're quite interesting. Mia's face was filled with mockery. Her gaze was as if she were looking at a clown. In fact, she hadn't planned to be here today, but sensing a huge energy presence, and having nothing better to do, she decided to come and join the excitement. But once she got involved, she discovered that Cell actually claimed to be the ultimate android. Moreover, there was no information about Cell in her program. Anyway, Dr. Gero was already out of the picture, and that interesting guy seemed to be absent from Earth. So, she made her move. Huh. New Wolfang Fist. Goodness, Cell must have gotten anxious, as he immediately unleashed the so-called New Wolfang Fist at Mia. This attack is incredibly fierce, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. However, this move has a weakness. It has no defense at all. It's entirely focused on attack. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Cell's fists seem to transform into dozens of shadows, fiercely attacking Mia. But what Cell doesn't know is that Mia, like him, also possesses the cells of many warriors and is naturally aware of this new Wolfang Fist. However, she disdainfully chooses not to use it. Whoosh! Cell's attack is exceptionally fierce, and Mia has also retreated several feet. This gave Sheru a sense of hope. It turns out that this woman is not invincible after all. Isn't this? Driven back by herself? Thinking of this, Shala's confidence instantly surged. However, what she didn't know was that Mia already had other plans. Huh. With newfound confidence, Shalu immediately launched another fierce attack towards Mia. One punch, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, aimed for Mia's head. He wanted to turn Mia's head into mush with a single blow. However, although his punch came quickly, when it hit Mia, her body suddenly transformed into a phantom. Instantly, Shalu's pupils constricted. Not good. Phantom punch. He didn't expect to fall for such a petty trick. Shalu turned his head, and sure enough, Mia's fist followed closely, delivering dozens of punches to his head. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Shara was hit so hard that stars appeared before his eyes. Get down. Huh. Meanwhile, Mia tightened her grip and brought her hands down directly onto Sharu's head. Bang. What a heavy blow. Poof. In an instant, Cell's body fell back to the surface. Boom. Finally, it crashed into the ground, motionless. As expected of Mia, her power is still so strong. Sun Wukong set upon seeing this. It seems that Cell can be dealt with now, and his son should be fine too. Is this the ultimate android? Don't play dead. Get up quickly. Mia walked up to Cell and said coldly. She knew that the intensity of her previous attack was still not enough to take Cell out for good. Cough, 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 cough. At this moment, Cell was gasping for air, unsteadily getting up, looking very disheveled. Who are you? Why are you so strong? Cell asked. He was genuinely a bit scared now. Haven't I told you before? So it doesn't matter if you know now. Mia said coldly. Nanny? You. Cell's eyes were filled with a pitiful fear. He knew what those words represented. The feeling of a death threat began to arise. Slap. In the next moment, Mia grabbed Cell's head as if she were picking up a piece of trash. No, you can't kill me. Let me go. Cell began to struggle violently. Unfortunately, when Cell tried to forcefully break free with his hands, Mia directly yanked his arm down without even blinking. Ah! Cell screamed in pain. Although he had the ability to regenerate from severed limbs, he was completely exhausted and could not regenerate immediately. The pain was also incredibly unbearable for him. Please let me go. Cell was really scared. This woman was even more terrifying than those so-called Saiyans. Desperately pleading, he hoped Mia would spare his life. If you let me go, I will leave here. No. If you let me go, how about I be your dog? To survive, Cell said everything he could think of. Of course, as for living afterward, he would definitely find a time to devour Vegeta and the others, and then deal with this woman. How could the great Cell be content to be a dog? He initially thought that Mia, being a girl, would definitely soften her heart and let him go. However, he didn't expect that Mia was absolutely a decisive killer. She didn't even consider what Cell said. Sorry, I'm not interested. Crack. A killing intent flashed in Mia's eyes. And suddenly, amidst Cell's painful screams, his head was directly twisted off by her. Immediately afterward, an energy manifested between her palms. Whoosh. Boom. Cell's head was instantly turned to dust. Although Cell had the ability to regenerate from severed limbs, with his core damaged, he was done for. Then, she glanced around and flew off into the distance. She had no interest in rescuing these people, and she couldn't be bothered with such matters. It was already good enough that she hadn't killed these guys. Chapter 99 Whoosh. Winds were sweeping across the desolate land, and countless dust particles danced in the sky. The air was extremely thin, and the gravity was dozens of times that of Earth. This is a planet with extremely harsh environmental conditions. In the center of this wasteland, a tall figure stands there, motionless, as if it were a pillar. No matter how fierce the wind blows, I remain steadfast. The figure suddenly opened its closed eyes. Those deep eyes seemed capable of penetrating everything. I felt that step was within reach. Li Fan, who is cultivating on an unnamed planet, is striving to reach Super Saiyan 3. During this period, he has been training hard on this planet during the day and only instantaneously teleporting back at night. Of course, with the magical ability of instantaneous movement, being on another planet is just a stone's throw away for Li Fan. Moreover, this period of cultivation has made him feel that he is getting closer to reaching Super Saiyan 3. And now is the day he will break through. Swish! Suddenly, all the wild winds swirling around Li Fan are stirred away by his overwhelming aura. Hoa! At the same time, Li Fan clenches his fists and lets out a mighty roar. In the midst of the swirling sand and dust, a scene emerges that is completely out of place with the surroundings. A golden aura surges up like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable, accompanied by flashes of lightning. It is extraordinarily domineering. Roar. This is Li Fan's Super Saiyan 2 transformation. However, Li Fan does not intend to stop here. He aims to advance towards a higher and stronger direction. The first goal is to achieve the Super Saiyan 3 form. After a period of training, Li Fan has elevated his energy to a higher level, and he's also made a new breakthrough in the output of his energy. Roar. Li Fan continues to emit a beast-like roar. His aura is becoming increasingly violent. Within 1,000 miles, all the dust and sand have disappeared. Only far away can the fierce winds be felt. At the same time, the entire planet is shaking violently, as if a tremendous earthquake is occurring. Roar. Break through for me. Huh. Suddenly, Li Fan's face contorts, his veins bulging, and his energy reaches a peak state. Whoosh. In the next moment, it's as if he has shattered some kind of barrier, and his energy becomes even more magnificent, like a towering wave, unstoppable. Meanwhile, Li Fan has also undergone a transformation. Now, Li Fan's golden hair has grown down to his waist, his eyebrows have disappeared, and his gaze is more ferocious, complemented by a wicked smile, making him look very evil. Moreover, arcs of blue electricity flicker around him, exuding a powerful presence. Hmph. Is this Super Saiyan 3? A 400-fold increase in normal state. Quite a nice feeling. I like it. Li Fan looks at his hands, feeling the surging energy in his body, and coldly says, since that's the case, then this planet will be my trial ground. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Li Fan can hardly suppress his battle impulse. Plus, with the environment of this planet being so harsh and uninhabited and larger than Earth, it is the perfect place for him to unleash his power. Huh. Immediately, Li Fan leaps into the air, and the place he just occupied is instantly taken over by fierce winds. At this moment, golden flames of energy are swirling around Li Fan. However, it is nowhere near as terrifying as when he just transformed. Yet now, his power is absolutely frightening. After all, Super Saiyan 2 is only a 100-fold increase in normal state, but Super Saiyan 3 is different. It is 4 times that. Whoosh. An energy sphere forms in Li Fan's hand, and he realizes that now, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, even the energy contained in the energy sphere has reached a terrifying level. Very pure, very domineering. Well then, let's test its power. With that, Li Fan throws the energy sphere towards the surface. Soon, the energy crashes down on the surface, and this hit is incredible. An extremely brilliant light bursts forth, gradually expanding. Immediately after, something unbelievable happens. The entire planet begins to shake violently. What the heck? It can reach this level with just that? Li Fan exclaims in astonishment. Not good. This planet is about to explode. I need to get out of here. Li Fan initially wanted to test his abilities, but unexpectedly, just casually throwing an energy sphere caused the planet to be unable to withstand it. My goodness, the energy of Super Saiyan 3 is simply too immense. It's very hard to control. It seems I need to find a better place to familiarize myself with my Super Saiyan 3 form. Otherwise, it could easily lead to such results. If I were to fight on Earth and accidentally destroy it, that would be bad. Without hesitation, he quickly uses instant transmission to disappear from a spot. Boom, boom. After Li Fan leaves, the massive, nameless planet directly experiences a tremendous explosion. The explosion is terrifying, and even some nearby, small asteroids are caught up in it. Of course, at this moment, Li Fan has long since made his escape. What? A huge planet exploded in the universe? What terrifying power? Who did this? A battleship passes by at a great distance from the planet, and the people on board witness everything with their own eyes. No matter. Once I get the Dragon Balls, everything will no longer be a problem. All Saiyans will fall at my feet. The owner of this battleship seems to harbor a deep resentment towards the Saiyans. Moreover, his goal is actually the Dragon Balls. Chapter 100. On the new Namek planet, a large Namekian appears very serious. Why do these guys seem to be like a lingering ghost? The massive Namekian before them is the rejuvenated Elder. Ever since the last incident with Frieza, their Namek planet has been relocated. However, they never expected that some individuals would still have their eyes on their Namek planet. At this point, the Elder spotted a spaceship slowly descending from the sky. Without a doubt, this was the invader of their Namek planet this time. Clang! The hatch opened, and a group of aliens poured out, all wearing battle suits that resembled those of Frieza's subordinates back then. Elder. These guys. Next to the Elder stood several burly Namekians, each with a serious expression. Since the last incident, they had been newly trained combat-type Namekians, and with the Elder's potential development, their fighting power was quite formidable. At least, Each of them had a fighting power in the hundreds of thousands, even millions. However, the individuals who had come this time filled them with fear. Hmph. Is this the new Namek planet? Oh, you actually came to welcome me in person? I am truly honored. A cold voice echoed, and the elder and the others immediately became alert. They all coldly stared at the last figure to emerge. Small in stature, he looked very much like Frieza, but unlike Frieza, this individual exuded a far more terrifying cold aura. Who are you? What do you want on my Namek planet? The elder demanded, pointing at the figure. He. Almost forgot to introduce myself. I am a new Cosmic Emperor, Cooler, the brother of that useless Frieza who almost died on Namek. Cooler continued, I'm here to borrow your Dragon Balls. I trust you won't refuse? Cooler spoke in a very gentlemanly manner, but every word carried a powerful authority that was irresistible. It was as if the elder and the others would all die if they did not comply. Moreover, Cooler's identity was significant. He was Frieza's brother, the son of King Cold, and a genius of the Frost Demon race. His transformations surpassed even Frieza's. The Dragon Balls of my Namek planet are never lent to malicious individuals like you, so you should leave quickly, the elder said sternly. At the same time, he was secretly preparing himself. My king, this guy is ungrateful. Let the three of us beat him up. 3 differently shaped aliens beside Cooler chimed in. They were the mecha combat team under Cooler. No problem. Cooler sneered. He did not believe that the strength of these Namekians could reach any terrifying level. Thus, letting the mecha combat team take action would be more than enough. Let us 3 take care of you. The mecha combat team was a well-known presence in the universe, and this time they were going to attack the Elder together. It was bound to be an easy victory. The 3 rushed towards the Elder with fierce momentum. However, 3 Namekians charged out beside the Elder and engaged them in battle. To everyone's surprise, not long after, the mecha combat team was completely annihilated. But this was not shocking, as these combat-type Namekians had all had their potential developed by the Elder. Each one had considerable fighting power. What? Cooler squinted his eyes upon seeing this. He did not expect that these Namekians actually had some strength. However, all of you must die. Charge! Cooler commanded and charged forward first. Following him, his army surged forth, rushing towards the Namekians. The elder snorted coldly. He did not expect that in the end, it would still come down to fists to solve these problems. Thus, the elder also charged fiercely at Cooler. Facing Cooler, the elder did not hold back at all. His fighting power had also improved during this time. At least, he had several tens of millions of fighting power. Bang! As the two clashed, the surrounding environment erupted, and a wave of energy spread out in all directions. I didn't expect you Namekians to have some decent strength. Anyway, I have plenty of time today, and the Dragon Balls are mine for the taking. So why not play with you a bit? Cooler said, launching a fierce attack. Bang! 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 The two exchanged blows rapidly, and the power was immense. Even the surrounding air was affected. The air was filled with the sounds of their battle. The resulting shockwaves were incredibly terrifying, spreading for miles. However, gradually, as Cooler's energy increased bit by bit, the elder felt increasingly uncomfortable. Now he hardly had any room to fight back. He was being forced to retreat. Oh no, does this mean my Namek planet is doomed today? The elder thought to himself. At that moment, his distraction allowed Cooler to spot an opening. He landed a punch that broke through the elder's defenses and struck him hard in the abdomen. Bang! With that punch, the elder's massive body was sent flying by Cooler. Elder! Elder! Several Namekians saw this and were filled with rage. They rushed towards Cooler to attack him. As for Cooler's army, they were all but obliterated in the face of such high fighting power. Just you guys. How ridiculous. Cooler sneered as he saw the Namekians charging at him. These guys may be able to destroy his mech squad, but in front of him, they're almost like trash. Chapter 101, Rumbling, accompanied by a series of loud roars. Several Namekians were violently knocked away by Gula. Gula's power absolutely crushes these Namekians. So, Namekian Lord, can you hand over the Dragon Balls now? Gula said with a sinister smile to the elder. I'm afraid not. Just then, a voice came from behind Gula. Nanny? Upon hearing this, Gula turned around and saw a tall figure, with a tail wrapped around his waist. Saiyan. Seeing this, Gula couldn't help but widen his eyes. It seems that I'll have to trouble you again, young man, the elder said helplessly. The newcomer was Li Fan, and by this time, it had been a while since he had achieved Super Saiyan 3. During this time, it was clear that no plot had triggered, and Li Fan also appeared to be quite bored. Sure, here's the translation. Sure enough, he was wandering in the universe. Just then, he thought of something and decided to borrow the Dragon Balls again. So he used instant transmission to arrive at Namek. Unexpectedly, this guy, Cooler, didn't play by the rules. Instead of going to Earth like in the original story, he actually came to Namek. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? It turns out to be a Saiyan monkey. What? Did you come here to seek death? Gula said with a gloomy face. He was somewhat wary of the so-called Super Saiyan. After all, someone who could kill his father and that useless brother must have considerable strength. However, he felt no fear, because he is a genius of the Frozen Demon Clan. He has an extra transformation compared to his brother Frieza. It's not about seeking death, but rather about sending you to your end. Li Fan said with a smile. Nanny, this Saiyan monkey has such an arrogant tone. In that case, you'll have to pay for it here today. I am not Frieza, nor my father, so I will definitely not show any mercy. Gula pointed at Li Fan and said, Hmph, Gula, there's really no need to show any mercy, because your Frozen Demon Clan has already become history. Dealing with you is a piece of cake. Li Fan said disdainfully with his arms crossed. Hearing this, Gula was immediately filled with rage. What does Li Fan mean? Looking down on him. The new emperor of the universe? You brat, you will pay for your arrogance. Huh. With a loud shout, Gula's cold aura burst out, causing the surrounding air to tremble continuously. I see. Seeing this, Li Fan nodded. It seems that Gula's third form is already stronger than Frieza. No wonder he is a genius of the Frozen Demon Clan. Truly not simple. Huh. After gathering his energy, Gula narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. Whoosh. In just half a breath's time, Gula's figure had already appeared in front of Li Fan. Immediately, he launched a heavy punch. The punch was fierce. Moreover, the fist contained Gula's powerful energy. It seemed that this punch from Gula was indeed invincible. Unfortunately, Li Fan merely tilted his head slightly and dodged Gula's attack. Nanny? This wild monkey is so fast. Gula was immediately astonished. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late, because Li Fan had already kicked hard into Gula's abdomen. This kick is not simple. It violently sent Gula tumbling through the air. Boom! In the end, Gula's body was mercilessly smashed into a pile of rubble. Amazing! It seems the young man's strength has grown even stronger, the elder said in surprise. However, he also began to secretly rejoice, as it was precisely because of Li Fan's arrival that their Namek planet had once again avoided a crisis. It seems Li Fan is truly a great benefactor to their Namek planet. Boom! In the next moment, the pile of rubble where Gula was located exploded. Gula rushed out from inside. However, judging by Gula's current state, he seems to be quite disheveled. Flowers, please. Cough, cough, cough. Wild monkey, you're dead today. How dare you sneak attack King Gula? Damn it. Let me show you the most terrifying form of King Gula. Roar. Gula is truly enraged. At the same time, he is secretly terrified of Li Fan's terrifying strength. He actually kicked him to such an extent with just one kick. No wonder his brother and father died at this guy's hands. Thinking of this, he now has no choice. Using his final form is the most important. Moreover, it seems that with this Saiyan coming here, today the Dragon Balls will most likely be unattainable. But that's not the issue. The key is to kill this Saiyan. Since this Saiyan dares to come here to cause trouble for him, it means that this Saiyan is definitely the one who killed his father and brother. So, if he can't win, he will directly destroy the planet. After all, Saiyans cannot survive in a vacuum. This is all of Gula's plans now. Oh, is this the final form? Interesting. Li Fan is not afraid of any final forms at all. Anyway, his strength has greatly surpassed the plot. So why should he fear Gula? He just wants to see Gula perform here. Otherwise, Li Fan definitely has the power to crush Gula right now. Wild monkey, you're doomed. After Gula finished speaking, he immediately used the sky dance technique and soared into the air, standing tall in the sky. Roar. Soon, terrifying screams echoed from above. At the same time, Gula's veins bulged, and his face twisted in rage. A fierce wind began to rage around him. Waves of majestic energy continuously surged from his body. Roar. Finally, he was enveloped in a black energy light. His aura was rising at a terrifying speed. The great elder and others felt this and exchanged glances. Too terrifying. Chapter 102. The black energy increased, and lightning flashed from time to time. A terrifying and cold aura swept over, causing all the Namekians present, except for Li Fan, to tremble in fear. What a terrifying energy. I didn't expect Gula to hide such a fearsome power. I wonder if Li Fan can handle it. The Great Elder was also incredibly shocked. He didn't expect Gula to be stronger than his brother. Swish, swish, swish. In the sky, the black energy dissipated, and Gula had directly reached his final form at noon. Gula stood at the center of the entire void, with sharp white horns, tender purple skin, a new blade-like tail, and white hard shells covering his shoulders and legs. This is the final state of Gula. Indeed, as expected of Gula, a genius of the Ice Demon Clan. However, it's all just flashy. Li Fan looked at everything in the sky with a cold smile, disdainfully saying, now he truly has this strength. Moreover, it's effortless. However, after transforming into his final form, Gula seemed very arrogant. Wild monkey, tremble. This is my final form. How about it? Do you feel death is close at hand? Ha ha ha. Gula appeared very arrogant in the sky. Then let me see how it is. After Li Fan finished speaking, he immediately used the sky dance technique to face Gula. Nanny? You wild monkey actually don't feel scared? Gula said in surprise. Could it be that you're just showing off? Say what you want. So, Gula, are you going to fight or not? If not, I have things to do. Li Fan said irritably. Sinsayo, Wumunkai, are so eager to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Death beam. Boom. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Gula's eyes, and a black energy shot out from his fingertip. This energy is no ordinary thing. Although it's just a beam, its penetrating power is extremely terrifying. Whoosh. It emits a series of hissing sounds in the air. It seems as if the air is about to be torn apart by this energy. Swish. The energy is incredibly fearsome, and Gula instantly reveals a cruel smile. This wild monkey won't get out of the way? Isn't this asking for death? I originally thought he was quite strong, but I didn't expect him to be an idiot. And Gula seemed to have already envisioned Li Fan getting hit by his death beam. At this moment, Li Fan had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. His Super Saiyan power had long surpassed that of Gula by several streets. He didn't even care about the death beam. Bam! Just as the energy was about to hit Li Fan, it was fiercely swatted away by him. It was as simple as just swatting a mosquito. Gula, seeing this, couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Is this a joke? What? Gula? Is this all you've got? If that's the case, then let me show you my ultimate power. In an instant, Li Fan's figure shot forward like lightning, charging towards Gula. Nanny? Gula's eyes widened. Such speed. Not good. Before Gula could react, Li Fan's fist had already slammed hard into Gula's face. Poof. This punch is incredible. It almost knocked Gula's face askew. Dazed and confused, Gula seemed to still be in shock. Get down. At this moment, Li Fan clenched his fists and brought them down ruthlessly onto Gula's head. Bang! It smashed hard against Gula's head. Instantly, Gula felt as if he had been struck by lightning, losing control of his body and falling downwards. Boom! He crashed hard onto the ground. After a long while, Gula slowly got back up, looking very disheveled. What's wrong, Gula? Your strength seems to be just mediocre. Is this your final form? Weak as an ant. Li Fan said disdainfully. You wild monkey, don't get too proud. Immediately, Gula got angry. He charged fiercely at Li Fan. Clearly, Gula still hadn't fully reacted and was only thinking about giving Li Fan a good beating. Roar. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Gula's speed was incredibly fast, and as he reached Li Fan, he unleashed a series of fierce attacks. His speed was so fast it was hard to catch, and he put all his strength into it. However, Gula's attacks were easily brushed aside by Li Fan. How could this wild monkey be like this? Gula was getting increasingly anxious. He was now exerting almost all of his power. Yet, Li Fan appeared completely unfazed. You say, can that not make someone angry? I am the great cosmic emperor. Moreover, I have finally transformed into my final form, something I haven't used in many years. That's because it's too strong, not worth using. But now, I'm being mocked by you as Saiyan Monkey. However, the next moment, it was obvious that Li Fan seemed a bit annoyed. Is this your power? I thought it would surprise me. 1-6 It seems I overestimated you. After Li Fan said that, he threw a punch that broke through all of Gula's defenses and slammed into his head. Bang! Gula let out a painful cry, his face deformed from the sudden punch. Subsequently, his body was violently knocked back. Boom! He smashed into a pile of rubble. After doing all this, Li Fan shrugged, looking very relaxed. I didn't expect Li Fan's power to reach this level. It's truly terrifying. It seems Saiyans are indeed the most peculiar race. The elder marveled sincerely. Kepter honder tribom. Whoosh! Not long after, the pile of rubble exploded. A figure shot up into the sky. Gula was now gasping for air, covered in wounds, with blood oozing out. Cough, cough. Damn wild monkey. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Gula gasped, feeling extremely disheveled. Meanwhile, Li Fan looked completely unfazed. Was everything just so easy for him? Are Scions this strong now? No wonder his ancestors warned him to be careful of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Scions. No wonder his father and brother died at the hands of Scions. Now, Gula deeply understood the gap between himself and this Scion. If this continues, he would definitely be killed by this guy. There would be no doubt about it. Wild monkey, I admit you have some ability at 26 points. But if you think this is the end, then you are gravely mistaken. Gula said condescendingly to Li Fan. Oh, are you hiding your power? Li Fan said nonchalantly. After all, even if Gula was hiding his energy, how strong could he really get? He still couldn't defeat Li Fan. You Scions can't possibly survive in a vacuum of space, right? But I can. So, you and this planet can be destroyed together. Planet-destroying bomb. After Gula said this, he raised his hand to the sky. Endless energy began to gather in his hand. Good heavens. If you can't win, then just destroy everything. Truly worthy of being from the Frozen Demon Clan, Li Fan thought to himself. And when the Elder and the others heard the words, planet-destroying bomb, their expressions turned extremely grim. Is this the rhythm of destroying their planet? But it seems you won't have that chance. Gula. After Li Fan finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, and he vanished from the spot like a ghost. Whoosh. Nanny? Gula's planet-destroying bomb was not yet complete. He sensed something was wrong. His pupils contracted. He wanted to dodge quickly. Bang. Unfortunately, before Gula could take action, his abdomen was directly pierced. Li Fan was seen behind Gula, and a blade-like aura appeared in his hand. Its sharpness was incredibly terrifying. It actually pierced through Gula's body. This is the technique that Li Fan developed based on the energy blade similar to Black Goku's from Chi Yuan Zhan and Dragon Ball Super. However, it's not as strong as Black Goku's. After all, he is at the level of a god. Although my version is a weakened one, it is still the most lethal attack for Gula at this moment. You puff. Gula painfully turned his head, but the next moment, Li Fan's energy blade directly split Gula's body in half. Boom. Then, an energy blast turned Gula's body into dust. It was that simple. After that, Li Fan landed on the ground. Awesome. My Namekian planet has finally been saved again. Thank you, young man. The Elder said, gratefully. You're too polite, Elder. Actually, I came here to borrow the Dragon Balls. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Li Fan said with a smile. No problem at all. You are the benefactor of the Namekian planet. It's just the Dragon Balls, easy. The Elder said generously. Soon, Li Fan was warmly welcomed on the Namekian planet. And since he was already quite familiar with these Namekians, they quickly bonded. The Elder also commanded everyone to gather the Dragon Balls. That's right. Having a good relationship with the Namekians is just like this for Li Fan. He didn't have to search for the Dragon Balls. They would be brought to him. Shortly after eating and drinking to their fill, everyone arrived at an open space. At this moment, 7 large Dragon Balls were placed in front of everyone. Then, Nero walked to the Dragon Balls and began to shout in the Namekian language. Come forth, great Dragon Polunga, and grant my wish. Boom! Above the vast and boundless wasteland of Namek, a dark cloud gathered. Accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, causing all living beings around to tremble in fear. Immediately, 7 massive bolts of lightning shot up from the ground, spinning and gathering, sparking brilliant fireworks. Following that, an enormous, fierce dragon majestically hung in the air. The Dragon Polunga of the Namekian planet had been summoned. Humans who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. I can grant you any 3 wishes. The Dragon Polunga said from above. Li Fan, what is your wish this time? Nero asked Li Fan. My wish is to allow me to maintain my consciousness under any circumstances. Li Fan blurted out without thinking. Although Nero didn't quite understand why Li Fan made this wish, he still relayed Li Fan's words to the dragon in the Namekian language. This wish is very easy. The Dragon Polunga replied, and immediately, Li Fan felt his spirit becoming clearer and his consciousness unprecedentedly sharp. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted, Li Fan said excitedly. As for why Li Fan made this wish, the reason is simple. Because Li Fan is just a low-level warrior, and if a low-level warrior transforms into a great ape, he would definitely lose consciousness. So, he naturally couldn't allow himself to lose consciousness while transforming into a great ape. At the same time, he also wanted to transform into that form. All right, your wish has been granted. Please state your next wish. Polunga's voice came again, which made Li Fan fall into deep thought. Logically speaking, he already had everything he should have. What else was missing? Chapter 104 Neru. Let me have the ability to survive in space. Li Fan said to Neru, after all, Saiyans cannot survive in a vacuum environment. And Frieza and others seem to have thought of destroying planets to make themselves disappear once or twice. Although these guys ultimately did not succeed. But undoubtedly, this is a weakness of the Saiyans. Alright, Neru nodded, realizing that Li Fan's wishes this time were all quite ordinary, compared to the last wish of immortality. This was simply child's play. This wish is very easy. Alright, your wish has been granted. Please state your final wish. The dragon Polunga continued to say to Li Fan. One last thing left. I wonder if that could be fulfilled? Li Fan immediately had an idea in his mind. Neru, please let me have the Ultra Instinct. Li Fan said directly. Good heavens. Li Fan directly stated this ultimate skill that even the gods find difficult to master. Sorry, that wish is beyond my capabilities. Please state another wish. Polunga hesitated for a moment and then said, it seems that this wish cannot be fulfilled after all. Li Fan rested his chin on his hand and said, then please let me have the cultivation method for the ultimate freedom technique. Li Fan's thinking was very quick. Since this divine dragon Polunga cannot directly grant him the ultimate freedom technique, then asking the dragon to tell him how to cultivate it should be fine, right? Well, this technique is a divine technique, and I do not have a systematic cultivation method. I can only give you some very basic cultivation methods. And the most crucial part of the ultimate freedom technique is not knowing the cultivation method, but your own comprehension. After Polunga finished speaking, suddenly, some methods specifically helpful for mastering the ultimate freedom technique appeared in Li Fan's mind. For example, specifically cultivating the separation of consciousness and action. Good, I really like it. Li Fan nodded. Although he couldn't obtain the ultimate freedom technique, having the basic cultivation methods means that in the future, he can purposefully cultivate more in this direction. In that case, he should be able to break through to the ultimate freedom technique, right? After all, in the original work, Sun Wukong didn't practice the complete method specifically for the ultimate freedom technique, but in the end, he still achieved it, didn't he? So in Li Fan's view, as long as he can spend time on it, he will definitely be able to comprehend the ultimate freedom technique. However, there's no rush right now. After all, that guy Majin Buu hasn't emerged yet, has he? This indicates that there are still 3 to 4 years until Majin Buu appears. However, what will be done once Majin Buu shows up? Can Super Saiyan 3 really be unable to handle a freshly emerged Majin Buu? Alright, your wishes have all been granted. So farewell. After Shinran Polunga finished speaking, its incredibly massive body transformed into 7 beams of light, flying off to various places on Namek. The originally stormy sky cleared up at that moment, and the dark clouds vanished without a trace. Alright, everyone, see you next time. Li Fan also bid farewell to the Namekians. After all, he had already mastered the method and wished for some new things. He was starting to feel a bit impatient. A year had passed in the blink of an eye, and during this time, Li Fan wasn't in a rush to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Instead, he gradually honed his Super Saiyan 3 abilities. Additionally, he was practicing according to the method that Shinran Polunga had given him. However, it seemed that even with the corresponding method, breaking through was indeed extremely difficult. Right now, Li Fan felt like he hadn't grasped even the basics. Fortunately, at this stage, Li Fan had already reached an unprecedented level of control over Super Saiyan 3. Today was supposed to be a day for Li Fan to take his daughter out for fun, but it was interrupted by 2 fighters. And these 2 fighters, on Earth, could only be Son Goku and Vegeta. So, you really want to challenge me again? Li Fan asked, surprised. Of course, Li Fan. You should know that after a year of training, I, Vegeta, have already surpassed you. Ha ha ha. Today is the day I, Vegeta, re-established the pride of a prince. Vegeta said arrogantly. Obviously, Vegeta seemed a bit overly confident. He had not realized the power of Li Fan's Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, even without mentioning Super Saiyan 3, with Li Fan's peak Super Saiyan 2 strength, defeating Vegeta would be an easy task. Hee, Li Fan. I'm also eager to see how far you've really come. Son Goku said with a fiery expression. His eyes were filled with a thirst for battle. After listening to the 2, Li Fan admired these 2 guys. However, it had indeed been too leisurely during this time. Since that's the case, let's go to the place where we should fight. This place is not suitable. Li Fan stood up, then pointed to his forehead and used instant transmission to disappear from the spot. Since that's the case, I'm off. Whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, Vegeta and Son Goku also used instant transmission to follow. After all, fighting in West City could easily lead to large-scale casualties if they weren't careful. So, all three had the same thought. Those two guys, Son Goku and Vegeta, are really getting more and more outrageous. Actually taking Li Fan away again? Bulma said unhappily while holding Little Bra. Son Goku and Vegeta were completely fighters who didn't understand life at all. It seemed that they had to be cautious in the future. If Li Fan also became like Son Goku and Vegeta, it would truly be a loss. Chapter 105 Swish. Swish, swish. This is a barren land filled with wind and sand, with dust swirling everywhere in the air, and the environment is extremely harsh. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, there is absolutely no trace of human life. This place was never meant for ordinary people to live, but there is no denying that it's south the best place for battle. At the same time, Li Fan, Son Wukong, and Vegeta appeared here. Li Fan, I can't hold back any longer. I want to beat you up badly. As soon as Vegeta arrived, he said this arrogantly. Nanny? What the hell? Even Kakarot next to him was shocked. Vegeta transformed as soon as he got here. Boom! Crackle! Golden energy surged from his body like a raging fire. And then blue arcs of electricity filled the air around Vegeta. Whoosh! The surrounding air was all stirred up. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2. How about it? Li Fan? Surprised, right? This is the power of Super Saiyan 2. Hurry up and transform too, Vegeta said arrogantly. Little did he know, Li Fan had already surpassed this level. However, using Super Saiyan 3 to deal with Vegeta would be a bit overkill. With that in mind, Li Fan decided to abandon the idea of using Super Saiyan 3. After all, wouldn't that be too boring? Immediately, Li Fan also transformed into Super Saiyan 2. If you don't mind, you two can come at me together. A smirk crossed Li Fan's lips as he said coldly. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately cursed. Damn it, he was already arrogant enough, but he didn't expect Li Fan to be even more arrogant than him. What the hell is this? I can handle it alone. Kakarot, you better not interfere. Vegeta also has his pride as a Saiyan prince. Teaming up with Goku to deal with Li Fan? That would be so embarrassing. I have no intention of doing that either. Goku said with a hint of disdain. After all, their strengths are not that different, and neither of them is willing to back down, so they definitely don't want to team up against Li Fan right now. That's best. Come on. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and in an instant he dashed towards Li Fan like lightning, moving at an incredibly fast speed that was almost impossible to catch. Vegeta himself was very confident in his speed. This time, even if I can't defeat that guy Li Fan, I will definitely make him witness the power of the Saiyan Prince. In an instant, Vegeta's attack suddenly changed. He leaped into the sky and struck down at Li Fan. The corner of Li Fan's mouth curved into a smile, already aware of Vegeta's attack direction. Bang! In the next moment, Li Fan used both hands, took a step back, and perfectly caught Vegeta's attack. Nanny? That's right. Vegeta was only slightly surprised. After all, Li Fan had already reached Super Saiyan 2 before him. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, Vegeta's attack changed direction. Moreover, the offensive was extremely fierce. In an instant, he had thrown hundreds of punches. Every strike was lethal. For a powerful opponent like Li Fan, if you hold back, you've already lost. This is Vegeta's thought. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding echoed across the entire wasteland, and the energy generated continued to spread outward. Li Fan was also somewhat surprised. It seems that Vegeta has indeed put in a lot of effort. This year's time has indeed not been wasted. This guy's strength has actually improved so much over the past year. It seems he hasn't been slacking off practicing with Kakarot. However, if that's all there is to it. Originally, Vegeta's attacks were extremely fierce. Even Li Fan was being pushed back. But in the next moment, it came to an abrupt halt. Vegeta, I can only say your strength is quite good, but you're still lacking a bit. Li Fan smilat wikadli. Vegeta immediately sensed something was off. He wanted to distance himself from Li Fan, but unfortunately, it was too late. Li Fan's attack suddenly became incredibly fierce. Each punch brought a force that made Vegeta feel his arms tremble. What? How is this possible? We're both Super Saiyans. Vegeta exclaimed. We are indeed both Super Saiyans. However, my base battle power is still higher than both of yours. Li Fan snut up. In the next moment, he sees an opening for Vegeta and kicked hard at Vegeta's abdomen. Following that, an energy blast slammed into Vegeta. Damn! In an instant, Vegeta was violently propelled away by this energy. Whoosh! Vegeta's body flipped violently in the air, and although he managed to stabilize himself on the ground, he still left a long crack on the surface. I didn't expect Li Fan's strength to be this formidable, Vegeta thought in surprise. But he is the proud prince of the Saiyans. How could he just admit defeat? I refused to believe it. Suddenly, Vegeta let out a roar to the sky, and his golden energy became even more frenzied, with the surrounding airflow going wild in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. Before long, the powerful airflow began to swirl around Vegeta. At the same time, an incredibly violent tornado gradually formed around Vegeta. Boom, boom, crackle. The tornado was accompanied by flashes of lightning, creating a grand spectacle. Not bad at all, Li Fan nodded and said as he saw Vegeta's move. Finally, he witnessed a new technique for Vegeta that had not appeared in the original work. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 106. The tornado intensified, ultimately forming an unprecedented storm. It swept towards Li Fan. Countless sands and dust accompanied it, as if anyone who was unfortunate enough to be caught in this tornado would be torn to shreds. Goodness, Vegeta actually made perfect use of the terrain here to pull off such a move. Impressive. Sun Wukong couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, "Not bad. In that case, let me see what you've got." Immediately, Li Fan spread his hands, and two energy blasts quickly gathered between his palms. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, they shot towards the tornado like cannonballs. The energy contained in these two energy blasts is quite extraordinary. However, these two energy blasts were unexpectedly scraped away when they touched the outskirts of the tornado, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Wow. At this point, Li Fan instantly became interested. This was the first time he had seen such an interesting technique in the Dragon Ball world. He couldn't help but feel intrigued. Since the ordinary energy blast didn't work, what about the sky-eating, earth-dominating fist? With that thought in mind, Li Fan immediately assumed the stance for his sky-eating, earth-dominating fist. What? What is that? The sky-eating, earth-dominating fist? TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect Vegeta to actually make Li Fan use this move. It seems like there's going to be a good show to watch. Sun Wukong said in surprise upon seeing this. Whoosh, whoosh. Above Li Fan, a gigantic figure began to gradually take shape. The giant's body was accompanied by flashes of lightning. The momentum was equally grand. Following Li Fan's movements, the giant above him also began to clench its fist, ready to strike, ready to unleash. At the same time, Vegeta and the tornado also noticed Li Fan's sky-eating, earth-dominating fist. A smile crept across his face. All along, Li Fan's move had always been a formidable presence among everyone. Now, he wanted to clash with Li Fan using this move and see who was stronger. With this in mind, Vegeta's tornado charged towards Li Fan without hesitation. At this moment, Li Fan swung his fist fiercely. The giant's fist slammed into the tornado. Instantly, bolts of lightning shot out endlessly. The piercing sound began to echo continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, crackle. The entire scene was terrifying. Moreover, surprisingly at that moment, there was an overwhelming sense that neither side was giving way to the other. What? I didn't expect Vegeta's technique to achieve such an effect? This is eye-opening, Sun Wukong said in astonishment. Li Fan was also somewhat surprised. One could only say that Vegeta is indeed impressive. Thinking of using such a method to counter his sky-eating, earth-dominating fist. Truly remarkable. However, Vegeta's move was indeed good. But Vegeta was still a notch weaker than Li Fan in terms of strength. It's time to end this. Break through for me. Accompanied by Li Fan's loud shout. The power in his hand increased to the extreme in an instant. Rumble. Bang. Meanwhile, Vegeta in the tornado sensed that something was wrong. Not good. I have to get out of here. Feeling the danger, he decided to escape. With that thought, Vegeta darted out of the tornado, without Vegeta's energy supporting it. The tornado was violently dispersed by Li Fan's fist. Cough, cough. At this moment, Vegeta's face was pale, gasping for breath. He never expected that Li Fan had become this strong. This has already exceeded his expectations. What do you think, Vegeta? How about this move of mine? Li Fan said with great interest. TCH, a loss is a loss. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms, still looking like the proud prince he is. Hee Li Fan, it's my turn now. I've been holding back for too long. Please send flowers as Vegeta stepped back. Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged in full power. Wait a minute. By the way, Son Goku, are Are you sure you don't want to transform into Super Saiyan to fight me? Li Fan asked in surprise. TCH, that cockroach. Even at a time like this, he's still thinking about such a boring trick? Vegeta said disdainfully. I forgot. Son Goku scratched his head and said, Suddenly, Li Fan felt quite helpless. Damn it. If it weren't for this guy having the protagonist halo in the original story, he probably would have died countless times already. This guy just loves to not show his true strength from the beginning. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. It should be fine now. Phew. Bang. Before Sun Wukong could finish speaking, Li Fan's figure had already appeared in front of him, delivering a heavy punch right to Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong was completely caught off guard. He was directly knocked over by Li Fan's punch. Bang! Li Fan then followed up with a powerful kick to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Instantly, the immense force sent Sun Wukong flying. Boom! He crashed into a distant hill. Damn! Truly impressive. Looks like I should do this next time too. Seeing this, Vegeta excitedly said he had long been unable to tolerate Kakarot's excessive chatter and his unwillingness to show his strength at the start. And now, Li Fan's actions were definitely the most perfect approach. Ouch! Li Fan, what the hell is wrong with you? You actually ambushed me? After a while, Sun Wukong climbed up, clearly annoyed, and shouted, Ambush you? Do you think your opponent will foolishly wait for you to gradually show your full strength? Li Fan said, quite displeased. Chapter 107. After hearing Li Fan's words, Sun Wukong scratched his head, nodding in a seemingly understanding manner. All right, I get it. Sun Wukong appeared to have an epiphany. However, Li Fan knew that this guy wouldn't change overnight. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Sun Wukong. Since that's the case, then bring it on. A glint of excitement flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. In the next moment, he shot towards Li Fan like lightning. In terms of speed, he was even stronger than Vegeta just now. Bang! In an instant, the two figures collided together. Immediately, a violent aura erupted, spreading out in all directions from the two of them. With the surrounding sand and dust, the air pressure made the sand around them crash away like waves. Even Vegeta couldn't handle the dust and directly observe from the air. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. When fighting with Sun Wukong. Aside from that one flaw of his, everything else was quite impressive. No wonder he's the main character of the original story. His attacking methods and fighting style were actually above Vegeta. Vegeta also noticed this. Seeing the battle between the two, Vegeta frowned even more. Well. So, Kakarot was hiding his power while fighting him? Damn it. Thinking of this, Vegeta became even more displeased. Could it be that this Kakarot looks down on him? The Prince of Vegeta? It seems he needs to train even harder. Although Vegeta was very unhappy, what could he do if he couldn't defeat the other? The only way to regain his face was through training. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The duel between Li Fan and Sun Wukong featured various attack techniques. Techniques like afterimage punch, key wave slash, new Wolfang fist, and Kamehameha were all used by both of them. Of course, these techniques are quite common in the Dragon Ball world. Moreover, for Li Fan, learning them was very easy. And don't underestimate these ordinary and common skills. They often have unexpected effects. Boom, boom. The battle between the two shifted directly from the ground to the sky. The energy waves produced caused quite a few explosions on the ground. Of course, there are no people living here, so the two could fully unleash their strength. However, they were still cautious. After all, this is Earth, and they didn't use energy that could destroy the planet. Otherwise, with Frieza's first form having a battle power of 530,000, he could easily destroy a planet. Let alone Sun Wukong and Li Fan, who had now transformed into Super Saiyans. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of energy surged forth like a roaring tide, crashing against each other, creating a magnificent spectacle. The surrounding air occasionally erupted with hissing sounds. The fierce wind raged. They were enjoying the fight. At this moment, Li Fan was completely filled with battle spirit. Indeed, Sun Wukong is Sun Wukong. When it comes to fighting, he's absolutely no joke. No wonder this guy could become the main character. While attacking, Li Fan thought to himself, no wonder it's Li Fan. His strength is so formidable. It's simply amazing. Sun Wukong shouted passionately. It seemed that the stronger Li Fan became, the more excited he was. This is simply the representative figure of the Saiyans. The warrior nature is undoubtedly exposed. However, in the end, Sun Wukong is still not as good as Li Fan. In the next moment, Li Fan, quick as lightning, seized the gap and delivered a heavy punch to Sun Wukong's face. The immense power nearly deformed Sun Wukong's face. Boom! Before Sun Wukong could fully react, Li Fan followed up with a fierce kick to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Instantly, Sun Wukong was kicked away by this powerful energy, flying dozens of meters. Try this out. Magic flash. Huh! Li Fan shouted loudly, and a dazzling light burst forth from his hand. The light radiated everywhere, extremely blinding. The energy contained within was even more terrifying. Subsequently, the energy violently attacked Sun Wukong. Nanny? When did this guy learn my magic flash? In the heavenly realm, Piccolo said in surprise. That's right. Although Piccolo was not present, he was fully aware of the battle among these people in the heavenly realm. Therefore, when Li Fan used the magic flash, he knew it immediately, although Li Fan only wished for the ability of infinite regeneration at that time. Everyone knows about Majin Buu's learning ability. Although Li Fan did not directly wish for this learning ability, he has more or less gained a very strong learning ability as a result. Not to mention that he can learn it after seeing it once. After watching it a few times, he could definitely master it. Boom! Before long, Sun Wukong was hit by Li Fan's magic flash energy, exploding in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. After a long time, Sun Wukong's coughing voice could be heard from the dust. Wow, Li Fan, you're amazing. You can also use magic flash, Sun Wukong said excitedly, as if Li Fan's attack had caused him no harm at all. In fact, it was not the case. Although Li Fan did not go all out, the energy was definitely not weak. However, since that's the case, I can only try if 1/6 can use that thing to defeat you, Sun Wukong said with a smile, his eyes becoming increasingly resolute, as if he had made a decision. Oh, are you still hiding your strength? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Li Fan curiously asked, could it be that Sun Wukong has already comprehended Super Saiyan 3? That's not scientific. The timing is completely off. Moreover, this guy didn't even go to hell. So how did he achieve Super Saiyan 3? It's not just Li Fan who is shocked. Vegeta is also frowning. What kind of power is Kakarot hiding? He always thought he and Kakarot were worlds apart, but now Kakarot has said this. Chapter 108, Kaioken. Suddenly, Son Goku shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Li Fan was also taken aback. Damn it, is Son Goku going to risk his life? Nanny? Could it be that technique? Upon hearing this, Vegeta also furrowed his brow, as it reminded him of when he first arrived on Earth. Back then, it seemed that Kakarot could only defeat him using the Kaioken. Can this thing still be used after transforming into a Super Saiyan? I'm learning something new. Do you want to be blown up by energy? By the way, can you handle it? Li Fan is also very surprised. He never heard of this in the original work. Could it be that Sun Wukong can really use the Kaioken technique in his Super Saiyan form? TSK, TSK, TSK. This is incredible. Moreover, it seems like Sun Wukong is not the kind of person to boast. Hee, I have my own measure. Now, let me show you my Kaioken. Roar. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he immediately activated his Kaioken. Roar. Accompanied by his roar, his whole body was filled with bulging veins and a fierce expression. At the same time, his aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, unstoppable. Whoosh! Energy was continuously spreading outward from Sun Wukong's center. Gradually, as Sun Wukong roared like a wild beast, a crimson energy gradually emerged around the golden aura surrounding him. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong seemed to cry out in great pain. Wow, Wukong is risking his life. I shouldn't have taught this fool the Kaioken in the first place. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai had already sensed everything. He said helplessly, the Kaioken, if your battle power is low, it indeed doesn't put much burden on the body. But if you use it in this Super Saiyan 2 form, the burden on your body is unimaginable. And now, Sun Wukong is actually forcing himself to use the Kaioken? It's simply hard to imagine. The king shook his head. He had no way to deal with this headstrong Sun Wukong. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, the ground around Sun Wukong began to crack, and the dust was violently blown away by his overwhelming aura. Roar. Finally, Sun Wukong roared again, and his energy gradually stabilized. All of this left Li Fan and Vegeta stunned. They never expected that Sun Wukong actually succeeded. Moreover, his physical body really withstood the burden brought by the Kaioken. This is already my limit. In the Super Saiyan 2 form, I can only use a 2x Kaioken. That is a 200 times boost in normal state. Sun Wukong said to Li Fan, TSK, being able to use a 2x Kaioken in Super Saiyan 2 form already shows that Sun Wukong is not simple. It seems like it's getting more and more interesting. A smile crossed Li Fan's lips, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Previously, Sun Wukong's battle power really didn't pique his interest at all. But now it's different. After all, this guy has reached a 200 times boost, which is equivalent to half of Super Saiyan 3. Come on, huh? Suddenly, a glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he charged towards Li Fan. Yes, in this form, Sun Wukong can't hold on for long. So, what he can do now is to finish the battle quickly, end the fight in the shortest time possible. Bang! In just a breath's time, Sun Wukong's fist had already slammed in front of Li Fan, and Li Fan also blocked Sun Wukong's punch. However, this punch was indeed not simple. It directly knocked Li Fan back several dozen meters. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that Sun Wukong truly deserves to be the man with the protagonist's halo. This punch actually knocked Li Fan back. Come on. After Sun Wukong knocked Li Fan back with a single blow, his confidence soared instantly. He charged at Li Fan again with fierce attacks. Li Fan's fighting spirit also surged. Damn it, for Li Fan, Sun Wukong was barely considered a rival now. Whoosh, bang. The two figures collided like planets, and, at the moment of impact, the surrounding energy was terrifying, devastating everything in its path. Countless dust and sand spread out like waves crashing against the shore. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Both of them unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Their moves were continuous and endless. However, at this moment, it seemed that Li Fan was being suppressed by Sun Wukong. What? That guy Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes widened upon seeing this scene. Kakarot is actually this strong? Vegeta originally thought that Sun Wukong and he were roughly equal in strength, but he never expected that the power Sun Wukong was displaying now was so terrifying. He felt very displeased, but was secretly shocked. This is the power of the Saiyans. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong knows that he can't hold on for long in these 490 forms, so his attack speed is getting faster and faster, and his offensive momentum is becoming more and more fierce. Top, top, top. Huh. Bang. At this moment, Sun Wukong directly leaps into the air and kicks fiercely towards Li Fan. Bang. With his kick, Li Fan was kicked away fiercely. Whoosh. Boom. Li Fan had to exert a lot of effort to stabilize his stance and couldn't help but start to admire Sun Wukong. He didn't expect that although this guy lacked brains when doing things, it was a completely different story when it came to actual fighting. What? It seems that Kakarot's strength has already surpassed Li Fan's? Vegeta said in surprise. This also refreshed his understanding. After all, Li Fan has always been the strongest among them. But now he has turned into Kakarot's tire? After stabilizing his posture, Li Fan realized that Sun Wukong in this form was not simple. Although Li Fan could win by stalling for time, that would be meaningless. Chapter 109, since that's the case. Then I'll lay my cards on the table. Sun Wukong, let me show you the power of Super Saiyan 3. Li Fan brushed off the dust on his body and said nonchalantly, Nanny? Super Saiyan 3? Are you sure you're not joking? Sun Wukong said with his mouth agape. He thought that Super Saiyan 2 was the limit of the Saiyans, which is why he studied using the Kaioken in that form. He never expected Li Fan would actually mention Super Saiyan 3. Isn't that infuriating? Really? There's a Super Saiyan 3 form? Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. Moreover, what Li Fan usually said was mostly accurate. It couldn't be wrong. There really is a Super Saiyan 3 form. Thinking of this, Vegeta focused even more. After all, if he reached Super Saiyan 3, then his power could break records again. Unfortunately, Vegeta didn't know that he was destined never to achieve Super Saiyan 3 form. Not in the original story, nor now. Roar. At this moment, Li Fan began to rage. Suddenly, an incredibly violent energy spread out from Li Fan, radiating in all directions. Dust filled the air like waves crashing. Swish, swish, swish. Even Sun Wukong struggled to cross his arms to stabilize his body, just relying on momentum to reach this level. If he truly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, wouldn't that reach an even more terrifying level? Roar. Accompanied by Li Fan's beast-like roar, the pressure around him became extremely turbulent, as if something was about to explode. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. The pressure erupted, seemingly breaking through something, reaching an even more terrifying form. Sure enough, Li Fan's aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, soaring into the sky, giving a sense of unstoppable force. Gulp. Is this Super Saiyan 3? It's simply many times stronger than Kakarot using the Kaioken. It's truly terrifying. Vegeta said earnestly. Roar. After Li Fan's furious roar, the incredibly terrifying aura around him gradually began to stabilize. However, this was not simple. It left both Sun Wukong and Vegeta astonished, their mouths nearly unable to close. What the hell is going on? This is simply incredibly cool and awesome. At this moment, Li Fan's golden long hair has reached his waist, his eyebrows have disappeared, and his gaze is even more fierce. Occasionally, thick bolts of lightning flicker around him. He is smiling wickedly. The whole person gives off a very domineering and evil feeling. So powerful. Whose energy is this? Is it Li Fan's? In a corner of the earth, a girl who is playing is astonished and says, "This energy, even from thousands of miles away, she could feel its terrifying nature. As expected of you. It seems to be getting more and more interesting," the girl said with a smile. Almost at the same time, the warriors of Sun Wukong on Earth were all shocked. This energy is simply terrifying. It can crush everything. Cough, cough. It's really scary. The sense of oppression makes it feel hard to breathe. Sun Wukong gasped for breath and said, "Is this the Super Saiyan 3? Gulp." Seeing this, Vegeta also found it hard to swallow. This is truly unbelievable, incredibly shocking. They have just recently managed to transform into Super Saiyan 2. And this guy Li Fan has already broken through to Super Saiyan 3. Sigh. People are just infuriating. Since that's the case, I want to see just how strong this form of yours really is. Although the oppressive feeling is terrifying. Moreover, Sun Wukong himself is aware of the distance between him and Li Fan. However, this does not affect Sun Wukong's desire to challenge strong opponents. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, his figure shot forward like lightning, rushing fiercely towards Li Fan. Seeing Sun Wukong's crimson energy charging fiercely at Li Fan only sneered. A 200 times increase is still too weak in front of his Super Saiyan 3. Bang! Sun Wukong's fist arrived in an instant. The wind from the punch was fierce. The power was immense. However, this seemingly unbeatable punch was casually received by Li Fan. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. But before he could fully process his surprise, Li Fan's fist had already smashed hard into Sun Wukong's abdomen. Boom! Sun Wukong's face instantly turned pale. The feeling of pain spread throughout his body from his abdomen. Wow! At the same time, his Kaioken state was directly blasted back to its original form. Swish! The next moment, Sun Wukong's body was violently sent flying. Bang, bang, bang! He rolled continuously in the air, crashing into some sand dunes before finally stopping. Hiss! Is this Super Saiyan 3? It's simply desirable. Vegeta, must also reach this form. I have to reach it, Vegeta said excitedly. At this moment, Vegeta seemed to see a bright path ahead. After all, the power of Super Saiyan 3 is truly remarkable. Li Fan only used one punch. He directly obliterated Sun Wukong, who was forcefully using the Kaioken in his Super Saiyan 2 form. This shows the terror of this form. Cough, cough. What terrifying power. After a long time, Sun Wukong finally managed to get up. However, due to just forcibly using the Kaioken, Sun Wukong was not in good shape. He was gasping for breath. Moreover, his complexion was pale. His stamina was almost depleted. Naturally otherwise, how could this form be called Super Saiyan 3? So, Wukong, do you want to continue fighting? Li Fan said with great interest. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was very helpless. I have no fighting power left at all. Do you think I can still withstand your beating? Chapter 110. After witnessing Li Fan's terrifying power as Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong and Vegeta became even more diligent. They both thought about reaching that form faster than the other. Of course, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta were trying various ways to achieve Super Saiyan 4's power, Li Fan had already started to have new ideas, that is to break through to Super Saiyan 4. After all, breaking through to Super Saiyan 4 is a very simple transformation method compared to breaking through to Super Saiyan 3. As long as he transforms into a great ape, maintains his consciousness, and then transforms from great ape to Super Saiyan, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Moreover, Li Fan felt that he was already standing at the threshold of being able to achieve this form. Therefore, in the following year, Li Fan left Earth again and went to another planet, starting to find ways to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Of course, with Bulma's scientific capabilities now, creating an artificial moon is an easy task. So, correspondingly, it was also very easy for Li Fan to transform into a great ape. However, even though Li Fan had wished to maintain a clear state at all times, he still felt a bit worried. What if he really trampled Earth to pieces? After all, there is currently no one on Earth who can match him. If he really loses control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh! Using instant transmission, Li Fan arrived once again on a desolate planet. This planet is basically barren and has a very harsh environment, so it's unlikely that anyone could live in such a place. This planet isn't too bad. It should be able to help me achieve Super Saiyan 4, right? If I can't control my energy later, I wouldn't mind destroying this planet. Li Fan surveyed the surroundings and said, just as Li Fan was preparing to conduct his experiment, a loud noise came from afar. Boom! Boom! The sound of massive explosions and distant combat. It seemed like someone was fighting. What? There are actually people living on this planet? Li Fan said in surprise. He initially thought that no one could survive on this planet, but to his surprise, there really were people here. Wow, this energy is surprisingly strong. It seems I need to join the fun. Li Fan initially wanted to use instant transmission to escape, but after feeling the energy from the battle, he was shocked to discover that it was incredibly terrifying. Slowly, Li Fan finally got closer to the source of the fighting sounds. At first glance, it's hard to tell, but upon closer inspection, it's shocking. This is a vast swamp, and within the swamp, there's a creature that resembles a carnivorous plant. Its body is enormous, and its teeth are incredibly terrifying. Although Li Fan's combat power is strong now, he still feels a sense of dread toward the monster he has never encountered before. At that moment, however, Li Fan's gaze was drawn to another person. It was a burly man, and what caught the eye the most was the collar around his neck and the animal skin draped around his waist. Moreover, this man seems to be a Saiyan, as he has a tail wrapped around his waist. He is continuously launching fierce attacks around the monster. The attacks are very intense. However, he is not going for a fatal blow. Is this a practice session? Moreover, this guy seems familiar. Li Fan thought to himself. Just as Li Fan was pondering these questions, a weathered voice came from behind him. How did you get here? The voice seemed a bit excited. Li Fan turned around and found a middle-aged man looking at him with excitement. At this moment, Li Fan noticed the tail wrapped around the waist of the middle-aged man. Is this also a Saiyan? And the young man who was just training with the monster seems to have heard the voice and flew down to end the battle. My name is Li Fan, and I suppose you two are also Saiyans, right? Li Fan suddenly seemed to understand something, but wasn't sure. Yes, that's right. We've been on this Wampa planet for over 10 years. I never expected that someone would actually come here today. Truly, heaven hasn't abandoned me. This middle-aged man seems very excited, as if he hasn't seen another person in over a decade. My name is Paragus, and this next to me is my son Broly. Paragus introduced to Li Fan. Broly also nodded. After all, it's the first time in his life that he has seen anyone other than his father. Hearing Paragus's words, Li Fan finally confirmed the identities of these two guys. Isn't that the character from the newly released movie? The legendary Super Saiyan Broly and his father Paragus. Suddenly, a flash of killing intent flickered in Li Fan's eyes. However, he managed to suppress it. This Broly is not simple at all. His potential is unmatched by the Broly from another movie. This Broly, in just a few hours, has grown to the point of overwhelming Super Blue and even Deep Blue. This shows how terrifying his potential is. Although his potential is indeed frightening, for now, Li Fan does not have the idea of killing these two. After all, if he breaks through to Super Saiyan 4, it seems he needs an opponent to make him stronger. And this Broly seems to be the best choice. We were exiled here a long time ago by that guy, King Vegeta. He never expected that we would survive. And my son, Broly, is a warrior among Saiyans that appears once in a millennium with a battle power of 10,000 at birth. Perhaps because it was the first time seeing others here after coming here, Paragus began to talk about the hardships he and Broly faced, how they survived here, and what they planned to do. His words revealed Broly's terrifying strength, trying to intimidate Li Fan. After all, they should be able to leave here now. Chapter 111. Li Fan definitely arrived on this planet by spaceship. If he is willing, it would be great if he obediently gives a spaceship to them. If not, Paragus will definitely make Broly beat Li Fan up. So, as a Saiyan, don't you also disapprove of King Vegeta's way of doing things? The first thing I will do after I get out is to settle the score with that guy, King Vegeta. And you, Li Fan, you should join us, right? Paragus suddenly changed his tone and said to Li Fan, join you? Sorry, I'm not interested. Besides, I never said I would take you out of here. Li Fan said playfully. Hearing this, Paragus couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Hmph, whether you're interested or not, since you refused to drink the wine offered, you'll have to drink the punishment wine. Since you came here today, don't think about going back alive to report to King Vegeta. Paragus said with a cold smile. Clearly, up to this point, Paragus still does not know that planet Vegeta has long since ceased to exist. Moreover, he is convinced that Li Fan was sent by King Vegeta. So, since Li Fan refuses to help them, the only road awaiting Li Fan is death. I'm leaving, and I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. Li Fan shrugged and said, Nanny? In that case, Broly. Beat him up and make him hand over the spaceship. Immediately, Paragus ordered Broly beside him. Yes, Broly nodded. In this version of Broly, he does not defy his father. It's as if Frieza, after killing his father, caused him to completely lose control and reach an unprecedented level. This is enough to illustrate the importance of his father to him. So whatever his father says, he will definitely carry it out. Although he's also very curious about this newly arrived Saiyan. But that is no longer the main point. He is now going to beat up this guy Li Fan. Immediately, Broly walked towards Li Fan, his eyes shining with unprecedented fighting spirit. All along, he has been training with monsters. And today is the first time he encounters a real enemy. Haha, this is interesting. Since that's the case, let me see how strong you really are. Li Fan said coldly. He is not afraid of this Broly because, although Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, Li Fan is not weak at all. He possesses infinite regeneration abilities as a Saiyan. As long as there is one cell left, Li Fan can be considered immortal. Moreover, he will become even stronger. Roar. Suddenly, Broly let out a roar, and his body shot towards Li Fan like an arrow released from a bow. Dust and sand were pushed aside on both sides of Broly. Bang! The two fists collided, and they actually reached a stalemate. Almost at the same time, both of their bodies were pushed back the same distance. Nanny? What the hell is this Saiyan? Seeing this, Paragus was also very surprised. It should be known that his son Broly is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. And for many years on planet Vampa, his combat power has reached a terrifying level. Destroying the Saiyans on planet Vegeta should be an easy task. But now, this kid actually shares equal footing with his own son. Could it be that this kid is also a one-in-a-million genius? After being knocked back by Broly's punch, the fighting spirit in Li Fan's eyes became even more intense. Bang! He pushed off the ground with his toes and soared into the air again, charging fiercely towards Li Fan. Li Fan was also very surprised by that last attack. It's important to note that although he hadn't transformed, his base battle power had reached a terrifying level. How could he be on par with Broly? Moreover, this guy could grow stronger the more he fought. This is an absolute fighting machine. No exceptions. Bang! Then, Li Fan and Broly collided fiercely once again. The collision caused a powerful airflow that spread out in all directions centered around the two people. Even Paragus directly hid behind a rock. It was truly terrifying. Seeking flowers, he was completely unable to engage in a battle of this scale. Bang! 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 Immediately, Li Fan and Broly crashed into each other in midair. Fist against flesh. The power was terrifying. The surrounding air became extremely oppressive. The space was shaking continuously. The energy generated by their battle was immense. When it hit the ground, it could directly cause a massive wave. For a moment, it felt like neither side had the upper hand. However, at this moment, Li Fan also felt the pressure. No wonder he was known as the legendary Super Saiyan. As the battle progressed, he seemed to become more and more familiar with fighting. Moreover, the power in his hands was growing stronger. From initial stalemate to now, Li Fan felt the pressure. However, he didn't want to transform just yet, because with even a slight transformation, there would be no difference from the Goku and Vegeta in that movie. If they had used their strongest forms from the beginning, Broly would probably have been done for right away. Unfortunately, by using a little transformation, they were essentially giving Broly a gradual feeding of their moves. This eventually turned into a situation they couldn't control at all. So in the end, they resolved this issue by fusing into Vegito. Although Li Fan thought Broly was a good training partner, it was definitely not the right time. At the very least, he should break through to Super Saiyan 4 before looking for this guy to train with. That way, his strength could still be enhanced. Wouldn't that be great? Thinking of this, Li Fan suddenly maximized the power in his hands. Finally, he created distance between himself and Broly. Roar! Broly reacted and charged at Li Fan fiercely again. Hee goodbye. I'll find you to fight next time. Li Fan smiled and instantly vanished like a ghost from a spot. Chapter 112 Bang. Broly's punch came, but hit nothing but air, while Li Fan appeared directly in this space. Nanny? Disappeared? Does he have the ability to teleport? No. Paragus screamed in agony, realizing that this guy didn't have any kind of spaceship. He was teleporting back and forth. If he had known this, Paragus would never have dared to talk to Li Fan like that. Now he truly regretted it immensely. Damn, anger flashed in Broly's eyes as well. Just when he was starting to get a feel for the fight, this guy slipped away. Not to mention the incredibly furious and regretful father and son duo. On the other side, Li Fan had arrived on another planet. Goodness, this time he finally wouldn't be disturbed anymore. However, it must be said that Broly's terrifying potential is truly remarkable. Li Fan still felt a lingering fear. When he used to watch on TV, it didn't feel like much, but after just a brief encounter, Li Fan realized what true terrifying potential was. If this kind of potential were combined with training like that of Goku and others, he might have been able to defeat a god of destruction long ago. However, Li Fan no longer considered these issues. What he needed to do now was to break through the realm of Super Saiyan 4 and to perfectly control the power of Super Saiyan 4. Then, find some time to gather a few Saiyans to break through to the Super Saiyan God form. That way, there would still be a long time before the storyline of Majin Buu, let alone the god of destruction Beerus and others. With such a long time, he believed he could train to be even more powerful than the god of destruction. This planet is actually not much different from the Wampa planet. The environment is just as harsh. However, this is not a big problem for Li Fan at all. Immediately, Li Fan took out a universal capsule and threw it directly to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a small machine appeared in front of Li Fan. This machine was specially made by Bulma for Li Fan to create an artificial moon. After all, he doesn't have royal blood like Vegeta, which allows him to create an artificial moon at will. Li Fan picked up the small machine and then pressed the switch. Instantly, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Before long, an artificial moon was hanging high in the air. It was uncertain whether it would succeed. I hope the heavens will help me with this. After all, Li Fan actually didn't know whether this timeline would head towards Dragon Ball GT or Dragon Ball Super. Moreover, he also didn't know if the transformations in the two different parallel universes would apply in the same way. So, he could only try and see. Immediately, Li Fan began to stare intently at the artificial moon hanging in the sky. Gradually, Li Fan seemed to hear the sound of his own heartbeat. At first, it was orderly, but as he continued to gaze at the artificial moon, his heartbeat began to quicken and grow heavier. Thump, thump, thump. What is this? Suddenly, Li Fan felt a sense of primal urge. A strong killing intent began to intensify, an unbearable desire. Before long, Li Fan could no longer control his body. At an incredibly fast speed, he began to expand. The hair all over his body gradually increased. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Li Fan transformed into a golden great ape. Nanny? Is this really me now? Li Fan looked at his furry hands. Did he succeed? And his consciousness was still so clear. As expected, his wish to Polunga was a definite choice. Otherwise, by now, he might have already started causing destruction. With his current strength, he could probably destroy this planet in just a couple of blows. It's no exaggeration to say this. After all, Frieza, with a battle power of 530,000, can easily destroy a planet, let alone his current self. This great ape transformation can increase strength by 10 times. Unfortunately, Li Fan doesn't care about this level of combat power at all. Even a Super Saiyan is stronger than this great ape form. Since that's the case, I'll try transforming into Super Saiyan 4. With this thought, Li Fan began his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Transforming into a Super Saiyan. With this in mind, Li Fan didn't hesitate for a moment. He wanted to do it all in one go. Roar! The golden great ape let out a furious roar. The air around was violently shaken by this roar. Whoosh! Immediately after, an even more ferocious aura began to rise into the sky. The energy surged forth continuously. At this moment, Li Fan's body also underwent a tremendous change. He began to shrink. At this moment, Li Fan already knew that he might succeed. Suddenly, an endless stream of power began to surge from all parts of his body. This power feels like an endless ocean, unfathomable. It gives Li Fan a sense of being invincible in the universe. If possible, Li Fan now feels he could easily make hundreds of planets disappear. Hiss! Originally, Li Fan knew that his Super 4 power was absolutely terrifying, but he never expected it to be this frightening. Even he was taken aback. This is fundamentally two different concepts. Moreover, at this moment, Li Fan's appearance has completely changed. He is no longer the same as before. His clothes were even torn apart when he just transformed into a giant ape. But now he is not bare-bodied. Instead, Li Fan's upper body has grown a dense layer of bright red short fur, as if he is wearing a red sweater. His tail has also completely turned a bright red. With a fluffy mane, his blood red and enchanting pupils give off an unfathomable feeling. The blood red eyeshadow adds even more allure. This is the form of Ultra 4, and this form is different from Super Saiyan God. It completely transforms based on bloodline. A return to the essence transformation. It is definitely not weaker than Super Saiyan God. In fact, it might even be stronger. Chapter 1:13 Roar. On planet Vampa, a man was fiercely attacking a monster. Ever since his battle with Li Fan, Broly's strength had significantly improved, and his fight with this monster had turned into an all-out domination. Such powerful energy, Paragus said in shock from a distance. Now he completely dared not approach the area where Broly was fighting, fearing that if he accidentally got caught up in it, he might end up dead. Bang, bang, bang. Broly was getting more and more courageous in battle, and the monster's eyes were filled with fear. However, while Broly's attacks were fierce, he ultimately held back his power. After all, this monster was his only friend, and the beast skin he wore belonged to this monster. Damn it, if that guy comes back, I definitely won't do that. After watching Broly's battle for a while, Paragus thought about Li Fan again. Unfortunately, that guy had disappeared now. Just thinking about this ghostly place, which didn't even have water, made him feel very uncomfortable. It was simply incredibly harsh. Just as Paragus was feeling regretful, the space not far from Broly suddenly shook. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in the air. Nanny? Li Fan? Awesome. I can't believe this guy actually came. Paragus rubbed his eyes in disbelief and realized it was true. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Damn it. Now Li Fan was the key to whether he and Broly could leave this ghostly place. Hey, Broly, you seem to be having a great time fighting, huh? Want to spar with me a bit? Li Fan shouted loudly. Bang! At this moment, Broly punched the monster down and turned around to see Li Fan. You're here again? As he spoke, a fighting spirit rose in Broly's eyes. The feeling from their last battle made him feel so exhilarated. Naturally, Saiyans have a strong affinity for battle, especially someone like Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Hey yes, Li Fan replied with a smile, while secretly preparing himself. Huh. Sure enough, the next moment, Broly charged at him with a fierce attack. His speed was incredibly fast. Bang! With a punch colliding, Li Fan was sent flying dozens of meters by Broly's blow. After finally stabilizing himself, Broly was relentless and charged at him again. No, Broly, don't do this. Below, seeing Broly and Li Fan fighting again, Paragus couldn't help but panic. Damn it, if that guy Li Fan really gets killed, won't he and Broly be trapped? However, this time, it seems that Broly didn't listen to Paragus. He charged fiercely at Li Fan. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided violently again. The surrounding air was constantly screaming. Li Fan was forced to retreat step by step. Damn it, truly worthy of a legendary Super Saiyan. The last time they clashed, there was a huge difference. I didn't expect that in such a short time. Li Fan's normal battle power would actually start to fall behind this Broly. Indeed, Broly's potential is explosively powerful. But can it really increase infinitely? Li Fan couldn't help but think. There must be a limit, right? But it doesn't matter, no matter how strong he gets. Right now, I actually need an opponent like this. If this guy really grows to an uncontrollable level, then I'll just kill him directly. Li Fan certainly didn't have the idea of using him for himself. In this world, only having your own fists as hard facts matters. Moreover, Li Fan now possesses the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. However, Broly does not have that ability. Otherwise, they would have left this harsh environment of a planet long ago. At worst, if he can't destroy the planet, can't he take care of this guy in the vacuum of space? At this moment, Broly was about to throw a powerful punch at Li Fan. But then, something unexpected happened. Zizi. Broly suddenly stopped his movement, and the collar around his neck began to surge with electricity, as if suppressing him. Consequently, Li Fan looked down at Paragus. Sure enough, that guy was holding a remote control. Controlling Broly? Interesting. Unfortunately, Broly is the key to my power enhancement. Under the stimulation of the electric current, Broly's fighting spirit was forcibly suppressed. Meddling too much, Paragus. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Paragus. He snatched the remote control. Bang! He also kicked Paragus away with a powerful kick. Nanny? How dare you? Broly saw Li Fan kick his father away and instantly became furious. All the fighting spirit that had just been forcibly suppressed surged out. Whoosh! He charged at Li Fan again with great force. That's more like it. Li Fan looked at the attacking Broly and said with a sneer, Immediately, the remote control in his hand was crushed. "Ah, you bastard." Paragus, lying in the distance, shouted angrily. This controller was the best thing he had to control Broly, and it was actually crushed by Li Fan. It's over. Broly might completely lose control now. If Broly truly loses control, no one can stop him. Right now, Paragus can only pray. Bang! At the same time, Broly has already arrived in front of Rifen, swinging his fist and delivering a powerful punch that sends Rifen flying. Bang, bang, bang. Rifen's body smashed through several sand dunes before finally coming to a stop. Hiss! This is true power. Li Fan's fighting spirit has completely risen. Chapter 114. It seems that not transforming won't work. Roar! Suddenly, Li Fan let out a loud shout and transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. The golden aura continuously burst forth like a raging fire, filled with heat. Nanny? What is that? Golden? From a distance. Paragus was surprised to see Li Fan's transformation and exclaimed. After all, he didn't know about Super Saiyans. Roar! However, Broly didn't care about any of that now. His fighting spirit was fully ignited, and all he could think about was battle. A crazy battle. Whoosh! In an instant, Broly's figure appeared in front of Li Fan, and his fist came crashing down towards Li Fan. Bang! Unfortunately, at that moment, Li Fan slightly tilted his body and directly dodged Broly's attack. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fan swung his fist. One punch, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, slammed into Broly's abdomen. The powerful force sent Broly flying. Bang! Boom! Broly's body smashed through countless rocks and dirt slopes along the way. Li Fan was relentless, flying up to chase after him. Bang! Before Broly could react, Li Fan delivered a heavy punch to his head. Boom! In an instant, the entire surface trembled slightly. The ground around them cracked with deep fissures. Broly's head was buried in the dirt from the impact. The next moment, Li Fan delivered another powerful punch. Slap! Unfortunately, just as Li Fan's fist was inches away, Broly caught it with both hands. What immense strength! Li Fan's eyes widened in shock. Broly opened his eyes, his gaze fierce like a beast. With a roar, he violently threw Li Fan away. Boom! Li Fan crashed into a mountain peak before finally coming to stop. What terrifying growth! His power has increased again, Li Fan exclaimed. Meanwhile, Broly had already soared into the air. The energy around him was incredibly terrifying. In the next moment, Broly's gaze locked on Li Fan, and he charged at him again. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot towards Li Fan. Goodness! Truly worthy of a legendary Super Saiyan. It's a pity that I'm not to be underestimated either. Instantly, Li Fan charged forward. Bang! Another fierce collision. Suddenly, a terrifying energy expanded from the center of the two, spreading in all directions. With one punch, the two were evenly matched. Broly's growth rate had actually reached Super Saiyan levels. Goodness! Roar! Broly's eyes were filled with rage. At this moment, all he could think about was fighting. A crazy battle. Fighting. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Suddenly, the two collided fiercely. Every move was deadly, fists hitting flesh. They fought from the sky to the ground, with dust and debris flying everywhere, and the air was chaotic. Outside, a fierce wind whipped up, and dust filled the sky. Countless stones danced in the air. Gulp! So terrifying. Damn, Broly is frightening enough. After all, he is a 1-in-a-million Saiyan. But what the hell is this Li Fan? Why is he so strong? Paragus, hiding at a distance, said in terror. To be honest, if Li Fan and Broly had a casual encounter, Paragus would already be done for. So, as soon as he got up, he hurriedly increased the distance between himself and the two. The reason is simple. It's too terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between Broly and Li Fan continued. Moreover, in just a short time, they had exchanged hundreds of punches. Broly, like a fighting machine, seemed completely unfazed by fatigue. Fortunately, Li Fan had unlimited regeneration ability, so his stamina could recover. No wonder in the original work, Super Blue Goku and Deep Blue Vegeta couldn't handle this guy. He is truly formidable. Roar! Just as he widened the distance, Broly let out a furious roar, gathering a massive energy ball in his large palm. The energy ball surged with power, crackling with lightning. Bang! In an instant, it shot towards Li Fan with immense force. Goodness! Seeing the energy ball rushing towards him, Li Fan remained completely calm. Since you want it this way, then let me show you this. A smile crossed Li Fan's lips. Instantly, the energy in his hand gradually formed a blade of energy several meters long. The energy blade was incredibly sharp. It seemed to be able to cut through anything. This is the second time Li Fan has used this move. Although it doesn't reach the level of Black Goku, it should be enough to break through this energy ball. Swish! Suddenly, a gleam flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and the cold light of the energy blade in his hand appeared. Then he fiercely slashed at the energy ball. Thud! Swish! The powerful energy blade struck the energy ball hard. Instantly, the massive energy ball was split in half by this energy blade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Fan's figure moved like a ghost, leaping into the air above Broly like a monkey. Holding the energy blade with both hands, he brought it down. The cold light flashed, filled with killing intent. Man oh how. Broly also clearly noticed that Li Fan's energy blade was descending upon him. Thud thud thud. Crack. In the next moment, Li Fan's energy blade was just inches away from Broly. Broly clasped his hands together. He actually caught the blade with his bare hands. In an instant, he couldn't move. Roar. Crack. In the next moment, Broly exerted force. Li Fan's energy blade was directly shattered. Bang. Then, Broly punched Li Fan fiercely. Poof. Indeed, such powerful strength. Li Fan's expression changed, and he cried out in pain. Immediately after, the overwhelming force sent Li Fan flying. Chapter 1:15 Rumble. Finally, Li Fan's body was violently knocked into a pile of rubble. Roar. Broly relentlessly extended his palm towards the direction of the rubble. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Energy gathered, and in an instant, it shot out like a cannonball. Rumble. Rumble. Soon, under Broly's energy bombardment, the pile of rubble had turned into billowing dust, with visibility reduced to 0. Swish. The energy generated by the explosion spread out in all directions. As a result, countless Saiyans were violently blown away. However, no matter how terrifying this airflow was, Broly remained in place, his eyes focused on the direction of the explosion. Unmoved, the guy was killed from a distance. Paragus exclaimed in surprise at this scene. Is there no way back now? Until now, although Li Fan had directly crushed the remote control, Paragus still held hope that Li Fan would take him and Broly away from his cursed place. After all, only Li Fan had the ability of 493, and now he's dead? Just as Paragus was thinking, a golden figure burst out from the dust once again. It was undoubtedly Li Fan. Bang! Li Fan's body crackled with electricity, and in an instant, he was already in front of Broly. A powerful uppercut struck Broly's chin before he could react. Poof! With this punch, Broly's towering body was sent sprawling. Then, Li Fan delivered a powerful kick directly to Broly's abdomen. The immense force sent Broly flying. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fan unleashed the prince's fighting technique towards the direction Broly was launched. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of energy blasts shot out fiercely. Boom boom. Soon, Broly was completely engulfed in the explosions. At this point, Li Fan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. I have to say, Broly's growth is incredibly fast. However, it seems like this isn't going to be much fun. Suddenly, Li Fan's gaze shifted towards Paragus in the distance. An idea formed in his mind. It seems that what Frieza did in the movie, he would have to do too. Paragus, who was secretly watching the battle, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he caught Li Fan's gaze. What does this guy want to do? Since I want to witness Broly's greatest power, then I guess I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Anyway, I want to feel anything when you're dead. Asmirk Grusa Li Fan's lips. And in an instant, his hand opened wide, aiming at Paragus. Nanny? Paragus immediately sensed something was wrong. He wanted to escape. Unfortunately, his battle power was only a little over 10,000. How could he evade Li Fan's current energy of over 20 billion? He felt a powerful pulling force. And in the next moment, his body was uncontrollably drawn towards Li Fan. In an instant, Paragus was already grabbed by the neck by Li Fan. Paragus's face turned pale. His eyes filled with fear. Please, let me go, Paragus pleaded. Now he was truly scared. Moreover, he couldn't understand why Li Fan was causing him trouble. Let you go? Impossible. Although killing you is useless. However, it should make Broly even angrier. A cruel smile appeared on Li Fan's face. Paragus was terrified to the extreme. What do you want to do? Paragus said in horror. That is naturally to kill you. After Li Fan finished speaking, a glint flashed in his eyes. And then he exerted force with his hand. No, Paragus wanted to say something, but could no longer speak. Suddenly, Paragus stopped breathing. With Li Fan's strength, killing someone like Paragus, who had a battle power of just over 10,000, was incredibly easy. At this moment, the area where Broly was located was still filled with dust and smoke. Immediately, Li Fan raised his voice and shouted, "Hey Broly, look, your dad is dead. Your dad is dead." Li Fan's voice echoed like rolling thunder in the space. In fact, Li Fan didn't want to do this. However, since he came here, encountered Broly, and the plot had advanced so much, he now wanted to enhance his own strength. So, there was no choice, Li Fan had to do what Frieza did. Although later, Frieza was beaten by Broly for over an hour. But for Li Fan, this was not a big problem. He just wanted to make Broly go crazy with anger, to truly reach the legendary Super Saiyan realm, to enhance Li Fan's own strength. After all, Li Fan was now a Saiyan with unlimited regeneration ability, plus he had the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, so he didn't believe he couldn't handle Broly. Roar. Suddenly, it seemed Broly heard Li Fan's voice, and from the place still engulfed in thick smoke, a roar like that of a beast erupted. Following that, an enormous aura radiated out. Instantly, the smoke was blasted away without a trace. Broly's gaze was now locked on the lifeless Paragus in Li Fan's hand. His eyes were filled with rage. In an instant, he was about to explode. Unlike another version of Broly, this version of Broly had great respect for his father. And now Li Fan actually killed his father? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Swish. Gradually, a fierce wind began to sweep in. Roar. Broly let out a long howl. A roar like that of a beast. Immediately, centered around Broly, a terrifying energy began to spread in all directions. Rumbling. Rumbling. The entire earth started to shake. Crack. Crack. The surrounding ground showed many enormous cracks. Exaggeratedly, the earth was split in half. Chapter 116, the next moment, Broly soared into the sky. His momentum became increasingly terrifying. Rumbling. Rumbling. Above the planet of Hmph, dark clouds gathered at some unknown time, with thunder and lightning crackling within. Below the clouds, a green energy burned like a raging fire, continuously blazing. Crackle. Accompanied by bursts of lightning, the green flames intensified. It was extremely terrifying. This person is undoubtedly Broly. After Li Fan killed Broly's father Paragus, Broly has reached an unprecedented level of rage. Crack. In no time, the collar around Broly's neck was completely shattered by the energy coming from his body. Li Fan, I will kill you. Roar. Broly let out another furious roar. Instantly, the lightning around him became even more violent, and the surrounding space was shaking continuously, as if it would explode at any moment. At this moment, Broly's powerful energy had spread across thousands and even tens of thousands of miles. The entire Wampa planet was shaking incessantly. Large cracks were appearing from time to time, and among them, the incredibly hot magma erupted like waves. The entire Wampa planet was undergoing a drastic transformation. Feeling this immense energy, even Li Fan was taken aback. It was almost suffocating. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. This sense of oppression gives him an urge to submit. Hiss. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? The power is indeed terrifying. It seems that even Super Saiyan 2 wouldn't be a match for this guy. Let's go straight to Super Saiyan 4. Li Fan thought to himself. And then he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. After breaking through to Super Saiyan 4 on that planet, he spent some time stabilizing this form. Although he couldn't say he had completely mastered the power of Super Saiyan 4. He had already reached a point where he didn't need an artificial moon to transform into a giant ape before turning into Super Saiyan 4. Now, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was just a matter of moments. Roar. Suddenly, Li Fan let out a furious roar. Immediately, an immense energy erupted from him. Then, red energy burst forth from his body, and his pupils turned blood red, while his entire body was covered in red fur. A feeling of returning to one's true self arose. A wicked smile crossed his lips, feeling extremely evil and powerful. Whoosh! This is now Li Fan's Super Saiyan 4 form. Li Fan knows that when dealing with a legendary Super Saiyan, any Super Saiyan 3 is useless. In the movie, even Super Saiyan Blue was easily defeated. So, even though Li Fan has transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he still feels some pressure. Roar! Die for me! Broly let out a furious roar and charged at Li Fan with all his might. His massive fist was packed with world-destroying energy as it came crashing down on Li Fan. Hmph! Let's see how Super Saiyan 4 compares to your legendary form. Huh! Li Fan sneered and immediately threw a punch at Broly. Bang! The two fists collided, and in an instant, the surrounding air began to scream. However, Li Fan's expression changed. The immense power coming from Broly's fist made him feel as if his bones were breaking. Whoosh! Immediately after, Li Fan was forcefully sent flying dozens of feet away. Oh my goodness! Is this gap too big? Li Fan exclaimed in surprise. He had been relatively confident before, but now he couldn't even imagine it. After Li Fan was knocked back, Broly charged again, throwing another punch. This time, Li Fan decided to avoid the attack. He tilted his body slightly and dodged Broly's wild punch. Broly's fist struck the air, immediately causing an explosive sound. One can imagine how it would feel if that punch hit a person. Roar! With his punch missing, Broly became even more furious. At this moment, Li Fan had already gotten behind Broly and delivered a powerful punch to Broly's back. Bang! The tremendous force made Broly stagger. What? He only staggered? Li Fan was even more surprised. Is the gap really that big? Roar! Broly turned around and instantly punched Li Fan in the abdomen. Poof! With that punch, Li Fan felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. The pain quickly spread throughout his body. His body was shot out like a bullet. Bang, bang, bang. Boom! It didn't stop until it smashed through countless mountains along the way. Cough, cough, damn it, this Broly! Li Fan gasped for breath and said. But it's no wonder Li Fan had only recently transformed into Super Saiyan 4, and he still couldn't perfectly control the energy of Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, Broly is someone who can easily overpower Super Saiyan Blue. Boom! Just as Li Fan took a breath, a mountain peak in front of him was directly blown to dust. And Broly's figure charged up, unstoppable. Damn! Li Fan's eyes widened. Immediately, he rushed out to confront Broly again. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the two clashed fiercely. The entire space was filled with the sounds of battle. At this moment, even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, Li Fan had no power to fight back. Completely on the defensive against Broly's attacks. He was being pushed back step by step. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, Li Fan endured Broly's frenzied punches head-on. Each punch felt like his bones were breaking. Damn it, this is truly the legendary Super Saiyan. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, Li Fan had completely become Broly's punching bag, utterly dominated. Chapter 1:17 Bang Bang Bang. On planet Wampa, two figures were continuously colliding, and each collision between these two figures could unleash a terrifying intimidation. These two are the legendary Super Saiyan and Li Fan, who has reached Super Saiyan 4. However, the current situation is very unfavorable for Li Fan, and the reason is simple. This Broly is just too terrifying. Broly's attacks are extremely fierce. At least, he is the strongest opponent Li Fan has faced so far. There is no one else. Perhaps there will be stronger ones in the future, but certainly not now. Boom! Once again, Li Fan was sent flying by Broly's powerful punch, crashing hard against the rocks. If it weren't for Li Fan's regeneration ability, he would probably have been done for just now. Huh! Broly, like a relentless fighting machine, showed no signs of fatigue and charged at Li Fan again. What the heck? Just as Li Fan caught his breath, he saw Broly coming at him again. Damn it! This is incredible. This guy really got addicted to fighting. Phantom Fist. In an instant, Li Fan made a decisive move and used the Phantom Fist. Bang! Broly threw a punch, but hit nothing. His fist struck the air, causing the space to tremble. Seeing Li Fan disappear, Broly couldn't help but become even more furious. He turned around, looked up, and discovered that Li Fan had already reached the high altitude. At the same time, Li Fan had unleashed his ultimate move in the sky. This move is unleashed in the Ultra 4 form. Sky-eating, earth-dominating fist. Huh! With a roar, Li Fan's body and the sky above him were instantly enveloped in a red energy. From a distance, it looked like a colossal red giant reaching for the sky. This is the heaven-devouring, earth-subduing fist in the Super Saiyan 4 form. Roar! However, Broly is unfazed by this technique and charges at Li Fan without any fear. Alright, let me show you the terror of this move. Huh! Instantly, Li Fan threw upon. Above him, the giant also swung its incredibly massive fist down at Broly with great force. The enormous fist smashed down with terrifying might, shaking the very foundations. Yet Broly's eyes remained fierce, showing no fear of this fist larger than his own body. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the two fists collided. Suddenly, a whirlwind formed around them. The air trembled violently. Huh! For the first time, after using the heaven-devouring, earth-subduing fist, Li Fan felt pressure. Broly actually withstood his punch. Roar! Instantly, Li Fan increased his power. You could say it was all his strength in the Super Saiyan 4 form. Roar! After Li Fan increased his strength, Broly's once immovable body actually began to retreat slightly, although it wasn't exaggerated. But this time, Li Fan indeed succeeded. Of course, it was just for a moment, because in the next moment, the fighting spirit in Broly's eyes surged even more. His body suddenly stopped moving, like an immovable mountain. Broly's face twisted in rage, veins bulging all over his body. Roar, accompanied by a beast-like roar from Broly, his power suddenly surged. Crack. Cracks began to appear on Li Fan's heaven-devouring, earth-subduing fist. This is something Li Fan has never encountered before. Snap. Boom. In the next moment, the fist of the sky-swallowing, earth-dominating fist was directly crushed by Broly's immense energy. At the same time, Broly charged fiercely forward. Bang. He struck Li Fan with a heavy punch, sending him flying. Whoosh. In the next moment, Broly caught up to Li Fan at super speed. With both hands clenched, he brought them down hard onto Li Fan's body. Bang! Li Fan felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, his body plummeting straight towards the ground. Boom! Ultimately, Li Fan was smashed into the ground. However, this was not the end. The next moment, Broly landed on the surface, directly grabbing Li Fan by the head and lifting him up. Goodness! Li Fan noted that since coming to the Dragon Ball world, he had only ever done this to others. This was the first time he had been lifted by someone else. Huh! With one hand lifting Li Fan, Broly's other hand formed a fist and struck down hard onto Li Fan's body. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch landed with flesh hitting flesh. There was not a hint of holding back. Moreover, with each punch, Li Fan felt his internal organs shatter and his bones break. Bang. Puffed. Finally, Broly threw Li Fan away with great force. Rumble. Li Fan's body crashed onto a rock. Ah, what terrifying power. Li Fan cried out in pain. Whoosh. At the same time, Broly soared into the air, one hand reaching towards the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, countless streams of energy began to gather in Broly's palm. The energy was accumulating rapidly, and in no time, it became a massive energy sphere. Crackle. The energy sphere was filled with arcs of electricity. The surrounding air seemed to be affected. It was enough to show just how terrifying this energy had become. Roar. Soon, the massive energy sphere was hurled directly towards Li Fan by Broly. He wanted to kill Li Fan now. Rumble. The energy sphere approached Li Fan inch by inch, ultimately engulfing him in an explosion. The terrifying sound of the explosion echoed through the skies. The power generated by the explosion spread for miles. All the mountains within 1,000 miles were flattened by the energy brought by this explosion. Rumble, rumble. The sound of the explosion lingered here for a long time. A gigantic mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, demonstrating the terror of this explosion. The entire planet was shaking violently, yet at this moment, Broly remained hovering in the air. Watching all of this, his fighting spirit showed no signs of waning. It was clear that Broly had not yet awakened from his rampage. At this point, calling him a destruction machine was not an exaggeration. Chapter 118 Rumble. On the planet Wampa, the violent explosion continued, the incredibly brilliant flames and surging dust sweeping across the globe. At the center of the explosion, Li Fan's body was being bombarded by this overwhelming energy. However, this is where we must talk about the terrifying aspect of his infinite regeneration ability. His body was being destroyed, but it was also regenerating. The explosion lasted for a long time, until a massive sinkhole was created in a radius of 100 miles, finally coming to a stop. The clouds of dust gradually settled to the ground after the energy from the explosion completely dissipated. At this moment, an unprecedented giant pit has appeared on the surface of the Wampa planet. The area within 100 miles is encompassed by this pit. Hiss! Broly's terrifying gaze is still searching around, as if he can sense that Li Fan has not completely disappeared. In fact, this is true. Li Fan's body possesses the ability of infinite regeneration. At the very next moment, a beam of light suddenly appears at the center of the pit. Li Fan, with his tattered clothes, reappears there. His wounds are also gradually healing. Indeed, it must be said that Broly's energy was terrifyingly strong just now, to the point where even Li Fan was on the verge of collapsing. His body was directly shattered in multiple places. If it weren't for the ability of infinite regeneration, Li Fan would have been finished. However, now, with the help of this ability, Li Fan has reached an even better level. Roar! Li Fan soars into the air, and the energy around him continuously bursts outward, as if the surrounding air is affected. Swish, swish, swish. Broly also notices Li Fan's current state and immediately, anger flashes in his eyes. Whoosh! He charges fiercely towards Li Fan. The speed is exceptionally rare. The air is hardly able to capture Broly's figure, and the space he cuts through emits a series of shrill cries, as if the space is about to be torn apart. At this moment, Li Fan also feels an overwhelming surge of energy throughout his body, a tremendous change compared to before, though this is merely his normal state. As expected, the Saiyan bloodline combined with the ability of infinite regeneration is indeed a perfect match. If he transforms into Super Saiyan 4, he thinks it is absolutely impossible for him to be beaten by Broly like before. Whoosh! A violent energy sweeps towards him. Li Fan squints his eyes and senses Broly's attack coming. Immediately, a smile crosses Li Fan's lips. He is just eager to test how strong his current power has become. Roar! Suddenly, a blood-red light flashes in Li Fan's eyes, and his pupils turn into an eerie blood-red color. His body transforms again into the red Super Saiyan 4 form. Bang! After becoming Super Saiyan 4, Li Fan's speed is also incredibly fast. He directly catches Broly's violent punch. Whoosh! However, Li Fan is still forcefully knocked back a distance by Broly's punch. Hiss! Li Fan can't help but take a sharp breath. Is this still not enough? It can only be said that he truly is a legendary Super Saiyan. In the movie, Broly was defeated only when Goku and Vegeta fused into Vegeto. Yet his current strength is greater than before, but cannot be denied. He still cannot reach the level of Vegeto's effect. Nevertheless, Li Fan remains unafraid. Instantly, Li Fan swings his fist and strikes fiercely at Broly. It is a rare opportunity for battle, and Li Fan naturally will not let it slip by. After all, apart from Broly, the others are simply weak and would be easily defeated, unless the God of Destruction appears later. Of course, that plot is still far off, so Broly is undoubtedly the best opponent for him. Bang! Crash! The two bodies collide like planets crashing into each other. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy spreads outward from the two of them in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under this terrifying energy, both figures are violently knocked back, and then they collide again. Bang, bang, bang. This is truly a battle of the strong. The entire air is filled with the sounds of the two fighting, like rolling thunder that lingers on. Zzz. Flashes of lightning and fire occasionally burst forth, and the whole space is continuously howling, as if it might be shattered by the violent energy of their battle. Bang, bang, bang. Their fight is indeed a fierce slaughter, raging from the ground to the sky, and then back down again, creating chaos and flying dust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Their speed has reached an extreme, and the air can barely capture the shadows of their combat. However, of course, there are no spectators here, no one to cheer for them. Even though Li Fan has just revived from that situation and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Gaining strength, Broly is, after all, the legendary Super Saiyan. His power has reached an unparalleled peak. Even in this situation, Li Fan still feels the pressure. Broly is like a bloodthirsty demon, giving a chilling feeling. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. That guy Broly is like a machine that only knows how to fight, giving Li Fan no chance to catch his breath at all. His attacks are incredibly fierce, and his fists are terrifying, each punch